Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the guy who will only play the harmonica on Sunday, Adam Friendly.
Sunday is a very special day, okay? That's the day when the harmonica comes out and we celebrate. We made it through another week. We're alive. We're here.
That's right.
We're ready to watch some cringe together. What do we got this week?
It's the first day of the week. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise from one of these sneaky European countries, okay?
Monday is the first day of the week? You crazy.
Yeah, get out of here. That's right. And also, happy Mother's Day. That's right.
Oh,
that's
yes.
Today.
Yeah.
There you go. But today we'll be watching, this was actually a really interesting video. I believe Zero F's. I don't want to say his name and get this chain demonetized right in the beginning.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Don't say that.
Zero F's, big watcher of the show. He made a very, very funny compilation that we played last week of Tim and Elijah saying the word Jew a whole bunch in this conversation. So I was like, okay, I got to check out this combo.
Did that pique your curiosity?
It did. It did. I was like, what is happening in this conversation? So I checked it out and oh my God, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Tim says a lot of things I dislike, or let's say I disagree with, but he also says a lot of super base things in this conversation and very true things in this conversation. And, I'm pretty hard on Tim, so I feel like we got to also, show when he's like right on track, right?
Yeah, this is uncharacteristic. Yeah. Like you're always beating up on Tim. What's going on here?
I know. You're saying some really, really good stuff in this video. Not right in the beginning, but later, in the beginning. And he's talking to Elijah Schaffer, who he's an interesting guy. I'll say
interesting, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. That's how you finger quotes. Yes.
Okay.
And so they do.
What's interesting about him?
Well, I follow him on Twitter. He says some very interesting things sometimes. Let's just say that. We'll see the course of the conversation. This conversation ends up becoming, not at first, but ends up becoming a conversation about sort of, let's say, the JQ and does Israel control America? So
what? Oh, really? Oh,
yes. It's very fascinating.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, I know, right? I know. You're like, okay. And it is very interesting. And this conversation, interestingly enough, led to all this drama after it happened.
Really? Yes. What's the drama?
The drama is, okay, so spoiler, in this conversation, Elijah's kind of pushing the JQ, Israel controls America stuff.
That's a huge accusation there, Sitch. I hope you're going to back that up.
Well, he's pushing it in this video that we're going to watch. It's
right, but a lot of people will say, look, they're just spitting the facts. These are just statistics. This is just how it is.
Well, okay. I mean, listen,
the Israeli lobby is in... Right, embedded in a lot of institutions.
I know they got the cork board with the red string everywhere. Okay, and Israel's behind everything. Okay, I'm
just saying. Look, be prepared because people are going to say, "Look, this is just you making the accusation that they're doing something nefarious." People are going to call you out for that.
Well, wait. First of all I said was that he was pushing the JQ and that Israel controls everything.
Right.
That's a factual, true statement.
Okay.
But that's what he's pushing. If people want to complain about it, that's they can do that. But that's what he's pushing. Tim pushes back, I think, pretty good in this conversation on that topic, which is why I wanted to watch it. So
just on that topic, real quick. The interesting thing for me is a lot of people they'll be Elijah Schaffer fans, so they'll be a fan of some personality that's like that, but they. Are not down with the anti-Semitism or down with the racism or anything like that. So anything they say, they will cast it as innocuous, innocent banter, right? So he's not pushing the JQ. He's just, he's just talking about how it is, right? That's the context of it. So
there's two different things. There's either the they don't really believe the JQ. They don't believe Israel controls everything. They're not anti-Semitic, whatever, which are different claims. And then there's the he's pushing it, but it's true, which is another claim, right? And very often when you have conversations, these claims all kind of get piled together and it becomes nebulous as to what exactly is being discussed.
I don't think those two audiences interact with one another. Like they could be both Elijah Schaffer fans, but there's two distinct audiences there. There's the people who like the fact that he's talking about the JQ because they believe it, and there's the people who just like Elijah Schaffer as a a conservative pushing back against the woke mind virus.
Right.
But they're not racist or anything, so they don't like they don't like anyone making accusations of that person being racist, and they're willing to just they turn a blind eye to this stuff. So
right, or they turn a blind eye, or they just haven't seen the whatever the other things that that people have seen.
Sure. I have not seen a lot of this guy's content, so I'm in that camp. I don't really know his content.
I haven't really seen a lot of his video content either. I just see a lot of the stuff he posts on Twitter and this conversation.
Okay.
So, but though, so this conversation led to a lot of drama because essentially what happened was Elijah did such a poor job at pushing the JQ that
oh my God.
That Jake Shields, who's like super anti-Semitic, and Nick Fuentes wanted to come on and like debate Tim Pool on the JQ to like fix the mistakes that were made in this conversation, essentially. And
oh my God.
It like led to all this drama because essentially Tim Pool was like they were going to talk to Jake Shields, who I think he's like some former MMA guy. I just see him on Twitter. I don't know if he makes content. And Jake Shields would only come on if Nick Fuentes would come on. And then Tim was like, well, I'll only have Nick Fuentes on if it's like a debate because otherwise, my channel will get in trouble. You can't just have Nick Fuentes go on and rattle off about the JQ. They couldn't quite get a debate set up. And then Jake Shields apparently went on Twitter and started complaining and whining and crying about the whole thing. So.
Wow.
Oh, and that
is some drama.
And then Tim made a whole response video where he was like yelling for 30 minutes about how Jake Shields was a bitch and how Nick Fuentes sucks and how his fans suck, which is kind of hilarious. But there's actually an interesting thing too throughout this course of this conversation, which I think the free speech people are going to be completely validated in terms of winning the conversation about platforming hate speech or not on the internet. So
what's that?
I think the free speech people are going to totally win the conversation on platforming hate speech on the internet. Because I think what's going to happen, I think what is happening, is platforming Nick Fuentes, or specifically not even Nick Fuentes, his audience, his fans on Twitter. His fans are so annoying to so many people that it's like people on the right can't ignore it. They're just like, I fucking hate this guy and I hate his fans and I hate everything associated with it. It's so funny. They've become like the Groyper movement has become their own worst enemy. So,
yeah, that they take advantage of that natural tribalism that young boys have.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the anti-Semitic stuff is the thing that really annoys people.
So well, not just, and we'll talk about that when we get to that part, because there's an interesting thing about why I think the anti-Semitism kind of sets off the right, but not just the anti-Semitism, but just like it's not even just the ideology, it's the behavior.
Oh,
the dogpiling, the doxing, the harassing people. It's funny. It's really, I think this whole situation is going to show that Elon is correct and that the free speech, like the very pro-free speech people that sunlight's the best disinfectant people are going to be completely validated, in the coming year or two. So
how so? I don't.
Because it's going to show, we'll talk about it when we get there. I don't want to get into it too deeply.
Okay. Looking forward
and thank you so much, our circuit father, Daddy J-Mac, for the 40 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Executive producer, Daddy J-Mac. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Equishadox, for $20 saying Elijah's a Jewish name. Just saying.
Oh, it is? I think someone gave us didn't someone do like 5 subs too?
It's a biblical sub. Yes. And thank you so much, Brian Schultz, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's jump into this. So, they just watched the video. We actually talked about this last week. They just watched that video, which was the college kids protesting on campus, and there were the anti-college kid protesters, and one of them was making the monkey sounds at the fat black lady.
Are we not going to watch that? Maybe we should watch it just for context. But
okay, we can watch. Well,
it's your call. I don't care.
We can watch the clip for context, I guess.
Do they watch it on the show?
I don't think they do.
Okay, well, we don't need to watch it then. They just talk about it. All right.
Oh, no,
I jumped ahead. I don't. Are we starting at the beginning? I jumped ahead a little
No.
bit.
We're not. We're jumping to like 8 minutes in.
Okay,
Because
minutes
they kind of
40.
just do a lot of like setup and everything.
Okay, look, we don't like that boring stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody likes it when we do it. Why would we listen to someone else doing it, right?
There you go. Anyway, so yeah, if you didn't see the video, fat black lady, she's pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine protester. There's a bunch of frat boys protesting against the pro-Palestinian protesters, and one of the guys, he's very clearly making monkey sounds and doing the little monkey movement thing that people do. Obviously, this kid got in trouble for doing a racism.
Yeah, I think didn't they like everyone's talking about how they destroyed his life.
He got kicked out of the frat. I don't know if he got kicked out of college. I wouldn't be surprised, but yeah.
Might be good. That frat.
Yeah, but who cares on this? Okay, number one, I like what CJ Pearson said. He shouldn't have been making monkey noises, but gorilla noises if he was, because we're not talking about a monkey here. This girl's big. And second of all, if he was going to be racist, like, dude, if you're going to be yapping and moving around, like, don't assume it's just because you're black that you're acting like a monkey. Like, I call my son a little monkey when he's acting wild and going around. There's been shirts, like H&M had the shirt, Mama's Little Monkey, and everyone thought it was racist because the model was black. But it's like, if you're just out there yip-yapping and waving your arms and acting insane and screaming at people, I would say all the protesters are acting like monkeys at some point or another. Like, and also...
So, okay, listen. If you want to throw the joke out there, like, you shouldn't be acting, don't call them monkey, call them a gorilla because they're like a fat person or whatever. Like, okay, it's like a spicy joke. It's kind of funny, right? But like, come on, what is this? Like, oh, listen, it wasn't racist, Adam. It has no racial connotation when you call a black person a monkey. I've never heard that before. I've never heard someone call a black person a monkey. That's just a completely random coincidence that person did that.
Yeah, that's that's a bridge too far for me, Sitch. I think it was clearly racist. I think a lot of times when people get angry or excited, they go to racism because that's the thing that will hurt the person the most. They just perceive this is the thing that'll really get under their skin. And obviously he knew what he was doing. He was trying to get under her skin.
Right. And and that is interesting because a lot of times you see these viral moments where someone, now this one, I don't know if they weren't really pissed off. They're just kind of like mocking them. But you do see a lot of viral moments where someone is like really angry and they, throw out a racial epithet or something because they're road rage incidents or whatever. I'm not saying that's good. Obviously, people shouldn't do that. I don't think this kid's life should be destroyed because he did a racism on camera for like a quarter of a second, or a half a second.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously, I mean, it's just look. People do stupid shit. I think our society should be more forgiving about that. Yes. I mean, I don't think this isn't going to be something this woman is talking to her psychologist about for 17 years.
No, right? No. Well, first of all, she's not going to talk to anyone in 17 years unless she loses some weight. Okay.
Oh, bad, Sitch.
But secondly, that's not true. Of course, she's going to be like, oh my God. And this is also the problem too, is that because there was like the one kid that was, doing the racism, everyone gets hit with the racist brush, right? They say, oh,
the entire group. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there are a bunch of white frat kids. They're racist. If you have a bunch of white frat kids, they always get hit with a racist brush. This goes all the way back, to the Duke lacrosse thing and everything, which all turned out to be obviously BS. So.
Yeah, but you don't think, look, I guess you're right. She's going to milk it. I'm a victim. Look at this. It's racism. Right. I just honestly, I don't believe that. I don't believe. Like if you're talking to your therapist for years on end over this incident, it's just, I don't believe you. Like it's just not that much. It's not that tangible harm, right?
I mean, I agree with you. I don't know what the person's going to do, right?
Yeah, so well, look, I'm saying it. Look, if they're saying they're distraught over this for years on end, I'm calling it out. Bullshit.
So all the articles about the kid, they only say that he got kicked out of the fraternity. None of them say if he got kicked out of campus or school or anything,
okay. So. That's fine.
If some guy's just like mad,
I'm sure Elijah Schaffer will hire him, right? He's got a job prospect here.
Yeah, and this kind of part of the reason this went viral is because there was a representative who tweeted out the video, and he was supporting not the guy making the monkey sounds. We talked about this last week, but just the counter protesters. And he obviously didn't notice the person making the monkey sounds, and then he later apologized.
A Republican congressman, right?
Yes, yeah.
mad at some like black chick for acting crazy. Does that really matter? Like, this is the news focusing on like a small interaction of one guy and one girl at a large event and are trying to stoke some sort of racial tension ahead of the election. I think it's just BS, in my opinion, of like, this is the news hyper focusing on something that is irrelevant. Like, it wouldn't matter even if he was or wasn't.
It's interesting that he says this, because this is, we've been watching a lot of content from Sam Cedar and Brianna Greyjoy and other people on the left, and they all say the exact same thing about the protests in general. They're like, why does the media hyper fixate on these children taking over this building when people are dying in Gaza?
Yeah, they also use the media fixated on the race narrative that they want to play up the anti-Semitism.
Yes. Right,
yeah.
Right.
So look, if I agree with what Elijah Schaffer is saying here about the media using race to kind of play this up, does that mean people are going to accuse me of endorsing the JQ?
It is. Yeah. So if someone, believes something that's like bad, and you believe and you agree with anything that they ever say at any time, then you're also bad. Okay.
Yes.
That's the rules.
You put me in an uncomfortable situation.
That's the rules, Adam. Okay.
You put me in an uncomfortable situation here, because I do agree with what he's saying here about the media milking this racist narrative.
Of course.
And right. I hate them for it, obviously.
Of course. But that media has been milking the racist narrative for a very long time.
Of course.
I just imagine like a little, if I know you have seen Adam, but if anyone's seen the Fairly Odd Parents, I imagine like a little like internet troll fairy that flies around and is like, pops up the rule book, and it's like, well, according to the rules of the internet, you're a Nazi now, Adam.
Yeah. Yes.
We made I Am a Gorilla in reference to the book Ishmael, which is narrated by a gorilla. And a bunch of leftists started claiming that our shirts were racist. And we were like, I think you're being racist when you say that. If the issue is two people show up to a protest and they disagree with each other and they're yelling at each other, and then you're like, aha, you only said that because you're racist. It's like, I didn't bring race into this. These are just guys who are like, one guy's wearing an American flag coveralls or whatever, and now they're racist because they were yelling at her.
I think that
the one guy was like hooting or something.
See the monkey
these
guy
like
in the back?
white Zoomer
right? He's
guys.
like, but he was going like, ooh.
Who's this girl that they won't let talk? They just completely talk over.
No, poor Mary.
What's going on? Why is she even there?
Because she was invited there. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you saying why was a woman allowed to speak?
I don't know her. I don't know her content, or well, she could be a great content creator. I haven't seen her before.
Her and the other guy, Brett, they work for Pop Culture Crisis.
Oh, okay. So that's Tim's show, obviously. Yeah, I might have seen one or two of their videos. So anyway, look at this. Andrew Tate is confronting this big black woman. I didn't know Andrew Tate was even there. That's crazy.
That's not Andrew Tate, no.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, you can see.
No, so I don't think it's listen, it wasn't, I don't think it behooves Tim to be like, to bring up an example that he brought up that clearly, they made some shirt that wasn't racist, had nothing to do with race, and don't apply it to this situation, which I mean very clearly seemed like it was a kid being racist. Oh yeah,
that's a good point.
Don't just be like, yeah, there's one guy at the protest, okay, who was doing something that he should have been doing, and he did it for like a half a second, and then that was it. Right?
Look, this shot has him right in there, like he's front and center right there.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You could see him in between. Yeah,
he's doing his monkey O face.
He is. Yeah, you're right. You could see right on the other side of the woman. So
yeah.
Look, she didn't even notice. She was too busy yelling at not Andrew Tate. So
right. Yeah.
God, look at the cop behind her too. Look how fat the cop is. Okay, here's my new thing. I think cops by law in every state, every county, there needs to be mandatory physical fitness constantly. And mandatory stress training, so they don't, freak out in these bad situations, right?
Look at you. Did he freak out?
No. I was referring to there's some incident that happened over the weekend I tweeted about.
Oh.
Yeah. The dude in blue.
All these white Zoomer guys, be honest with yourself, they're on a college campus, so they've got probably a lot of pent-up rage and pent-up energy. They're young guys, and, in their classes, they're probably being indoctrinated all the time, and they feel like they just want to take this opportunity to assert themselves for once. So that's probably why they're there, not because they care about the issues.
Real quick, though, I think there's something bigger here.
They're all backed up, Adam. They're all backed up. The kids
Okay.
aren't having sex anymore, Adam. So what are they doing?
Look,
they're angry.
sucks.
They're going to protest.
Well, that argument I can understand. This argument that just is so far from my college experience. Like college was a lot of fun for me. I didn't have a lot of pent up anger and aggression towards people.
That's because you guys were having sex back in the Gen X days. Okay. Nowadays, the kids aren't doing it. These Zoomers.
That is true. There's a lot of sex going on.
You know what? The one thing the Zoomers aren't zooming is into the bedroom. Okay.
If that's the argument, these guys have not had sex for 3 years, I'm like, okay, I'm with you. That's a hell of a dry spell.
Yeah, I think she's correct on both sides. I think both the protest. Listen, obviously, this is the solution for the conflict on college campuses. Okay.
Right.
All the male counter protesters need to fuck all the female protesters, and then the conflict will be solved. Okay.
Make sex great again.
There you go.
Perfect.
Did you notice that most of the counter protesters are dudes? And I don't know if this is true for the protests, but the photos of the Hamas protesters, it's all women.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Actually, there's a lot of sexual tension here.
He's right. Listen, they're all right. I can feel it. I can sense it.
Okay.
Don't you think?
You've won me over. I now agree.
I like this sign though. Jesus was a Palestinian.
Right.
I mean, it was literally called Judea back in the day. So shouldn't it be Jesus was a Judean? Like, I don't. This is so.
Was it
so
really?
weird.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, of course.
You're right. It was. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be like if I don't know. It's like annoying if you were born in California and they're like Adam was a whatever the area was called when it was controlled by the Native Americans were. You know, it's like just ridiculous.
Yeah. Ooh.
You think so?
No, I'm serious. Yeah, I think it's showing some sexual tension between Zoomers who are notoriously sexually inactive.
Hence the dental dams.
Hence the dental dams and the
that's
Plan
weird.
B and the HIV.
Did you guys talk
medication.
about the three women who posted the pictures like May Day at the encampment?
No.
Okay, so it's like three women all wearing keffiyehs, and it says like at the encampment. It basically says like lunch break jihad is what they're saying, because it literally is. It's a bunch of upper middle class white women who are protesting something that they don't fully understand.
I think they want to be.
You know, there's nothing says left-wing progressive ideology like being a woman and covering your face and hair for modesty purposes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing says, I support women's right to not be sexually assaulted by men by covering up as much as my body as possible.
I thought it might be like a pandemic virtue signal or something going on.
Well, okay. I think this is my take on it because it is absurd. And if you just want to, if the protester people just want to support, they all want to wear the little cloth, okay, the little picnic table cloth, right?
But it's like a pattern that's like a Hamas pattern or something.
It's the what's the guy's name? He made it very popular.
I don't know. It signals. It's like, look, I'm an Arab. I'm down with the Arab cause.
But so if people want to wear the scarf, okay, like I get it. They want to the keffiyeh, whatever, however you say it. If they want to wear the scarf to show their solidarity because they all want to pretend that they're Yasser Arafat or whatever. Like I get it. I get what's going on. But it's weird when they cover their whole face with it, right? Now, because then they are sort of like emulating, this sort of Islamic religious idea that women should be covered in public, which I would imagine most of these women don't support. I think what's going on is that they're LARPing as Antifa ninjas, and they don't really see like the hilarious irony of what they're doing. I don't think they're like, oh, I want to cover up like an Islamic woman. I think they're like, oh, I want to cover my face so I don't get doxxed. I want to be like one of these Antifa LARPer ninjas. but I'm going to use the Palestinian cloth to cover my face, right? They don't even realize, like, oh, whoops, I actually look like I'm supporting women having to cover up for religious reasons.
Yeah, totally. It's major contradiction. Why don't they go all the way with the green headband with all the ninja writing on it?
They should. Yeah, and they should just wear, you know what? They should just wear a whole outfit, like a little cape that's got like the ISIS flag on the back, the little sword.
Oh, you're right.
Or the Hamas flag, I mean, with a little sword on the back.
The black flag.
Yeah. I like it. You know, that guy, that kid was making monkey noises. That's racist. I don't know if you know this. You know that they use the watermelon as like a symbol to represent Palestinians? Did you know this?
You have to be kidding me.
No, you don't know about this?
Oh, the irony.
Yeah,
so
the
irony.
Yeah, so I think every time you see someone, using a watermelon to symbolize Palestine, or they have a little watermelon slice in their bio, that's what it means. I think that's just racism. I think they're trying to be like, listen, the Palestinians are, the black people of the Middle East. I think that's what they mean when they say that, and I'm just very offended by it.
True.
On behalf of both black people and Palestinians.
Yeah.
So
bad news.
It is. It's very offensive, and we need to call it out whenever we see it.
Be yelled at by these white guys, and they think it's hot.
I agree. One thing that I noticed, which was really interesting, is these liberal feminist women wearing hijab and niqab. Is that how you say it?
Look at this one. She has this niqab on and has her belly button out in a crop top. What is this?
But there's a bunch of women.
Oh, and then the liberal hijab is the COVID mask right there.
Well, but look, you like, this is the weirdest thing. There was this story about Katie Hobbs vetoing a bill that would ban males from competing in female sports. And then you have stories like this where someone made a point that said, notice that many of these young college-age women are wearing hijab. They're taking the keffiyeh and they're wrapping themselves and they're wearing long sleeves. Do they understand what they're supporting when they're supporting this? Because I got to wonder is it naivety or come on, like maybe they really want Sharia male?
No.
It's Antifa LARPing, right? You see it. You can see it.
Yeah.
Also,
they are afraid of being doxxed and harassed.
Right.
So, yeah, look at that. They're pussies.
Yeah. Well, listen, they're women. I mean, what are we saying?
Yeah, look, I'm sure there's plenty of guys that are.
There's lots of guys that are hiding
wearing masks. Sure. They're afraid of being doxxed and
of
whatnot.
Course.
Look, they're supporting Hamas terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably nervous.
Carryman 502 for $20 says, remember, if the frat kid had punched the woman, he'd go to prison and receive all the benefits of the progressive criminal justice reform because restorative justice. But since he made monkey noises, he's irredeemable. Yeah, it is super weird how if someone does a racism, like a lot of people on the left will be like, this person deserves, to be expelled from society. But then someone commits a violent crime and they, there's like all this like, oh, they were innocent, or, it wasn't their fault, they're poor, right? Or society oppressed them. It's so bizarre.
Society made them do it. Society made them turn to violence.
Right.
But society never would make them turn to racism.
Well, that's what's so fascinating to me about the kind of view of this whole situation. How, like, a lot of people on the left, they have this sort of innate intuition where if they view you as the oppressed person, okay, if you're someone who went to jail and you're a minority or you're Palestinian, any bad action that you commit is basically not your fault. You're a victim of society's oppression. Society has the top-down control that basically mind controlled you and made you do this action, and it's not your fault. But then at the same token, if you're someone who did a racism, even though they believe and talk about constantly how all this like mind controlling racism that's being pushed on people and children to make them racist, if you did a racism, there's like zero level of like all this like, oh, you were just brainwashed by society. That all just goes out the window. And it's like, no, you as an individual are suddenly now a horrible person and you're fully responsible for your actions.
Yeah, it's internalized racism coming up to the surface, and now you're irredeemable. We have to throw you in racist jail for all of your life.
Right. Well, to me, it's like really very clearly shows the Jonathan Haidian morality binds and blinds, how if they view themselves in common cause with a group of people, like that person's actions are not their fault. They're society's fault. If they view you as outside of their tribe, as an enemy of their tribe or group, then you are an individual and you are individually responsible for whatever.
Yeah, you can see this. They use a completely different tact when someone on their side is racist, because then it's just a joke. Look, they're obviously kidding. They're not racist. This is just them joking around with their friends. Like infinite grace for the person who does something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder is it naivety or come on, like maybe they really want Sharia male?
No. It's this. Women trend towards being liberal, and we know that, especially Gen Z, and young men trend towards being conservative. If we take race as a factor, we can even look at, let's say, white people in this video, which we're looking at majority here. White men are at a much higher rate of trending conservative, and white women are trending liberal because some minorities like black are considered politically inactive. So when you look at this, I'm just saying this. When you look at this, liberal women naturally, they still want a leader. They still want strength. They still need protection. They still want someone who's around. But they're all leftists. You can forgive a woman for being liberal because literally forgiving a woman for being liberal is just like forgiving a man for being a man and doing something stupid or like breaking his bones or going out and doing something crazy. Like, women lead by emotion. We've given them the right to vote. I digress whether that was a good idea or not. And now they're out and they're, parading around in public. They're going to go towards these causes because this is an emotional cause. This is something that's going to draw them in.
Missing the point.
That reaction shot of the woman on set was hilarious. Like, oh yeah, women are just emotional, irrational beings.
Right.
She's like, oh man,
yeah,
this loser. The whole idea that men are not emotional. What? Like, okay. I mean, I do notice guys tend to get more angry than women do. Is anger not an emotion now?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All those men in prison are in prison for being very not emotional.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, guys are in prison because they are unable to control their emotions.
Right. No, I mean, men and women definitely, obviously we talked about this last week because I think there is. I mean, you agree, there's a biological, on average, difference between like male and female, behaviors, and how men and women interact with emotions and how they display emotions is different on average. And some of it's social, but I think a lot of it is biological. But to just blankly say like, oh, well, they're all emotional and men are not, is not the accurate way of looking at it.
Sure.
But it is interesting because we talked to Rudyard not that long ago, and Rudyard had kind of the exact opposite take. It's true if you look at the polling right now that yes, young women are, becoming more to the left and young men are becoming more to the right. That's definitely true. But Elijah's kind of saying he thinks it's intrinsic. And I think there's something there, and I'll come back to that in a second. But it was interesting because Rudyard said that, he believes that women basically follow along the same logic, that women looking for safety eventually are following whatever trend they think has the power or whatever is popular, as opposed to just being naturally, quote, left wing. And he kind of brought up examples about how, in time periods where society was dominated by social conservatism, the women were like the most socially conservative. The women are the people in the churches. They're the ones kind of really pushing this stuff.
Yeah, that's super interesting perspective.
So yeah, I don't.
So you're saying they're flip-floppers?
Well, they could be. I mean, that's what Rudyard's point is, that they basically just go with the powers. I think I don't know enough about that to agree or disagree with that. I think there could be truth to that. I think there could be truth to the idea that men biologically, I believe, are able to sort themselves into hierarchies easier than women are when they've done studies. Like, men will fight each other and then they'll kind of establish like what the hierarchy in the group is, and then they'll be jockeying for positions, but they're kind of more comfortable in that hierarchy. Where women, I believe, kind of tend towards more egalitarian hierarchical structure, a more flat hierarchy in terms of how they interact with each other. Like there could be a clear matriarch, but then like after that, there's not necessarily a clear like line, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, obviously conservatives are more respectful of hierarchy than leftists who don't have any respect for hierarchy.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So on that idea, it could make sense that women would be more predisposed to what we consider now like the left, which the left is generally more the flattening hierarchy. So that would make sense to that extent, right?
Right.
So
it bugs me always on the emotion thing because human beings are emotional. And the idea, look, men are trained by society to suppress their emotions, to not be driven by their emotions, because male emotions can be dangerous.
Right.
This is why a lot of leftists will talk about, oh, we want to see men who can cry, who can really show their emotions. But I think intuitively, intuitively, I think people understand men who can't control their emotions are dangerous to be around. They are. Sure. So they may say they want this, but then I think when they actually see that kind of expression, they're like, oh my God, this guy is out of control. He could hurt me. It's like, yeah. So look, that's why as a society, we do expect men to be more in control of their emotions than women, because men's emotions often result in physical violence. It's just pragmatism. So
right. No, that's a great point. That is
well,
true.
and then people say, oh, look, obviously women are more emotional. Well, I mean, men should control I do think they are just as emotional as women, but I do think they exercise some level of control. But the idea that they just don't experience those emotions, that's not true.
Well, women are higher in neuroticism than men, obviously, but that's different.
Right.
So Lord Moop for 20 pounds. Thanks so much. Says it's not bizarre if you hold whites to a higher standard, not that I would. Yeah, it is weird that I feel like both the kind of extremes on left and right, they all hold white people up to a higher standard and come to different conclusions, right? So you have kind of like the bigotry of low expectations on like the left, where they're like, oh, on the far left, where they're kind of like, oh, you can't hold non-white people up to some standard of behavior. And then the right's kind of just like the far right, I should say, or the dissident right, probably be the more accurate, way. The racist real crowd is kind of like the opposite, where they're like, well, whites are a higher standard, so that's why we got to like, segregate whites from non-white people.
Is not liberal. It is fundamentalist.
They don't care. They're not thinking about the logic.
Right. So the point is,
they don't care about that.
It's one thing to lead to move towards like. So you're not saying liberal. You're saying like
they're female. These are they're doing like circular like dances.
You're not talking about liberalism. You're talking about like American Democrat political faction.
They're focusing on who trends down
today.
No. Like we had this discussion with Connor Tomlinson about like actual liberalism. There's post-liberals and the idea of like what a liberal society does. This is not liberal. They're trending leftist, which is generic cultism, but wearing hijab and demanding that males enter your spaces is fundamentalist religious. It's not liberal.
Yeah, but it is liberalism today because
well, first of all, let me just say, base Tim here for defending liberalism.
Okay? Yeah, totally.
Good on Tim for doing it. Good job. I love it.
Liberalism
he's using the philosophical definition of liberalism as just an aim at maximizing individual freedom or individual rights.
The ideology of liberalism, yes, right? Which now,
philosophy
by the way,
sounds better. Ideology sounds like we're in a cult.
I guess that's true. Which, by the way, and I don't remember exactly how much Elijah goes into here. Elijah does not. I believe he's classifies himself as a dissident right person. He does not. He's post-liberal. He does not agree with liberalism at all. He doesn't like liberalism.
Right. He wants to limit individual freedom.
Right. He said on Twitter that liberalism is cancer, and he was referring to specifically. He wasn't referring to like conflating it with like Democrats. No. He meant specifically. This was in relation to when Sargon and James Lindsay were arguing about like liberalism leading to wokeism and Marxism. And he was saying Elijah was on the side that liberalism is bad and is cancerous. So
yeah, I think liberalism as a philosophy aims to maximize individual rights and freedom. And I do think when liberalism goes too far is when it maximizes individual wants and desires above the safety and security of society as a whole, which sometimes they do, obviously. So,
right.
And conservatism is about conserving the ideas and institutions that make society strong and thrive over time. Yeah. So those two are kind of yin and yang the way that I look at them, but a lot of people see them as oppositional. And I think conservatism goes too far when it basically says, change is bad. Any change is going to destroy society, and they overlook opportunities where maximizing individual freedom might lead to more prosperity. Obviously, like the biggest example is, the Civil War, freeing the slaves. Obviously, slavery was not an economic boon for society. It was holding society back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true.
People work harder, obviously, when they're working for themselves.
There was, that's true. But I want to read this. I want to read his specific tweet on this because it is relevant. There's like this really weird conversation happening online now, which I guess is beneficial, which I think Elijah kind of plays into. So this is in relation to, when James Lindsay blocked Carl on Twitter.
I do remember. Look, he came on our stream and we talked to him about it.
Which I don't support James Lindsay blocking Carl or anything, even though we disagree completely with Carl's position on the matter.
Of course, yeah, we argued with him for a long time.
Right. So Elijah said, James is a very nice gentleman in real life, but I've never understood why people buy into this, quote, Marxism boomer bait, touted by these guys propped up on the right wing. The Overton window is shifting, liberalism is cancer, and these atheists trying to preserve it are hurting our cause. So there's like this weird movement that's going on right now on the right. Well, I mean, I guess it's probably been going on for a while, but it's kind of becoming more prominent right now, where the people that are in the like very Christian nationalism camp or the kind of race is real camp are really kind of trying to push back on the fact that wokeism and what we're seeing right now is all rooted in Marxism. They don't want that connection there. They just want to say, they want to make it like a religious thing or a white thing, because I'm guessing they feel like by labeling it Marxism, they're creating a gatekeeping mechanism that kind of prevents people from falling to their more extreme ideological positions, essentially.
More dissonant right positions?
Yes. Like they want
Lindsay is definitely blocking that.
He is, right. And but it's interesting that they're not only they see James Lindsay blocking that, but they see just like equating it with Marxism itself, which is like factually true. They see that as actually blocking people off from joining the race is real crowd or the Christian nationalism crowd.
Because it's the opposite side of the Marxist coin?
Well, no, because it allows people. Illiberal? No, because it like essentially. So the racist real crowd and the Christian nationalism crowd, first of all, they hate liberalism. They're all anti-liberal.
Of course, but they also hate commies.
Sure, right. But they basically see it as, okay, they see it as, the reason it's a gatekeeping mechanism is that there'll be a lot of like young white men out there. And they'll say, oh, these people hate my guts. How do I react to this? How do we fight back against this? And they have a couple of options. And by adopting the anti-Marxism option, you're basically sucking up people. This is how I think they view it. You're basically sucking up people from falling into the race is real camp or the Christian nationalism camp by allowing them to join the anti-Marxism camp.
Right.
It's like stealing the energy. And it would even give the mainstream right the excuse to go after the Marxism as opposed to doing what they want, which is to be, a Christian nationalist thing or a race realism thing.
Is the anti-Marxist tribe liberal or libertarian or ANCAP or, I mean, there's all these different areas that are for.
Well, so they're specifically talking about the right-wing anti-Marxism tribe, which is probably composed of mostly like normal conservatives.
Right.
So conservatives and Republicans that still believe in the ideology or the philosophy of liberalism, and they're not willing to go to the race realism, Christian nationalism camp.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of conservatives are protecting Enlightenment values. And I hear a lot of them are against Enlightenment values. So
but they're not conservative. Well, I guess, we all get into this fight about what conservatives means, because they say that like there are people that are conservative who, when they say conservative, they mean the philosophy of conservatism that is actually anti-liberal. That's like the post-liberal conservative philosophy.
I mean, I conceptualize it, like I said, conservatism is about conserving the ideas and institutions that make society thrive. And then obviously the conversation runs into, well, what ideas and institutions are those, right?
Right.
And, some conservatives understand that individual freedom is important. So they look at those institutions and say that's good, but some people look at those institutions and say they've gone too far. They're allowing people to transition. They don't like that. So they're saying, look, that's clearly gone too far.
Right. No, but part of why it's so annoying that all these labels get conflated and mixed together is because there is a movement, I think it's, reasonably small compared to everyone else, of, the conservative philosophy who, when they say conservative, they mean, conserving, going back to the time before liberalism ruined everything, essentially.
Right.
So
yeah, they have a list of grievances.
Right. So, and I even saw, I don't know how to say his name, Oren McEntry. He's kind of always in this camp, and he's one of these people trying to push against the neo-Marxist thing too, trying to make it more about white stuff, which obviously these people are using this ideology to cultivate anti-white racism. That's 100% true. 100% needs to be called out. But it's the Marxist framework that essentially allows them to do it and allows our society to turn a blind eye to it. And if you remove that for your own political purposes, just because you want people to become race realists or whatever, or Christian nationalism, I mean, not only do I disagree with those philosophies, but it is just vehemently, rapidly dishonest.
Yeah. So, manipulative.
It is manipulative, yeah.
Males enter your spaces is fundamentalist, religious. It's not liberal.
Yeah, but it is liberalism today, because liberalism is detaching away from the norm into individualism. And we've seen this with Christianity. People just wear Christianity like they wear crosses, or they use their churches as activism centers, especially in black churches. They become activism centers for BLM. So it makes...
See, he uses my framing perfectly. He's the beef is with rampant individualism.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's weird because he's somehow in this, because he doesn't like liberalism, he doesn't like individualism, he's somehow equating it with a highly collectivist movement, which is the woke movement, which is entirely rooted in collectivism, not, remotely rooted in individualism. Because the whole...
See, look, I hate calling it collectivist because I do think there are... collectivists, I think, should be left for as an economic term, because I do think socially you need some level of solving the collective action.
Right.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is, so under the individualist perspective, this is why what Elijah's saying is completely wrong. Okay, under the individualist perspective, which we used to operate under, you couldn't say oh, you're a white man, and so therefore you share the guilt and burden of your ancestors or all white people in society, right?
That is collective. Yeah, you can use the collectivist label there.
Right, but that's exactly how all of the woke movement works. It says you are a white man, you share the collective burden and guilt of all white people. And they say the same things like, oh, you're a black man, you share the collective oppression of all black people, so you're granted special privileges. The entire woke movement is so rooted in collectivist thinking and is so anti-individualism, it's frankly ridiculous, I think, for Elijah to try to point the finger at individualism here as somehow being the culprit.
Yeah, true.
People just wear Christianity like they wear crosses, or they use their churches as activism centers, especially in black churches. They become activism centers for BLM. So it makes sense that Islam would not take on its rudimentary dogma, and that you would end up taking it on in this emotional sense.
But it's not liberalism.
But this is the result of liberalism. This is what happens when a nation. This is what happened. Liberalism won against fascism, and now we fought against communism in the Cold War. Liberalism dominates the global spectrum today. All we have today are pretty much liberal countries, to an extent, minus a few that are out there in Africa and North Korea, etc. But it's this is what liberalism does. It detaches the individual from a group collective and gives them the right to self-interpretation.
And so now these women...
Yeah, but, okay, this is... No. The women are not wearing, the hijabs because they're detaching it, from the collectivist understanding of what it means, okay? They're doing it because they're literally engaged in a collective. They're removing their individual identity by covering their faces. and they're becoming part of a mob mentality. It's just like the most collectivist action ever. They're just not associating it with the fundamentalist right wing because they're viewing it through the Marxian lens of oppressed versus oppressor. And here in America, and thus they kind of project everywhere else in the world, Muslims are a minority. So therefore they must be oppressed, and there must be, Islamophobia in this country. So there must be, everywhere else in the world. It's all of like an incredibly collectivist framework that they're viewing all of this stuff.
It is. This is super fascinating. I'm glad we're watching it because it's interesting the way he spins it as individualist, just because he doesn't like individualism. Yeah, so he's like, this has to be individualist because it's bad. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, it's weird too because he talks about like churches becoming social movements and BLM. Like BLM is like a highly collectivist movement. It was a super collectivist movement. It was saying like, oh, listen, like this one black guy, died. George Floyd died, so therefore it must be a reflection of all black men everywhere, all black people everywhere, right?
Well, this is my problem with the collectivist label, and you're exactly right that it used to only be an economic label, and it kind of has been hijacked for this race stuff. And this is why James Lindsay obviously called his book Race Marxism, because they're using all of that same economic cognitive architecture to map onto race and form a collectivist lens around race. The reason why the term is just tricky is because, like I said, conservatism is a philosophy about preserving the ideas and institutions that allow society to cohere. There is a collective action problem with society, and at some level, individualism can go too far, and society can come apart.
Oh, so, of course. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. No, so, and I want to be clear, everything, as much as everyone hates it, everything in life does seem to revolve around a golden mean. Okay.
Of course.
You do need a balance of individualism and collectivism, and it's impossible to have a society without it, obviously.
But why do we have to call it collectivism? Can't we just make collectivism the bad guy and find some other name
if you want to create
social cohesion, maybe?
Okay,
I don't know.
Sure. If you want to create like a good word for like the good version of collectivism and a bad word for the bad one, just to make it more manipulative.
Look, he's persuasive. Talking. Oh, come on. Yeah, persuasive sounds better than manipulative. I'll take persuasive.
Right.
I do think religion has this ability to solve the collective action problem where people aren't, being forced to work together. They're working together voluntarily. Now, obviously that can get out of control and people can do horrible things. Like the whole mob mentality that we're talking about is people kind of dipping into that going too far and making other people's lives miserable. This whole Palestinian activism protest thing is kind of trending in that direction. So I do think it can go too far, but you have to keep an eye on the collective action problem. Well, conservatives generally do keep an eye on that collective action problem. They just don't call it collectivism. And when you do call it collectivism, they get super pissed. So
I think a good form, if we want to create some social cohesion, we want to create some word for it, fine. I think the good forms of collectivism seem to be revolving around a shared national identity, right?
Of course.
Shared American identity. It could be, obviously a family identity. You identify with your family. It could be about your church or your temple.
Identity.
Yeah, religious identity, wherever you go. It could be even if you're working at a company or in a group of people and you're working together towards a shared common goal. These are good forms, I believe, of sort of like collectivism, if you want to call it that.
But we wouldn't call them that.
I know. But the bad form, the gross form of collectivism is when generally you as an individual start to get blamed for actions that you didn't personally do because you share some sort of attribute with the person that did them, right?
Yep, collective punishment. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Or the opposite. You start to take credit for things that you didn't do because someone who shares your skin color or your religion or whatever did them, in the past. So
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Are veering towards
they're retarded. They don't realize
Islam
what they're doing. Yeah.
And fundamentalism and Sharia.
They have they're
They don't know they're doing
completely
that, though.
unaware that Muslim countries are fundamentally illiberal. They have no idea. And also, what is like the Muslim population in this country? Like 1%? They don't live around Muslims. They have no idea what is it like. They don't know anything about their religion.
And
or
this trends
beliefs.
more towards heavy Marxist indoctrination, meaning that a lot of the posts that I saw them reading about it were talking nothing about what they're wearing or what their beliefs are, whether they are Muslim or not. But what they're talking about is they refer to Israel as a settler colonial nation. And so they're focused on that. They're not focused on how it's interpreted here. They're focused on how it's interpreted over there.
What I'm
Look at that guy. So correct. So wonderful. Thank you.
Nice.
saying is, whether intentionally or otherwise, we are seeing consistently millennial and Gen Z women push towards patriarchal fundamentalist control systems.
Because it's not Christian patriarchy.
Well, regardless, it was wild to see a bunch of these women at Columbia putting on hijab. And I'm like, the women in Iran are ripping them off and facing the death penalty for doing this. And you're here putting them all on and then pretending to pray. It's wild.
It makes no more sense than supporting Queers for Palestine.
It was crazy when...
It makes sense if you're trying to protect your identity, though. I just think that's the only thing that matters here.
Yeah, no, it makes sense if you're trying to protect your identity, and it makes sense when, as Brett said, and I think as he says after this again, they're viewing it through the lens of oppressors from an American perspective. So they view, that's all they view it through, that lens. They just view the Palestinians as, innocent, oppressed people by the evil Israeli fascist. And it is interesting because I don't actually know how stupid, some of the protesters are, some of the kids are. How much do they know about, Palestine in terms of what, that these are very socially, quote, right-wing institutions like Hamas. And even, I guess, even if they're confronted with that, because the argument that I hear from Hassan and all these people, and they take kind of marching orders from all these Twitch streamers, is that, well, they're only that way because it's Israel's fault. Israel's behind everything. Israel controls everything. Israel made them all follow Hamas. Israel got rid of all the, the peaceful left-wing groups that didn't exist, right?
Yeah. So. These are those low information voters I keep hearing about.
Yeah.
Alex Stein went and started asking people, and they genuinely do not know. They really don't seem to know that, for instance, in Gaza, if it is a crime to be gay, it's 10 years in prison if you're gay. If they catch you doing some kind of gay act. And there are many instances where Palestinians from either Gaza or the West Bank sought refuge in Israel and were granted refuge. But they genuinely don't know any of this. That's why I refer to, when people talk about wokeness and they try and say that it's like postmodernist and communist, that's all wrong. Wokeness is literally just an amorphous blob of cult-like adherence to group social norms. That's it. There's nothing there. That's why you've got women at Columbia wearing hijab now and complaining about patriarchy at the same time.
It's just rigid leftism without any thought to how far down the road until your ideas...
It's not leftism, though. Yeah. Like, we colloquially will refer to them as leftists, but I'm saying woke is nothing. An example, it's not leftist in ideology to fund war in Ukraine, right? That makes no sense. Islam is not like on the left. I'm talking about actual left philosophy and economic or cultural. Islam is fundamentalist, traditionalist, is nowhere near what the left ever espoused, showing that the woke don't actually adhere to anything. It's just a cult.
But because it's not...
Is supporting Ukraine leftist? I mean, you are, if you think of it as oppress or oppress, where Russia is literally oppressing the Ukrainian people.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, no, Tim is wrong about this. And I'm like, he's off on this. I don't know why he's off on this. What's leading him down this pathway? Because, yeah, this is what you're seeing is leftism. It is looking at everything through the oppressor-oppressed lens. They're viewing the Palestinians as the oppressed. Now, with Ukraine, it gets kind of interesting because some of them do see the Ukrainians as oppressed, which makes sense for them to view that. They're literally being invaded by Russia, right? But it conflicts with the America bad energy that is kind of mobilizing a lot of the leftists. And so they're like, okay, like the Ukrainians are oppressed, but I hate America's guts and America's supporting Ukraine. So wait, maybe I shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. And I think that's kind of the problem when you look at like these movements and you try to, and I understand that for the sake of conversations, we do it too. You kind of make these broad prescriptions, but each individual person, even if they follow a movement, they're kind of following it for various reasons. So there could be some people that are mostly animated by the American bad, anger. Mm-hmm. And there could be some people that are more motivated by the, like, I have to help the oppressed people energy. And I think that's going to lead you down two different pathways when it comes to some of these issues.
Yeah, a lot of them do the switcheroo. They're like, it's not Russia's fault, it's America's fault. Russia wanted to make peace and America stood in, and we're the ones oppressing the Ukrainian people. So they're on Ukraine's side, but it's our fault.
Right. And that's kind of like the Hassan position is like, oh, it is awful what Russia is doing, but it's still America's fault. Yeah.
Right. Yes. So they're still looking at it through the woke oppressor-oppressed lens.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting.
The majority in this country, then it's perceived as a leftist idea because, again, it goes back to the idea of being an oppressed class. And here in America, since we are still a majority Christian country, they fall under that line. If the demographics shift entirely farther and then we become...
Except... funding the war in Ukraine, which many of these people overwhelmingly support, is the establishment dominant majority position of the power structure of this country.
But what you're saying is the obvious. Look, there's a lot of things masked here, and we have to understand. I feel like it's disingenuous even to describe the protests as pro-Hamas or leftist. Like the amalgamation of people that show up at these things, and you've been to these things, maybe you guys have too. You know that there's a lot of groups that show up, especially as they gain momentum and get television, interest. So you'll always have initial people who might be protesting, let's say, to bring light to the Palestinians, who are being killed in atrocious war crime numbers by the state of Israel right now under Netanyahu's government. And it's atrocious. And the U.S. is partially funding that. And those people are very serious about what they're protesting for. And the right now calls them pro-Hamas protesters to discredit them and to try to take light off the IDF, to try to take pressure off of Netanyahu, and to try to push this sort of pro-Israel. Well, not all of them. So there's some people...
The protests.
Well, I'm saying, I'll get to the pro-Hamas.
Hey, this is so funny. I love this. So this is so funny to me. But I'm not even, before we get into like the fact claims of any of this stuff, because obviously I agree. I don't think everyone is pro-Hamas, in these protests. There's some people. I don't know what the actual breakdown is. But it's interesting because there are a lot of people, I think most people on the right in America are anti the college protest because either they're more supportive of Israel, they view Hamas, or they view the Palestinians as being closer to the threat of barbarism. And as we talked about last week, the right is generally more, more sensitive to threats of barbarism, and the left kind of ignores threats of barbarism and is more sensitive to threats of authoritarianism.
Well, that goes back to the society falling apart thing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so, but also I think a lot of why the right is very down on student protests is just because they're tired of, they don't like wokeness. And it's very obvious that these protests are being energized by wokeness. It's very obvious. And so reflexively, the right doesn't like them because they don't like wokeness. Number two, it's also, they're just happy that they get to finally hit the left with the bigotry stick. Okay. The left has been hitting the right with the bigotry stick for like 8 years. I mean, they've been hitting for longer, but they've been really hitting him for the bigotry stick for 8 years, very hard. And now the right's like, finally, it's our turn to take the bigotry stick and just beat the crap out of the left.
Yeah, it's great.
With the bigotry stick. But so I think that's why most of the people on the right are kind of anti the protesters. But it's funny because then you have like the dissident right who sort of falls into, they don't really know how to interact, with the protest, because on one hand, they don't really like wokeness either. They don't like these kids either. But some of them really just don't like Israel. They really don't like Jewish people. Oh, so it's like this kind of like, well, what do? I don't know who to support in the situation.
They're super conflicted.
It is. I love it. It's so funny.
There are people, you can interview some protesters who do actually say that they think, and I've heard them talk about that they're, freedom fighters, and what they did on October 7th was a good thing.
The organizers and the people speaking at these protests.
Well, I'm talking about two different types of movements that are going on in the U.S. Some of what you're seeing on TV is mostly campus-based protesting, which of course is going to be the version, the anti-colonial, October 7th. They don't care about Hamas. They're not actually pro-Hamas. They're anti-colonial. They're pro-oppressed. And they care about who's being oppressed. And we know, and you guys have talked about on the show, that comes out from decades of anti-white, anti-colonial rhetoric that has been taught on campuses. And they're seen as a modern colonial state. They did this, the same thing with South Africa in the 90s. The same thing, we saw this with Rhodesia. They do this with this idea of there's another, and we need to...
So it's weird, because I was like, I think he's completely correct with like the colonialism looking through Palestine through that lens. I don't know why he threw South Africa in there. That literally was like a situation where there was colonialism, unlike Israel. I don't know. It's really weird for them to just throw that in there, but okay.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the South African situation. So
they literally had an apartheid state, unlike in Israel, where they said, black people can't have equal rights. So.
Oh, wow. All right.
So.
To take it down, and there's an issue. So they see Israel as that vassal state. I wouldn't say they're pro-Hamas. I would say that group that is coming out pro-Hamas are the leftists in the group. They are the ones that they're not woke, but they're the ones, they're communist Bolshevik type people who just want to take advantage of a situation. But they're being used to discredit the real protesters, people who have family over there, people who've lived over there, who realize the reason why Egypt partially doesn't take them in, not just because of their history, is because they're receiving the same aid from the United States to not take them in. Saudi Arabia is receiving the aid too. So it's like, I feel like it's disingenuous on both sides because the leftists hijacked this again. It's the same bullshit that we've seen in BLM or anything. Occupy was getting co-opted too. Any real movement...
And they stand side by side with them.
Well, they don't... A lot of these people are ignorant and they don't know what's going on.
They call it diversity of tactics. When you let someone stand up on your soapbox and speak, when you invite them to speak, and they're pro-Hamas, they're pro-Hamas. That's not to say that they're not pro other things or anti other things, but quite literally, one of the first protests they had was like a couple days after October 7th in New York, in Times Square. They stood up and said, "Our freedom fighters fired rockets," and the whole crowd erupts in celebration. There's numerous protests held by many of the same people, organized by the same people. If you go out and stand with them and clap and cheer for them or work with them, you're part of a pro-Hamas protest. This is the problem I have with.
So, okay, we watched one of these videos. It was like a few weeks ago, and it was a professor who still works. I don't remember if it was at Berkeley or one of your California schools, and it was like the couple of days after October 7th, came out and was defending, Hamas doing October 7th, and we watched this, and he still works at that college. So, they're definitely Tim is correct. There definitely were people that were engaged in that behavior. I don't think it's fair to say that like every one of these kids or at these protests, have some sort of pro-Hamasian knowledge in the back of their mind. I would wager that if you got into a discussion with them, they don't agree. They obviously don't agree. They're not second thought. They're not like, oh, we're going to cheer them on for killing people, killing innocent people, blah, blah, blah. I don't think the majority of them would agree with that. They would still probably blame Israel. They'd find some way to twist themselves in the pretzel to say it's still Israel's fault because the people, as we were talking about, bigotry of low expectations, they're not free will, blah, 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 blah. But they don't support the violent action, okay? And they have some sort of retardedly naive notion that Israel and Palestine should be shoved together into some sort of one-state magical liberal democracy that can never happen and neither side really wants, essentially. But I don't think they're pro like Hamas murdering people. Most of them. There's some, but I don't think it's the majority.
I don't know what the percentage is, but it breaks down along the lines of what people believe. Because a lot of people who do support the violence obviously believe that Gaza is an open air prison,
right,
that they're being subjected to daily indignancies, that Israel is killing Palestinian people indiscriminately, that they basically were a colonial power and took it over by force. They've raped and murdered a bunch of people in village. Like they have this whole narrative in their head that allows them to justify the violence of October 7th. So
Sure.
a lot of it comes down to what set of facts that they buy into.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, definitely. But you could buy in. I mean, people can buy into all those set of facts and still not be like, well, I don't support like killing, kidnapping, and raping, civilians, right?
Sure,
the average
but
person would support that.
We can argue on whether or not it's just a gut intuition or like they're going with what they want to believe over, like they're basically picking the facts that they believe to justify their desire of the violence that took place on October 7th. So
right,
the people who do support the violence on October 7th,
sure, no,
they believe that set of facts because it justifies that belief for them. Or
100%.
Yeah.
Right. And we've definitely seen videos, we cover videos where people were explicitly at these protests, explicitly anti-Jewish, not just anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, people that were explicitly pro-Hamas, that were saying, yay, Hamas, go blow up Tel Aviv, blah, blah, blah. There are definitely those people in these movements. Okay, I don't want to downplay that. Right. I'm just saying, I don't think it's fair without some strong evidence to be like, okay, the majority of these people are all just pro-Hamas. I would be pretty surprised if that was the case. I would need some good evidence for that to be shown out. I think what happens with most of these people is that they're against the violence that Hamas did, but they still say it's Israel's fault, right? That's their out. Like, yeah, I don't support Hamas, but it's all Israel's fault anyway, right?
I honestly don't know, and I think I would have to be embedded in that
That's
group,
fair.
in that culture, because I don't know what these people are saying to each other.
Right.
I mean, they do. When I hear them talking about Israel and what Israel has done, I mean, the narrative is just, I mean, it's completely stacked against Israel. Like, Israel is made out to be a monster. And if Israel is made out to be a monster, and that's just common knowledge among that group, like they think about that uncritically, then I think it could be that like 90% of them are Hamas supporters.
Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point, and it's part of why it was annoying to me anyway, that they very quickly were like, don't talk to any reporters.
Yeah, because they're Hamas supporters.
Exactly. Well, yeah, because they're going to say dumb shit. And because it's like, you can't really, it does make it very difficult to get sort of a temperature. Like, what do these fucking people
I have no idea.
So,
look,
that's fair. Yeah.
I mean, I support, sometimes it depends upon the situation, obviously. I mean, I believe in capital punishment. So, I mean, if someone wrongs someone, badly enough or goes after their family, I'm like, yeah, hang them high.
Right. But but they would be supporting basically capital collective punishment, right? If you support Hamas.
Oh, look, of course. Yeah, which is obviously bad, but people do reflexively buy into that depending upon the narrative that you structure around it. I mean, this is how you get that narrative going, right?
Right.
And it's usually based on negative stereotypes, all the stuff that we talk about on the show, are bad for society, right?
Yeah, no, I should amend my previous position. My gut, my elephant, my intuition is that I'd be more inclined to believe the majority of people are not pro-Hamas, but I don't really know. And I don't think anyone really knows.
You're basing, and the point that I'm trying to make is it's easy to do that based on, look, none of us really accept violence. Like we both.
That's not what I'm basing it on. Just I've gone through a lot of footage.
Oh, okay.
I've gone through a lot.
That's more than me.
Yeah, and just what the people are saying, the way that things are being couched. Because like to me, I don't know, and it's hard to clearly, like, it'd take me hours to make a whole video on this. But I've been listening to a lot of the protest footage, and it's like you can see the people that are kind of more radical, and they kind of hide their language.
Pushing everybody. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're like, well, they hide their language because they don't want to get out the media. They hide their language because the people in the crowd don't necessarily like agree with the most extreme elements. It's not exactly clear what everyone's doing and how everyone's being motivated in these sorts of conversations. But
I think most people are not categorically against violence because they think like at some point justice needs to be dealt. And
I don't think most people are pacifists. I agree with that. Sure.
Yeah. So the people who do buy into what Hamas did on October 7th, they're seeing that as justice.
Right.
So they're in favor of that violence, which is horrible, obviously, but
maybe it's not fair of me to say this, but I would intuit, I think that if the majority of the people in these movements were more pro-Hamas, that they themselves would have been more violent in their on-campus protest.
Oh,
maybe
really?
more militant. Okay. I would think so. That could be wrong. It'd just be my intuition. But they've been so like kind of weak and pathetic. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it, but that could just be my own bias. Jay, thanks so much for the $20. Says Elijah's take on liberalism is like Sargon's, but with 30 fewer IQ points that has been redistributed into the JQ.
Oh, wow.
That's
Shots
pretty funny.
Fired.
And Jay, for another $20, says everyone needs to stop looking at this from the majority and minority perspective. It's about who they view to hold power. White supremacy and Christianity will forever be the boogeyman due to this, regardless of demographics. Not forever, but like unless there's some massive paradigm shift, then yeah, I do agree with that. It's not the majority and minority. It's oppressor versus oppressee. Who has the power? That is true.
Yep.
With how the left plays games, and especially when it comes to like a lot of social issues and moral issues in the United States, is that people are unwilling to just call them what they are or admit their position. I'll give you a good example, and it's the abortion debate we had earlier today. Pro-lifers are terrified. Not all of them. Many of them have no problem admitting what they think, and I respect it. But many of them, we had one guy on the show, and I said, do you think abortion is murder? And he goes, well, I don't think that's helpful. And I'm like, yes or no? What are your positions? There is this concern of calling them what they are. They're pro-Hamas. That is not to disparage them. It's to state a fact so we understand what they're doing. When they post photos of paragliders, BLM does, when they come up on the microphone and say resistance, when there's a man in the street interview where one woman says, we're trying to raise money for Hamas, Palestine, they say when Hassan Piker, who was, I don't know where he is now, the largest leftist streamer, says outright, well, babies are settlers. But some babies are settlers. Like, we know exactly what they're saying, and I don't see what the problem is in just being like, yeah, that's what they think.
You know,
do you remember the, oh my God, do you remember that clip?
Baby settler? Of course. How could I forget that?
That was a great, we watched that whole conversation.
Hamas Piker cringe.
Yeah. That was the conversation with that was like was that the last conversation?
Ethan.
One of the last conversations between Hassan
Leftovers.
and Ethan. Yeah, that led to them splitting apart. And Ethan, bless his heart, had brought up the insane Second Thought clip of Second Thought saying that there's no civilians, they're all like settlers, even babies. And it was so weird because like Hassan does this thing where he sort of in the conversation, he agrees that they're baby settlers, but then is basically forced after Ethan keeps prodding Hassan like, yeah, but that's gross. Like he has to say it like 5 times, and finally Hassan's like, yeah, I don't agree with that. That's horrible. Like, and he kind of funny because he's so like, he literally gives a big sigh. He's like, ugh. Yeah, that's horrible. Like, it's like he's in pain to admit that what Second Thought said is so bad when it's so obvious. And I'm skeptical. I think Hassan is sort of hiding his power level, leaks out, but then he kind of walks it back because he knows he'll be too devastated by it. I think he's doing it. I think he's totally grifting. He's totally hiding his power level for financial gain because he still like very, very vehemently supports Second Thought. He still shouts his channel out by name whenever he's asked like, oh, what channels do you like? You recommend? Which is pretty wild to me. So, because they're one of the few YouTubers on the left that was just so explicitly, openly Hamas. Like some of the people, they kind of like, they hide it, like you can kind of tell, but the Second Thought people are just very explicit about it and very explicit about supporting the October 7th actions. I don't believe I've ever seen a statement where they've ever changed their mind on that.
Yeah, I don't know the situation. He definitely he's very close with Second Thought. He's probably trying to get a boardroom position on his dad's company or something.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, I do think Hassan is hiding his power level about the Hamas stuff. Because he was another one, like right after October 7th, his response was like, oh, there's no perfect. He's like, yeah, it's bad, but there's no perfect victim, and he and we covered that video. He went on this whole like well, in South Africa, they had to use violence to, to push off the chains of their oppressors. And you're like, what the fuck, Hassan? Like, this is like disgusting.
What do you mean by hiding his power level? I've only heard that in the context of white nationalists hiding their
it just means hiding your extreme views.
Okay.
That's all it means. I think Hassan doesn't really have an actual problem with October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
This would be my speculation. I think he doesn't really have a problem with it, or he kind of hand waves it away as not a big deal, as people just fighting off their oppressors, but he knows he can't say that directly. So he uses all this kind of like roundabout messaging to sort of signal that without directly saying it the way that Second Thought directly said it.
He is a collectivist, and he does buy into the whole Israel is a monster narrative. So
right,
makes perfect sense that he was totally fine with all that, but he knows, look, he doesn't want to get deplatformed over this shit.
Or, I mean, it's another thing too, Hassan is terrified of his own audience. So even if he did, like, hypothetically, really was anti-Hamas, I don't think he's brave enough to come out and say it because he's afraid his own audience would turn on him, which is pretty disgusting.
Oh, yeah, that's the grifting aspect of it.
Yeah.
You can criticize Israel and say...
think the context... So this is where I see to be the main issue. And this is, as somebody who I would say I don't support either side, I'll just clarify that. I support American interests and American values, and I don't think supporting either side is America's interest or is a part of our values or our requirement to police either side. But I would like to say this.
No one who says they don't like the philosophy of liberalism supports American values, because it's the foundation that our country is built upon, is liberalism. So...
Individual rights?
Yes.
Are you saying that's why the first 10 amendments of the Constitution are all about individual rights?
Maybe. And it was funny too, because in that very long Twitter space conversation that Destiny has with Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes, in that conversation, Nick says what he said other places, but he always does this thing where he retreats until you really press him, where he says that he thinks America sucks. He thinks Americanism sucks as a philosophy. He doesn't agree with liberalism, and he doesn't support democracy, and he wants to live in some sort of theocracy, and he doesn't care if the founding fathers didn't want any of that stuff. And I just think it's so ironic and hilarious that Nick Fuentes, who's basically branded his entire channel as America First, doesn't actually like America, doesn't like American ideology, doesn't like Americanism. And, he wants some kind of theocracy that was completely the antithesis of everything America stood for from the beginning.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, there are places in the world that are far more racist than America. I mean...
Sure, of course.
Why most places move to Russia? Why does he just move to Russia?
That's a good question.
When they're pro-Hamas, what they're doing is they're starting with a disingenuous set of guidelines because they're trying to make it seem like this conflict started on October 7th. Objectively, since October 7th, IDF have committed more war crimes, killed more innocent people, and are the bigger terrorists. I'll just say that. IDF,
like how? What way?
The amount, 30,000 civilians bombing to get Hamas, the civilian casualty rate, the fact that Netanyahu says...
Look, does this mean we get to say Jank is down with the JQ? Because he's saying everything Jank was saying in that other video we watched. Right? Look, he literally called the IDF terrorists. That's what Jank was trying to get everyone to say, remember? Call them terrorists. Look, he agrees with Cornel West here.
I love how it is hilarious to see Elijah, who's obviously, dissident right, to kind of adopt all the left-wing talking points because he hates Israel so much. It's hilarious.
Yeah, look at this. We need so Cornel West side by side.
There you go.
Say it. Say that Israel are terrorists. Getting all pissed off, and then Elijah just comes out and says, the IDF are terrorists. That'd be a good
Thank you, my brother.
He's going to go into Rafah. Okay, you can say Al Jazeera, these are not reliable sources. Let's take down half that, a third that. Still, 10,000 civilians. They've killed more civilians. We can see by the apartment buildings they flattened, by the bodies on Twitter. They've killed thousands. Let's take down 30,000. My point is I'm not coming and attacking Israel and defending Hamas. I'm not coming and attacking Hamas and defending Israel. I'm looking at this as an American.
You are.
No, I'm looking at this as American, and I'll attack both and just say, hey, clearly these sides have a blood feud that goes back very long. It's religious. It's also ethnic. There are serious issues. As an American, a traditionally imperialist empire, in the end, like with Andrew Jackson, the land belongs to those who can conquer it. So whether it's good or bad, you can debate that in war ethics or in war court. Those who conquer the land, it just belongs to them in the moment because they conquered it, whether they did it through a just mean or an unjust mean. So in the end, if Israel wants to take the land, they will, and with the U.S. backing, it'll probably happen. But by saying they're pro-Hamas, they're trying to get in their mind that there wasn't people there before the modern state of Israel, that there wasn't land grabs, that there wasn't this whole change of the guard.
You're absolutely biased on this. 100%.
No, I'm literally saying they try.
Hey, you like that?
Thank you, Tim.
Just a little biased, right?
I love it.
Try to make history start. It's like the people who talk about the Holocaust with World War II. You have to look at life through a larger
You're taking
and a longer scale.
Huge leap here.
No, I'm saying you can't just start on October 7th.
And
you have to go. You have to look
start
at the
here
whole
with these
history.
protesters. They support Hamas.
Yeah, I said they're the leftists that support Hamas. Yes,
they are pro-Hamas. The protesters are pro-Hamas.
But the campus people mostly are, and I'm saying that's not to be confused. The reason why the focus is on them is because leftists are co-opting the real protests that have been going around, including in Australia.
Whenever someone says history didn't start with October 7th, it's like, oh my God, that's such a terrible talking point. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Because whenever you have a conversation, you have to start somewhere in the conversation. And usually it doesn't even make sense in the context. Because usually the conversation is like, well, you're talking about what Israel's doing, and you're saying, okay, well, Israel's engaged in military action, whether you agree or disagree with it, is obviously in direct response to October 7th. And they say, well, if you say history didn't start with October 7th, sort of built into that implication is like, well, are you justifying the action? Like, I don't understand what you're saying by that statement, right? Or, by saying that history didn't start with October 7th.
Yeah, you're justifying it.
But it sounds like. And then it's like, it's just annoying too, because then always people, they just want to start it from the set of facts or the set of dates that essentially makes their argument. Like, well, I want to start at this point in time. I want to start at this point in time. I want to talk about these set of facts. When in reality, it's just like the whole situation is such a clusterfuck of, violence and good and bad actions on both sides. That's why, they just throw your hands up in the air and you're like, I think you just got to pack it in, boys. I think you just lost the fight. Okay. I think it's just over. Right?
History didn't start with the Precambrian. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like, what?
Adam, I don't know if you know this, but history didn't start when the meteor came and killed the dinosaurs. Okay.
History didn't start with the Big Bang. Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. Okay, actually.
In every country, in the streets, in the tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people that are upset that the West is funding another forever war that is targeting civilians in another country, that they're upset about this.
Why is it that there is
the West is funding another forever war? I mean, does anyone think that this situation is going to be a forever war? I don't think the current military conflict in Israel and Gaza is going to go on forever. I don't think it like logistically could. Now there's going to be a conflict between them, but it's not going to be like this conflict where they're like bombing things. So
yeah, Israel has a big incentive to get things worked out relatively quickly here. We're not talking about a 20-year campaign.
No. Well, I mean, I don't think it could. I don't think it's logistically possible.
Yeah, obviously. So. They just need time to build a bunch of checkpoints.
Yeah, I am curious to see how it all turns out, because it is hard for me to imagine anything other than Israel basically taking over the region and occupying it. But I guess we'll see what happens. So
they are. Look, the forever war is going to be the activists in college campuses begging for divestment.
Right.
Huge overlap between the people who are angry about Israel and who support the funding of war in Ukraine.
That's a really good question. Are you talking about like the fact that leftists support Ukraine, but they also support Hamas?
The Democratic voters polled overwhelmingly side with the Palestinians in the conflict right now. And that's why Joe Biden is playing this weird game that he is. They also overwhelmingly want Ukraine to be funded, and they wave Ukrainian flags.
Because they think Ukraine's been invaded by an evil
Putin.
And that's fine. They are for intervention. They are for the military-industrial complex, and they are for war. And when the U.S. just invaded Gaza, they haven't said one thing about it.
I hate this argument. He constantly makes this argument too. It's like people support just wars and they reject wars of conquest. Like it's really that simple.
What they perceive are just wars, and what they perceive are wars of conquest, right?
Yeah, defensive wars. Look, people intuitively understand self-defense is justified violence.
Right.
And Tim just lumps self-defense in with war. He's like, that's war though. In another context, when we're actually talking about self-defense, he would never do that.
It is a super weird point. I don't know why, and you're right, he makes it constantly. I don't know why he's stuck on this. He has a whole theory, which he kind of lays out, which we're going to skip because it's very long and not really relevant to the topic, about like how, about like, everything in Ukraine is part of the Turkey Cutter pipeline and blah, 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 and all this other stuff. And like, okay, like from that perspective, that's what he believes. And obviously he sees the situation in Ukraine completely differently than the average person. But obviously the average voter, the average Democrat voter doesn't have that like worldview that Tim has. They just view it as Ukraine is minding its own business and then they're invaded by Russia, right? So it makes sense that they would support supporting Ukraine, where if that same Democrat voter views Israel as oppressing the Palestinians, or more likely, I think the case is that they just view that the collateral damage is too high. Because I think most people, they make just the calculation of like, well, 1,200 or 1,400 people got killed / kidnapped in October 7th. Israel has killed 33,000 people. The numbers are off, so therefore Israel should stop. Like I think that's kind of like the weird math a lot of people make in their head.
No, and it's very rational and reasonable.
I don't know if it's rational. It's intuitive. It's very intuitive.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's rational.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I know.
Well, because then you have to dive into like, is proportionality, is that like a just part of the conversation? So, but
depends how you define justice.
Right? Yeah, we don't want to go down that rabbit
hole.
Sure,
of course.
It's easier when you're just talking about defensive versus offensive, right? Obviously, Putin is the offensive party here. Ukraine is the defensive party, right?
Yes.
You can spin Israel, Gaza the same way. Obviously, Gaza through the
Israel
first punch,
attacked,
right? Yeah, exactly. So they're defending themselves, right?
Right. But then they go too far, right? That's what some people would say.
Of course, yeah. Right. Look, I think Ukraine could go too far and lose the American support as well. Like,
well, I don't think they logistically could. I mean, I guess if they like started supporting a bunch of like terrorist bombings.
Well, if they started kidnapping innocent Russians and torturing them on TV or something, people would be like, "Oh, well, maybe that's a little too far." Right?
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
A couple of them have, and I respect that.
How many days ago did this happen? The U.S.
They announced the invasion was going to take place months ago, and then
but when did it happen? When did the troops hit the ground?
They're building a pier off the shore in the territory in Gazan waters. The goal, and they're already.
So I've been flying for the last few days. I'm not up to date on this.
So the announcement was, I think, 2 months ago.
Okay.
Biden said we would build a pier off the coast of Gaza, and that we would use it to deliver humanitarian aid. That's meaningless jibber jabber. You build a massive beachhead for delivering supplies to be secured by the IDF with 1,000 U.S. troops armed that are currently taking mortar fire, and who Lloyd Austin said will return fire. The U.S. has invaded Gaza.
How do you feel about this claim?
It's kind of crazy because obviously the problem with delivering aid is that the aid is not getting to the Palestinian people. It's being hijacked by Hamas. The only way to make sure that the aid gets to the Palestinian people is to like physically give it to them and guard them from Hamas taking it away from them. So you need some sort of military presence there to make that happen. Otherwise, you're just going to keep funding the enemy. You're just going to keep resupplying the enemy.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. I think Tim's take here, I have literally no clue where he came up with this idea of framing it like the U.S. has invaded Gaza just because they're building this pier, which I don't know if it's changed, but I know at the time there were all these articles where they were very explicitly saying that the U.S., they didn't even want to have any U.S. soldiers like actually touch the land in Gaza. So it doesn't make sense to me to say it this way. The only thing I'd add to what you're saying is like, yes, they're trying to get aid into Palestine without Hamas stealing it. And another reason that they could be building this temporary pier is because they want to create, I think, that the U.S. wants to create an area where Palestinians could like exist in that would be safe.
Yeah,
that,
green zone.
Yeah, that Israel like wouldn't like attack, and they, they're not going to want to attack, this pier that the U.S. controls.
Well, that's a great point. Yeah.
Right. So I think that's what's going on here. I don't this concept of like, this is an invasion. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, like, this is part of the winning hearts and minds thing, obviously. If you're the one that's supplying them with resources and making sure that those resources are secure, like obviously they're going to be more, the local population is going to be more in league with the people who are protecting their security.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if this was a U.S. invasion, I don't know why they would have to build a pier. They could just go in through any pier U.S. controls. I mean, that Israel controls.
Look, if you're,
they could just go in through.
If you're on the pier, you're in international water. Okay, you're not in Gaza.
No. But I'm saying like if this, that's why I don't understand this. If the U.S. wanted to quote invade Gaza, they would just do it with Israel's. Like it'd be a joint team up with Israel. They don't need to build their own pier to do it. Like I don't understand the point.
Do you think the international community would accept that? Like a joint U.S.-Israel mission to invade Gaza? I
don't think so.
Sure. Yeah.
But building this pier wouldn't accomplish it either. That's why doesn't make sense to me.
Look, legalistically, isn't the pier like, oh, well, look, we're in international water. We're not in Gaza. Gaza's over there.
I understand, but it's not
100 yards away.
What I'm saying is that just doesn't make sense to me that they would build this pier just to use this as some sort of military jumping point to invade Gaza. I don't even know why. First of all, Biden, in no fucking world does Biden want to invade Gaza. I don't even understand why Tim's saying this. Biden is like the last person. If he invades Gaza, he knows he loses the election. Like, why would he even want to invade Gaza?
That's ridiculous.
And Tim just brought that up. He said most Democrats don't even support the action. Well, so why? Like, I'm very confused by this.
The problem is the humanitarian aid. Like, I haven't read anything about this situation, but just tactically, I would think, look, you build a little pier, you got the big ship that comes in with all the humanitarian aid, you got some little boats that take it out to people as they come up. Everything is nice and orderly, right? You get your humanitarian aid. It's not the problem is as soon as the humanitarian aid hits the ground, that's when it's vulnerable for Hamas to come in and steal it. They steal like a whole truckload. They got food for days, right?
Right.
If they're giving it to people individually, one at a time, they got to mug every single person, right?
Sure.
To get some substantial amount of humanitarian aid. So it just seems like that's the direction that they're going.
And what about? Why isn't anybody talking about it? A couple of the protesters who are pro-Hamas, I have no problem saying it's a fact, and who are critical of Israel, have been yelling, the U.S. is invading Gaza. And I'm like, they're correct. That's true. The U.S. should not be doing this. We should not be paying for it. I'm as pissed off about that.
The U.S. is invading Gaza. This is what? Okay.
As I am about funding of Ukraine.
So weird.
But in all of the conversations, the funny thing too is even the people who are like the
Can you imagine that? Like, look, that would be huge on the front of the New York Times. U.S. invades Gaza.
Right.
Like it would take up half the page.
It would take up the full page.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my God, really?
Mm-hmm.
Biden campaign over.
People who are, I'm not really anti-Semitic, I just don't like Israel. And all they do is post Shebos over and over and over again because they're obsessed with Jews, aren't even talking about the fact the U.S. just invaded Gaza.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I'll go to you guys, but I was gonna say, just to hit your point on why they defend Ukraine and Gaza is the same thing, because I always said it's ironic that you can support Gaza and Ukraine at the same time, because the reality is that if you understand you want to stop forever wars, you wouldn't be supporting Ukraine. However,
he doesn't understand that it's a defensive thing. I mean, I laid out why why they conceptualize it as the same. It's very easy.
I think Elijah understands. I don't know why Tim's looking at it from an isolationist perspective, I guess. But
oh, okay, yeah. Look, it's super simple. They're in the defensive party.
Right.
People support the defensive party. Even regardless of politics, most of the time people support the defensive party, right?
Sure.
Conservatives
intuitively
and liberals alike, yeah.
This
is why we play the Who Started It game.
I guess that's true. I was going to say in liberalism, but I think it's actually even before liberalism, because that would always be like the move the Romans would use. They'd be like, "Oh, well, you somehow attacked us first, so we get to invade you." You know?
Yeah. Who started it?
Right.
It's been told to people in their universities, and we see it on the congressional House floor, and even in Senate as well. There's a constant conversation. Like, Putin is not in a military intervention. Putin is trying to annex Ukraine, and they want to invade Poland, and they want to take over Europe. And so they are the victims. Ukrainians are victims. You have these hot chicks on TikTok showing houses being blown up. It's the same mentality. It's just that maybe Westerners are not so much into Middle Eastern looking women. They don't use the same tactics.
So my question
is, they use the dead children.
Look, if Ukraine invaded Russia and took 2,000 people hostage and raped and killed a bunch of people, I mean, Ukraine would be a completely different situation, would it not?
Yeah. It would
Like,
be, yeah.
come on. This is not like rocket science here.
I consider myself to be mostly neutral on the issue. And the people who hate Israel tell me that I'm pro-Israel. And the people who are critical of Gaza tell me that I don't support Israel or that I'm defending the terrorists.
We just both got called Jews before the show, and I got called, I mean, this happens.
So when I look at videos out of Ukraine, be it the Russian or the US, I say it's all fog of war BS propaganda. When I hear about Israel and Gaza, I say it's all BS propaganda. But you said Israel's committing war crimes.
Yeah, I've watched them. Like, so okay.
How do you know what those videos are? How do you know what's going on?
So I need to be really careful with this because I signed an NDA on this, and I can get in big freaking trouble. I'm sorry, I can get in really, really big trouble for this. But let me just say this way, and I can tell you after the show. A large Republican organization had asked me for help on a situation to help disseminate information based off of videos of innocent people being killed and blown up by the IDF, and it was to help the IDF. They literally, they asked me to help them to say that the students were holding an IED in their hand, and that's why what you really saw, the second explosion in this video, I have the whole request, was actually an IED exploding in their hand. So the drone did not kill the teenagers. They're not innocent teenagers. They had an IED. Well, when you slowed the frames down, you could see that actually it was two rockets.
That's public video.
Yes, I know, but originally there was an edited portion that was put out originally before it got all public on it, and I was involved in this, and asking me to blame the kids for being Hamas soldiers. And when I shared with them that there's more to the video and that you can actually see the rockets hit, I'm not going to go any further than that. Let's just say the whole thing got wrapped up. But I've watched lies from both sides, of course, but I almost got caught up in an IDF campaign lie thing to push false information. And I saw other influencers pushing this.
Name them. Name them.
They got him under NDA. You can't name them.
I want to know.
How did they get him under NDA?
I have no clue.
Oh. Okay.
And promoting this lie.
I did too.
Yeah. And I know that people obviously get paid to do this kind of stuff. It's very common. I haven't taken any money to lie or ever to do anything like that. If I've ever been offered money to post something, I've always verified it, double-checked, fact-checked it. And I fact-checked, double-verified this, and it was 100% a lie. So I'm saying, when you're asking me, how do I know? Clearly, there are lies on both sides, but I know Israel's lying about the amount of numbers too. So I have to go with a balance on both sides.
I see a video of what appears to be, you see two blurry objects that are reported as missiles from a drone, and you see young men walking, get hit by a strike. I believe two at once, and then there's a third. After the strike, one of the individuals is surviving and hobbling away, and there's an additional strike. The first strike, I believe, was two. It goes down and to the right, and then as the person survived tries to run off, another strike hits. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what those missiles are. I have no idea who those people are. I have no idea what that video is, what it's about. I know that the Israel side is trying to claim there was an IED. Hey, look, a secondary explosion. Yeah, that was another missile strike. But we don't know who fired the missiles. We don't know where that was taken from. We don't know anything about it. So I see a video like that. Then I see a video of a guy running up to a gate with a gun, running up to a car with someone putting their hands up and putting a bullet in their head. And I don't know what that is either. I know what the camera footage says about it, and I know what is likely to be the case. I think it's reasonable to assume Israel, which they've done this a lot with drone strikes, have blown up some people. That's probably what happened. The guys running up to the car likely was Hamas. That seems to make the most sense. When it comes to the conflict between Israel and Gaza, and all the videos that are coming out and what everyone is claiming, I go, wow, that's a war. Why is anyone arguing the morality to me? I don't want to pay for it. I stop right at the U.S. should stop funding all of it. We shouldn't be giving humanitarian aid to Gaza. We shouldn't be giving military aid to a wealthy nation with a budget surplus like Israel. But for some reason, it always falls down to people devolve into, let's make a moral argument over who is doing wrong in whichever side.
Because we are funding it, whether I believe in it or not. I'm going to stop talking because I feel bad because I shouldn't be talking this much. I just meant we are funding it, so I do give a damn, and I can see.
Well, okay, why do you think people are making a moral, like, why does it always go down to the morals of the situation?
What specifically? What do you mean?
Like, Tim is like, well, I don't understand why these arguments always devolve into like a moral question. I mean,
our whole lives are embedded in.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I think
morality is about right and wrong behavior, obviously. So people want to know, they want to judge, like, was this the right course of action? Was this the right behavior? Is Elijah doing the right thing?
Yeah.
So that's why everything always goes to
it's kind of
moral culpability.
Right. Now, I guess we mean is like, okay, does Israel need our money, like, theoretically? Because, and I guess that's a fine question because they probably don't technically need our money. But the issue is money is influence. So I guess if we stop giving Israel money, then we have no influence over them, which obviously America wants to have influence over Israel. So that's why we give these people money. I mean,
so what specifically is like the moral? What moral argument are they making? Like we shouldn't support Israel?
Well, no, the moral argument is based around the idea of like, should we be supporting Ukraine versus Russia because they're on the moral side? Should we be supporting Israel or Palestinians because they're on like the quote more moral side? That was the moral question that he's talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, look, I do think obviously morality plays a role in, we don't want to be supporting actions that people broadly perceive as unjust. So even if it is in our look, if that was the case, then we would invade countries and take all their stuff as a matter of course, right? That would be
right, because that's all that matters is the material benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. But that doesn't happen. Point. Yeah,
of course. Yeah,
that doesn't happen because everyone would be like, "Oh my God, that's immoral. That's the wrong thing to do."
Right.
Yeah. It's sometimes though, the economically beneficial action and the moral action align. That's a particularly good place to be, right? Obviously, if it's in our moral interest,
sure,
to make sure that Hamas is completely rooted out and destroyed, and it's in our economic interest, like, well, hey,
there you go.
The stars have aligned. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what America is all about. Yeah. Look,
that's what America's all about.
Well, to some extent, I do think like the American project is making life better for everyone, whether they want it or not.
We're coming to deliver freedom. Knock, knock, and you better accept it.
Sometimes you have to tangibly improve people's life by force.
I love it. There you go.
It's a fact of life.
That's what freedom means, is when I take my ideology and I force you to follow it because it's better for you. Okay.
You're not married, so you don't know this, but sometimes sometimes your significant other will say, "Look, we're going to do this." And you're like, "Fuck, I don't want to do that. Fuck, I hate doing that." Right? So they force you into doing something, and then you're like, "Oh my God, this is my favorite thing. Why didn't I ever do this sooner?" Right?
There you go.
This happens. This happens all the time with people. They're like, "What was I thinking? Why was I avoiding that? My gut intuition is that this would be terrible. Now I love it." Yeah. So,
insert sex rape joke.
No, let's not do that. But
okay.
I don't know. It's gambling our mortgage money away.
Yeah. Look, okay. That's not. I don't think that's a good one.
I thought I would hate it.
Yeah, but turns out
it's so exciting.
Love gambling our money away. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. No. Look, this can happen. I just obviously I'm playing it up for laughs, but There are certain things that are just, I'm not a moral relativist. Okay. I do think you can structure a society that is going to make more people happy. It's funny. I was thinking about this earlier today because it's funny that Star Trek is perceived of as this like really progressive show, right? But they constantly say the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which you're just like, oh, does that mean like if we have one guy that powers the starship, we just throw him in the meat grinder? Like,
well, they explicitly say the opposite of that in Star Trek.
They do
in many occasions. Yeah, there's many occasions where there's like a moral dilemma where they could sacrifice, it happens in Voyager. They could sacrifice some life form to get back to Earth, and they say it would be immoral to do such a thing.
Right, okay. So they know where the line is.
Right, that was just Spock saying that in that one movie for that one circumstance. This is why I do get annoyed with like the socialists when they bring this up, because Star Trek's actually, besides the fact that there's no money, the ideology underlying Star Trek is very liberalism. It's all about like individual,
freedom, maximizing individual freedom,
maximizing that, yeah. So with
UBI,
right?
They definitely have UBI in Star Trek, but anyway.
Well, no, it's just I don't know. They don't have UBI. There's no with replicators and whatever cheap energy they use. I guess there's no point.
Yeah, what's the point?
So, yeah.
Anyway,
the videos, and I do.
We have to spread Americanism, whether people like it or not.
I agree. Okay, I'm on board.
Remember Manifest Destiny? I mean, why are we stopping shore to shore?
There you go.
It seems like.
You know what, Adam? You're correct. Okay, and I came up with this. No one came up with this. If anyone tells you they came up with this, they're lying to you. Okay, this is my idea. I know how to fix the Israel-Gaza situation. Okay, you ready for this?
How's this?
Is America
right
takes over Gaza?
Yeah, look, we're impartial third party.
There you go.
We just want to turn it into, the next Las Vegas.
That's right. Exactly. We're going to turn Gaza into it's going to be the Las Vegas of the Middle East, and the people can all just work in the big casinos, and they'll have a thriving economy, and there you go.
It'll be great. You're going to love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look.
Put us in charge.
We'll even make them American citizens. They can't travel to the lower 48, but we'll make. I don't know what situation we have with, because we have some other places like that, right?
We do. I forget all the names. There's actually a CGP Grey video about this, whether you're like, there's like two different forms of American non-state entities.
Right.
Some which have the ability, that should have like full citizenship and have the ability to come to the U.S., and some that don't. So
look, we've even worked that out.
There you go.
We're way ahead of this. We're way ahead of the curve on this.
There you go. We got it.
We understand the technical challenges here, Israel. Just let us work our magic. It all begins with a nice long pier.
And at the end of that pier is a casino.
Yeah, exactly. Look, we're in international water. It's safe.
I love it.
Look,
listen.
That's a great idea, Sitch. Look, if we build a casino, they'll want to come out to us.
Exactly.
It'll be perfect.
See the explosion and watch the fact that there are at least hundreds of bodies in some of these buildings being collected. I've watched the evidence, and I've been in Australia for the last year and a half. I've started my family there. We have a very pro-Israeli media. No, of course we do. And even they have slightly lower numbers than what's coming out from Al Jazeera and these numbers. But we had Australians just killed the other day. And my family's Australian, if people don't know that. So obviously I care. I'm involved in politics in both countries. Shit on by the media in both countries too. So I'm used to the shit. I'm used to coming up against people. I would say that the media in Australia is more pro-Israel than the media in America, which is insane to even say. But that being said, they're still pretty honest about what Israel's doing in the war crimes, and the people of Australia generally are not the leftists. They don't support what's going on because they see that, again, Australia is funding this as well. So
let me tell you one quick thing. MSNBC and Fox News are completely aligned on the issue.
Oh, I know.
And unsurprising to anybody, when the protests happened, MSNBC and Morning Joe are criticizing the protests in the exact same way Fox News is. I think that says a lot.
I say, why do you think that is?
that they're both aligned with it. It's U.S. military policy. Exactly. There was a great post where they said, when whiny liberal college kids go out in the street and scream defund the police, it's meaningless. The U.S. deep state military industrial complex does not care at all.
Well, it's just weaponized.
Well, okay, hold on. So, first of all, I don't think using Morning Joe as the indication of all liberal media is a good idea, especially because Morning Joe is he was a conservative. Obviously, he's become more left-wing since being on MSNBC, but he was a conservative. And if it wasn't for Trump, I think he'd still be more conservative. I think he's in kind of the never-Trumper situation, so it's kind of pushed him to the left. But I mean, I've seen, like Chris Hayes had a whole thing, same thing on MSNBC, and he was all defending the student protesters. He had a whole big, long spiel defending the student protesters. So, yeah. I don't think it's fair to make kind of a blanket statement to say this. I've seen lots of mixed coverage. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I have seen lots of mixed coverage, both defending and attacking student protesters from what we would consider left-wing media sources, mainstream media sources, including the New York Times, including the Washington Post. I think the Washington Post, has been more on the side of the protesters. I've seen it all over the place. I don't think it's like a clear position on it from the left mainstream media. So I don't think that's a fair statement.
I haven't really looked at mainstream media, but obviously a lot of the left-wing commentators on YouTube that we've covered are obviously in support of the protesters. So,
right, but then they also frame it like, all the media is against the protesters when that just
they do. You're right. They frame it the same exact way that Tim is
right. Which when I look at the coverage, it just really does not seem to be the case when I see it. Like, okay. I don't know what they're referring to here. It's a pretty mixed bag of
mainstream
coverage.
Media coverage. Why are you looking at that, Sitch?
Well, because it's interesting to see. Because you got to know where people are. You got to know what's going on in the world.
I want to know what Scott Adams is saying about this. That's what I need to know.
Well, I could tell you that because I actually do know.
Wrong answer. You're supposed to say, well, I haven't listened.
Well, that would be lying. Okay.
Okay, well, don't lie.
Yeah.
Recognizing everyone's supposed moral outrage,
but
right?
When you go out and say that the principal U.S. foreign policy of the past several decades or a couple generations should be dismantled, and that could actually cost them funding and politics, they're like, this cannot be allowed to spread. The easiest example being TikTok is only getting banned because donors called Democrats and said they're criticizing Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why do people call Tim Pool right-wing when he's totally doing the America is making money off of forever wars all over the world? Does that seem like a right-wing position to you?
No, Tim isn't right-wing. I don't think he's ever been right-wing.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
That is a massive left-wing position.
I know.
Like when you mentioned like it's not a leftist idea to want to fund war in Ukraine. Well, it's when you talk about protesters on campuses and the less politically informed, what you're talking about are people that just see Putin as the enemy and want to fund the other side. And right now, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, they just see Israel as the enemy, so they want to fund the other side. It's not through any knowledge of politics or what's going on in the world. It's simply a bunch of U.S. citizens, when we talk about the people here, who are vaguely informed and see one side as the good guy and one side as the bad guy. And that's...
I hate that Putin straw man, because people have thrown that at us a bunch of times. Like, you think Putin is evil, and that's why you have the position you have. Mm-hmm. Like, no, not really.
Really just the dumbing down of the American public more than anything else.
I don't care about I care about Israel as much as I care about Myanmar, as much as I care about the Uyghur Muslims or Sudan and all that.
You should care more because they control the United States government heavily. They're not the only group, but AIPAC has such a heavy influence that they even claim that they can just whip votes in Congress. And we've seen with TikTok, like, you should be more concerned with Israel, not because you need to care about Jews, which I know where you stand. I know people judge you, and I think it's unfair. I think a lot of the comments are unfair. That it's Shabbos Goy, this or that. I don't think you're being unreasonable in your position. And I think it's fair. If people want to get rid of Jewish institutional power, or they believe that, or they don't believe that, I don't care. Believe whatever you want. But I know you make a distinction between getting rid of Jewish power, as said by people that would be like Groypers or maybe Nick Fuentes, in more of this institutional power that they see, versus not caring about Israel. However, you don't have to care about any of these other takes that are more controversial to realize that the government of Israel, or at least special interests connected to the government of Israel, have so much, if not the most influence of any private held lobby group in the entire country. That should alarm you, because look, Facebook is committing election crimes, as we saw in the last election. Not only that, they're stealing and selling our data in the same way TikTok is. They're censoring our free speech, and yet we're attacking TikTok. Why? Because, well, Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish, and they already censor anti-Semitic information and language. And so when you see with TikTok,
and there it is.
Well, I sort of address this argument, and I've heard a lot of people make it. This is like the purest deflection argument. Someone says like, well, we shouldn't ban TikTok because other companies are doing other bad things I don't like.
Right.
And you should think about that for a second and be like, how does that make any sense? Right? Like, if some other company is doing something else that you don't like, okay, that's fair, I guess. But is that like, okay, if you have, an infection on your toe, that if you let it go, you're going to have to get your entire foot amputated. You're like, well, I'm not going to do anything about that infection on my toe because, I have this like really bad burn on my hand that I have to treat. It's like, well, you treat both of them, or you treat one. It's better to treat one thing that's hurting you as opposed to just doing nothing. It's a complete nonsensical deflection and a complete whataboutism fallacy. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever when people bring this argument forward. It's like, I don't like Facebook, so we should keep TikTok.
Yeah, sometimes the context is like, why make that illegal? Because people are just going to do it anyway. It's like, well, yeah, people are going to murder other people, but I still think we should make murder illegal.
Right. Yeah.
Just because it's going to happen anyway. It's
why put a lock on your door if someone could just break in with a bulldozer anyway? It's like, well, you're
maybe
adding
we
friction,
should go after
right?
Facebook for doing that kind of shit, right?
Sure.
Like, why can't we have that conversation? Look, Facebook does it too. Yeah, and let's tell them to stop doing it as well.
Yes. And it also, obviously it's ridiculous to be like, well, the reason they're not going after Facebook is because Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish.
I know. I was
insane
like, what?
Position, right? Yeah, it's like,
I was like, listen, guys, look, don't go after any Jewish people, okay? They control everything.
Right, yeah.
It got weird. I wish they had a reaction shot of Tim during this whole diatribe. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Well, it's funny.
Where are the reaction shots?
You heard Tim go, what? Like,
he's
confused. He's like, what happened here? Like, they're not going after Facebook because Facebook's an American company, and they're not worried that Mark Zuckerberg is, selling our information and working for the Chinese government.
Last I checked, Mark Zuckerberg was a capitalist, right? Not a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah.
And forced to give his information over to them.
Sure. And for better or for worse, Facebook is playing ball with the American government in terms of doing some censoring stuff, which I don't necessarily support, but
free speech, and yet we're attacking TikTok. Why? Because, well, Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish, and they already censor anti-Semitic information and language. And so when you see with TikTok, I'm talking Facebook already censors this kind of stuff. TikTok,
what does Mark Zuckerberg being Jewish have to do with TikTok?
He would care about.
Look, he gave him the beady eyes. He's like, what? What?
Are you saying he gave him the hold on there, partner?
Yeah, he did. Hold on there, partner. Hold on. I see what you did.
He does care about that. He would care about stopping anti-Semitism. He cared about intervening in the election. I think if you're Jewish, why would you not care about anti-Semitism? Wait, so
okay, to be, I guess, to be fair to Elijah, what his point is that he's trying to say that, well, he's bringing up Mark Zuckerberg being Jewish because he's operating from the framework that the only reason they're censoring TikTok is to clamp down on anti-Semitism, which they wouldn't need to do with Facebook because Mark Zuckerberg being Jewish would mean that he would like have an intrinsic caring to clamp down on anti-Semitism on his own. That's the argument he's trying to make. Now, I don't agree with that argument. I think it's a ridiculous argument, but
you think all this stuff going on with TikTok is just over anti-Semitism?
I don't.
That's a little bizarre.
That is the take that a lot of the dissident right people are kind of putting forward, which is kind of hilarious because the right has been talking about trying to get rid of TikTok for like a year or longer. It didn't have anything to do with anti-Semitism. So,
well, they want to get rid of all the trans stuff, right?
that was part of it. Sure. It was part of it was the trans stuff. Part of it was just the fear of, China and things of that nature. Tim
Sure.
actually he has a pretty good position here laying out why this argument is dumb. So
good.
If I was white and I own a platform, I probably wouldn't tolerate like
TikTok,
anti-white hate.
TikTok is getting banned because Republicans several years ago were concerned about liberal leftist influence, and the Democrats said screw off. Then when October 7th happened and the videos shifted very heavily towards pro-Palestine, donors immediately made some phone calls to Democrats, and Democrats said, you got it, we're on board. And then the Uniparty united and said, okay, now we agree, we'll ban TikTok.
Beware any time a bipartisan bill passes that quickly.
Yeah, it means they hate all of you.
Yep.
But the banning of...
Dude, I hate that framework.
I don't agree with that part, but
that's so horrible.
Is not a good framework.
Beware when anything passes Congress.
I know. It's so nihilist, not nihilistic. It's just so
it is nihilistic.
I guess
nihilistic is a perfect word. Yeah.
It's nihilistic in the sense of giving up hope as opposed to not believing anything. Nihilistic.
Well, and also it's just every single thing that passes is bad. Which,
sure.
I mean, that's hard for me to accept that we live in a world where the voters absolutely don't matter.
Well, that's obviously not the case, because if that was the case, Biden wouldn't be
struggling
in
for
this
his political
weird position with Israel, right?
Yeah, of course.
We wouldn't have, Trump wouldn't have pulled out of the Middle East. So,
if TikTok, I think, is still it's not getting banned. It can never be banned. The bill wouldn't ban it. It's first forced divestment. Second, it would restrict it from U.S. servers, which means it would still exist, but it'd be a URL instead of an app. Or if it was an app, it would be an APK you download on an Android device and can't get on an iPhone because iPhone's a closed system. So it would not ban it. But that being said, I believe forcing a TikTok to divest is still a good thing. Just because the motivations Democrats have for it is bad doesn't mean we should accept China having control over a large portion of our digital economy and what our young people are seeing.
Republicans support it too. Like, I think AIPAC, their influence is universal over Republicans and Democrats.
Republicans wanted it banned because it's promoting woke garbage. That was the initial move.
I think I think it was Ted Cruz, right?
Right.
Yeah. Then who was it that was said? They said both things. Like, it's allowing woke garbage and the criticism of Israel. Was that Ted Cruz, or who was that? Was that Cotton who brought up both in his speech?
I don't know. I know. I know there was
on both. I think the woke was just a shield. Like, dude, it's like how the left uses election interference and election meddling to censor people, and they always have, and the right's using this woke thing to try to do the same thing. In the end, these politicians do the bidding. I mean, I was just in DC the last couple days. These politicians do the bidding of the people who fund them. And I know they're not the only lobby group, AIPAC's not, but what we can see is this. A lot of things are happening bad in America. There's probably a lot of interest groups, but let's at least not be in denial, and you're not. AIPAC has a unhealthy amount of power in American politics. They should be registered at least as a foreign agent or possibly banned entirely. I mean, I'm all for kicking out lobbyists entirely, but this is foreign interests lobbying our government. I think AIPAC, if you want to call it, should be at the very least registered outside.
The additional point I was making was I care about Israel as much as any one of these other countries. And in the United States, I'm concerned about who our politicians are, what they're funding, who's funding them. And so I'm very much concerned about, there's a challenge in, say, like Citizens United. I don't like the idea of super PACs. The idea that a wealthy individual can just get $1 billion from a fundraiser from a dinner because it doesn't go to their campaign. It goes to a private entity that can then choose to just spend money as they see fit. The argument from the conservatives traditionally has been, it's your money, you can spend it, no one can restrict you. And my argument is we restrict people buying and selling things all the time. And so perhaps there should be some kind of limit on campaign expenditures, regardless of if it's going through the campaign or not. Because what happens then is China can funnel money.
So I'm kind of conflicted on this because my left-wingness, my left-wing part of me, my intuitions agrees with Tim here. Again, Tim not being on the right, is that, yeah, I don't think people should be able to just give unlimited money to candidates. Obviously, they can't. There are campaign finance laws, but it's been circumvented thanks to the Supreme Court through this kind of super PAC mechanism, which I don't agree with. But it is a free speech restriction, is it not?
To limit the money that can be spent on campaigns? Hell yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course it is. I don't think people are so easily swayed by propaganda. So yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we're both of that take that we don't, I mean, it matters, but I don't think it's the end all thing. And I think kind of the position, I'm not some big AIPAC fan or anything, or a big Kufi fan either. But I think the thing that Elijah and a lot of the other people that come kind of very obsessed with Israel don't process is that part of the reason that AIPAC is so successful is what it's doing is because for a while now, not always. Obviously, there's a lot of anti-Israel ideas during the gas crisis in the 70s, but kind of like after that, for the most part, there's been pretty good support of Israel on both sides. It's always been more on the Republicans, but it's even been pretty decent on the Democrats until lately. And so Israel was kind of like an easy lobbying position and an easy position for politicians to take because it had broad support on both sides.
The pro-Israel, yeah.
Yeah, the pro-Israel takes. So it's not like so it doesn't really make sense that it's not like a conspiracy. It was just an easy win. It was an easy thing for people to be like, I support Israel. It's like, well, so does like everyone else.
I'm always skeptical of the big donors are calling the shots narrative because I think it's just from a politician's perspective, the voters are calling the shots. And if like there's enough big donors out there that it's just easier to take big checks from people who align with the voters because you can make the voters happy and the big donors happy.
Exactly.
So it's just perceived of as the big donors calling the shots, but I don't see the situation where you could pass something that like 95% of my voters are going to be against and not suffer any ramifications in the next election. So it doesn't matter how much that big donor check is. Like the guy with the deep pockets comes up and says, I want you to pass this thing that your voters are going to hate you over, but I'm going to give you all this money to do it. It's just, I mean, that's political suicide, right?
Of course. And that's obviously why you don't have a situation where like, why doesn't Planned Parenthood just pay off all the Republicans to support abortion?
Yeah, of course.
Right? Or,
of course. They don't take money from Planned Parenthood because they know they can't, that it doesn't align with what their voters want.
Yeah.
Yeah. They take money from the NRA.
Sure.
It's like easy money, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the thing, the way a lot of these super PACs kind of operate is that, unless it's like there are issues that are not issues that people focus on or care about, or there are issues that are local issues like local industry. Well, actually, I never mind. Take back the local industry thing because that is obviously what voters want. But there are issues that are kind of like more things that people don't talk about, like these weird regulations that I think people can lobby politicians to pass like restrictions or loosen restrictions for regulations that the voters are not savvy to. But when you have these like big issues that everyone knows about, you can't really do that.
Yeah, there are definitely certain things. Obviously, like people will pay for their tax cut, their secret tax cut in the bill. Like, look, I'm not Pollyanna. Obviously, that kind of stuff takes place, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about more broad, more cultural issues here.
Yeah, like supporting Israel,
Yeah, exactly.
Or
yeah, exactly.
Some massive issue everyone has an opinion on.
Yeah, it's not some underground tax cut or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Into the United States through a shell corporation, which then funds, and this is happening. It's literally happening. It's not just Israel, but all of these countries. Certainly, you can make an argument AIPAC is disproportionately powerful, but we know for a fact that China provides resources to various companies, which can then fund super PACs and get any politician they want in. And not only that, China sends spies to sleep with American politicians too. So we have this foreign influence across the board. I care about all of.
Why don't we do that? That would be like a great job for Americans, right? Go sleep with.
Oh, I thought you meant like me and you personally.
Well, I mean, I'm married, so I can't remember. Look, if you want to take the job sleeping with beautiful Asian women to get secrets from China.
Listen, I'm on board. Okay.
That's a steady paycheck.
How do you know it's not what I've been doing this whole time?
Well, great. Good for you, man. Jeez.
There you go.
Awesome.
I just want to blow my cover.
That's great.
Equally, When I say I care about Israel as much as Myanmar, I'm saying it all matters in the context of the United States and what the United States should be doing, not we should be having an argument over the moral acts of a single nation.
But we all like.
I don't care if Israel bombs any country around it. I care that we are involved and tied to this country, and we shouldn't be. Yeah. So the argument should be, hey, let's not be involved in their war. Let's not fund their war. They can bomb whoever they want.
But that won't happen because this is where I feel like a lot of people misunderstand something. Is when we talk about 5 countries together, which I'll remind people, I've spoken, the first time that I publicly spoke about foreign investment in America, not only did I get in trouble by my seniors, but I also had articles written by left-wing magazines about how not criticize the other 4 nations I talked about Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, talked about Israel, and trying to manipulate our country, our culture, our politics. I only got articles and got in trouble for mentioning Israel. Is this: we all universally agree that Iran is the enemy for doing that. When Iran meddles, they are enemy. When Russia meddles, they are an enemy. When China meddles, they are an enemy. It's like we put Israel, we mention all these other countries that do it. Yeah, enemy countries that are literally trying to destroy our country, that are undermining the sanctity of our nation. Why is it then when we talk about Israel doing it, we're like, yeah, but it's our greatest ally?
Because they're deferential.
I just feel like they're our enemy. Like I don't think they're an ally. Maybe they're not an enemy. I'll take that back.
But see. Well, first of all, okay, this is like ridiculous because every country in the world is trying to influence every other country in the world. Okay, obviously, but there are countries that at least we feel are more aligned with our values and principles, and thus we're more willing and that we're allied with, and we're like, okay, we're not like afraid necessarily that Canada, or England is trying to necessarily subvert our democracy, right? That they're trying to destroy our country from within. True. And it's the same thing with Israel. You're like, okay, if Israel is a liberal democracy, that we've been allied with them for a very long time, unless you're like really on this anti-Israel train, the Jewish question stuff, you're not really like, oh, well, Israel wants to destroy America from within. Right now, obviously, Israel is lobbying America to, get support, get money for military stuff, get money for other things, which all countries are doing. They're all trying to lobby America to get shit, obviously, right? It's a very different thing. This is why this take is kind of retarded. It's very different for a country to lobby America and say, please give me things, versus we want to subvert your country from within to destroy it, right? So like, that's why people are more worried about Russia and China. If Russia and China are viewing themselves as rivals, okay? And this is the difference. Russia and China might view America as they do. They view America as rivals, and they want America's power to be weakened in the world so that they can kind of seize power, so they can seize the world stage. Israel or Canada or the UK or Australia and these other countries, they don't see America as a rival. They benefit from America being powerful and being more powerful. They just want things from us. They don't want to destroy us.
Yeah, we have sanctions on both Russia and China. So I don't know that we have any sanctions on Israel. Like, we're not worried about Israel getting the super chips that they use in AI and stuff like that, because we do. I mean, there's a level of trust that we have because they have a similar economic system, a similar political system, and share our kind of cultural values of liberalism and aggressivism, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, it's very simple, totally simple. Yeah. We don't perceive them as the kind of threat that we perceive nations that we've actually sanctioned. Like I don't think you can openly do business with Russia in a lot of different areas because of the Ukrainian war. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I mean, if Israel was like trying to gun for the #1 spot on the world stage, okay, and was competing with America, we'd have a completely different
about it, but
yeah, like everything would be so different. But obviously, that's not what's going on whatsoever. So it's just to me, it's just so like, it's so. I mean, obviously they couldn't because the population is too tiny. But it's it's just very like kind of low IQ, low resolution take. Just be like, oh, like why is it that we allow countries that are allied with us that don't want to rival us and rival our power? Why do we not look at them as the people that do want to rival our power? Like, I don't know. You tell me.
It's kind of like, why do we loan money to our friends and not our enemies? It's like, yeah, because we hate their fucking guts, because they're going to keep the money and never give it back again.
Right, exactly.
Because they suck.
Yes. It's like, okay. So I guess, but this one, I think Elijah, because he kind of said this, he didn't really get into it, but he does say that, he thinks Israel is trying to control, quote, America's culture, right? So he probably buys into some sort of like weird.
Oh, that's with the pornography, right?
I don't know.
It's so weird when you go down this rabbit hole. It's like,
right. It's like, I love, that's why it was funny because I was listening to this conversation. That's why I tweeted out the tweet I did the other day where I'm like, the idea, that Israel, is behind wokeness and all this other leftist shit, when everyone knew for years that leftism and wokeness was very anti-Israel from the beginning. It always has been. It has been since the 60s. And so the idea that Israel would be intentionally spreading an ideology that's anti itself is the most retarded fucking conspiracy I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know if they're our enemy, because I don't know militarily to what threat they actually pose or what extent they would like. But I will say AIPAC to me is an enemy organization because it is taking advantage of our politicians to serve foreign interests and not our local interests.
It's the United States and the military-industrial complex and its global corporate, whatever you call these people, that effectively have the disproportionate amount of influence. European nations in NATO are deferential to the United States. We saw this with the Tucker Carlson Putin interview. Putin said that he had asked Bill Clinton if Russia could join NATO, if they would, yeah. And Clinton said yeah, and then came back and said no. And the reason why? Russia would have too much power and could outvote by teaming up with other countries and then create a bloc which rejects U.S. authority.
So I know. First of all, I'm glad. Listen, I agree with Tim's completely, like that these countries are deferential to America, like based. All true, all that stuff's true. The actual reason, Russia, and I mean, first of all, it's kind of silly to just take anything Putin says on its face as like true. The same way it'd be silly to take anything like Biden or Trump says as true automatically without doing a fact check. The reason Russia is not in NATO is that's true. Putin asked Clinton, hey, can we join NATO? And Clinton called his bluff and said, sure, why not? But you have to apply to NATO the same way every other country does. And Russia got kind of all pissy because, number one, they didn't actually really want to join NATO in the first place. But they got pissy and they're like, no. You need to make some kind of magical special exception to let us get into NATO through like some completely different process. And I said, no, you just apply. Just apply for NATO the way you do every other country applies to NATO, and they didn't want to do it.
Look, Sitch and Adam would like to go on the Tim Pool show, but look, it's a big hassle to fly all the way out there and stuff. Why can't we just do like a remote, right? We could just zoom on in. Like, obviously, Tim's going to say no, right? But now we can say, look, he knows we'd be too powerful if he invited us on his show. That's why he won't let us break the rules.
There you go. That must be it. Yeah, of course.
Come on, we want special treatment. Give us special treatment, Tim.
That's true. I'm just like Putin. I want special treatment.
We deserve special treatment. Sitch, come on, we're premium guests here. Why do we have to fly all the way out to this silly compound? Good point.
Yeah, why don't we?
We want to be on the Tim Pool show.
Like Vladimir Putin, we should get special treatment.
Exactly. Okay. Yes.
It is strange to me that there are people who legitimately believe that Israel controls the United States, not the other way around. Israel is not an enemy of the United States. It is a vassal state of the United States used as an outpost for military weapons development and surveillance in the Middle East because the U.S. is hell-bent on conquering all of these countries. If you look at the map, Iraq and Afghanistan, what were the reasons we invaded those countries? Well, we say it's because we had to hunt down the terrorists after 9/11, so we had to go into Afghanistan. And then it turns out that Saddam Hussein actually was helping them, and he had weapons of mass destruction. Weird coincidence, by the way. Those countries surround Iran from the east and the west. People like Michael Bolton cheering on TV saying, one day we will celebrate in Tehran. You then get Ukraine tied into the mix. You get Hunter Biden, Burisma, the energy deals. You get the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. All of this is a rather easy to paint picture of what the U.S.'s goals are pertaining to Europe and the Middle East and why the U.S. is hell-bent on making sure Israel stands. because Israel is where we put all of our eggs for our Middle Eastern campaign.
I disagree entirely, though.
Well, I don't agree with the Burisma stuff, obviously, but I do think Tim is trying the money with this, and it is annoying. You know, people they point to like, why are all these military bases? Why is all this stuff, you know, all over the country? And it's because America wants the ability, if they need to be able to deploy from, you know, anywhere in almost any location if they need to for military purposes. They want that access point. And I don't think people appreciate that. People think that you could just park a cruise carrier somewhere and fly all your jets a million miles to wherever you want in the world. And obviously that's not the way any of it works. You want to have outposts that you can sort of, draw resources and draw units from. And I mean, Tim is correct that, you know, America has been putting eggs in the Israel basket for a very long time because Israel was, for a very long time, I guess still technically, the only liberal democracy really in the area that we view as a stable liberal democracy that shares some of our values, that's aligned with our values, that is a useful ally, both in terms of, you know, having bases there, having influence in the region, you know, military partnership, technological partnership, economic partnership. It makes so much sense on so many different levels to why America is kind of aligned with Israel. And it's annoying because it only comes up in this weird, like, the Jews context that it always gets brought up. When it doesn't really get brought up with any of the other countries that, you know, we tend to align ourselves with.
Yeah, it's gross. It's totally gross.
No one is like, why are you guys aligned with Australia?
Why do we have so many military bases in Germany?
Yeah, why do we have so many military bases in Germany? Why do we have so many military exercises with Australia? It must be because there's like a white person conspiracy, right? You're only aligning with them because they're white. They're white bad. Europeans.
Yeah. Obviously, like, that's bad too. Yeah.
Like, oh God.
God, we would love military bases all over China. That'd be great.
That would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong?
Look, I want to be fair to.
What do the leftists always call us? Oh, it makes me swoon every time they say it.
What?
The empire. The empire. They say some way it's kind of they make it derogatory, but
you're in favor of it.
Look, I think it's based, to be honest.
The American empire, yeah.
I just they're totally blinded by the America bad mindset. I guess if you think capitalism is oppressive and horrible, which I don't think the facts support that argument at all. So
not at all.
Yeah.
No.
Look, if we're spreading goodness, look, if they think communism is good, which is obviously they've got everything ass backwards, right?
Yeah, if you think communism is good, you're right.
But if they thought America was communist and we're spreading communism all over the world, they'd be in with both feet. Oh, what do you mean the empire? We're the rebels, spreading our rebel joy all over the.
Yeah. Oh, imperialist core, is that the word you're?
Oh, that's it. Yes,
that was the second thought term. Yes, the imperialist core.
Imperialist core. I just think, look, because it's like core. It's got like the Marine Corps in it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
It sounds cool. Look, I want to join. Where do I sign up for the imperialist core?
Brian Allman said for $20. Thanks so much. Says Elijah saying he's just pro-America, not anti-Jew is patently absurd if you read his Twitter. Yeah, that's my take too. He seems very not on board with these things on Twitter. So
why do you think what happened to this kid? Did he have like a Jewish girlfriend and she cheated on him, or what happened?
There was some big drama that I didn't really follow. So I'm sure people in the chat know better than I do. There was some massive drama with because remember he had like a female co-host who had, I don't know, she was kind of falling out with him.
I thought that was roaming millennial, right? Like he did a sexism towards roaming millennial or something. I do remember that.
Did she?
No, it wasn't roaming millennial.
You're talking about Lauren Southern, right?
No, it wasn't Lauren Southern either. It was Sydney Watson.
That's what I'm talking about. He's female co-host, Sydney Watson.
Yeah, it was Sydney Watson. Look at how sexist we are. We can't tell the difference between Sydney Watson, roaming millennial, or Lauren Southern.
That's true. They're all women and they're all on the right. So they're all the same person.
It doesn't get more sexist than that.
That's obviously how it works. Yeah.
Which I think roaming millennial is like Asian or something. It's just like even weirder.
There you go.
Lauren Southern is blonde.
Listen, we're so not racist. We don't see race. We just see gender, and we just see political orientation. Okay?
Alignment. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's all that matters
exactly.
to us. Okay.
All the same. Those are like three of the like distinct looking. Anyway, let's move
Right.
on.
No,
This
but
looks
yeah, no, I'm
horrible.
saying, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember what the drama was. I know there was some drama there, but yeah, I don't know where this sort of, I don't know where this anti-Jew shit came from. So I have no clue.
Right.
To you though, because I know we disagree on this, and I'm not saying you're fully wrong, but here's where I think we can split. So if people don't know this, the current head of the online integrity of Australia, she tried out for the CIA, didn't make it, and now she's trying to cause the greatest restrictions of free speech anywhere in the world, currently based in Australia. We know Australia is where the World Economic Forum tests their global policies. They have the strictest lockdowns, etc. Well, the second largest CIA surveillance facility in the world outside of the United States is where? In Australia. Australia is actually a vassal state of the United States. Now, what is Australia?
Sweet. Look at when people say stuff like that. Is it wrong for me to think, yeah, that's right. Exactly. He's got it right. Know your place, Australia.
That's right. Learn your place underneath America.
Vassal state. Exactly.
Yes.
We call up, we tell you to do anything, you do it.
We tell you to oi, you say how many ois?
Exactly.
Concerned about right now? Australia is concerned primarily on our media about rooting out anti-Semitism. I'm not joking. They've recently created so many hate speech new laws, including they've outlawed the sig heil. You go to jail for sig heiling. The way you move your arm is now outlawed. Okay, Nazi symbols outlawed.
Europe too.
Yes, but this is new. And all we talk about is rooting out anti-Semitism so much that Kmart, yes, they still have Kmart there. It's like they use Kmart. It's our main store. Kmart had to outlaw. There was this big thing where Kmart got canceled because it's a white country. They like to eat ham. And so they made a bag this last Christmas called Merry Hammas. And 0.4% of the population thought it was Merry Hamas and tried to cancel Kmart over a Christmas ornament. Christmas is not for Jewish people, so you shouldn't be offended because it's not. It's for people who believe in Christ.
This is kind of like retarded.
What is this? Yeah, what is this story?
I long for a day, Adam, that I could go to a Kmart and I can get an ornament that could be easily confused for being pro-Hamas. Okay, where did my freedom go?
I mean, that would be pretty funny if you put those all over your. Well, I guess you wouldn't have a Christmas tree. Never mind.
It's like in Archer is like one of my favorite cartoons, and it's funny because the organization that Archer worked for was called ISIS. Oh,
yes. I remember.
Yes. And obviously it was named after like the Egyptian goddess Isis. It wasn't named after like, the Middle East thing, the Islamic organization. And it was funny because the show was still on the air when like the ISIS, terrorist group like came into the public view. And it's funny, they rebranded the name of the organization and you could see like the people like hauling away the old ISIS sign in the background. Like replacing it, the workers as they're talking. It's like This isn't a Jewish thing. This is a thing where like an idiot made the Merry Hammas thing, and then no one said, that looks like the word Hamas. Yeah. Considering people suddenly know what Hamas is now for the first time in like a decade, maybe it's not a good idea to like brand our fucking Christmas ornaments to say Hamas on them. This isn't a fucking Jewish conspiracy here.
Yeah, times change.
It's so retarded. It's nothing to do with being Jewish. If you're Christian, do you want an ornament that says Merry Hamas on it? Like for your Christmas fucking tree?
Not now.
Yeah. And he leaves out something, which is like, yeah, there's some tiny amount of Jews in Australia. I mean, first of all, there's a tiny amount of Jews everywhere in the world. But he's kind of leaving out something, he's leaving out two things. Number one, Australia has obviously been, unfortunately, like hyper woke the past few years. As is a lot of European countries and Canada, because they don't have our based take on freedom of speech. Okay. And so they have been doing a lot of free speech restrictions. So the fact that they've been cracking on anti-Semitism, that's not really like a unique thing. It's just kind of Australia doing the same direction they've been doing. That's number one. Unfortunately, I don't support any of this stuff either. But number two, he's kind of leaving out that the thing that kind of triggered Australia into being overreactive and cracking down on free speech was, if you recall, a few short days after October 7th, there was that massive protest. Maybe not massive, but there was that protest that got all this press Do you remember? It got global press. It was it even at the Sydney Opera House? I don't know. There's that big.
Ooh, I do remember.
Yeah, that very large.
Like chanting gas the Jews.
Something. Gross, bad, horrible gas the Jews protest that was going on in Australia. That
I thought
the entire world looked at.
State. What happened?
Yes, but that made global news. People were looking at like, oh, that's embarrassing. So I think it's pretty obvious that a lot of this, reactionary anti-free speech take that Australia is doing is in reaction to that shit. So,
right.
But it's obviously it's being they're controlled by Israel. Or I guess what he thinks is that Australia is controlled by America and America is controlled secretly by the Jews in Israel. So therefore, we're taking our marching orders from Israel. Israel's like, hey, America, tell the Australians to stop, to crack down on the anti-Semitism.
Right. They're your vassal state. You're our vassal state.
Exactly.
Actually really funny.
So it's like, so when you say, oh, well, the United States controls, Israel and we care about using them for our advantage. I know the United States controls Australia and Australia is fairly open about that. The people understand we just bought several $100 billion worth of submarines from them and nuclear technology from the United States. Why would then...
Wait, why is that bad? Isn't that good? Don't you want submarines and nukes Australia? What the fuck? You're complaining about this?
It doesn't make much sense considering you're supposed to be a vassal state of us. Why are we're basically saying, protect yourself. Stop coming to us, you piece of shit.
Well, we're trying to gear them up for potential China conflict, obviously, is what's going on.
Oh, we are? Oh, okay, good.
Of course. I mean, we're doing all this joint exercise with them and
they're basically our blockade for China.
Yeah, because listen, if there was some
maybe they are a vassal state.
If there was a big war between China, I mean, America would be coming from Japan and Australia, obviously. So
yeah, we don't want to come from far away, right?
Yeah, no, of course we'd be. I mean, because we're big homies with Australia. But this is a weird complaint. It's like, oh, Australia's buying all this submarine and nuclear technology. I'm like, well, you're complaining. Why are you complaining about that? Those are cool things to buy. What's the problem?
Yeah, we don't let China buy that from us.
No,
we won't even sell them computer chips.
Of course not.
Why would the United States asking Australia to focus all of its energy in sponsoring Israel?
What does marry Hamas have to do with Israel?
I'm saying all of our media, everything's about supporting Israel, supporting, stopping anti-Semitism. There's like barely any Jews in all of Australia. And we have American influence that influences our media, our banks, everything. So I'm like,
it's all connected, Tim. Don't you see? It's all connected. Israel's behind everything. It's behind everything, Tim. Why can't you see?
Wake up. Open your
up,
eyes.
People. Wake up, Goyim.
This is where the impasse happens. Woke people have pushed for over a decade gender ideology, critical race theory, and now we're seeing anti-Semitism push. But you're thinking there's a bigger conspiracy, or let's say intergovernmental action specifically only on anti-Semitism?
No. What I think Israel, I think AIPAC has more influence over our government, which is why they have such a priority in our own governmental affairs. And I believe if you look at, I think it's now, it might even be 4 out of the 6. Maybe it's changed. Maybe it's 4 out of 7 of the wealthiest Australians are Jewish. The media companies are owned by the same people. We know that there's a lot of Jewish influence. They're very pro-Israel. I think that Israel has a lot of influence over the United States. I think the United States has a lot of influence over Australia. And I think Israel's able, despite not having popular support, the people of Australia do not support Israel. Somehow Israel is able to leverage our media and our government entirely to push support for Israel, both in sending money, weapons.
That's the United States.
Yeah, but why would the United States be using their leverage on a random country in the middle of
because
it
is the center of Middle Eastern operations for our entire campaign to take the energy from the Middle East.
What does Australian support have to do with that, though? Like, I'm saying,
Australia is a vassal state of the United States. Right now, we've got what do we send, an aircraft carrier down to Australia? We've got
a lot of bases down there. Yeah.
We've got a strike force team up with Australia that is now patrolling the South China Sea because of the Strait of Taiwan. Russia and China are now engaging in joint drills over that specifically. Let's go back in time.
Okay, well, we're gonna skip going because it kind of goes on and on. But it's this sort of like this sort of Jewish question, Israel question, brain rot. It's like the tribalism. It really lowers your IQ by 20 to 30 points because you just even said, like, why does America care about, Australia? It's like, what do you mean? Why do they care about it? Because if there's a big conflict with China, Australia is going to be like one of the biggest platforms to use. Obviously, there's like a big concern about Australia. Obviously, America has a lot of interest with Australia. Like, it's just ridiculous that this sort of anti-Jew, anti-Israel like isolationism just makes everyone's brain rock. So like, I don't understand anything in the world unless the Jews are behind it.
Yeah, it's just a simple staging ground, obviously, for troops and equipment.
Yes.
Like, so obvious.
Well, and it's also like in a world where you don't control the world, okay? In a world where you don't control the world and there's people, there are rivals that are vying for power and you have security threats, security interests, obviously you want to maintain close, cooperative allies who will protect you and protect your interests.
Right. Yeah. Got to keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right?
So, but listen,
get in there.
The truth of the matter is that, there's too many wealthy Jews, okay, in Australia. Too many of the wealthy people are disproportionately Jewish, so therefore, it's a conspiracy, right? That's really what's going on.
It's really about, look, he said there's not a lot of Jewish people in Australia, so why do they even care about the anti-Semitism? It's like there's not even any people that it's aimed at.
Mm-hmm. Well, they care about why they don't want to look like embarrassments to the rest of the world. I think that's the issue.
Global anti-Semitism.
Sure.
Well, but yeah, also, I guess. Look, the chanting. I think they were chanting "Gaza Jews" in front of the only monument that they actually have in Australia, which is like, I think it's a Sydney Playhouse or something like that.
It's the Sydney Opera House.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously embarrassing. But isn't that just like an international troll? Isn't that like, let's have a day and laugh at Israel? I mean,
sure.
Is it really?
Well, I'll be clear. There was, so I remember the time people were saying it said Gaza Jews, and apparently there's articles claiming that they didn't say Gaza Jews. They said fuck the Jews or something. I don't know. They said something.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember the thing. There was protests like the day after, or like the second day after October 7th that looked really bad, where people were very anti-Jewish.
I didn't know they had such a big Muslim population.
I don't think they do.
In Sydney.
Well, I don't know in Sydney. I think overall in Australia it's pretty small. But I mean, obviously a bunch of them showed up there. So
anyway, and Israel got super pissed about this, and they said, "We're going to do something about it.
Yes,
let's make Australia a vassal state of America."
This is what happened. Okay, it's October 9th. Israel, the country of Israel, turns on the TV.
Yeah,
and they're like, they look and they see people that they think are saying Gaza Jews in front of Australia's only recognizable monument to anyone outside of Australia.
I know it's Australia. I see the fucking Opera House right there.
That's the only thing people know about Australia. They know Sydney Opera House and spiders. Okay, that's all they know. Okay, and kangaroos. And they're like, what the fuck, Australia? And they're like, oh my God. And Israel calls up America. They're like, you, America, you need to crack down on your Aussie boy. Okay, what the fuck is this shit? I turn on my TV and I see people say Gaza Jews in Australia. You need to tell these fucking crikers to stop it. Australia and then America, for no reason except that America, for some reason, is just magically controlled by Jews, says, oh, yes, master. Yes, our Jewish masters. We'll do whatever you want. Please, please. We'll be good guys. And then they call up Australia and they're like, how dare you piss off Israel?
They chewed me out on the phone for 20 minutes. You're supposed to be our vassal state. You know better than this.
That's right.
You're making us look bad in front of the people who control us.
Even though Israel is just a tiny amount of the population of America, has tiny amount of the power, influences America, even though it has a tiny, economy compared to America. For some reason, we're completely deferential to them for no discernible fucking reason. So you better do what they say.
We'll flatten that Sydney Opera House. You won't see it ever again.
If this was all true, this shit's fucking retarded. If this was all true, okay, if the JQIQ question was true, right? If Israel controlled America and then America controls all these other countries, why didn't America would have just sanctioned Israel to go wipe out the Palestinians like decades ago?
Oh, of course. Yeah. It's a big headache, right?
Yeah. Exactly. It's a huge headache. If the Palestinians weren't there, all this conflict would have been solved decades ago. So why didn't America just be like, just go fucking wipe them out? I mean, this is why this is just so fucking. I hate these people that draw the cork, the red string on the cork boards, and they ignore and deny all the complexities of reality. That all these different countries are all balancing like just thousands and millions of different interests at the same time. They all try to come up with some way to deal with them.
Yeah, it's silly. Yeah.
People saying something that I think when you look at the math is just absurd, that Israel controls the United States, and the reason why anti-Semitism is being banned in Australia is because Israel is exerting influence over Australia instead of just all of the woke policies.
But they literally are, because they have the same kind of lobby groups like AIPAC in Australia and the Jewish Australian Association.
To say that
I can show you the organizations
are coming from Israel.
No, I'm not saying that. That's okay. I've never said that. What I'm saying is this: we don't need Israel as a base. Look, we have so many bases. I think more than a dozen now in Saudi Arabia alone, surrounding the entire perimeter. Okay, this is part of the reason why they're submissive. We also have bases in the UAE. We have bases in North Africa. There's no way you can convince me with having Eastern Europe bases in Eastern Europe, in Germany, and even in the UK, and then going down that we somehow need this little stretch of land. We need bases there. I don't buy that, and I don't think that Israel.
It's so weird because he doesn't acknowledge the cultural capital base that's there.
He doesn't.
Right. Yeah. It's not just it's not just the land, the military base. Obviously, we do have military bases in Saudi Arabia. What kind of cultural base do we have in Saudi Arabia, Sitch? What kind of ground hold do we have in Saudi Arabia culturally?
Not great.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot.
Look, I don't even know if their women can fucking drive. Come on.
Right. I mean, it's just, it's ridiculous because he's talking about all these other bases. Yeah, we have bases in other countries. Other countries, as you're saying, that have very different political and cultural systems than America, which, if you're a military analyst at the United States government, you're like, I don't know if that base is going to be there in 10 years, 20 years.
Yeah,
who knows what's going to fucking happen?
That was my next question.
Right.
Shit hits a fan in the Middle East. Shit hits a fan, really hits the fan.
Right.
What happens to those bases in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, are they going to get taken over? Yeah, you're gonna have to get all your men out of there, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
you're going to need the base in Israel where they're not going to be fucking prisoners to go get the guys in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. So this is so stupid. This is really working backwards from the whole and listen, it's fine if you don't want to give money to Israel. Okay, that's fine, but this is really working backwards to be like Israel's behind it all.
Can you imagine being at a military base that's like the closest base that actually has the same is surrounded by the same sort of culture as you is like tens of thousands of miles away?
That's not great.
God.
That's what happened. I mean, that literally happened. That was the Benghazi thing, remember?
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I think it was the embassy, right?
Was it an embassy? I thought it was a military base. Oh no, you're right. It was an embassy. Yeah.
Yeah. See, the embassies have an even more difficult situation because they're supposed to be just bureaucrats, right? No military people, obviously.
Right.
That we would never allow any military people in our country, but we have to have some sort of ambassadors. It's like sitting ducks. That's what they are. Look, you're sitting ducks.
Mm-hmm. Well,
at least the military guys have guns, right? I mean, they're severely outnumbered by the population, obviously, but anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure, look, all those bases we have in Saudi Arabia, I'm sure, they're getting something out of it, right?
Of course they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Saudi Arabia is getting lots of money and support from the United States. And this is part of the, and Tim actually brings this up, and this is a really base point that he brings up later in this conversation. But it's like, why were all these college protesters? If it's not about Israel, it's not about anti-Semitism, right? If it's not because they're just swept up in some kind of weird ideological woke nonsense, okay? If they really just care about the loss of life and they don't want America, funding some kind of war, how come they didn't go through any of this shit to stop us funding the Saudis, with their civil war in Yemen, right? That's killed 500,000 people or something. So it's so interesting how only certain, things get caught in people's brain, essentially.
Right. Because it's like Jewish people, right?
Well, it's not Jewish. It's just for Israel. It's so interesting. The Palestinian movement somehow got wedged into the Black liberation movement, like in the 70s. And because that happened, it just totally ruined a lot of people in the left's brain on the issue to like hyperfixate on this because they somehow associate it with Black liberation.
I mean, I'm thinking Kanye, right?
Well, it predated Kanye, but
of course, but it's the perfect intersection, right?
Sure.
You think the Black liberation movement likes Jewish people? Of course not. They're just like Kanye.
Right.
Controls the US, because there's no way that one country controls everything or everyone, and that there's a lot of senators and congressmen that actually are not bought out by AIPAC. My point is that Israel has too much vested interest in America, has too much political willpower. It's currently legal, and when every other country does it, we know it's wrong, we call it out, it's illegal for Iran or Russia. If Russia tries to interfere and buy it out, even if they don't, we make up conspiracies, put Trump on trial for years, arrest his friends for unrelated crimes, because we know how bad it is for a foreign country to be manipulating our political system against the will of the people. I believe that AIPAC, on behalf of the Israeli government and their own global interests, are manipulating our government against the interest of our people and our community, our democracy, and they need to be registered as a foreign agent or kicked out. And anyone working or taking money for them is currently working as an enemy de facto of our people, whether they were elected or not.
I would put that in tier B, which is Israel exerts influence in the United States, which it is able to because the U.S. military-industrial complex, which is actually the Western powers, NATO, etc.
Crazy.
Guidance chips for missiles are manufactured in Israel. Security, encryption breaking software and security software and a lot of cyber operations. But weapons manufacturing is massive in Israel. Plus, it's a staging base for U.S. allied operations. So the U.S. military their view of this, and this is coming from speaking to Trump administration people. It's not religious. The reason why the deep state is so invested in it is because we want to win these territories. We want to control these territories. We want to exert our influence and dominance over them. And anyone who opposes us, we overthrow their government. It's the history of the modern United States in the past 100 years. Now, if Israel is complaining, the U.S. says, well, look, we need their missiles, we need their guidance systems, we need their territory, so just tell them to shut up, we'll give them what they want. That's more the influence that Israel has in the United States, which is, I would agree, disproportionate. I would say if there is anti-Semitism is bad happening in Australia, I would equate that more with why postmodernism is emerging. Why is Joe Biden putting DEI policies at the federal level? Why is he changing Title IX? These things don't benefit Israel. They've actually caused problems for Israel. Now it's shifted, and now all of a sudden the anti-Semitism thing has happened. But going back, we can go back 10 years. We can go back to the Women's March. People like me and many others have been...
It was 10 years ago?
No, I don't. The Women's March wasn't 10 years ago. It was probably like 6. I'm saying we can go back 10 years ago or go back to the Women's March. The reason I bring up the Women's March is because the organizers were deeply anti-Semitic, like literally believed conspiracy theories about Jews specifically, not Israel. And so I and many others kept saying to people like Bill Ackman and Michael Rappaport, not them specifically, but people like them, this woke stuff is running alongside and is a component of these weird conspiracy theories about Jews. And they ignored it.
Like what? Like what weird conspiracy? Like
so
what would they say?
The Women's March specifically, that it's your typical the Jews are responsible for all the world wars, that they created the Federal Reserve and the Rothschilds implemented the system hundreds of years ago, that they created the slave trade intentionally. The
Women's March were saying all this stuff?
Yeah, you don't remember? We might have talked about it. It was like so long ago.
Is this for real? Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, there was a story where I forget her name. There's some woman who was Jewish who was like one of the top level Women's March ladies. And she got dragged into a room because the other women, I believe, were mostly women of color. And they kind of dragged her into this meeting and they kind of expressed this worldview that they kind of bought into, not quite like the Yakubian shit, but like close to it. sort of like that the Jews, white people have basically been subjugating black people forever, and that the Jews were really like the puppet masters of the white people. And they kind of like laid this all out to her, and she was like, "What the fuck?" And she kind of went, I forget what publication, I'll look it up, and she wrote this like long article like explaining how fucked up
what
this
was the pitch? Were they basically asking her to be like their Jewish emissary and like work it all out? Or I mean,
no, I think
it's so bizarre.
I think the pitch was essentially they were telling her like why Jewish women had to like shut the fuck up.
Whoa,
and not be part of like the movement.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
he was even a New York Times article about this. This is from 2019. 3 leaders of Women's March group stepped down after controversies.
Wow. Okay.
Controversies.
So they're not using it to solve the problem. They're using it to tell them to shut the fuck up. You talk too much.
Right. Well, okay, and here are the 3. Now, the first name, well, you probably remember the 2 names. We had Linda Sarsour. Remember her?
Oh, yes. Oh, she's the worst.
Yeah, Linda Sarsour. I remember I did a whole video of her. I don't remember why in the video I had her as like a T-Rex. I don't remember what the context was. We had Tamika Mallory, who I remember, and there was a guy named Bob Bland, who I don't remember the guy at all. But and so let's see. Their departure, earlier reported by the Washington Post, follows complaints from some local women march leaders that the New York-based group was too insular to lead a national movement. Washington accused Miss Mallory and the 4th co-chair Carmen Perez Jordan of making anti-Semitic remarks. And she didn't have to go. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I just remember there was some article or some women who were Jewish were kind of like brought into a room and they're like, listen, the Jews are behind everything. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, what the hell are you talking about? So I guess it makes sense because Linda Sarsour, she was, I believe she had connections with Louis Farrakhan. So yeah, I don't know if Tamika Mallory did, but it would make sense that, if she's an influencing voice, that they believe the whole Jews are behind everything bad kind of conspiracy.
Yeah.
But Tim,
here's a picture of Linda for you guys, just
there you go.
FYI.
Tim is completely correct. And this is a big problem that, unfortunately, a lot of white people and a lot of Jewish white people have not sort of, they haven't really woke up to until now, which is that, the woke movement is not a liberal movement. It is a Marxist-inspired movement. These people are incredibly racist against white people. They're incredibly anti-liberal, and they're, for the most part, pretty anti-Semitic. And these people are not your friends, they're not your allies. And unfortunately, it doesn't sink into most people's minds until suddenly they feel like they're being attacked. Suddenly they go, oh, wait a minute. Like, I thought I was on your tribe. And unfortunately, it's only when people, like the tribe turns on them, that suddenly they have like a clarity of vision to kind of see what's going on. The tribal blinders kind of fall away and they have a better view of things. So, which is very interesting that's what happens.
Of course. They perceive these people as their friends and allies. And the next thing you know, when they're kicking their ass, they're like, what?
Right.
I defended you.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Because that's the thing. And this is the problem. And I remember this very clearly growing up. Because there was like sort of a, people poking fun and making fun of white people growing up. And there was always a sense, and this is the same thing with anything, with people poking fun at Jews, which also, I experienced growing up, which is, when you're in a situation, you feel like these are jokes that are like, they're well-meaning or obvious jokes about gender and about race and about religions, that you don't think like, oh, this person actually hates me. You're like, oh, they're just like kind of poking fun at some cultural attitude associated with a race or religion or a gender, right? And you don't think they're actually like bigoted. And so it's like, oh, it's kind of like in good fun. And then at some point or something changes and you realize, wait a minute, some of these people, it's not in good fun. Some of these people literally believe this shit, right? And then it's suddenly like everything changes. And I think too many white people are still in the stage where they don't understand or they don't accept how serious some of the anti-white racism in America is. They still think it's like poking fun. And it's not. We've gone past that point. It is, there is a strong subset of people on the left that are just horrible bigots, and the only way to make it go away is to not allow it to fester, essentially, or to call it out for what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate, but true.
And they talk about later, so I'm not going to bring it up until we get to that point, but he kind of talks about Nick Fuentes on Twitter later. And it's funny because I think Nick Fuentes is I think Nick Fuentes and the Gropers are basically being on Twitter is going to completely backfire on their whole movement because they're just annoying everyone. But we'll get there.
Are they annoying you? They're
not annoying me because I don't interact with any of them. But
yeah, I've never seen anyone groiperish in my.
Well, actually, no. It's funny because there's like this weird thing. If I get retweeted by certain people, or if I leave a reply about under certain people, that's something that's like Jewishy or related to Groiper people, then you'll see like a bunch of them will come in. And it's funny because they come in like waves. So it does feel very body. You're like, what's going on here?
Like they got some Reddit set up somewhere where they're organized.
Yeah, they have a Discord server. Yeah. I mean, that's very obviously what's going on. I think it's a combination of people botting accounts and, angry Discord servers and shit like that. But terminate online people. Yeah. I mean, I don't really care. I just kind of wave it away, but.
Yeah. Look, I've been brigaded like that sometimes. Mostly for MMT stuff, but.
Yeah, my comment about the whole, like, how stupid the Jewish conspiracy is that that Israel's pushing wokeness, a thing that is inherently anti-Israel. If you go through the comments, I mean, even though most people agree with me, there are a bunch of people that are like, the Jews are behind it. What are you talking about, Sitch? You're just saying this because you're Jewish. You're just trying to hide the Jew conspiracy because you're gained from the Jewish power. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. I
mean, listen, they're not wrong. I do go to my secret Jew meetings, but I can't let them know that. All right.
I wish.
I know you don't like that I say that, but
because a lot of people don't. Well, it's just playing into the.
Of course.
The nonsense. I mean, it's not as bad as like if someone calls you a pedo, you're like laying into it like Mr.
That's not a good idea.
Like that.
Okay. That's a terrible idea.
It's not. I know it's not on par with that.
No. Mr. Girl was making a very wrong strategic choice. If it was a strategic choice to lay into any of that stuff.
Right.
Okay, that was a bad mistake.
Playing into the Jew paranoia.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It is a bit more. It is funnier.
Right.
Obviously, yeah.
Coinciding with, I don't know if this is the Women's March woman specifically, but that they are the actual Jews and that the current Jews have stolen the land from the Black Hebrew Israelites, et cetera, et cetera.
That was the lady who got caught on like the hot mic or something or like a recording at her home. Right?
I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that there was a woman who came out and said she was sat down and told that the real issue with everything was the Jews, and they had this meme where it showed white privilege, and it said, here's all the races of the world, here's white people, and then above the white people was the Star of David. And so these things are running concurrently. That the woke ideology, intersectional feminism, was the people organizing this, BLM, trained Marxists, are running alongside Farrakhan, who hate Jews. And now it seems like people like Bill Ackman and Rappaport, who love Israel, like specifically Israel, are now realizing that the horse they backed, Joe Biden, the left, the Democrats, and wokeness, hates Jews and hates Israel, and they're panicking because of it. Now Biden's in this weird position where he's trying to have it both ways. They called it his Charlottesville moment when he said, I do condemn the anti-Semitism, and I also condemn those who don't know what's going on in Palestine, because he's panicked. Democrats overwhelmingly, it's like, we pulled the poll from Gallup. I'll try to pull it up again. Let me see if I can, I think this is it. Democrats overwhelmingly disapprove of the military action in Gaza. So Democrats, as of March, 75% disagree. Biden's screwed. Donald Trump is saying he's going to be the most pro-Israel president, but Donald Trump's anti-woke. So the woke stuff that...
It's pretty interesting. Even in that poll, if that, obviously you need more than one poll to look at stuff, but even in that poll, in November, so just a month after October, there was still majority was against Israel's action, that's surprising to me. I wouldn't have thought it would have been so high.
Closer to October 7th, that was the case?
Yeah, because look, the first number on the top, it says November 2023, and you have 36% only 36% of Democrats agree with Israel's military action in Gaza.
Wow.
So that is pretty surprising to me.
They're just anti-war reflexively.
Maybe. I mean, it could be anti-war. It could be that they feel the oppressor thing, So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Listen, if the Jews are behind wokeness, they did a really poor job getting the left to support Israel. Okay. You think that would have been at top? You think if the Jews really behind anything, that would have been the top of their list, right? To get the left on board with Israel. They seem to do a pretty piss poor job.
Yeah.
All these places was coming from the left who hate Jews. Maybe not literally every single one of them, but
a lot of people on the left. So like 90% of Jews are left, though. So I think it's weird for me to say this because
not anymore. Maybe.
Well, I think
76%.
No, I think they are,
right?
Because there's a difference between a Zionist and a Jew. First of all, which is important because there are anti-Zionist Jewish people. I would say the majority of Jews. So I grew up in L.A. I have a lot. Like the guy still making my videos is.
Did you see J-Reg's last video?
I didn't know. Is it good?
Did.
Should I see it?
Yeah,
let's watch it.
It's only like 2 minutes long. He's like, listen, he's mad that there's so much people talking about whether the pro-Palestinian supporters are anti-Semitic or not.
Right.
And he's like, listen, I'm an anti-Semitic pro-Zionist position. He kind of goes on this whole thing about like, you're telling me that I can get all the Jews to leave my country and go somewhere else? I'm on board. That's pretty funny.
Oh my God. That guy's hilarious.
Is Jewish. My good friend Mark Lobliner is Jewish. I have family that's Jewish. I'm from LA. Okay, we just know a lot of Jewish people.
Listen. He knows a lot of Jewish people. A lot of his Jews are friends. He's got Jewish family members, Adam. Okay.
I find it hard to believe they're not talking about your Twitter.
Some of his best friends are Jewish, right?
Sure.
So therefore, when he talks about Israel controlling everything, it's not a Jewish thing, right? It's not a Jewish thing.
But are
he talks about Jewish power?
You? That's the thing I want to know.
Yeah, are they following on Twitter? That's a good question.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Are your Jewish family members following you on Twitter?
Did he say he's got family members that are Jewish?
He said, yeah. I'll go back.
I grew up in LA. I have a lot. Like the guy still making my videos is Jewish. My good friend Mark Lobliner is Jewish. I have family that's Jewish. I'm from LA. Okay, we just know a lot of Jewish people, and I can tell you, just like if I went into a Mexican neighborhood, if I had opinions on Mexicans, if I went into a black neighborhood and I had opinions on blacks, I can tell you this: the average person you're going to talk to isn't going to know shit about anything. Okay, nothing political. The black people are not going to know anything about anything besides maybe what they were told. Jews, that the Holocaust was the worst thing that happened. Maybe black people, that you were slaves and that white people are keeping you down. People just live in their bubbles, in their insular ethnic circles. So I'm not talking about Jews in general. All I know is the majority of these Jews do live in liberal areas. You're talking about New York, LA. People trend left anyways. If you look at the zip codes, these people are just liberal. I don't know if they know anything going on about Democrats or Republicans. They'll probably still vote Democrats regardless of this because these people are not informed voters regardless of their race. But I do think it's funny that we talk about this idea like 90%, well, I guess less now, but like 80-something% of black people vote left. Nearly 90% of Jewish people vote left. These people will do it out of like sheer loyalty as well. What you're talking about here is probably like informed voters who are just asked these questions. But I don't find this to be a sign that he's screwed because you're going to tell me that Jews are going to start majority voting Republican
Michael
because of this?
Rappaport, have you watched his video?
It's not out of loyalty. It's out of hatred for conservatives. They believe all the stereotypes against conservatives. Actually,
greedy racists.
Yeah, the left scores very low on loyalty. They're not doing it because they love, loyalty to other leftists. They're doing it because they hate conservatives. They hate racist conservatives. That's the way they think of them. I don't think conservatives are racist, obviously. I think it's a stereotype.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's funny because, we said this during the primaries. I think basically if it was anyone else than Trump, there'd be almost no way that Joe Biden could win.
Of course, yeah.
Whatsoever.
Trump is keeping Biden in the game. Look, Biden might win. I've seen a lot of crazy shit. And
I think it's not because I don't think anyone likes Biden. Well, that's not true. There's a couple people like Biden, but it's just they really, really hate Trump. So that's really, and that's another thing. It's not liking Republicans. A lot of people just despise Trump personally. They kind of view him as an extra different, existential threat to America and democracy. So even if they really disagree with Biden on Israel or the economy or anything, they're still not going to vote for Trump, or they still might hold their nose and vote for Biden anyway.
The stakes in this election, the personal stakes in this election are so high. It's incredible because Trump is either, going to win and be the 2-term president he wants to be and tell everyone he's a 3-term president because he was screwed over, or he's going to become the biggest presidential loser in human history. He's going to be a fucking 2-time loser, 1-term president.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
That's a good point.
And not only that, not only that, the guy is going to be running again. He's going to be running in 2028.
You think he's going to be running? Oh
of course he is.
And are we going to make another bet?
Look, no, I'm not betting on this. This is not, hopefully he's not this stupid, but I can just imagine it. I can imagine him saying we'll get him in 2028 and literally running in the primary again, and just everyone being like, dude, you're delusional. Yeah.
That would be pretty hilarious.
I'm telling you. Look, election night. It's going to be crazy.
It is.
I'm going to be streaming with you because it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, good old Michael Rappaport. Yeah, he's virtue signaling, I think.
Virtue signaling to who?
Just the public, because I just feel like, I don't know, Michael and I have had a lot of online fights.
He certainly felt that criticism of Trump was not as important as what was going on with Israel. This is a guy who's a New York liberal who hated Trump, and that's all he did.
Wasn't he the guy that went to Tel Aviv to show like butt plug stores or something?
I don't know.
Oh.
What I can tell you is, like with the OnlyFans model who said, I found God. A lot of people, Pearl was like, she's lying. She's just grifting. And I'm like, good. If someone decides to grift for a certain side, it shows that they think that's the right side of history. If a liberal guy like Michael Rappaport says voting for Trump is on the table because of Israel, it shows that he is leaning towards Trump, whether he actually wants to or not. But the grift now is pro-Trump, at least a little bit. So what I see here is perhaps many of these uninformed Jewish voters who tend to vote Democrat will still do it. The point I'm making is we told them over and over again, we said, it's so weird that this intersectional Marxist stuff that hates the Jews is being prominently pushed by so many people on the left, including the Jewish community who are voting for it. And I described it as the one ring. They thought they could wield the power of the woke and it's going to turn against them. Now you're seeing a lot of Jewish voters waking up and realizing, holy crap, the whole time we were supporting these people, they secretly were coming after us.
Yeah, but then fuck them for supporting, anti-white shit sorry for my language on YouTube. But I mean, that's how I feel passionately.
Then lose.
It's like these people were supporting this stuff. It's been anti-straight, anti-male, anti-family, anti-institutionalized. And then they're like, oh, but now they don't like us. Well, eat your cake and, sleep in your bed.
Then lose.
Yeah.
Sitch, have you been supporting this? I noticed he's saying like all Jewish people have been supporting this stuff, this woke stuff.
Sure. Well, I like it. Tim's like, well, then just lose. Right? Because that's what politics is about, forming winning coalitions.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think there's a couple of things.
I just hate these stereotypes.
I know. There are a couple of things that I think are interesting that they don't really lean on here in this conversation, which I understand why is, it's easier for me as a Jew to say things about the Jews, right? Without getting hit with the anti-Semitic stick. But, so in terms of like why, as I said, people don't perceive threats very often until they're targeted themselves. And I do think that there was a lot of white Jewish people, especially older generations. People who are not Jewish probably don't know this. Like my parents, who are boomers, who are raised by silent generation Jews, like the silent generation, right? Silent generation is the greatest generation, or am I mixing them up?
Who knows?
Whatever. The greatest generation, the people who went through the Great Depression and World War II. Like they literally went through World War II. They literally went through the Holocaust. Even if they weren't like in Europe, they like lived through a time period where they're like, holy fuck. Right. And so they kind of, a lot of them imparted in their children like a fear of like, being Holocausted again. Right. And now obviously, that fear wanes as time goes on. And so I think that's why a lot of the younger Jews that you see on these college campuses who are kind of consumed by leftism, like could be like very anti-Israel, while a lot of older Jews who, even if they're left, they're like, what the fuck? because they still, in their mind, basically had this idea pushed on them by their parents that like, oh,
any day now,
I might have to run away to Israel, right? Right.
Of course, yeah.
Right. So I think that's part of it.
Base.
Exactly. I think part of it's the same thing that's kind of going on with Cenk, the Palestine, which is the same thing that people who, it's funny because I'm sure, I don't remember, but I could almost guarantee you Elijah was complaining about white people in South Africa getting, wrongfully killed. If people see anyone in the world who is attacked because of their identity and they share that identity, it can feel like a threat to you. Yep. Even if you're not in that country. And it's kind of why I think that's why Cenk is so animated about the Palestine situation, is because he kind of ties it in, he ties America's response into Islamophobia. So he kind of views, Americans that are siding with Israel as doing so for Islamophobic reasons, and he's faced Islamophobia, or what he categorizes as Islamophobia in America. So therefore it's a threat to him, right? It's a threat to his identity. And, it's the same thing with, like white people going, oh my God, it's like white people getting killed in South Africa, blah, 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 right? Kind of, oh, it feels like a threat to your identity. And there are Jewish people that are kind of waking up to this because they feel like some of the protests against Israel, especially the recent ones, which kind of shifted away from ceasefire to shifting to some of it being pro-Hamas, some of it being the very anti-Zionism conversation. They're now seeing it as an attack on their identity as Jews. It's making them feel unsafe in their own country. And suddenly they're like, oh my God, what the fuck's going on here? And so I think that's kind of what's animating, people like Michael Rappaport and some of these other people. They're sort of like, holy shit, like this isn't where I thought it was. Where before, like, I'm sure there are some Jews who are white who, were fine shitting on white people, because there was like a weird thing where, and I've said this before on stream, Jews are Schrodinger's white people. Like, if you're on the left, they call you white and you're oppressive for it. If you're on the right, or the far right, I should say, they call you not white and they hate you for it too, right? Jews are kind of in that like really bad,
damned
category.
If you do, damned if you don't. Yeah.
Right. But a lot of the anti-Jew leftism, it was sort of still in areas which most of the mainstream left wasn't highlighting. And so most Jewish people in America just were completely ignorant of it. They were still sort of operating from, they could see like the anti-right, the anti-Jewish right-wing stuff. That was, Charlottesville. They literally had, the dissident right, white nationalists shouting, Jews will not replace us, right? It was like just completely on display. There was they couldn't see the leftivist version of it because it was more subtle, or it was more in academia. It was more kind of below the surface. And it was only with this stuff that now they're starting to see like, oh my God, the people, the few of us who were trying to raise the flag about these problems on the left, suddenly they're like, oh, I guess you were right. When they were ignoring these threats before, they're ignoring these voices before because they kind of viewed it as crying wolf. They just didn't trust the whole thing. The right's been kind of complaining about, communist subversion in America for a very long time. They kind of hand waved it away. And suddenly now it's kind of on the face for them to see. And suddenly now that they're under attack and they can see the clear threat, they're like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. So I think that's really more what's motivating the Jews, as opposed to the Jewish people that are kind of changing their mind about this, as opposed to them being like, oh, I was fine shitting on white people. I don't think they perceived it. A lot of like the white people on the left, including Jews and non-Jews, who are like shitting on white people, they just don't perceive it as shitting on white people because they don't view white people as being threatened in America. And so they don't perceive it as being like racism or bigotry, even though it is essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't think any of the people making those threats are in a position to follow through on those threats. I mean, obviously there are situations where they can, and I do think white people have like lost jobs and stuff.
Of course,
like that,
100%.
Been discriminated against, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, it's interesting because like you're basically making the argument that the people who were woke, who were Jewish people, are no longer woke, right? And if we want less people to be woke, then that's a good thing. Yeah, you think Elijah would be on board with that? Nah.
No. Well, it's because he's just angry about it. But and also, I mean, because he probably, I don't think he said in this conversation, but it seems like he believes, that the Jews were intentionally, planting the seeds of anti-white ideology, which obviously goes back to like the Jewish question nonsense, which makes no fucking sense, especially in America, because you think if this was true, like the Jews would be so supporting the right wing in America because the right wing is so pro-Israel, right?
Right.
It doesn't make any sense. Like this is complete opposite of reality. So
well, there's so many European Jewish people that it doesn't really make sense to. But I guess there are a lot of self-hating white people. So
yeah, but it's based off this like retarded idea that because the non-whites are lower IQ, the Jews think they can control them easier. They can't control the whites. The whites are too smart to be controlled, so they got to breed the whites out. Like that's literally the conspiracy theory, and it's obviously makes fucking no sense, right?
Oh, that's so. So, is this ever openly discussed on any of these live streams? I mean, this is like crazy shit.
I don't think Elijah's ever openly discussed it, but this is what this is like what they're operating from. This is what Nick Fuentes and all those, they're all operating from that perspective that the Jews are intentionally trying to breed out white people through immigration because it's easier to control the non-whites because they're dumber.
Wow.
Even though if you look at it actually makes absolutely no sense too, because even if you look at it from if you're buy into that framing, I think if you look at it, like white people generally have more favorable in America anyway. White people have generally more favorable, well, before this stuff, had more favorable views towards Jews than other minorities had towards Jews anyway. So it doesn't even the whole concept of it doesn't even make sense. But
yeah, white people generally have more favorable views towards all minorities.
Yes, in America, yeah. Yes, 100%. So the whole concept of it just in this, I mean, this idea literally originated from the early 1900s. It's kind of like you hear stupid idiots kind of pushing Marxism. It's like this dead theory that's been just never goes away. That's created in the 1900s, even though it doesn't matter how many times it's been proven wrong. It's the same thing. The Jewish question. This has been a theory that's been around from the 1890s or the early 1900s. That just same idea just keeps getting repeated again and again and again. People just won't let it go, even though it never makes sense. But
sounds horrible.
Anyway.
Would you like to lose?
No, I'm just saying
Then take the support you can get.
Well, I don't think they really support. I think they're
So that's why Tim is saying that. He's basically saying, look, they're not woke now. Take it.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a win.
That's a win. And it's funny. Yeah. I said this from the beginning. I said this years ago, motherfuckers. I said Jews. I said we should call them Chekhov's Jews. Okay. Jews are the secret landmine that the woke is going to step on. That's going to be like a big crack in destroying the woke movement. I said this, and it's come to pass. All right.
You should not talk openly about blowing up Jews. It's not. It's not good for our brand.
No, listen. I'm not talking about blowing up Jews. I'm saying Jews are the explosive. They're the landmine themselves.
Yeah, okay. I get it, but I mean, ultimately, we all know what happens to the landmine.
I'm going to go. I like Chekhov's Jews. Okay. That's a good way of framing it.
Okay. He's hanging on to it. He's married to it.
I am married
self-interest,
to it.
And I think in the end...
You're correct.
I mean, most people are, though.
Everyone
right?
is.
Most, but then I can we're going back to a morality argument now. Now it's coming back to your personal views and your morality. If you
I don't care why they're voting for Trump.
Yeah, but then I can support pro-Palestinian protesters, even though they're leftists, because they want to get rid of AIPAC, and so do I. If I take singular issues like that...
you think AIPAC's more important than Trump? Trump's going to support AIPAC. Trump's going to support Israel. I think Trump should win.
I have a question. Do you really think that Jewish voters are going to turn out... I literally don't have an answer, so I want to know your opinion. Do you think Jewish voters, because of this, are going to turn out ostensibly higher for Trump than they ever have?
To any degree from 0.1 to 90, there's some number in there, yes.
Statistically significant, like 5% or more.
One thing that will matter.
That's a good question. What do you think, Sitch?
I don't know if they'll turn out for Trump, but I think there'll be some amount that don't turn out for Biden.
Really?
Which would hurt. Which would hurt.
Right. They're going to stay home on Biden. Wow.
Well, it's funny. If Florida
stays home, Biden's fucked.
Well, I don't, there's no chance. I think there's literally no chance Biden can win Florida because of the way this has been trending away and way to the red every year. But if it's so funny, this is so cynical. This is how politics works. And it really shows why all this AIPAC shit is bullshit. It's all about cultivating votes. Because if Florida was still a big swing state that Biden thought he could win, he would be in such a more difficult position because he'd be like, oh my God, we have a bunch of Democrats that are very more anti-Israel, but there's all those Jews in Florida that I had to get votes from. So he'd be so fucked. He wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, that is bad. Rock in a hard place.
Yep.
Yeah. This policy is tearing him apart, and it's not good for his election prospects. So
there you go.
When we get to the debates is how much this issue comes up and how good the messaging is from both sides. Like you said, Trump says he's going to be the most pro-Israel president they have.
Because he is.
But the point is, like, if those topics don't get enough attention during the debates, the point is, will that actually shift points of view from people who are still open-minded?
Let me ask you, would you vote for Joe Biden if Joe Biden came out and said, Israel is not our ally and AIPAC must register as a foreign agent?
It's a good question. I don't believe politicians, so I'll just say that I wouldn't believe that he would do that.
Well, whether you believe him or not, would you vote for Joe Biden if you knew he was going to do that?
I'm not a singular issue voter, so I wouldn't vote on anyone based on one singular issue. But I would this is kind of like one of the.
Dude, he knows. Like, I can't go on Tim Pool and say I would vote for Joe Biden. It would be career suicide for him. Like,
even hypothetical.
Yeah, look, his entire chat tomorrow would be like Biden voter. Like, it would be merciless, wouldn't it? It's funny looking at it from like the content creator's perspective, but it would, like, oh man. I mean, everyone just, yeah. So he's in a quandary here. He's got to like, oh look, there's no way in hell I would vote for Biden. That's what he's got to say.
Those things that's a hypothetical that would not happen because I know that Joe Biden is already bought out by these people. It wouldn't matter what he said. I wouldn't believe him. But if a politician came up that one of their main platforms was to make AIPAC register as a foreign agent and to get
that's why I didn't ask that
Israeli
question.
power out, if there was a politician and that was one of their main platforms and it paired with other things I believe in, I would vote for them over Trump.
Look, he totally gets out of it, Sitch. What a great move. He's like, listen, if there was a hypothetical candidate that wasn't Biden, that was good.
That was a good maneuver. Yeah, good on you, Elijah. I'm impressed.
He pulled it off. Yeah.
That was great.
Trump, yes.
And someone super chat us the other day that they would vote for Joe Biden if he came out against Israel. And we're talking about a guy who his brother receives lucrative contracts alongside his positioning as vice president. A guy who 10% for the big guy. Whose son is.
I wouldn't vote for Biden regardless because I know he's a corrupt politician.
And I'm saying that there are people who care.
Look, he's just got to make it clear. He's got to make it crystal clear. All those people are going to call him a Biden voter.
You're so correct. Yeah, that he has to like. I missed that when I listened to this the first time.
Care so much more about Israel than the United States, they would vote for Joe Biden as long as Joe Biden was anti-Israel. That is Israel derangement syndrome. Donald Trump is pro-Israel. I'm not a fan of U.S. foreign policy. I know Donald Trump is going to engage in foreign policy decisions I don't like. He still has to win.
But isn't that, then aren't the Jews have the Israel derangement syndrome too that are going to vote for Trump because he's more pro-Israel? Like, my point is people are too damn concerned.
I'm saying...
Like, wouldn't that be if you're voting for or against someone based on this one singular issue?
If you would let Joe Biden burn this country to the ground,
I mean, I actually agree. Well, with Elijah's hypothetical here, I think to me, and I agree with Tim here, it is kind of insane to me that anyone would singularly be persuaded to vote one direction or the other, or Biden or Trump, based on Israel. That is kind of an insane thing in my mind.
There's so many other issues at stake, obviously.
Yes.
Like there's a whole southern border crisis.
Yes.
There's like all the higher crime rates. There's like abortion.
There's economic issues. There's abortion. Yeah. There's so many like more issues at play here. Like, I don't give that much about Israel. I don't really care that much about Israel. I'm American. Okay. I have no interest to move to Israel. Fine, whatever. It's a country.
You might have to, Sitch. Look,
there you go. It's an ethno state. To quote ethno state, I have to move there, right?
Look, if Nick Fuentes gets his way,
I wouldn't move to Israel. I'd move to like fucking Canada or like a European country. I wouldn't move to Israel. Israel's literally be like the bottom tier of like place that I ever want to move to. I don't know if we can
be friends anymore after you make this Canada comment. I'm just
saying if I had to. No, what I'm saying is if I had to leave,
you move to Canada.
If I had to leave America,
that's the best place you can think of.
If I have to, you're right. I'm so sorry. I apologize. America's hat. How dare I? No, if I had to leave America to live somewhere else,
the enemy. Jesus.
Israel would be
Canada,
like
he says.
Israel would be like at the bottom of the list. Okay,
Right.
I'm thinking like, that's, as I said, European country, Canada. Fuck, I'd move to Australia first.
Dubai.
I moved to Japan. Like, I don't know. I don't have this like weird cultural association with like, that people are so hung up on. And I mean, I understand sort of to some extent
Japan
why.
could be interesting. Canada. Ugh.
Japan's awesome. I just don't want to learn the language, but.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Big hassle.
Like, Canadians, they speak Canadian, right?
They speak the American, as long as you don't live in Quebecois. So
right, where they speak French Canadian.
Yeah, I'm lazy. I want to go somewhere they speak English. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Could go to England.
That's what. Well, England's kind of cucked though.
That's
Canada's kind of cucked too.
Like taking steps backwards, right?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know who's more cucked, England or Canada. I feel like England's slightly more cucked.
Australia, you go dance in front of the.
There you go. The
House.
Sydney Opera House. Yeah, there you go. So that's probably where I'd end up somewhere. But Australia, there's too many. See, this is the problem. This is why I'd probably end up in Canada. Okay. I like Australia, but there's too many things that try to kill you there.
Canada's too cold. I've been to Washington.
That is
State.
true. That is true.
Washington State is miserable, and Canada's further north than that.
That's a good point.
You can't look. Canada is just out of the question. I moved to Mexico before I moved to Canada. Yeah.
You know what? That's a fair point. I don't know.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know. Do you go to England where things are kind of cucky and getting more cucked by day, or do you brave the getting killed by a spider in Australia?
I mean, look, there's people who speak English in other places, right?
Sure, I guess.
We can move to the French Riviera.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's nice there. And look, I'm sure there's plenty of Americans there.
Okay.
We'll be expats. It'll be great.
Okay.
Look, I'm not leaving America, obviously.
Right. But yeah, I don't know. To me, it's just, I do think it's ridiculous. If anyone's going to change their vote singularly on Israel, really has that strong of a care so much about the situation one way or the other is kind of ridiculous. But
yeah, there's too much other stuff going on in this election, obviously. Yeah. But the people who are out there protesting, like, it's easy to infer them as single issue voters since they're so passionately caught up in this. They're like, oh my God, the university completely disrespected us. They're not going to show up and vote for Biden.
Those people weren't going to vote for anyone.
Of course.
Even though it's hilarious because like they would probably, they hate, I'm assuming also those protesters, they hate Donald Trump on every other issue. They're probably very big on climate change, very big on women's right to choose, all this other stuff. They probably think Donald Trump is going to be president forever. And yet they're like, but Israel.
Right.
Even though they should again be against Trump because Trump is way more pro-Israel than Biden ever is or ever has been. But it's hilarious. So, this is why those kids will never have any sort of political power.
How'd you feel about that Biden housing policy where he's going to give $400 to first-time home buyers? That just made me think, oh my God, I can't vote for Biden. He's like retarded.
That was really, yeah, I saw that. I was like, that is fucking retarded. That's pretty shockingly retarded.
Here's how we're going to solve the housing crisis. We're going to give free money to first-time home buyers. Are you rich enough to buy a house? Here's some money.
Here's a big bag of money. It actually was a layman had a really good response that you.
Oh yeah, he's great.
About. Yeah, it's just like it's the home prices go up, people get angry, subsidize demand.
Oh yes, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, which leads to home prices going up. It's like so stupid.
I saw it from him. Look, and someone did the math too, and they're like, that's not even $10,000. It's like $9,600. Like,
yeah,
because it's for 2 years. So the thing standing in the way of people being homeowners is $9,600.
It's such a weirdly stupid position because it's a stupid position because like, is the first time home buying crowd, is that like a big like a voting block that you get anyway?
Well, no, it's just some meaningless thing that you can say. Look, I'm focused. Look, I know your strife. Home prices are too high, but it's just the position. The policy is like laughable.
Yeah.
Because look, if you can't afford a home, you're like, I'm never going to get the subsidy anyway.
Listen,
right?
Prices for homes are too high because there's not enough supply and there's too much demand. So my solution is to just increase the demand by subsidizing it.
I don't know about the rest of the world, but a big problem in Los Angeles is the first-time home buyers are going up against all these investors who have all cash offers. So you as a first-time home buyer, like you got to go to the bank and get a loan. And it's just these cash offers, they swoop in, and the real estate agents want to deal with them because it's like, oh, it's easy, right? No, you cut the bank out of the equation completely.
What are they doing with the properties?
They're renting them out. They turn them into rental properties.
And it's like, is this like the dreaded BlackRock or some other organization? Who's doing this?
They can be BlackRock, or they can just be, individuals. Like what rich people with money. Like enough money that they can make a cash offer on like houses in LA. You're talking
multi-million-dollar house.
Yeah, $500,000 to $1 million to $2 million.
And they're just gonna rent.
It's a lot of cash.
Yeah. No. Gotta build more fucking houses.
But look, $9,600 to first-time homeowners.
Yep.
That'll get them voting for you. Oh God, I was like, this is the tweet that put me over the edge. I'm not voting for Biden. I can't vote for Biden.
That was the moment you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I forget. There was some.
I guess I'm voting for Trump. What can I do?
I forget what it was. There was some tweet. Yeah, it was a while ago. I was like, oh God, I can't support Biden after this. I don't remember what it was, but I was just like, fuck.
I think you sent that to me. I can't remember what it was either, but you were like, oh, fuck.
And then now this is yours. You're like, oh my God.
It's the thing that, it is funny that so much of us are driven by the issues that just do make us angry, right? It's like, I don't see why they call owning a home the American dream. Like they literally call it the American dream. Yet not any of our politicians are focusing on making that, not only possible, but, relatively easy for every American.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? What the fuck? It's easy to get fast food and become fat as can be. Why is that easy? Why do they make that so fucking easy? How come? How come that is easy?
I don't know.
How come if you want to eat like shit and be a big fat slob and die of fucking a heart attack by the time you're 50, why is that easy? Why can't any American do that? But owning a home is like, it's climbing Mount Everest. Only certain people can do it. Only rich people can do it.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck? I don't know. Rant over. Let's move on. Back to the JQ, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you hate Israel, you are deranged.
Yeah, but if you thought Trump is a psychomaniac, but you're just voting for him because at least he's going to back Israel and fight anti-Semitism, then you're the same maniac. Like these people are batshit crazy.
That's a different hypothetical, and we're talking about.
You're saying Jews would be switching over to vote for Trump on other issues?
People who care more about two groups of people who care more about Israel, and you're saying they're the same. I'm like, agreed. Two groups of people that care more about Israel than the United States are people who. Yes, I agree. That's just stating what I said. Someone in this country who thinks Joe Biden is a crook, but would vote for him because they care more about Israel in the United States, I'm saying is
if you're like a white woman wearing a hijab and praying to Allah and thinking you're being progressive, like we've got it down that people are stupid, and I kind of, this is what they did to us Trump supporters in the last 4 years before Biden, was they would take a few people and archetype all of us as this certain thing. They would take the Tiki Torch March, which I don't even know what that was. I have no idea what I think I recently found out what Charlottesville was really about, because they pushed this narrative based on a few events. This is how our enemies co-opt our narrative.
Is this true? Like Elijah wasn't making content when Charlottesville happened?
Is that what you just
like
said?
A completely new event to him?
Wait a minute.
Well, he's like basically saying he just recently discovered Charlottesville. I mean, it came up in the last presidential election, like Trump. I mean, he wasn't making content when Trump ran, because Charlottesville happened in the very beginning of Trump's presidency, and it was completely co-opted by the left and shouted from the rooftops for 4 years. How can he not I just found out about Charlottesville the other day. Does that make sense to you, Sitch?
Well, wait, I didn't hear what he said. Let me go back.
Okay. What were you reading? Was it good?
No.
I hope it was about how to make houses affordable.
It was.
Okay, good.
What I think I recently found out what Charlottesville was really about, because they pushed this narrative based on a few events. This is how our enemy.
What does that mean? He found out what it was really about. What was it really about? What does he mean?
Well,
what does that mean?
It was really about monuments.
Oh, it was about the statues, right?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe that's where he's going. I don't know.
I don't know. This is so
I'm just
weird.
like,
what does that fucking mean? I learned what it was really about.
Right? He's going to do a Trump here. Like, he's about to come out and say it. There were 5 people on both sides, right? Is that what he's going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Where's he going with this?
I know he has a tweet. I looked up to see if he talked about Charlottesville, because I don't know what he's referring to. I literally don't know what he's talking about. He only has 3 tweets about Charlottesville. One of them's from 2020. Okay, so 4 years
because that's
ago.
when it happened.
And it says, I sat down an exclusive interview with an Antifa activist and protest organizer who was at Charlottesville.
Oh no, wait! It happened in 2016, right? It was right after Trump had gotten elected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
2016. So his first tweet on.
I'm sorry, 2017 is when it happened.
Right. Okay. 2017. Right. 2020 is 3 years later. Okay. What's the tweet again?
It was, I don't know, he was sitting down and interviewing some Antifa guy that supposedly was at Charlottesville.
Oh.
So, I don't know what that means. I don't.
He discovered.
I don't know what he means when he discovered what it was really about.
It was a false flag, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Look, Antifa was behind all of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course.
Co-opt our narrative. They take some things, they paint us in a certain picture.
Oh, okay. Look, I was right on the money.
They co-opted it. I don't know.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Recently found out what Charlottesville was really about, because they pushed this narrative based on a few events. This is how our enemies co-opt our narrative. They take some things, they paint us in a certain picture, they run with it, they drive it into the grave, and they paint us as evil people. I'm saying to the other side, to this group of people, I see a bigger issue than Democrats, than Joe Biden. I see that Trump, and I'm going to say this while I'm a big Trump guy, Trump and Joe Biden are controlled by AIPAC and by Israeli interests. Actually, Biden less for some reason at this point. I don't know why. I actually think that Trump will try to stop the war. I don't think Trump will put up with a war. I don't think he'll put up with funding it or with letting a war continue. I do think he's anti-conflict and he'll want to resolve things in some sort of peaceable way. But I do think Trump's compromised by this, and we have to start getting honest with ourselves. Is there somebody over 40 years old in the United States government that is not compromised by Israel? Yes, there are several. There are several dozen, actually, and we could write them out by name. But that's all I'm saying. And in the end, what makes me upset about this is, look, we are in a critical time in our country. There is so much going on. But when you have Israel, why do we care about Israel? This is where you can talk about this. Well, of course, it's going to be a big issue because, you know, the majority of college campuses, this is where you get leftists, see, well, our leaders, our chancellors, our presidents, you know, maybe Jewish or maybe pro-Israel. They're sending our money to invest in the military-industrial complex, or in these hedge funds that are investing in the military-industrial complex. This money is going to fight a war in Israel. They can do whatever they want over there. I'm trying to stand here and be consistent. Fuck Hamas. I don't want to talk about, you know, Netanyahu and Israel and their war. I'm like, hey, this has shed light on one thing. We got to capitalize on this moment and realize, with Israel ignoring Biden and with Netanyahu ignoring Biden and doing what he wants, moving into Rafah, as Kamala Harris literally said, we do not sanction this, we do not sponsor this, and Netanyahu can, without retribution, violate U.S. military order. The fact that he can still get billions of dollars from our government in the process. The fact that our you know, you have Lauren Boebert saying that there's 2 nations given by God, the United States and Israel. People are defending our politicians are saying the nations are from God. I'm going, holy crap, this is very serious. We need to capitalize on this, and we need to make sure this country loses its influence and its power over our country.
You're talking about Ukraine or Israel?
Oh, Israel. Ukraine doesn't.
What was that when that politician got up and said Ukraine's border is our border?
I don't. We control Israel because you believe that we control Israel. I don't believe that. So we just differ in opinion.
What makes you think that Joe Biden opposes the action in Rafah when he ordered the construction of a beachhead?
Because he had Kamala Harris, who's his vice president, directly say in an interview that they opposed that. Her administration opposed that.
Trump, the invasion that he ordered.
She literally said that we
invaded Gaza.
I know, but I'm going by what they. Okay.
But who cares what they say? They're liars. They literally invaded Gaza.
Okay. Sure. We don't know what happened behind the scenes. That would be an advance. Then that would prove that Israel controls America, not the other way around. If the administration is saying we don't agree with invading Gaza, and then Israel has troops invade Gaza, then that shows who's in power. If Kamala Harris is saying we don't support this, and they do it anyways, either they're lying or Israel controls the United States military.
There's no logic there.
How is there no logic there?
Politicians lie all the time. The U.S. military has been funding
Israel. You're
Israel.
assuming that they're lying. Maybe they're not.
They're literally lying.
Okay.
Joe, if you want to believe this one time Joe Biden's telling the truth, oh no, heavens, a bunch of leftist protesters come out and say Israel bad, and then Biden comes out and goes, you're right, they are bad, and then orders a beachhead. That's the deep state. I don't see.
Look, I could maybe we can.
It's just hilarious. It's like so we have one side who's like, Israel controls everything, and it's like it's completely deranged. And then Tim is like, Israel doesn't control everything, and his evidence doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, well, we invaded Gaza, which we didn't do, and it's like, okay, I guess I'm just sitting here like, all right, like, whatever.
I know, it's awesome.
What the fight?
You can find a line of agreement there that perhaps what we're looking at is maybe even a universal deep state between the two countries. I'd be more likely than to agree that the United States controls Israel, that there's a deep state that is in control of both countries.
The president of Ukraine came to this country.
Please.
The Israel deep state.
Listen,
the
Tim,
American
please.
Deep state.
Don't take the IQ question, the Israel question. Don't take the IQ question away from me. I need the Jews to be controlling it. Even if, okay, listen, how about we take your deep state in my Jewish question? We'll just merge them together. We'll let them get married. Okay, please, Tim. You gotta support me on this. I can't let it go. I can't let it go.
It's funny, isn't it? I
It's
take
so
your
stupid.
deep state and I raise you the IQ question.
The Israeli deep state.
Yeah, exactly.
We've heard about the IDF, but have we heard about the IDS? Dun, dun, dun.
Exactly.
The true deep state is the IDS, the Israeli deep state. Ah, there you go. Oh my God.
Well, I feel like we're on the verge of a crazy off here.
Yeah.
I hope not.
We gave him more money than we gave Israel.
Deep state between the two countries. I'd be more likely than to agree that the United States controls Israel, that there's a deep state that is in control of both countries.
The president of Ukraine came to this country and we gave him more money than we gave Israel.
Yeah, but that's also an act. That's an active war against a larger enemy. I mean, we're not really concerned about Palestinians.
Israel is
the United
Iran
States
and
isn't
Ukraine
really
is Russia.
concerned about Palestinians.
Israel is Iran and Ukraine is Russia.
All right, I digress. I don't know what point you're making. We just disagree fundamentally on who controls.
I believe it is Israel derangement syndrome to think Israel controls the United States. When Ukraine got more money, the president of that country came here specifically and got it, and our politicians have called the Ukraine border our border.
Yeah, because they're so. Can I point to that actually?
Yeah, Israel's got to be big mad about that. They're like, why are you giving all them the money?
Well, okay.
We control you.
No. You don't understand what's going on here, Adam. Okay. This is why you have to have Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes come on. Okay.
Okay, they can
Right.
Groyper-splain me.
Yeah. Here, hey, Zelensky. It's a big Jew right there. Okay. He's Jewish. Zelensky's Jewish, right?
Yeah.
Putin, he's some kind of Christian. And even though church attendance in Russia is significantly worse than it is in America, I'm going to convince myself that Russia is some kind of Christian empire that's trying to invade and take over this Jewish degenerate woke outpost that is Ukraine. So therefore, that's how the Jews are still controlling the situation, even though we're giving Ukraine more money than Israel.
Well, I'm just thankful that Elijah didn't remember that Zelensky's Jewish, because I'm certain he would make that argument immediately.
That's actually one of the funniest things. To prove that perhaps Israel does have the influence I'm claiming is that same politician, the Democrat congressman who was making that speech about our border. He said this. He first started by talking about how we need to fight for Ukraine because Putin is evil and he's bombing hospitals and schools and he's killing civilians. And so we need to defend Ukraine. And then explains after how that's why we needed to also send money to Israel without really explaining much, which Israel is objectively bombing hospitals and schools. Whether or not they're killing people, we can argue that, but they are bombing the buildings. So he basically made an argument
You know, I always feel bad on Tim's show. There's always like a bunch of guests, and then like it always the episodes that we see, it's always like half the people never talk.
Oh, of
They
course.
just come to sit around and see like two people argue with each other, essentially.
Is the woman supposed to be debating Elijah? Because this happens
I don't.
all
No,
the
no,
time.
no. I don't think so.
Okay.
But
That usually happens on the culture war. Like
right.
two people come on debate each other, and one of them just ends up debating
Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this was on. I don't think this was on Culture War. This was just on the normal show.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
For why we should fund Ukraine, and that exact he switched the argument the exact opposite for why we should fund Israel. I don't just leaves a lot of questions.
So what is the singular point in Taiwan, Ukraine, and Israel?
Educate me.
The United States.
Okay.
We give more money to Ukraine, we have over the past 2 years, than we've given to Israel. The president of Ukraine has come to this country, and our politicians have said, your border is our border, Ukraine's border is our border, and we've given them endless billions and billions.
This is like Ukraine derangement syndrome, man. Tim just talks about this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Why? It's got to be good. Look, we need to start making Ukraine videos, Sitch. Like, Biden corrupt Ukraine conspiracy videos. I think that's how we grow our channel. We're
I agree.
Doing this all
Listen,
wrong.
You know, it turns out I was wrong about everything with Burisma and Shokin. Shokin
Yeah,
was a good
look.
boy who didn't do nothing wrong. Okay. And everything is, it's all the conspiracy.
Big changes coming to the channel, guys. Tune in.
Billions of dollars. Ukraine controls the United States.
No, that's not true. What
do you mean?
No.
The president of their country came and we gave him $100 billion.
I just want to say, though, it's funny because, like, even though I disagree with the take on Ukraine, it is hilarious to me. And I think Tim's point is actually a pretty good point here.
It is,
like,
if this is a context. Yeah.
Yeah. Using the logic of this sort of IQ, JQ question, how could you not make the same argument that Ukraine is not controlling America?
But Tim kind of does think Ukraine is a bit controlling America, right?
No. He thinks America is controlling Ukraine, or the military industrial complex of America, or the deep state of America is controlling Ukraine for their own purposes. He doesn't think,
right.
And he's sort
we're
of
making
using
money
this
off
as
of their war. Okay.
Right. He's using this as an example to say, like, this is why your position, Elijah, is absurd, because you could use the same logic. So I think, even though I disagree with him on Ukraine, I think this is actually a fairly intelligent way to handle that.
Yeah, I agree. I spoke too soon. I did on the Ukraine stuff. He's not going his normal Ukraine route. He's using it to make a point. So,
Ukraine, we have over the past 2 years than we've given to Israel. The president of Ukraine has come to this country, and our politicians have said, your border is our border, Ukraine's border is our border, and we've given them endless billions and billions of dollars. Ukraine controls the United States.
No, that's not true.
What do you mean?
No.
The president of their country came and we gave him $100 billion.
You literally said that we put in our own government. Like, we literally co-opt. I know, but I'm saying, like, that's opposite, because I can prove that the United States, that government is literally controlled by the United States. We can prove that because there was a color revolution and we literally put in the government. You just said that earlier. So I wouldn't say that Ukraine controls us because there's evidence. What?
How did Israel get formed?
Okay, that's a really complicated. I mean, you want to go from the very beginning?
We're talking about the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah.
The U.S. and Britain.
You want to know how Israel was formed? Because I'll tell you. I could tell you very simply how Israel was formed, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Israel was formed the exact same way that Ukraine was formed, right? There was a woman named Victoria Nuland who in 1948, she put in a phone call to the United Nations and she said, I want Israel to be a country, and here's who I want to be in charge of Israel. And then the UN said, well, you heard Miss Nuland, and they snapped their fingers and Israel came into existence, just exactly how the immortal spirit, that mischievous sprite that is Victoria Nuland, through her magic phone call that everyone misinterprets, controlled the color revolution in Ukraine in 2014.
So I love that Elijah is going with the 2014 coup narrative, by the way. So
of course he is.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
Basically creating with military power, I don't see a difference. The idea that Allied powers after World War II creating the liberal economic order, resulting in the creation of Israel for a variety of reasons, along with every other country we've ever invaded for the same things.
But you think the U.S. and Britain just cared about Israel, and that there weren't already like Zionists that had institutional power in the United States that influenced our politicians, that controlled money, that were able to a long time? And I will admit this: they wanted that land since they were exiled. So they wanted to return.
So you think it was after World War II, Zionists pushed influence in Britain and the U.S. to create the formation?
I think before World War II, but I want to be careful here because I don't want to. Some of it could be conjecture, and I also wasn't alive during this time. So,
well, listen, I'm glad. I was confused for a second that when Elijah talked about how Zionists and the American government manipulated situations in order to get Israel created, that he wasn't alive then, and it's just conjecture. I'm glad. I'm glad. Before I thought it was something. I thought he was alive. I thought he personally witnessed these events. I thought he was part of the secret meetings. His name's Elijah. Maybe they thought he was Jewish or something. You don't know this, Adam, but there's this thing you do at Passover where you're supposed to put a cup out and leave the door open for Elijah, the spirit of Elijah, to come in and eat with you.
Oh, really?
With
Wow.
You. Yeah. And so I don't know, maybe the Jews at the secret Jewish meeting, they left the door open for Elijah. And then Schaffer came in. He's like, hey, it's me. It's Elijah. And they're like, oh my God, Elijah showed up. And they just let him in the secret Zionist meetings. I thought that's what he was referring to, but I guess I'm glad to know that he wasn't actually alive in that time period. This is all just conjecture.
It's a good point of clarification. It is. We need to know these things. Yeah.
So I'm glad. I was confused for a second.
I don't want to say anything that would get you in trouble on YouTube, and I also don't want to conjecture on this matter, but I do believe
there's always a but.
Yeah.
Always a but right after somebody says that.
Yeah.
100% that was before the war, and even before World War I, where we can go back to the early 1900s, where Zionists have these manifestos where they do want to return to the homeland. They do want Israel. And to this day, they don't just want the current sliver of land they want to expand. They're expansionists. So I'm saying that I don't think that Israel formed because Britain and the United States were just like, wow, Jews just really need a homeland. We really care about them. That's not what I think happened. I think it's something much more, complicated, I should just say. War is complicated. So, we went through some world wars. There was a reconstruction period. The United States had leverage. There were many voices at the table on what that reconstruction looked like. Obviously, Germany was at the bad end of that. We saw Berlin, end up being in the middle of it, right, with a split with the Berlin Wall over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And I would say in the middle of that, some people won and some people lost. And in the end, Israel won. I think that the Zionists won and they got their land and they were able to return. So that's all I think.
I think when you look at the bigger picture of World War I, which did not result in the creation of Israel, and World War II, Israel is ancillary. And the current military spending in the United States, this is what literally makes no sense. You look at a holistic picture of foreign policy, war, and conflict, and Israel is a disproportionately large but still smaller dot on the map, and people are like, nope, Israel, nothing but Israel. And I'm like, okay, sure.
It's pouring out
Korea, Vietnam, Burma, Laos, none of these things mattered. We spent more money in Vietnam than we've ever spent on Israel with inflation.
Yeah.
Right now, we are spending more money on Ukraine than we're spending on Israel. Woke policies pushed by the Biden administration are rooted in these liberal college groups that like Black Lives Matter that operate alongside Farrakhan, who hates Jews. I'm just like, there's a holistic picture of the U.S. funding so much other things outside of Israel and even things detrimental to it. And it seems like Israel is just a component of the U.S. expansionist liberal economic order policy. The liberal economic order created after World War II is a bunch of powerful global elites from the Allied nations who won saying, World War III would destroy us. What do we do? I got it. We're going to own the world. We're going to create the global police force. You effectively get NATO. The Soviets are resisting and expanding. We go to war with them in a variety of ways. Afghanistan, Korea, etc. The Chinese communists, Taiwan, of course, being the remnant of the original Chinese government. All of that is connected, and Israel is just one small piece of it. But there are people who live in this world where Israel is the center of the universe for some reason, either for or against Israel.
But Tim, let me give you a counterpoint here. Okay. Have you considered Jews bad?
That's your only counterpoint? Oh my God.
Well, actually, no. Okay. My original counterpoint was just, have you considered Jews? with a bunch of echo quotes around it. Okay.
Oh,
that was my original counterpoint, but I added Jews bad, right?
Yep.
I thought that could add the little extra oomph.
You think
Okay.
that's
We have
where he's
America
going?
bad. We have the America bad, and now we have the Jew bad.
Yeah.
Have you considered Jews bad?
Man, the reaction shots were so money when he was going crazy. Like they panned every single one of them. They're like, "Oh my God, why are we here watching this guy implode?"
And it's like, can you see any other funding bills?
But have you asked why that's the case? Because it seems to be more people than not.
Because they're
Because people are obsessed with the Jews, Rachel. Why? That's why. That's why. Because everything has to be the Jews' fault. That's why. Oh my God.
Why? I guess it's just, this is just a common conspiracy theory. It's like flat Earth, right?
Yes.
It sucks to be in a demographic that's a target of one of these conspiracies.
Of course. People, and this is true of any country, successful minority groups.
Oh yeah.
Are always like have a huge target on their back, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
So
there are obsessed people who, I love this. I'll give you an example. Did you know that Luke Rudkowski is Jewish? Well, according to the memes, he's not. He's not.
He's like Polish or
but
something.
there are people who post things online where they put stars of David.
Did he make it onto one of the
He made it on the
posters?
list, along with a whole bunch of other people who are Orthodox, like Greek Orthodox and not Jewish. And then people believe these things. There's a quote that came from a white supremacist that was purportedly from Voltaire, and everyone just repeats it. Because you have people who are obsessed. They have a derangement. I see Israel derangement syndrome and Trump derangement syndrome as the exact same thing in different ways. It is people who cannot see the big picture because, I'll give you an example. A woman walks up to a camera it's a Twitter video screaming, "They're genociding Palestine," just like shrieking. And I'm like, the Uyghur Muslims are being raped and given forced abortions. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on around the world. Why are you screaming at me over this one issue? Why have you become so obsessed with it? Then we had a journalist on here, and people got so angry because I said, can you tell me why it is you know so much about Israel but not Ukraine when we're spending more on Ukraine, more people are dying in Ukraine, more children are dying in Ukraine? And he said, well, because Israel is going to get involved into a war with Iran, and that could be World War III. And I'm like, we're literally at war with Russia. Then you tell me about all the deaths in Gaza, which are bad, but how many children have died in Yemen? Do you?
Well, the Yemen conflict is complicated. I mean, the U.S. has been bombing that for a while. I would say there's probably over 10,000.
100.
You think 100,000 children?
I don't think. That's the reported number.
Oh.
There's over 100,000
deaths
deaths coming over the past 8 years in Yemen. One of the greatest humanitarian crises in the world. Nobody knows. And I'm just like, dude, when you come to me,
there's not a lot of reporters there, actually.
The Saudis control oil. OPEC controls oil. The U.S. is at the behest of OPEC because we're backed by the petrodollar. And I'm looking at the United States and even...
You know, if the Jews control everything, they've done a really shit job. Okay? Because how is it? You know, the Jews control everything. And yet, you know, you have the Israelis, they go into Gaza, they kill 33,000 people. And the whole world goes crazy, right? But the Saudis in America, you know, or Saudis using American weapons, you know, kill, I just looked it up, somewhere in like the range of 300,000 people have died in Yemen so far in the civil war over a very long period of time, since 2014. Not a peep. Not a peep. No one cares. Not talked about, really.
Yeah, it's no rhyme or reason.
It's interesting. I guess, I mean, you look at that, like, I think, you know, the Saudis control America. They've been able to somehow, you know, hypnotize. The Saudis have hypnotized the West, Adam. They've hypnotized white people into not caring about the war in Yemen. There is no war in Yemen.
Yeah.
China's hypnotized the West to make people not care about the Uyghurs. It's so funny that this issue that everyone cares about, that gets all this focus attention about, is somehow supposed to be indicative of the conspiracy when it's literally the opposite. It means like there's so many people that care about it and are against it. Like it just means that, like, if the Jewish conspiracy was real, it means they're shit at their job. They should all be fired. They're the worst conspiracy people ever.
Yeah, because they'd want to bury it, obviously.
Yes.
But look, in all of these like woke studies classes, Israel Palestine is framed as like the human rights struggle of our time.
Of course.
So that's why it's on everybody's mind.
Yeah, because they make it a race issue. They make it a weird race issue.
Yeah.
They can't really do that with, the Uyghurs or the Yemenis because it's like, the ethnicity is the same.
Oh, yeah.
So,
is it really? There's Muslim Chinese, I guess, with the Uyghurs.
Well, that's a religion. But I'm talking about, yeah. So, I mean, I guess technically it's a different ethnicity, but, they don't care. So as long as it's not white people doing the, quote, oppressing, I guess they don't care. Right.
Yeah, I thought the Uyghurs were like Arab immigrants, but.
And Donald Trump saying we're Saudi Arabia their weapons and we're going to bomb a foreign country we're not at war with at their behest. And everyone goes, yeah, but Israel's in charge.
Yeah, but you keep talking about all these things, and it's like, I'm not talking about the war. In fact,
my point is,
I'm saying, let's talk about the Christians, being killed in Azerbaijan. Let's talk about there's a lot going on.
That's literally my point.
There's a lot going on. I'm saying, and I feel like this is what I said in the beginning, is that like there were people who were protesting the Palestinian war with Israel. I didn't go to those protests. You won't see me at the leftist protests. I don't have a vested interest in this blood feud between Jews and Palestinians. Okay,
agreed.
So I don't have vested blood interest.
And where we are now is,
but what I do, and I'm not even as concerned. I know we fund a lot of wars. Look at what we did in Iraq, Afghanistan, war crimes as well. I am trying to talk about Israeli influence through AIPAC in the United States. And I would say this, the way that they keep, the reason why people care so much, the reason why it's so much in the news, the reason why it's here is because we are not allowed to criticize Israel because it is anti-Semitic because of the Holocaust. Because why? People who are loyal to Zionism and to Israel have influence in curriculum. They've had influence currently now in running major universities. They have had influence in media. And I'm not going to conspire.
God, they've done such a bad job. The Israel lobby has done such a bad job. They've controlled the school curriculum. They've controlled the media. And yet, for some reason, all these kids fucking hate Israel.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Israel.
They should get their propaganda together.
Yes. Listen, Israel, you need to fire your propaganda team. Okay. They have done just the worst job ever. They've done the worst job, I think, since the founding of your country. You really need to fire them. Okay. They're incompetent.
Yes.
Conspiracies here. I'm not going into anything weird. I'm saying people who
it's not a weird conspiracy that Israel is like controlling the curriculums, okay, or influencing the curriculums.
A lot of evangelicals are not Jewish, and they are Zionists, and they push this as well.
Can't you understand? Why can't any of these people understand that for 10 years, Islamophobia was a bannable offense on all social media? That Saudi princes were meeting with our leaders, that a Saudi prince had control over Twitter, had investment in it, and they were shutting down our speech and promoting woke ideologies that were working alongside Farrakhan.
I've cared about this.
The issue is, I don't understand this world where Israel is the country that's controlling everything when I don't think Saudi Arabia or Israel is. I think the U.S. is being influenced by a bunch of different nations in a variety of ways. But there are people who genuinely believe AIPAC owns everything, that all of our politicians are controlled by Israel. And I'm like, I could make the same argument in the exact same way for Saudi Arabia. Islamophobia was bannable. I have friends in Hollywood who are Jewish who are putting up pictures of hijab. And I was like, you're Jewish. Why are you putting up Muslim stuff? Muslims, the Hadith, Muhammad said that the hour will only come when the Jews are killed. Why would you support this? And they're like, well, you're not Islamophobic, are you? And I'm like, what does that mean? It's a religion. I'm secular. I don't believe in organized religion. Why would I support Islam? That was 10 years we went through that. And and this is, the Hadith has a passage that says the hour will not come until the servants of Allah fight the Jews, and the rocks and the trees will say, oh, servant of Allah, there is a Jew hiding behind me, come kill him. Why did all of our corporate press promote and defend that religion if it's controlled by Israel? Why would Israel and Jews allow those messages to become prominent? Now we're seeing TikTok get banned. Yes, that's the pushback. But for 10,
I mean, that is why this stuff is just so retarded. Why was Islamophobia such a big thing in America if the evil Israel Jews controlled everything? Shouldn't they have been fostering this? Shouldn't they have been promoting this?
Plus years, the culture war was promoting Islam. You have women at these universities wearing hijab. That didn't come out of nowhere. So is the argument that the Shiite Wahhabi Muslims are actually in control because of oil backing the US dollar?
Well, I can tell you,
is what you're saying that before, when you're saying Michael Rappaport finally comes around to it, he supports woke ideology for 10 years, however long this has been going on in Hollywood, and he's just now realizing that it's going to be utilized against him and his, and who he is, because he didn't catch early that it was actually a bunch of people who had a lot of really negative feelings about Israel.
They support the general woke stuff, gender ideology, Democrats, and they didn't realize the people who organized and pushed all of that hate Jews and believe, all these things about, Jews controlling banks and starting all the wars and starting slavery. And now with the anti-Israel protests, people like Mike Rappaport are going, oh, crap, that's who I was defending?
Yeah. But that's because they didn't read any farther. They didn't look into it any more than what they saw in the headlines.
They marched through the propaganda.
Yeah, exactly.
And do you hate this stuff, Mary?
A lot of people are commenting, let Mary talk, but I'm staying silent, not because I'm not being allowed to talk, but because
she works for AIPAC. That's why
I work for AIPAC. No, but because
Did I accidentally say Michael Bolton instead of John Bolton?
That's even better. It's even better if it's Michael Bolton.
Yeah. He's got a song
I'm
called
not
Invader Ron.
educated on any of this, but I feel like I side with Elijah. That's my feeling. I'm going with my gut instinct.
Ooh. Oh my God.
I guess Elijah was right. Listen, women they're just emotional. They just go with their emotions.
I was about to say, I take back everything I said about women.
There it is. There it is. Thank you.
Women are emotional.
There
just emotional flip-floppers right there.
God, terrible.
Yeah. My gut tells me these Jewish people are up to something. Please make it stop, Sitch.
I'm glad Team Mary's on this side.
I'm over here cheering you on.
And now look
silently.
And you know what, Tim? Here's the thing that I think.
It's so weird.
I'm going with my gut.
It's weird. It's so weird. It's just bizarre. I get maybe she's not tracking the conversation. I don't know. This is just strange to me. I sense Elijah's onto something with this Jewish conspiracy theory, right?
Well, I think Elijah's stupid position is easier to understand and track intuitively,
right?
Where Tim's a little bit more you have to think about it for a second. I mean, I don't know anything about Mary. I have no clue what her predispositions are to any of this political situation. So, but
right, yeah, I don't either. I'm curious now when I kind of look into her content a little.
Gut instinct.
I'm glad Team Mary's on this side.
I'm over here cheering you on.
And now look
silently.
And you know what, Tim? Here's the thing that I think that there's no way to win this stuff. Not you, because when it comes to these topics that people are so passionate about, right? People universally take one side, and I'm not accusing you of doing a false equivalency here, and I know you're just being hyperbolic for the sake of making a point. No. I'm saying something when you said how people saying you made some hyperbolic points. I'm not accusing you of making a false equivalency. You were being hyperbolic, just saying people say Israel controls everything in this, and they do, and people are hyperbolic, and there are the people, I think it was Ryan Long's co-host who made that funny sketch. I'm the guy who makes the posters of the people with the Jew badges on them, telling you who's all the Jews in media. I don't know who does that stuff, right? So
they're fake.
I imagine it's the same people who do anything weird on the internet, people that are, serially online, that go too far into things. What I'm saying is I'm trying to keep the conversation intellectual in that I'm not going to let people say, because I'm concerned what Israel's doing, I'm pro-Hamas, or because I think that IDF arguably could be worse than Hamas. I'll just say that. And I also don't like Hamas either. I think Hamas is bad, and I think the IDF is bad. And I don't care about getting involved in either side of the conflict. What I do care about is where Israel does have interest and invested interest in my life, in my country. And I'm watching today. It's alarming to me that it's only in the last week that major Republicans like Matt Walsh, who I respect a lot, barely started realizing that there have been these new hate speech laws that have been passed around the country.
Ben Shapiro too.
Yeah, but okay, I didn't know. I mean, I've been flying for hours. I only saw a few tweets today. I've been flying I'm literally so jet lagged, but I'm glad they're against it. I'm sure Jeremy Boring is against it too, against the hate speech laws. These laws have been being passed for maybe over a year, but at least the last year in many places, including recently in South Dakota. You know, we saw Ron DeSantis pass similar laws. Like, the attack on our First Amendment from Republicans is what woke me up. So people could be like, oh, like, you know, there'll always be people like, you just hate the Jews, or you love Hamas. I get both of those. Or they accuse me of being an Israeli shill. I go, you know what? I realize that getting in this Democrat versus Republican argument is ridiculous. If a group has the power to get people, whether they're Democrat or Republican, to pass laws to adopt a infinitely, you know, discernible definition of something that can violate the main religion, the true religion of America, and I believe the only true religion, Christianity, and it doesn't matter their political party, you have women and men, you have veterans and first-time politicians going down and saying, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to accept this. I go, hold up, a lot of issues matter, the border's still...
Wait, I'm so confused here. Okay. I thought he was going to say, I don't like that they're violating freedom of speech. He said violating the true religion of America, Christianity. I mean, what is he?
Jewish people are doing that?
What is he talking about?
Who is he talking about?
Oh, you know what? I get this. I know what he's talking about.
Politicians?
No. Okay. So in that kind of ridiculous anti-Semitism bill they tried to pass, which I'm assuming will not pass the Senate. Because this is what's annoying about a lot of Congress people. They like panic and they do these things where they pass really stupid legislation very quickly because there's all of a sudden there's like a big push and they push this dumb shit. Because that anti-Semitism bill was like ridiculous.
Yeah, they want to go to their constituents and say, look, I tried. I passed this bill.
Right.
It didn't make it, died in the Senate, but look, vote for me.
Right.
We'll get them next time.
People on the left want to push it because they're like, oh, I'm not bigoted. Oh my God. And then people on the right want to push it because they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of all these fucking shitty protesters. Because that's really, I think, you know, what's motivating a lot of this stuff is, you know, excuses to crack down on political protesters you don't like, which has been historically what a lot of laws have been used for.
Yeah.
That's like a lot of drug laws were basically created for just so that people could crack down on, you know, anti-Vietnam, anti-civil rights protesters. But anyway, so there was something, you know, that really shittily crafted law because it was so hasty. They basically relied on, I forget the name, some other organization's definition of anti-Semitism. They didn't construct their own for the legislation. And they also relied on that organization's examples of anti-Semitism. And one of the examples, which was stupid, was like heavily retardedly misinterpreted by a lot of people, maybe intentionally by some people, but by a lot of people, especially on the far right, which was that one of the examples of anti-Semitism they gave was sort of blaming all Jews for the death of Jesus. Or like the way they worded it wasn't great, but what they were saying was like, oh, you know, sort of relating Jews or Israel to having something to do, like modern Jews or modern Israel as having something to do with the death of Jesus 2,000 years ago would be an example of anti-Semitism, which is true. Obviously, a Jewish person today has nothing to do, you know, with something that happened 2,000 years ago.
I have heard that one like was a historical put down for Jewish people, but I have never heard anyone in my entire life make that claim.
What do you mean? Make what?
As like a dig against Jewish people.
Oh, really? I've heard it.
Yeah.
I've heard it before.
Have you really? Okay.
Not directed at me, but I've seen, you know, I've heard people talk about it. I've seen Groypers talking about it, you know, like, you know, the Jews killed Jesus. You can't trust them. You know, like is a
really?
common.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's not as common nowadays, but you still see it. It still crops up now here and there. It was more popular in the past. But anyway, so that was what they were referring to. It was like sort of relating that historical or religious historical, because obviously, you know, there's a question about the validity of these claims, but we're not going to get into that. You know, relating those claims to Jews in modern times is what they were saying is anti-Semitic. And some people completely misinterpreted it, saying like, oh, you're not allowed to say that, you know, in the Bible, it says that Jews killed Jesus. Oh my God, this is anti-Christian. Like they like completely lost their mind. So
that is a weird spin on what is actually going on.
Right.
Like, it's just a fact of the Bible. Obviously, they're trying to censor the Bible now. They want to change.
There was literally like a lot of people. I don't know if Matt Walsh said this, but there were a lot of people that were saying that, like, they're trying to censor the Bible. Oh my God, they just lost their mind.
Were they really?
Yes. Oh my, it was such a stupid discourse. I was like, oh fuck, just read it, please. That's not what it says.
Look, I missed all of this.
I know.
But this does sound the most cringe discourse.
It was super
ever.
Cringe.
They're trying to censor the Bible.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. I mean, I like on one hand, I was like, it was so cringe and stupid. On the other hand, I didn't really care because the law was a shit law, and I don't think it should pass anyway. But not for that reason. It should pass because it's just insane to me that you would pass a specific law. Because the problem with the law was that the definition of anti-Semitism was way too vague, and that it was tying in like you can't. Basically, the law, which was insane, was saying it was so vague. It was basically saying any criticism of Israel could constitute anti-Semitism, which is obviously an insane fucking position to take, and should no way whatsoever be sort of part of law. In any, you can criticize Israel and you can criticize any foreign country and their actions as a fucking American. Okay, so.
I think that didn't the Pharisees have something to do with it, but it was really the Romans, Pontius Pilate, who actually did the crucifying and whatnot.
That's a very long conversation that we could talk about. But I listen. I have
plenty of blame to go around.
Listen,
here.
I have some very controversial thoughts about that.
You do think it was Jewish people that did it?
No,
are you throwing your
lot
in with the
conspiracy
theorist?
No. That's not controversial because that's what the Bible says.
Right. It does. They throw shade at the Pharisees, but I mean,
they do, and obviously, obviously, people forget that the Pharisees were put in place by the Romans to control the Jews, even though they were Jews. They were basically the
right.
The Roman Victoria Nuland made a phone call that put the Pharisees in charge. Okay.
Who controlled the Palestine area? What was the
Romans did?
No. During during World War II and World War I, when Israel came.
Oh, the Ottoman Empire.
The Ottoman Empire, yeah. The Ottoman Empire was doing the same exact thing as the Romans were doing.
That's how all empires work. They put in local leadership, right? That is
to manage the population.
To manage population,
manage
the
plebs.
Yeah, sure. Okay, no, I mean, I guess the only thing I was alluding to is
the elites killed Jesus. That's what you're saying.
The elites did kill Jesus. There's historical records of Pontius Pilate outside of the Bible that all paint him as like a Jew-hating crazy person.
Pontius Pilate, really?
Yeah.
Okay, and these are like extra canonical.
They have nothing. These are historical records that are not related to the Bible.
They're not in the Bible. Yeah, that's what extra canonical means.
Right. It, like he, did some. He put down some rebellion, because the Jews in Judea were always rebelling because they're causing problems, right? They didn't want to be under Roman rule, and he put down some rebellion. Apparently, he did it so bloodily that he literally got called back. This isn't like the 30s or the 20s. I don't know. It's whatever the fuck this was going on, early, zeros. He gets called back to Rome to get bitched out by the Caesar because he handled the situation so poorly and so
because he killed so many people flagrantly, right?
Yes. And Matt, and by the way, this isn't like modern times where he takes a plane and flies there. He has to go
they do it with swords and shit.
Yeah, he has to go like by boat across the fucking ocean, kind of a perilous journey to get back to Rome where people could die and shit. To have this just to get bitched at by the Caesar for handling the situation poorly. And he did a bunch of other things. He was very not Jew friendly. He did a bunch of things just to kind of shit on Jews. He was very anti-Jewish. So kind of to me, the idea that, he's like, listen, I'm just going to wash my hands of this, let the Jews side. Like that doesn't seem like it matches some other historical sources.
Right. Okay. So,
yeah. But anyway.
Like the Bible went through some anti-Jewish iterations.
Well, I don't know if it was anti-Jewish. It's just, who were the people that chose what was canon? The Romans.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A coincidence, they kind of made the Roman guy involved. Like,
look,
hey, listen,
he's totally innocent.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's make the other guy the bad guy.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, but whatever.
Still matters. Go argue your hatred of Jews, your hatred of Palestinians. I don't care. This group needs to go, and they need to go now because this is encroaching on our First Amendment, and it passed with almost universal unanimity. Like they all voted on it across the board. That
I was gonna make this tweet and I didn't because I got sidetracked with something else. I was glad to see people come out against the anti-Semitism bill completely because I thought it was ridiculous. But I did think it was kind of hilariously stupid that some of the people that were very against the anti-Semitism bill were very, on the grounds of free speech, which I agree with, were very in favor of allowing, or were very against, I should say, were very against allowing, Matt Walsh included, that Satan statue in the government building. And they were saying, fuck free speech, you can't allow a Satan statue. And I was like, okay, well, fuck, what are we doing here? So
yeah. Little contradiction there.
Yeah, a little bit. I was like, all right. Whatever.
I mean, if you can't stay consistent in your free speech opinion,
yeah,
fuck off, right?
Yep.
That is scary to me and goes, and the United States is not in control of itself. That's all I'm saying and woke me up.
Do you remember when Steven Crowder went to Dearborn, Michigan to try and get the Muslims to bake a transgender cake?
I don't remember that, but that sounds like
and they all refused, and there was no support.
Yeah, they hate the gays.
While the Christian baker, no, I mean is the left, they said good. But when they went to the Christian baker in Colorado, they said, we're going to sue him into oblivion, and we're going to go after him. So
it's the colonial religion.
You have, for whatever reason, Islam is protected in this country.
100%.
It's not whatever reason, though. It's because they're perceived as a marginalized people, obviously.
Yes.
Marginalized people can do whatever they want.
Right.
You don't want to bake the cake? Well, are you marginalized? Oh, okay.
It's the Family Guy clip.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. You're trans. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
You want to be racist, sexist, whatever you want. Hey, look, go for it.
You're
marginalized.
Yes. This is why intersectional Marxism is such a toxic dog shit ideology.
It is. Yeah. It's impossible to implement standards. Pretty soon everyone is marginalized, and it's like
minority.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. It all goes back to who they believe is the most oppressive class here in America, which is still white Christian males.
Good for
look at that. Discount Ian gets it.
Like, oh, how dare you?
Everyone's been saying that in the chat. I kind of stole it.
Oh, that's mean. Yeah. I don't know anything about Brett, but that's mean.
Yeah, he gets it though. Good job, Brett.
Good job.
We were just kidding around. Don't hate us.
This is why you end up with Islamophobia being a bannable offense. Mm-hmm. It's why you end up with wokeness in general.
And it's why it's so disconnected and why none of it seems to make any sense, because it doesn't come back to any logical conclusion about what they believe. It's just go from one issue to the next one and then weigh it against who they believe did more in the case of oppressing in that specific instance.
Can I be careful? I want to be really careful in saying this because you are on YouTube and I'm not going to get you in trouble. I want to frame it like this. The reason why I believe people like Joel Berry or Seth Dillon or people are seeing what they call a rise in anti-Semitism, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and why I believe a genuine, you mentioned this earlier, I'll use your own words, like these dangerous Jewish conspiracies are sort of like on the rise, or what they're explaining. The reason why I think some of these ideas are finding themselves a home in both more fundamental left and fundamental right, and why the move is going against just being anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, into being against Jewish institutional power, is because you.
Why are you pausing?
You like that? We've moved against Israel to institutional Jewish power. Okay.
Of course. Look, he's tiptoeing right up to the Jewish people control everything.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight the institutional Jewish power. Wasn't that the phrase? Was that the phrase that Quack used? He's like, Sitch, you gotta talk about isn't that what he said? He's like, you don't know about institutional Jewish power? I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Oh, you're right. He did when you were brawling with him on Twitter.
Yes. I was like, I've never heard this before. And he was like, well, you're such a liar, Sitch. You don't pretend like you don't know about institutional Jewish power.
He knows about the Wednesday meeting, man.
Yeah, exactly.
He knows you're lying.
What is he talking about?
And why the move is going against just being anti-Zionist, anti-Israel, into being against Jewish institutional power, is because you have...
This is also why Kanye walked out on Tim Pool, because Tim Pool pushed back on this narrative.
Tim Pool brings that up in this conversation.
Does he really?
Yes,
Nice.
it's hilarious.
Nice.
Yeah, but and it's funny because you're completely right. And also, like what Elijah's saying here, like every left-wing person who's pro-Palestine is like, because he's basically saying, like, listen, this is because they're questioning the Jews, and they're trying to like to disentangle the anti-Jewish with the anti-Zionism idea like so strong. And here Elijah's like smacking them together,
playing right into it. Yeah.
Hilarious.
They want to say, look, we can criticize Israel without being anti-Semitic, and
right.
Elijah's basically saying, yeah.
He's like, yeah, but have you considered?
Yeah, exactly.
Multiple cultural wars going on right now, and I want to just point out, I'm not sharing my own personal views or the views of the show, but this is what I believe.
Oh, I apologize. Listen, this is not his own personal views. This is just views he's observed. Okay, I apologize. Obviously, he's just saying it completely detached from anything he believes.
Never apologize.
Or so he says.
From looking at it is happening is you have like a war of woke. You have the war of the United States. I guess you could be like banning TikTok, banning our constitutional amendments. These are big issues. These are domestic problems with corruption in our government and foreign lobbying. When you talk about wokeness, etc., what people are seeing is whether you're against the Zionism problem and you're on the right side of the pro-Israel protest and you don't like those people and you see them as Jewish and Zionist, and then you see the left woke, you see them as communist, Bolshevik, aka Jewish origin or Jewish funded, like Soros suppressed. What you're seeing is two sides, Jewish influenced, Jewish origin, Jewish funded, fighting against each other. You don't support either, and you go, oh, we don't have an Israel problem. We have a Jewish problem.
He doesn't believe this, by the way. He's just explaining it for Tim's audience. He doesn't believe it, though. Just to be very clear.
Okay. Right. Wow.
Clear. I like that his explanation is like, basically what he's saying is like, listen, if you come into this situation with a preconceived notion that the Jews are behind everything, then you look at the situation and you go, wow, both sides are being controlled by the Jews. This confirms my preconceived notion that the Jews are behind everything. That's right. The argument he's making. This is so fucking stupid.
I mean, obviously it's your preconceived notion. You're looking for evidence that it's true. So
yes, but he's saying this like it's some sort of deep thought here.
Yeah, no, it's obvious. Yeah.
And I think the Kanye thing, he was on your show. I that's what I've seen is that, so then people that are talking about Zionism are talking about one half. People that are talking about woke are talking about one half. And they disagree on woke and disagree on Zionism, but they both see a problem with Jewish-led, Jewish-influenced, and funded ideas and ideologies that are subverting and undermining society. So then they go, so the people come out of the mainstream right, mainstream left, that's confusing, mainstream right, mainstream left, and they go, hold up, these Jews are getting us to fight against each other, and they're getting us to disagree on different issues, but in the end, what do we have a problem with? It's these Jewish bankers, these Jewish media outlets, yada, yada. And so then they come here, and this is why you're seeing the fundamental right and left sort of hold similar ideology. They're going, anyone who doesn't call it a Jewish problem is a Shabbos goy or is fighting against the system, or they're fighting for the system, and it's our prerogative to try to wake the people up on our side. So that's why they're really like, ardent about it, and just like, hey, you guys are all fighting left versus right, Republican versus Democrat, Zionist versus anti-Zionist, capitalist versus communist, but you're all still just fighting Jews. And that's what I read and what I see. And again, I'm going to point out to your YouTube censors, that's not the views of the show or myself or anyone in particular.
People are saying that online.
That's what people on the fundamental right and left are saying. And that's what I think people like Seth Dillon and Joel Berry, who are vocal, pro-Jewish people that are Christian and whatever, are getting confused about, is that a lot of people that are stuck in the dichotomy of left and right or one of these fights aren't really seeing where these guys are coming from. And to them, it just seems like racist hatred.
Okay. There's one of two things going on here. Either Elijah Schaffer is the dumbest person on the planet, which is possible because he does say in this conversation that he's retarded. Okay. Mm-hmm. Or he's just a lying sack of shit who completely believes in the Jewish question and is doing this incredibly, disgustingly dishonest, I'm not saying I believe in it, but let me lay out this entire foundational argument here and try to, to do this in such a way where I don't get in trouble. Right.
Right. Yeah.
Because what his framework, because I was listening to this and I'm like, why? Why did he even bring this up? What is the point of even bringing this up? And I forgot because it's so detached from everything. And the reason he even brought this up in the first place, because to be fair, merely stating someone's argument doesn't necessarily mean you agree with it. But I do believe that he 100% believes in the Jewish question is just being a lying sack of shit here. Because the framing for why he brought this up is he says, why does Seth Dillon and some of these other plays, why are they saying like, wow, there's this big, increase in anti-Semitism? And in Elijah's argument is, well, because people are noticing that Jews are controlling everything. That's why he went through his entire thing was just to justify anti-Jewish sentiment on the internet to say that's why they're seeing it. But now he's saying, but it's not hateful. Like they're just noticing that Jews are controlling things on both sides. Like this is the most insane fucking argument in a way to sort of try to push in the JQ shit while trying to cowardly pretend like he doesn't actually support or agree with it.
Right. He is endorsing the fact that he's saying that these people who believe this are correct.
He doesn't want to say that, but that's the entire frame of why he even brought up in the first place.
Right. And he's also, he's making this implication that, look, the left and the right agree on this. So therefore it has to be the Jewish people, right?
He's like, listen, they're controlling, people are seeing it, because he's saying people are seeing, that the Jews are controlling the left and the right behind the scenes. And so they're talking about Jewish power. And then Seth Dillon was like, wow, why are people anti-Semitic? It's not to say, look, they're just seeing what's true, Seth. Okay, just relax. This is so ridiculous.
If both the far left and the far right are united in blaming Jewish people for everything, it doesn't mean, it must be the Jewish people. That's
right.
Ridiculous.
Well, he's saying that the mainstream left, the mainstream right are funded by and controlled by the Jews. It's all Jewish ops. Is basically what he's saying.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Well, and he's saying that as evidence that the Jewish people really do control everything.
Yes, which is hilarious, right? The Jews fostered an ideology that was explicitly anti-Jewish and anti-Israel from its offset for some inexplicable fucking reason, right? On the left. So.
And the JQ is the idea that the Jews basically control all institutions, right?
Yes.
They're the shadowy power behind everything, right?
Of course,
all the way back to the death of Jesus.
Yeah, the Jews were just so fucking good at controlling everything, apparently. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Ugh.
For some reason,
this is some nasty stuff, man.
For some reason, Jews who are so smart, so intelligent at controlling everything are so fucking stupid that they never thought, if we want to control everything, we should do what the other religions do, where we change our religion so that we proselytize and try to get as many people following our religion as possible. So you don't have to rely on this really retarded, overly complicated 10T chess maneuver where we're always the minority and have to use all this magic, mind control techniques to control everything, right? Wouldn't that have been easier to just follow the same route that every other religion followed?
Well, it is kind of dumb that they're like, look, we want this one little country that's like a postage stamp when
that's in the middle of a bunch of places that don't like us. Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
It's I know.
Proselytizing. That's a good move right there.
Yeah.
That's a way to get membership up.
Yes. And listen, Jews, if you're so smart, okay, you should really work on Jews gotta work on their religion. They gotta make it more exciting. Okay. Christianity, that sells. Okay. You have a classic hero story with Jesus, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Look, everyone loves him.
Yes. Everyone loves Jesus. You feel bad for him. He sacrifices. He's like a hero. He's reborn. He's a superhero.
Yeah.
He's listen, he's got a face. People need a face. They need a person to kind of map onto. Yeah, Jews can't even draw they're not even supposed to be drawing pictures of people because they're not supposed to make graven images of God. They can't even draw what the fuck they believe in. It's a bad marketing from the beginning, Adam. They really need to work on this. They gotta get a marketing team here.
Yeah, they got that whole backstabbing thing with Judas, someone who he trusted more.
I know.
Where's your big backstab story? That's real drama, man.
I know.
Real drama. Look, and he even calls him out. He's like, look, no one would betray you. Not me, Judas. I wouldn't betray you. He's like, you're going to betray me, bitch. You're going to betray me.
Yes, you're right. You know, the New Testament, it's like, it's easy for people to read. It's the same four stories twice. Or, I mean, it's the same story 4 times, you know.
It's basically like an action movie. The Old Testament is like,
oh my God, it's a slog. Jesus.
Look, you get into numbers and you're like, what the fuck?
I know.
This is like a grocery list.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to deal with this?
I know. It's terrible. And then also, they're like, listen, if you want to be Jewish, you have to cut a piece of your dick off. Whoa, wait a minute. This is getting out of control. Jews have just marketed themselves really poorly from the beginning. Okay. They got to step up their game. Okay. They got to hire Don Draper to really go in there and, you know, sell the Jews to people, get them to convert.
Okay.
I'm just saying, this would be a smarter way to control the world, wouldn't it? This would be the easier way to do it. This is like the most roundabout, retarded way to try to accomplish this goal.
Yeah, well, look, I'm a non-Jewish circumcised person, so like it's like
that's true. I have Simon more like historically, so
I don't look. It's funny when you first find out. You're like, they did what to my dick? What are you talking about?
Right.
But then you're like, I don't know. Look, it would seem funny the other way.
That's right.
It would seem wrong.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know. Circumcision is complicated. And every time it comes up, I don't know why you got to bring it up. We're going to get like 10,000 comments.
Oh my God. Circumcision. Yeah, I know people fucking lose
You're
their
in
mind.
favor of genital mutilation. Like, please, Sitch, just stop with the circumcision stuff, okay?
Listen,
some things need to be private.
Pre-modern technology, I don't know why anyone fucking
look.
Wild,
guys know. Guys know. Like, there's a lot of obviously Christian circumcised guys, right? Sure. Guys know. They have all had that experience. They did what to my dick? What are you talking about? Right. Because you grow up. They don't look. They're not telling you the circumcision story every day until you're like old enough to comprehend it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they kind of spring it on you.
Some people never get over the trauma, I guess.
You're old enough now. Yeah. Let me tell you what we did to you.
Let me tell you about the
when you were a little baby.
Yeah. Do you think I don't know. I honestly don't remember. Or if it's just like you're in sex ed and they're talking about, they're like, wait, what is that thing?
I feel sorry for the kids who discovered it in sex ed. Obviously, I found out about it before that, so I wasn't one of these embarrassed noobs. What? You didn't know? Nobody told you.
Nobody told you about the foreskin on the dick.
You dumbass.
You loser.
You thought that was a normal look. It's so weird. It's just such a weird thing.
Well, it is a normal in America still, I believe. The majority.
Is it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. I know people are fighting against
Pretty
it.
significant majority in America. Not in the rest of the world, though.
People are fighting it.
That's just more proof, Adam. The Jews controlling everything.
Well, I have a theory about what it is. Because I think
is it the Jews? The Jews did it?
No, it's like there's a lot of, obviously in Europe, it's not, I don't think it's a cultural norm in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So they're a little embarrassed. They're like, yeah.
They're hiding it.
They're trying to make it the norm.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Look, they're jealous of American penises. So it's like a jealousy thing.
As they should be.
They're like, look, let's sabotage those Americans.
There you go.
But these people are feeling like they're trying to liberate their own party and maybe even find universal peace by a common issue. So
they're going to find universal peace by uniting against the Jews.
Yeah, look, this is just, all of this is just crazy to me. I never listened to this. So I'm just, people were talking about it. They wanted us to cover this pretty bad, but
now you know why.
Now I'm worried they wanted us to cover it because they think Elijah's like making some sense here. He's talking.
I don't
logic.
think that's why anyone in our audience wanted us to cover it. But.
Okay, I hope so.
That's all. That's my.
Look, he's basically saying, why can't they just be the universal bad guy? We can all come together and sing Kumbaya, right?
Yeah, of course. Listen, Jews are like the squid at the end of Watchmen. All right, they're just.
Is that the look? At least they were. At Watchmen, they were aliens.
That's the next level theory. That is the next level theory. Jews are really aliens. Okay. I bet you there's some conspiracy
that Jews are human beings. That's scary.
Maybe you disagree with me, but that's my diagnosis of the current social problem, or why anti-Semitism is rising.
I think your assessment is completely correct. I think the idea is bad, and it's going to harm these people in the long run because it's pointing their work efforts into a direction that won't do anything for them.
When he says it's correct, he's saying Elijah's argument is that people on the left and people on the right are both coming to the awakening that the Jewish people control all of our institutions. And that could be something that unites both left and right.
That's not what he's saying is correct.
Okay.
So what he's saying what is correct is he's saying that what he's claiming is that he doesn't actually believe this. He's claiming this is a correct assessment of what's happening, and thus is why people are noticing a rise in anti-Semitism. I don't believe for a fucking second, because his framing makes absolutely no fucking sense. And what he's talking about.
And the left and the right completely hate each other, and they hate Jewish people for different reasons.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
And that also I think he's completely wrong, even though obviously he agrees with this and thinks he believes all this JQ shit. The reason anti-Semitism is just on the rise is because, and I've said this from like the beginning, is because of the CRT mentality. Is that if you start to say that it's acceptable, broadly acceptable, to publicly attack white people, or really anyone on their basis of their skin color, any weapon you use in the discourse is going to be used against you. And it's ludicrous that the left thought they could get away with, especially the socialists, thought they could get away with just creating some insanely stupid bullshit construction of why it's acceptable for them to be as horribly racist in public against white people as possible, and to not assume, well, that's going to make white people become more fucking racist, because they're going to feel attacked. And when you feel attacked, you have to circle the wagons. And if they're getting attacked on the basis of their skin color, they're going to want to circle the wagons and defend themselves on the basis of their skin color with other, white people that feel like they're being attacked.
Right. Well, that's why the woke left is bringing this anti-Semitism around on the right.
Right. But so what happens is, so you have a bunch of young white people who feel like they're being attacked, because they are, and they get sucked down the white nationalists rabbit hole, because those are the people that are sort of talking about these issues. And oh, look, the white nationalist rabbit hole, they say everything's the Jews' fault. Oh, look, there's a rise in anti-Semitism.
They basically blame. Yeah, look, they're both causing it, but they are like on the left. They keep saying, look, we're not anti-Semites. We hate racism. Okay, they're colonialists.
Yes,
right? They have a completely different reason for hating them.
Of course.
And they obviously claim that it has nothing to do with Judaism. It has to do with the fact that they're colonial oppressors of the indigenous brown people.
Well, it's weird.
So just the idea that, like, how does that even play? Well, they would say, like, the people on the left would say, the status quo colonialists control everything.
Right.
Jewish people might be part of that, but it's not. It's really the status quo colonialists that are in charge of everything. White supremacy and all that stuff.
Well, they don't like them for, I mean, I don't think some of them might just be like Jew hatred. I don't think it stems from that, though it can manifest that way. I think it's, they don't like white people, obviously. There's a lot of anti-white racism in these movements. And then the second part of it is that since these movements are rooted around destroying liberalism, destroying America, destroying the successful systems and economic systems and political systems in our country, there are Jews in a lot of successful economic political systems in our country that are in positions of power. So therefore it's like, oh, well, we have to destroy them. And all the CRT shit, it's so highly conspiratorial in its mindset in terms of how it looks at the entire world, that it only, like, obviously if you have a highly conspiratorial worldview, it's just a jump, hop, and skip away to get into the JQ shit. Because that's like one of the most, common conspiracies that people kind of latch onto anyway.
Right.
If they were to start a business, work out, exercise, eat healthy, get away from the cities. I'm not saying go live on a farm and have chickens, but that's a good start. If they found a way to actually just build up their families and their lives, they could find themselves wealthy, successful, and with great political influence. Instead, what they're doing is they're going online and accusing an ethnic group of being the root of the ideology or the progenitor of the conflict between them, which won't actually make their lives better.
Well, look what happened to Nick Fuentes. He tried, though. I mean, I think it actually makes me sad to see people depersoned on either side of the political spectrum. But Nick Fuentes actually makes me genuinely sad because I went to dinner with him one time in Chicago, non-political, just like you would meet up with anybody.
Oh my God.
Listen, I don't believe in the Jewish question. Let me fully explain to you exactly what it is and say that it's like a logical position. But the follow-up. And the fault to that is I had a completely non-political, conversation and dinner with Nick Fuentes, and it's really sad what's happened to him, that he's been depersoned and deplatformed. That's just really, he's such a good guy.
Look, I was just out on a date with Nick Fuentes the other night.
It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh my God.
We were double dating with a couple of white supremacist girls, and it came up how he'd been deplatformed from everywhere.
I know. And it's so funny because, just like him bring up the JQ thing made absolutely no fucking sense. You're like,
why would you drop this?
Yeah. And this made no sense either because Tim is like, listen, that JQ shit's all stupid. It's not helping these people because they're spending all their time online just arguing about, they're blaming Jews for everything when they should be working to improve themselves, get stable, healthy relationships, get a job, blah, blah, blah. Like Tim's just saying, work on yourself. And Elijah's response to that is, Nick Fuentes tried to do that and he got in trouble. What are you fucking talking about? That's the exact opposite. Nick Fuentes is the one who's pointing the finger, getting an army of people to, instead of improving themselves, waste all their time complaining about the fucking Jews, Elijah. Are you fucking retarded?
That is true. Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck is happening in this conversation?
It is. Look, it's emotionally satisfying demonizing other people for your own shit. Look, I get it. I'm a human being too, but it's not productive. It's not the way to turn your life around.
No, not at all. But it's just hilarious because it's so clear that Elijah believes all this shit, but he doesn't want to say it directly. He two things going on. He doesn't want to say it directly because he doesn't want to get in trouble, but he also doesn't want to directly go against Tim because Tim's a big mover in the space. So he's trying to do this weird tightrope. He's like, that's a great point, Tim. Let me keep talking about the JQ though. Let me pretend that you didn't just say what you just said and keep talking.
Right. Yeah.
It's so funny.
We should go on Tim Pool, man. Tim should have us on.
There you go.
He's a big honcho in the space. And look, we're big up and comers here. Yeah.
And I got to talk to him about his life. I won't say anything here. Just
listen, I'm only going to come on Tim Pool's show if we can just talk about the JQ the whole time. Okay.
Oh, really? That's why you want to go on.
I'm going to pretend that I'm totally in favor of the JQ. I'm just going to talk about the whole
Sitch
time.
is going to do a printout of Victoria Newland's speech, and he's going to hold it up.
You need to read this fucking thing and stop. Oh my God, it's the most annoying shit ever in my entire life.
He's going to pull a lance. He's going to have visual aids.
Here's the visual aids. Tim, stop, please, God. It's not going to matter. It's not going to change anyone's opinion on this. Even if they acknowledge that the Newland conversation is not what they thought it was, none of those people would ever change their mind on this situation anyway. So
look, let's be honest here. We're not going to go on Tim Pool until he rolls out the red carpet. He's got to come to Los Angeles.
The actual conversation I would like to have would be if Glenn Greenwald to come on to be like, Glenn, why are you lying about the Newland phone call? And why are you lying about Osama bin Laden? It's insane to me. He keeps pushing this shit. It drives me crazy.
Would you do your face reveal on Tim Pool if he could set it up where you did a talk with Glenn Greenwald? That'd be good. That'd be fucking great content, Tim.
That could be.
Tim could set that up and would. I mean, it'd be great content for him. He'd make all the money off it. Why wouldn't he?
Maybe we'll workshop it.
Okay.
I want to make the money.
I know. That's why I'm like, Tim.
Yeah.
Zoom us in. We want to run our stream at the same time, right?
Exactly.
I wonder if I can live stream from his compound.
There you go.
Can we simultaneously live stream?
There you go.
While we're on his show?
I like it.
And Tim, we read all of our super chats, so please let Sit down for a second here.
That's right.
We got some super chats to get through.
Speaking of, J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thank you so much. Says, being in with my son being circumcised made me anti-circumcision. That shit hit me hard. Yeah, because I'm assuming they cry a lot. So yeah, it's pretty painful.
So you did the circumcision. Look, most of the reason why the people do the circumcision is because like your dad's circumcised. He's like,
of course.
What?
Of course.
My son is going to be like me. It's so look, I keep wanting to do a poll. Someone in the chat, and I think I might have pinned it. Someone in the chat said, "Girls think it looks funny. Uncut looks funny."
Yeah, in America.
Look, I have heard that.
Right.
There are like 1,200 people watching right now. At least like a dozen of those people have to be female, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we put a poll, the undecisive, but it's like 90% of it would be I'm a guy. Like the poll. It would,
yeah. Well, it depends what country you're from, because as I said, the majority in America, I believe, are still circumcised. So obviously, people get used to seeing it that way.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyway,
I know it's funny because I've heard this story from my parents. My mom got my brother as a baby slightly drunk before he was circumcised. Like
what?
They apparently this was like a thing.
Circumcised when he was like 14 or something?
No, he's like a baby. They put like a drop of wine on their finger. They like let the baby suck on it or something.
What?
I'm telling you. And apparently,
don't they use like local anesthetic or something?
They should. I don't know why they don't. That's a good question.
They don't? Oh, I didn't know.
They don't do it it's not even a religious thing. They don't do it in hospitals. I don't know why. There could be some fear of the affecting the baby. I have no clue.
You hit a nerve and the penis falls off. You're like, oh my God.
I don't think that's the problem. You could probably just use some topical anesthesia. I don't know why they don't do it. That's actually a really good question. But
I just assume that they did.
I don't think they do. That's why J-Mac I'm assuming that's why J-Mac said what he said, because the babies cry because it's really painful.
Yeah, look, that's what everyone says. Yeah,
right.
It's super painful. But at the same time, I can't imagine, like, if you like do one brother and don't do the other brother, there's going to be, there's going
to be questions.
Of course. Look, and I've heard guys that who have not gotten circumcised because they have these hippie parents in California, and they're like, they want to get circumcised at like 20.
Oof.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Can you imagine? Look, I'm going to go get circumcised. I'm 20
Why
years
would you
old.
do that? Yeah. No. No, but anyway, let me just finish the story.
Local. Okay, sorry.
Not talk about circumcision anymore. So my mom gave my brother like a drop or two of wine, like literally a drop or two of wine. And apparently he got like too drunk, or she perceived he got too drunk. I don't know how you tell if a baby's drunk. And so when he was circumcised, he didn't cry or anything. It didn't bother him. But she felt like that maybe he got too drunk and was like worried. So apparently she didn't do that with me at all. And I was like fucking wailing. And she felt really bad about it.
That's hilarious.
And I was like, Mom, you made me the way that I am. This is why I'm the way that I am. That's why I don't trust the world. Okay.
We got your brother shit-faced when we got him cut.
Exactly. You always liked him best.
But
you always liked him better.
We made you take the full brunt of the pain.
Exactly. It's like, no, that's why I'm a stronger person.
Right.
As a baby, I knew the world was a cruel, unforgiving, and painful place. Okay. Right. It made me stronger. It made me who I am today.
We put your penis in the pencil sharpener.
Oh, God. That's horrifying.
I don't know how these are. It's anyway.
Steel Wrap for $20.
Yeah, go ahead.
Says Ryan Long and Danny Polschuk really nailed it years ago. Woke versus racist, they're the same. Shame I liked the You Are Here podcast at one point. Now the name is owned by cringe Zoomers. That does suck. But yeah, no, that sketch is hilarious. The woke versus racist, and they become like best friends.
Of course, yeah. Ryan Long, right?
It is true. Ryan Long, yeah.
And accusing an ethnic group of being the root of the ideology or the progenitor of the conflict between them, which won't actually make their lives better.
Well, look what happened to Nick Fuentes. He tried, though. I mean, I think it actually makes me sad to see people depersoned on either side of the political spectrum. But Nick Fuentes actually makes me genuinely sad, because I went to dinner with him one time in Chicago, non-political, just like you would meet up with anybody. And I got to talk to him about his life. I won't say anything here. Just a normal guy, like just a normal guy, nice guy, well-mannered, very respectful to the people. You know, his last name's Fuentes. I always thought that's funny. He's the face of the white supremacy movement to the left. His last name's Fuentes. It's not a very white name, but, you know, I talked to him, and I really believe that he believes what he thinks about this issue. And I think what you said is true. I think that he's actually intellectual. He understands his prognosis. I'm sure you guys disagree, but I don't think that the way he's been painted and the reflection of him has been fair. And I think that adds to a lot of the conspiracy around Jewish people and things, people that try to point out the real problem. And I think he's been pretty accurate early on a lot of diagnoses of things. When they use his followers and what random bots will say on the internet to define what he says, I think that's my point. A lot of the way people are treating this adds to more of the issue, because the way the media presents this issue makes people further think, oh, Jews are in control of the media. It is a Jewish problem. And it becomes more concerning. And
so the argument that Elijah, who totally doesn't believe in the JQ stuff, is saying is that actually it's the fact that Nick Fuentes has been censored because he actually didn't say anything that's bad, which is what, you know, makes people think Jews control things. Because Nick's actually not saying anything that bad, right? That's right, the argument Elijah's put forward. Yeah. Now, it's so ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. The dishonesty, whenever Nick comes up, it's so obnoxious, the dishonesty. We even talked about this. It wasn't that long ago. It was only a few months ago that Nick Fuentes had his Groyper rally. Remember that? Remember the Groyper rally? I know
nothing about this, but
well, we talked about it. We saw clips on it. We even talked to Nick Ricade about it.
Okay.
I guess you forgot. It's fine.
Oh yeah, look, we went on Nick Ricade's channel over this, right?
Right.
Okay,
yes.
I do remember.
Though we were talking about, you know, he's not defending the anti-Semitic text. We were just talking about other stuff. But anyway,
he did this on. He did it on the platform that Nick Ricade is
on Rumble. He did it on Rumble, and it became this controversial thing.
Yeah,
Rumble, right? Okay. So remember, in that conversation, it's just so obnoxious because everyone does this bullshit game, like, oh, Nick's just joking, he didn't say anything bad. In that conversation, very, very directly, explicitly, with no dog whistling, Nick Fuentes said directly that non-Christians should not be able to own businesses or work in government.
Wow.
Okay.
That's pretty harsh.
Right. So, I guess it's just being taken out of context when he says that. In that conversation, in that rally, he specifically said, without dog whistling, he says, we can't have a colorblind merit-based system. None of the answers none of the answers will satisfy them. That the people, the non-white European people, are just different. And it's not, he says specifically, it doesn't come from ideas or culture. If it did, they could produce it in their countries. It comes from who we are. It's our genetics. White people produce a white society, and only white people can continue a white society. Okay? So he very explicitly throws out white nationalism, race realism. And yet we have Elijah Schaffer over here and all these other people. They just pretend like, oh, he's just saying nothing. It's nothing he's saying. Is that controversial? I don't understand.
Also biological essentialism, obviously.
Of course. Well, that's goes part and parcel with race realism and white nationalism, right? So
yeah.
Right.
I think it's kind of crazy that he's kind of implying that only Jewish people could be disgusted by the demonization of Jewish people. Like other people aren't constantly. They don't care, right? Yeah, look.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. A lot of people are disgusted by the demonizing of any ethnic group. So yeah.
And then Nick also goes on a whole thing where he like reads a bunch of like random parts, or I'd say misconstrues a bunch of random parts from the Talmud, where he accuses Jews of being able to lie to non-Jews and rape non-Jews according to something, blah, blah, blah. All these things he claims say in the Talmud that allows Jews to be evil. And then he says, this is the culture of people who are running your banks, making your movies, and making your curriculum, and believes that all Christians must die. But no, he didn't say anything controversial in that, He doesn't, it's all just the media making it seem worse.
Jewish people think all Christians must die. That's
I mean, according to Nick Fuentes, who's a
first
very
I heard
reliable
that
source
one.
of information. So.
Yeah. Wow. Crazy.
He also laid out the thing I said about how, the belief that in that rally, the belief that Jews want white people to be a minority because they think it's easier to control, non-whites.
Did we watch clips of this? I don't think we did.
I
think we just talked
We did
about
not
it.
watch it on
Yeah.
stream, obviously. I don't think we could watch it on stream. So.
Right. We debated whether or not.
You're talking about like I don't remember what the specifics of the conversation was. It was something about the free speech elements. Oh no,
Right.
it was like free speech and why would platforms not want to platform Nick and, things of that nature. So.
Right. I mean, it's complicated now that there are all these business models around speech because like from an American free speech perspective, like I think obviously people should be able to say whatever they want, no matter how detestable it is, and other people can rebut that. As a business owner, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's cancer for my business.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
You're like, get this guy out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it is complicated.
But they're going to talk about like Nick's presence on Twitter. And this is why I think the free speech side of the aisle is going to completely be proven correct in regards to handling the situation. So,
what is their handling of the situation?
To just let Nick and these people be very public, and sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Right. So they're going to let him say all the things and then other people can respond.
Right.
Well,
no, it's not quite that argument, but you'll see.
All right, good.
I have to be so careful in how I word this. I think whatever has happened is not going to switch back unless powers that be create a large global event like a reconstruction. I think too many people see the problem as a Jewish power problem and not an Israel problem. And I think that's going to be the fastest growing side of the left and the right currently. And the gatekeepers on both sides are not talking with these people. They're shaming them.
They're making it worse.
They're calling them idiots and racists and anti-Semites. And instead of addressing the concerns they have about Jewish power, look, if Jewish power is not there, then prove it and tell them. And you don't have to debate them. Debate me, bro. They don't have to go on your show. You don't have to platform them. You owe them nothing.
I mean, Tim just literally laid out to you why it was a retarded concept, and you're still on it, but okay.
But please
prove to them it's not there.
Oh, okay.
Prove it doesn't exist.
Right.
You
Prove
can't
the thing
prove
they
the negative, right?
Desperately want to be true. It's not true.
Right.
If these people are wrong, disprove them.
How?
Well,
did Tim say that? How do you prove a negative?
Yeah, he just said. No, he just said how. Like,
yeah,
it's hilarious. Listen to this.
And anti-Semites.
God,
and instead of addressing the concerns they have about Jewish power, look, if Jewish power is not there, then prove it and tell them. And you don't have to debate them. Debate me, bro. They don't have to go on your show. You don't have to platform them. You owe them nothing. But please, if these people are wrong, disprove them.
How?
Well, that's not up to me. I'm saying if you're saying they're stupid and they're wrong, you have to prove they're wrong. But by calling them names, you're emboldening them. So if they're dangerous and they're a threat.
It's like the perfect. It's like the perfect cover. It's like I'm gonna not only I don't believe this. I'm just gonna explain the whole situation for you about the JQ. Oh, listen. I don't know how to disprove it. It's not up to me because as I said, I don't believe it. It's so ridiculous. It's such a grift. It's so ludicrous.
Threat, and they're gonna cause problems. Like, I'm trying to be as serious as I can here because I'm not always a serious guy. I'm retarded too, so it's like hard to explain myself sometimes. But if the gatekeepers on both the left and the right, the establishment media and the establishment media on the right, really believe that these people are disgusting anti-Semites, that they are going to cause a world war, they're going to cause another Holocaust, we don't want to see anybody dead, and that they're tearing apart our country, and they have a very false...
Has anyone said that? I've literally never heard anyone say that. That they think the Groypers are going to cause a world war?
Well, there are plenty of woke people who talk about white supremacy and white supremacy is the biggest danger to America and stuff like that.
Right, but they're not talking about the Groypers. They're just labeling all Republicans as racist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right.
Just rank and file Republican. Like MAGA. Anyone who voted for Trump obviously is a Groyper.
Well, I mean, he's just like the most pro-Israel person ever, so it's obviously not the case.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
and vitriolic and disgusting ideology, then can you please do more than calling them anti-Semites and racists and taking Cookie Monster jokes out of context? Also, fuck you. Sorry, I shouldn't cuss on YouTube, but F you if you think Cookie Monster jokes offend you. You're too weak. These gatekeepers have lost.
That's like he's defending Nick Fuentes' Holocaust joke?
Yeah, which
what's going on there?
Well, it's so stupid because, like, okay. It's so, Elijah's just lying his ass off. They're all lying their ass off. Okay, if it's someone wants to make a Holocaust joke, I don't give a shit. I've made Holocaust jokes. It's fine. You can make jokes about things, about any sort of spicy topic. The issue, and this is where they always are just so dishonest about it, is that he believes what he's saying. He's using a joke to provide cover when he actually is a Holocaust denialist, when he actually does hate Jews, when he actually, does hate non-white people. That's the problem. If you're making a joke and everyone knows you don't actually mean it, you don't actually hate these people, then that's fine. But he's just using the jokes as cover. He does actually hate these people. He does actually believe in Holocaust denialism. That's why it's just so dishonest when Elijah and the other cucks just be like, oh, it's just a joke. Just a joke, bro.
Right.
It's like, okay, when all these silly, like, super left people joke about, quote, killing landlords or killing white people. It's just a joke, bro. You don't think they actually believe it? It's just
no,
a joke,
they want
bro.
to kill landlords.
Oh, they actually do.
Obviously.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, sure.
They're out to kill landlords.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just so pathetic.
Yeah. Gross.
Lost. And the problem is now they've lost so much power. You could be a guy with 6-7 million followers, one of the most influential guys like Ben Shapiro, just getting roasted and ratioed no matter what you post on any social media platform by now the left and the right under your posts. I never thought I'd see the day.
It's fake. Some of it's real.
Some of it is fake, but I think I talk to people and a lot of people think this stuff.
I think Fuentes has fake fans. I think we have talked about this before. I think there are people who go online claiming to be fans of Fuentes, but try desperately to make it so that nobody wants to associate with him by being violent intentionally.
I could believe that 100%.
But what do they believe?
They're all AstroTurf. That's hilarious. They're all paid opposition. Everyone's pretending to be a Fuentes fan.
Well, it's funny. So Tim kind of goes to this argument, which I think is completely not true, where. And I understand why he would think this. He's like, okay, he's looking at this from, like, a very logical perspective. He's like, why the fuck are all these Fuentes fans acting like the biggest, most obnoxious, annoying people on the internet? All it's going to do is make Fuentes look bad. It's going to make their movement look bad. Therefore, it must be some kind of, like, false flag op, right? I understand Tim's thought process here. He has completely revised this after Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes went on the show and were criticizing Tim and got all his fans to attack him. He's like, oh no, I guess I was just completely wrong. It is all of they're real. They're all just, like, really fucking stupid and horrible people.
Because they attacked him personally? That's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. It's funny.
Like no paid opposition is going this far.
Well, no, because he saw that, Nick is going on attacking him directly. So it just completely makes sense that his fans would then go and attack him and all these other people. Like, right. He's seeing how the machine works, essentially. But
the followers?
Yeah.
I'm saying that there are people who are masquerading as followers of Fuentes who hate what he thinks, hate who he is, and they're doing it to make sure that no one will platform Nick.
That's hard to believe.
If true, that tactic would work for...
If that were true, then Nick foments some of the most vile people. Yeah. I don't think that I watched Nick debate Destiny, parts of it. I've seen him give debates. He has coherent thoughts. I think he's wrong on a lot of things. That's fine. But I think when he argues, he's talking about, here's what happened in history and here's what I think. Then his followers go online and start sending vile, awful things to people, which I won't repeat. I'm like, I don't think those are actually fans of his, because all they're doing is ensuring that no show will ever have him on. If those are actually his fans, then he's a victim of his own following.
I don't know. I think that they're probably genuine.
Well, then
a lot of them are teenagers.
Then he's destroyed himself. There was a period where he asked his followers to stop spamming us because we literally were like, we get attacked relentlessly by people claiming to be fans of his. And he was like, guys, what are you doing? Stop. They don't. So you go to any...
What do you mean? Can you? Because I'm going to be...
What happens when you tell a teenage boy don't do something, Sitch? I'm just... What's the norm?
They're gonna do it.
Any teenage boy, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But this is what, they kind of go into more, but this is what's so funny. And it's why I think the free speech people are going to be completely proven correct. It's like when people were having this argument about free speech, they weren't really anticipating this. They're saying like, oh, we're going to have these conversations in public and their ideas about anti-Semitism and racism are just so bad that they're going to lose in the public space, the public sphere, right? Like that was the argument, essentially.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Turns out none of that matters. That's not what's going to happen here. What's going to happen here is that everyone is so fucking annoyed with how annoying the gropers are. They're all like internet obsessed, like unhinged weirdos that spam people and annoy the shit out of them. That they're like, I fucking hate these people.
That's the goal. That's like what's fun for them. But that's their pleasure.
Yeah, but that's fine, and I understand that. And we can talk about why that is, which is interesting. But that's gonna make everyone hate their fucking movement. They're like, it's so funny because
they don't care.
I know they don't care, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what they care about. Okay. Nick Fuentes should care because he's trying to cultivate. Well, maybe he doesn't care because maybe he's just grifting for money. But it's the same thing with like all the fucking retarded left-wing protesters that destroy art or glue their hands to the road in front of Disney World or an airport.
Of course, they don't care either. Yeah.
Right. Everyone just I fucking hate these people. And it's the same thing with the groypers. Everyone just fucking hates their guts because they're so fucking obnoxious and they're so annoying. And yet the people doing it, they don't care because those people doing it are not seeking broader political power. They're not seeking to try to make their political message, persuasive
palatable,
to the rest of the world, right? Whatsoever. They're just as you said. They're, younger angry teenagers, males who, for whatever reason, are either just in the destructive phase of things when you're kind of growing up, or just upset at life for one of various reasons, right?
Yeah, it's sport for them. It's entertainment.
Yeah, sure, but that's what's kind of funny is that this is what's kind of interesting about the whole situation is that because Nick got so like banned from everything, it's like he became so trolly, so angry because he was banned by so many things that his audience became so angry and so trolly that when they're unbanned, they're just like too unhinged to participate in the normal space in a way that people even want to deal with or tolerate.
So do you think they're going to get ultimately banned again? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if they're going to get banned again. I think, well, no. So this is what's going to happen. This is what's actually very fascinating to me. So the right has been sort of like people on the right, if you ask like the random right-wing person or the normal right-wing pundit or politician, like say, oh, what do you think about like racism in the country? Do you think it's a big issue?
They hate it.
Yeah, they don't like it, but you say, do you think there's like a lot of racists? And what they say no, right?
Of course not, yeah.
Right? And I think part of that was because I don't think there are that many like virulent racists around. Obviously, racism exists on a spectrum. There could be various levels of racism, but there weren't that many like, white nationalist, groyper, racism people running around in the public sphere that I don't think, honestly, the average Republican interacted with. So they didn't think it was like an issue. But suddenly, now they're seeing them all over the place on Twitter. Okay? Because they've all been let back on. And I think this is actually an eye-opening experience for a lot of people on right to be like, oh my God, there are a lot of these fucking annoying groper people, and they're super obnoxious, and they are super racist, and they're super anti-Semitic, and whatever you post, they put Jew, goy, whatever, underneath all the posts. And it's hilarious because I think the groypers by accident are essentially going to make the people on the right realize that they're, that there is this weird group of obnoxious, anti-Semitic racists going around, and it's going to be like an eye-opening experience for people on the right. And like, okay, we need to like throw these people out. We need to do something about this.
So you are talking about like banning them again?
No, I don't know if they're going to get banned again. I'm just saying like that they need to be. I don't think the right understood that that they exist, and now they do understand that they exist because they had been banned. Like them being banned almost gave them protection in a weird sense.
Right.
People on the right not even knowing that they were mainstream right, not knowing that they were like a thing. So
yeah, I think they've thrown Richard Spencer and maybe Nick Fuentes out of CPAC and stuff like that. So,
right. Yeah, but they just thought, oh, they're just wax with some very, small following, blah, blah, blah. They haven't seen the groyper army of bots or whatever the fuck's going on there. Or just however many people it is that are like permanently online.
Look, it's online culture, so I don't know.
Right.
that these people really are racist, or they're just doing the thing
That's
to
true.
trigger the shit out of people.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
that's
for
a good
all I
point,
know,
too.
they're all like multiracial, like just trying to fucking trigger people on the internet.
That's a good point. Probably a lot of it is trolling. The multiracial thing is an even weirder thing because it's actually like a big poll meme. Like a lot of these people involved in this movement who are not trolls, who actually, well, they're trolls, but they actually do believe this shit, are not white.
White. Yeah, exactly.
And it's super weird. It's very interesting. So it's like, what's going on here? I don't know.
You take
the psychology
where
that's
you can get
fascinating.
it.
But
look, if they're going to accept you, and you don't have to be white to get in, even though they are a white supremacist movement.
No, but they like still argue that they're white in some weird roundabout way. I don't know. The whole thing's fucking strange, but
oh my God,
it's very funny.
Internet
That's why there's like the very
insane.
funny, the greatest poll meme ever, which is like it's like the black guy saying like who's like being very racist, going like I'm white. It's like that's what I always would post that at Quack because it's the same thing. Like with Quack, I just think he's so funny.
Oh yeah,
because he's like, isn't he like Iranian or something? I don't know, or Middle Eastern. But it's just like, it's just the whole thing's hilarious. Anyways,
he's done a bunch of. I think he did a talk on lotus eaters, and it was just very long and boring. So,
well, that's side of his content, long and boring.
Yeah, a lot of people dig it though.
Okay, I mean, a lot of people like long and boring shit, I guess.
Yeah, it's true.
Be fair and just like hear you out here. What do you mean by they're fake, and who would be behind this? Like, is it a
That's
country?
what I'm trying to find out.
Leftists?
But what does that mean, leftists?
There are leftists that are running
it.
like Groyper accounts.
Yeah.
That's what you think?
It is a fact that leftists run sock puppet accounts. That's not in dispute.
Okay.
It is a fact that there have been people on the right and the left who have made accounts masquerading as the opposing side to make them look bad. That's been known about for a long time. In fact, we know the U.S. government does the exact same thing.
Are there people who pose as fans of yours who do that?
Probably.
Do you think they do that?
I would imagine.
I don't know.
Beanie Groyper? 69420?
The idea. So you genuinely think that leftists aren't trying to get Nick banned?
Well, I don't think that they're running Groyper accounts trying to do that. No.
You don't think that a leftist would make a fake account and then say a whole bunch of really awful things that Nick never said so that Nick gets banned?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, they do that.
I mean, that's definitely happening. Like, to say it's never happened is
it's definitely happening. The question is, so what extent is it happening? I don't think that's the big thing going on with Nick. I think it's, as I said, it's like this weird, the psychology of it's so interesting is that because Nick was so thrown out of everything, it kind of made him become the avatar of the person who's detached from society, the outcast. Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's a better way. He's become the avatar of the outcast, but the avatar of the outcast who's also, a bigot. And so obviously those people are not going to, when they're let back into, society or the personal space, or I should say the computer space of Twitter, they're not going to behave accordingly. So
yeah.
And people on the right, even like mainstream people on the right are going to be like, this is like obnoxious.
How do you trigger people more than this bigotry stuff? I mean, it really does get under people's skin, especially leftists. So, yeah,
that's a fact.
As under like sock accounts of his fans, I don't buy that. No,
but it is a fact. This happens. How
do you know that though?
So first of all, being from the hacker community and hanging out at many different hacker spaces and in social engineering specifically, being at Occupy Wall Street and in the direct action meetings, I have watched them run sock puppet accounts. I have been in the IRC chats where they do this intentionally. I've not seen anyone say, I'm going to make a Groyper account and attack Nick Fuentes, but I'll tell you this. The idea that Nick or everyone else is immune to sock puppetry is an absurdity. We know it's a common activist psyop tactic. We know the U.S. military has been doing this for a long time. We know that Barrett Brown ran a group called Project PM, which uncovered the U.S. Air Force buying sock puppet accounts from U.S. private actors. So my point is, knowing this is a common practice among activist groups and among...
It's so weird. You got to be super bored to run a sock puppet account, right? That's got to be boring as hell.
Yeah, you got to either be super bored or you're getting paid, right? I mean, because why else the fuck would you do it?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, look, if it's your job.
Yeah.
I run sock puppet accounts.
Yeah, no, it does seem like Jesus
for Wall
Christ.
Street.
I mean, I guess I could believe that there are people who just get off on trolling so much that they like it or
well,
something.
no,
I don't know.
Look, Jimmy Dore supposedly had some sock puppet account. I think there have been a few YouTube creators that have gotten caught using sock puppet accounts.
Yeah, but that's a little different. That's like
it is
one,
like
it's like one person using their one account as opposed to like having
things. Yeah,
right, as opposed to having like a bunch of bots doing your bidding and shit. You know, it's a much larger setup. That's a lot bigger time investment to do that.
Of course.
Among private security contractors, the idea that the people who go on and send rape threats to someone are legitimate Nick fans, if that's true, then I understand why Nick is banned from everywhere. Totally get it. But I actually think when I watch Nick debate Destiny, for instance, or Nick have, speaking with Milo or anything like that, I'm like, here's a guy who genuinely believes what he thinks that I disagree with. And then you look at a follower sending death threats to someone's children and rape threats to their children. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think that person actually likes Nick because they're damaging
Can I say this? So as knowing Nick personally, I know that Nick condemns all calls of violence, like anyone here on this table.
Then why would
any
his
rape
fans?
threats? Well, listen to me. I think there's something like there's really an important lesson in this.
Look, I've seen clips of Nick like encouraging doxing and stuff like that. I guess that doesn't count as threats.
Well, that's why it's total bullshit. Because I mean, Nick has 100% encouraged doxing, has 100% encouraged brigading people, getting them removed from the platforms.
I've seen clips of that.
Right.
Openly talking about it, saying he doesn't care and he encourages it.
Right. Now, I don't know if I ever heard clips of him saying like you should go like beat up a person or something.
No, I haven't heard that either.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever said that to my knowledge. But that's sort of the line at which, he's very cognizant that's what gets you in the big legal troubles when you start advocating for physical violence. So they're all try to shy away from going that far. But that's the problem is like, I'm supposed to believe that the guy who encourages all this harassment online intentionally, that the guy who is like explicitly a white nationalist, the guy who's explicitly anti-Jewish, the guy who wants to, in the same speech, the rally, he talks about like, that all the non-white people or most of the non-white people should be removed from the country, all this other shit. And you're supposed to believe that like, oh, well, if this guy had, the power, he would totally just be nonviolent, right? Like you have to literally be the dumbest fucking person alive to believe that. And that's the problem is that I don't think Elijah is that dumb. I don't think he's that dumb. I think it's just dishonest. Everyone knows that if Nick could get away with advocating for violence without fear, he would 100% do it. And that's all just like, he's just afraid of getting in trouble.
Right.
Going to jail. So.
There's something really important. I blame the gatekeepers of the right-wing movement for the toxicity of many of the anonymous accounts that follow Nick more than I would ever blame Nick. Because it is them who, instead of giving Nick a platform, pushed Nick into the recesses of the internet. And, he's made a resurgence, and good for him on that. Because if his ideas were false, they would have proved them wrong already, and he would have went away.
You know what? If they had proved communism wrong, those ideas would have just gone away, right?
Oh, of course. Right. Yeah, they'd poof and they'd be gone. There'd be no more communists in the world.
Yeah. Right, Elijah? If they had just proved communism wrong, right? I mean, by just having various countries be communists and just continually fail again and again and again.
Right? I mean, we have to prove that shit wrong every 20 years.
Yeah. It's like, this is the dumbest fucking take ever. Are you kidding me? Oh, they just proved the ideas wrong. Then it wouldn't go away forever. It'd go away for good.
We're on the communist treadmill here. Shit.
Yes. Oh my God. So dumb.
What I'm saying is they pushed him into this area where he had to go into alt tech and all these sites to push himself. Now, during those formative years, who would have been on alt tech? It would have been when the censorship wasn't bad on social media like it was the last 4 or 5 years. Who would have been on alt tech? It wouldn't have been you or me. I use alt tech now. It would have been people who probably were calling for rape and calling for violence and people who were insane. So number one, because he's going to alt tech in the early stages where that's the main audience, which we're all in Rumble now, maybe you're not, we're all using alt tech. He's going to latch on to a certain group of people and make them feel seen and known, which is normal, that are going to latch on. So those people that got pushed off, they pushed Nick into those scenes. He might have gotten some of those people who felt heard, who felt listened to, but also, can we stop taking random commenters on the internet so seriously? Like,
Listen, it's not Nick's fault that his audience is composed of like horrible, obnoxious people that call for horrible threats and annoy the shit out of everyone on the internet. Okay.
Right.
He had to do that because he was pushed into those spaces.
The only audience he could cultivate was the people who've been banned from every single platform on the planet.
We're all the respectable, nice, good-tempered white nationalists that Nick could appeal to, Adam. Okay, that's the real problem that, Elijah wants to point out. All the good-tempered white nationalists and anti-Semites.
Well, he's basically saying like every Nick Fuentes fan has sent rape and death threats. I'm like, is this guy really doing Nick a service here? I feel like he's
I don't
not.
think he is. I don't think he is.
I mean, I'd like to think Nick Fuentes has some fans that have never sent death threats to people.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Not all of them.
Right.
Somebody saying to me, I'm going to kill you, you bastard, which I get that kind of stuff all the time, is not a valid death threat. Or I'm going to come to your house. They'll tell me where I live and say I'm going to kill you. And I don't even report it to the police.
The one that I hate is you can't even tell people kill yourself anymore. It's like, it's completely taken out of context. Yeah, exactly.
Terrible.
When I'm mad, I want to, look, I just want to say, kill yourself. I just want to do it. But I know it's like, it's going to, look, that's going to be spun into a death threat. And,
listen, it's very simple. All you have to do, Adam, is move to Canada and work for the Canadian government. And then you're giving health advice.
Okay. Kill yourself. Here's the number for MAID. I guess you're right. Look, that is a logical solution. Thank you, Sitch.
See, now you were so anti-Canada, and now you realize that's the way to get your favorite insult back.
Of course, yeah. Now I love it.
Yeah.
Because the reality is...
Okay, so let's go back because we're derailing.
No. I'm saying this. I'm saying...
I get your point.
People really, because they can't beat Nick, they focus a lot on his followers, which he would even... he would condemn the toxicity of them, because if I have followers and someone says, dude, your followers call me the N-word, I'd say, dude, oh, that's terrible. I would condemn that.
So then I take it back. I agree with both of you. Nick has fomented an audience that threatens to rape and murder people's children.
No, I didn't say he fomented. I said
no,
it's not
an
him.
audience. I didn't say he did.
I'm saying it's not him, because if there's anybody that follows him that's acting retarded like that, I blame the gatekeepers for, instead of inviting him to the table to discuss, pushed him into the dark parts of the web. And now he's mainstream. His followers are much
Charlie
more normal.
Kirk talked about that.
Again, this is all bullshit, because there's literally clips of Nick telling people to go harass people, to go, mass report, mass flag channels and shit like that. It's just...
Well, I seen him say he doesn't care about that stuff. Like, he's a total nihilist. Look, I get it. He's been deplatformed from like every single platform. So he's like, I got nothing left to lose. Like, fuck it.
Sure. Right.
Yeah. So there is some argument to be made there, but look, he wouldn't be kicked off every single platform if he could maintain some kind of decorum, right?
It's hilarious. Okay. This really shows you the universality of like shit arguments. Okay. Elijah Schaffer is making someone who's on the right, supposedly, dissident right, I guess, is making the same argument, okay, about Nick Fuentes fans as like the far left people make about Hamas.
I know. I was thinking the exact same thing.
It's not their fault.
Look, they've been pushed to this. They had to rape and kill a bunch of Jewish people.
Yes. It's the environment. All these people were pushed in a position where they just can't control themselves.
God,
it's not their fault.
I'm so glad you said that.
Oh my God.
Because I was thinking it. I'm like, oh my God. Where have I heard this before? Oh, second thought. I remember this.
It's so funny.
Schaffer should do a stream with second thought, man.
He should, yeah. They could bond over their dislike of Israel.
Yeah, they could come together. We are not the common enemy here.
Right.
Who is?
Right.
Who is the common enemy?
Yeah, gee, yeah.
Right.
Back in 2019 was so
called
crazy.
them unhuman. They called these people unhuman. They were not real.
And
these
a lot of them are literally
right, so my
minors.
point is,
they're a lot of
my point is, certainly, as the saying goes on the internet, no one knows you're 14. I'm saying that I don't believe people who genuinely agree with Nick's point of view are hunting people, like going to people's profiles and threatening to rape their children. I think that's someone trying to smear and make Nick look bad. But if I could be wrong about that.
Do you think there's just like autistic teenagers who are like...
Dude, yeah, look, it's weird because I don't think Tim is correct here.
Tim is not correct here.
Yeah. It's people this is fun for people. Look, they're trying to get a rise out of people. And they do get a rise out of a lot of people, and it entertains them.
Of course. Yeah.
I think using like some sort of like a scrambler of an IP and seeing what they can get away with.
Scrambler of an IP? You make a fake Twitter account. You make a fake profile on Instagram. What are you talking about?
I was more just talking about emailing people because that's what I've seen.
Look, it's really simple. I just assumed that.
And he knows about how to like harass people and get away with it. This whole interview is weird. I was just talking about the way that they told me to harass people.
Listen, I don't believe the Jewish question, but let me go into an extensive explanation of it while I defend Nick Fuentes and say that it's not his fault. So his fans are crazy.
And explain how I know how to harass people anonymously. Like I don't know, I couldn't harass people anonymously. I don't know that. I'm not that technically gifted to be able to do something like that. But Elijah's like, oh, here's how you do it. Dip in.
Because I don't watch Nick's stuff, I assumed that he was telling people not to do this, and his fans. He is. But okay, so that's what my point is. It seems strange then that Nick would say to my fans, "Don't do this," and then they would. That says to me they're probably just leftists trying to make him look bad running sock accounts. But if you guys think that's too far-fetched, then I'll just defer to you and say Nick's audience sends death threats and rape threats to people's children. Do you think that's true?
I mean,
that's your position, right, Mary?
Wait,
you
what?
think groypers threaten to rape children regularly?
I don't really pay attention.
This is like so weird. This is so weird because like I don't know. Tim is framing this in a way that is just he's framing it in a way to win the argument. But the obvious answer is, of course they do.
Of course,
they're not literally going to go out and rape anyone's children. They're doing it to get a rise out of the people.
Yes, right.
Like it's not a legitimate death threat.
Yes.
Attention to what groypers are doing.
Was there an instance of this? Was there somebody that was...
I really don't know who you're referring to.
I'm not going to... There's a couple...
Wait, who did they threaten?
Is this the same girl we're thinking of? They attacked her kids?
There's a few people I'm not going to mention because they'll get more rape and death threats. I don't think...
you don't have to mention them.
Well, I have no idea.
I don't think the rape and death threats are coming from Nick's fans. I think it's someone trying to smear him to make sure that shows don't want to associate with him because they're scared of getting rape and death threats.
Look, both these things are going on, obviously. The internet is a giant place. I'm sure there's like planned opposition, and I'm sure people are actually doing this to get a rise out of people. And I'm sure there's probably, like, depending upon the situation, although this is kind of like if you do something completely that offends people's moral sensibilities, you will probably get rape and death threats because people feel like you cross the line and you have it coming.
Right,
so
right.
There is that is like you get legitimate death threats, but Sitch and I usually don't do anything like that. So look, I've never gotten anything too terrible.
No.
So.
Well, it's funny because I mean, I think Tim's basically changed his position on this after the Jake Shields.
Oh, okay. After the show, he has, yeah.
Yeah, well, after his interaction with Jake Shields,
it's just it's weird to me that they're arguing over this when all of these things happen, right? They're like trying to say this is what is going on, and I'm like, well, all these things are going on simultaneously. Right. The question is like the numbers.
But I will say, I'm wrong. You're right.
No,
Nick's audience sends death threats to people's children.
I just don't think on the
look, and then he does this weird twist of it. He's like, "Look, you guys, don't you understand? I'm giving you a giant out here, and all you have to do is take it."
Well, it is interesting because I mean, I don't know what Mary or Brett's position is, but it is interesting that Elijah doesn't want to take the out, which is presented to him by. That is very interesting to me. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I don't either. Look, if I was there, I'd just say, look, all these things are going on. Obviously, it's the fucking internet. Like, we all know this.
On the internet, like, I have a different view of the internet. Like, this may come off, maybe I'm from the original internet, but I'm from the day where everybody called each other the N-word with the hard R on Xbox Live. And you're going, so your audience says they're going to rape, your audience says that people are going to, or let's take this back. Microsoft's customers, people who use Microsoft products and play Halo online are Microsoft supports rape. I'm saying Microsoft supports people are going to rape, your mothers.
Let's slow down right now.
Yeah.
Getting a phone call or getting emails and getting messages where they post an address and say they're going to rape your children is messed up.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Knicks fans are doing that.
Let's argue that someone who would really like Nick or would be a real fan and isn't autistic and retarded wouldn't do that. Yes, that is true.
So who's doing it? It must be someone trying to make it.
It could be people that enjoy him still.
There are normal people who like Nick, and there are weird people who like Nick. And why is that so hard to believe?
So then I will stop, and we can move on. And I defer to Mary and agree. Knicks fans send rape threats to people's children. Don't they do
that to you sometimes? Like, oh, he watched Tim Pool and he did this, and like this person like watched Candace Owens and they shot up Christchurch.
This is literally my point. They're not his fans. I don't understand why you both are arguing that Knicks fans are doing
viewers.
This.
I guess it's just a definition of fan. Like, you can't control who's your fan, basically. So I'm sure there's some crazy
I'm saying they hate him. I'm saying they hate him. They want to hurt him.
I would say they don't know that they're doing that, but yes, they're hurting him. They're retarded. If you're doing that, stop doing that to you. If you like a creator, I'll just say, if you like a creator and you're trying to support them, don't threaten to rape and kill their enemies. Thank you.
If it's a sock account pretending to be a groyper, it's more likely to be a Fed than a leftist, right?
What's the difference?
Because the feds are trying to entrap, the genuine fans into criminalizing themselves.
Tim doesn't know about the feds? What kind of conspiracy theory are you, Tim?
Right. So my point ultimately is it's someone trying to get him banned or get people to disassociate with him because they don't like what he brings. Look, I'll tell you this. You talk to any podcaster and they know the moment you say Fuentes, they're in for a world of hurt because they're going to get attacked relentlessly. And that's why people don't want him on their show.
Just because of ego or what?
No, because Fuentes' followers cause economic damage to businesses that mention his name. Wow. It's not even about whether, like, the moment his name comes up on a podcast, people know it's like, okay, call the security guards. We're going to need 2 extra guys. It's going to cost another $100,000.
Was that what you're going to do now?
So I'm not going to speak specifically as to Nick, but I can tell you that when his name comes up on the show, it causes problems for us.
Look, oh wow. So you're saying there was fallout after the show because Nick was mentioned?
Well, no, because what happened was because Nick was mentioned so much and because Elijah did a shit job pushing the JQ and Tim basically said what, I think effectively explained why it was fucking retarded. Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes wanted to come on the show and argue the JQ.
Right.
And it fell apart because essentially Tim didn't want to be the one to do it. He wanted someone else to argue against them. And they couldn't get someone because most people don't want to have that conversation.
Look, yeah, exactly. Look, if you're Kanye West, international fucking celebrity, that's one thing. Like, you're like, okay, I'm going to risk it to get Kanye West on my show. To get like Nick Fuentes and some other guy on your show, you're going to debate the JQ? Like, why?
Right, yeah, right. And they couldn't get it to work. I think he says in the video, it's actually kind of shitty, I think, that he mentioned it. He said they were trying to get Laura Loomer to debate Nick Fuentes.
Laura Loomer is Jewish, I believe, right?
She is, that's why. Yeah. She didn't want to do it. I don't know. She's also not like super credible or anything. But
I don't get this. How do you do that debate? Oh, the Jews don't control everything. Let me prove it to you. Like, how do you prove a negative?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an obnoxious debate to have. I mean, people can listen to, there's, Destiny's debated Nick on this topic, before multiple times, and it always goes down this like obnoxious rabbit hole. And people don't want to debate. It's funny because people were like, oh, if Nick's wrong, just debate it. It's like, the problem is the amount of research you have to do to like understand all the various fucking things that he's relating to. Yeah, because otherwise you're like, there'll be people. Nick is not just a Jew hater; he's a professional Jew hater. He spends a lot of time.
And this is obviously information that you're never going to be able to use in any other aspect of your life. So you're basically just like wasting your time. For
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, like, I mean, Nick's not stupid. He's a smart guy. He knows how to like cultivate information in a way, and format an argument and all this other stuff. So
he's charismatic. He's funny. Look, I understand why people like him. Definitely.
And it's hilarious because I literally forgot that until we were just having this conversation right now. The one time, so like years ago when we were on Blood Sports, and it's so funny. They brought us on, Andy Worski brought us on Blood Sports to debate the Shokin, the fucking Burisma shit, wasn't it? It was like Shokin Burisma stuff, right?
I don't remember. It's like ancient history. So
Yeah, but it was nothing to do with like Jewish shit. It was like Ukraine, I think it was like Ukraine, Russian, Shokin shit or something. It was something nothing to do with Judaism or the alt-right shit. And they put us up against two people that I didn't even realize that they were like anti-Semitic white nationalists. I don't know like why. Like the conversation, nothing to fucking do with any of that shit. And basically, I destroyed them in the conversation so handily because I just was so much more knowledgeable about the topics than they were. That they had to bring in Nick Fuentes to come in, not to argue Jewish. And again, at the time, I didn't even know who Nick Fuentes was. They brought him in to argue with me about this shit because he was the only one that had any sort of like grasp of the like information that I was talking about. So it was just so ridiculous, but I totally forgot that even happened. Anyways.
For me, I'm willing to say it on the show because I'll tell people what's going on. But this is the reality that a lot of shows won't tell you. They're going to be like, if you mention him on the show, I'm going to have to deal with it and call a security guard. We're going to get phone calls. We're going to get emails. And then we're going to have to call the police. Then we're going to have a security guard 24 hours. That's going to cost, like, big shows. If you're talking about 24-hour security with this could be millions of dollars. And so a lot of people are just like, it's easy for a smaller YouTuber, smaller podcast, where it's like a guy in a small production team. But for bigger companies, they won't go anywhere near Nick because of this. And that's why I'm like, I don't think those are his fans.
I had problems for having on my show. Like, I'm not going to get into the details, but like, yeah, there was even a lawsuit involved that was in part mentioned and was largely mentioned, the problem of having Nick Fuentes on. And I've seen that is true. So having Nick Fuentes on, I would say having Nick Fuentes on has hurt my life financially and caused problems for me. But to me, it's more the ethics, but I don't blame anyone because I have lost a lot of money over the years. Even recently, I lost 6 figures because of my position on Israel so to get a good investment into my show. We have a new project we're working on. I can talk about that a little bit later, but the people were just very pro-Zionist and they didn't want to put the money involved. And I just said, look, I'm not going to change my view on this subject. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm saying what I think is true, and we're going to stick to that. I've always had Nick on knowing that it could cause problems. It did cause problems. So I don't blame people who don't. And this is where I think people that don't have anything to lose become self-righteous. And this is why I don't judge people. Because you know what? Losing shit or having problems in your life, or even just losing an advertiser because you wanted to have a guest on your show. Most shows, their goal is not free speech. Their goal is not to talk to controversial figures. Their goal is to make money and to make entertainment. And if that entertainment gets in the way of making money, then they don't want to have them on. So I don't blame people not having them on.
We only have a few minutes. And I do want to read some super chats, and you do got Australian gifts, which is a total 180 in the conversation. But two things happen when you have Nick Fuentes on the show. The first is you get security threats. And this means that for anyone who's got employees or contractors and insurance, you now have an obligation to spend what could be hundreds of thousands of dollars because of those threats, and you don't know how long that will last. The second is the advertisers get attacked, which means you won't even have the money to hire the security in the first place. My point, and then we'll go to super chats and your gifts just to wrap things up, is I don't really believe that Nick's fans are destroying him this way. I think it's the people who hate him who are trying to cause problems to make that happen. But maybe I'm wrong. How about you bring up your goodies while I pull up super chats?
Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to say this, but first I'll give the nice gift. I brought
Okay, that's the end of the conversation. The rest is just trying kangaroo meat. So there you go.
All right. Interesting stuff.
Yeah. So, I gotta give Tim credit. I think he did a pretty good job pushing back on the whole JQ shit and why it's stupid. So good for you, Tim. And he defended liberalism in the beginning, which I appreciate.
Yeah, that's great. Look, we give Tim a hard time a lot, so
gotta give him credit. So it's funny, Zero Fucks sent me this tweet. Apparently, like 4 hours ago, Elijah Schaffer put out this super long tweet trying to tell people to not harass him. Because I guess he's still getting all this harassment based off of the Nick Fuentes shit. So or I guess maybe his own, maybe Elijah's appearance. So.
Which, I mean, it's unfortunate because obviously Tim was trying to give an out to say, you know, Nick Fuentes is not doing these horrible things. It's leftists that are doing these horrible things to make Nick Fuentes look bad. And Elijah's just like slapping it away. Mm-hmm. So he's basically trying to make nice. And then look, since Elijah doesn't take the cue, now all of Nick's fans are after Tim Pool for saying.
Well, yeah, I think it was more because the video Tim put up about the Jake Shields. It's like a 30-minute video of him like talking about how much Jake Shields sucks and how much Nick sucks.
So. Oh, okay. So it's more than just this stream, obviously.
Yeah, no. Okay, that's the more recent. I'm assuming it could be something even more recent than that, but that's probably like the thing that spawned this.
Right. So Tim basically went out and kicked all the Nick Fuentes fans in the teeth, and now he's like, that's why they're going after him.
Well, apparently the way it works, according to Tim, is that when the thing fell apart with Jake Shields and Nick Fuentes going on Timcast, even though privately Jake Shields was like cool with it and like, oh, so, yeah, it's okay, these things happen. Then he publicly went on Twitter and started like shit talking Tim and attacking him. Yeah, kind of caused like this big controversy. So,
wow, it's just like the Putin thing.
The Putin thing.
Yeah. They have one story. They have the real story, and then they have the cover story.
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. Sure.
It's like the real story is he was totally cool with it, and the cover story is Tim Pool sucks, and
Tim is always
put a stop to it, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to join NATO, but they said no. Right?
You're right. Well, then after Jake Shields went on about it on Twitter, I think Nick Fuentes had his own segment where he complained about Tim and said Tim sucked. So,
they got a full-on back and forth going. Look, they're in a flame war. Okay,
yeah, exactly. Let it go.
Look, so it wasn't anything here.
Yeah, no.
Probably innocuous, and then
this is the thing that started this conversation. Is what started the Jake Shields, Nick Fuentes coming on in the first place, like conversation.
Right.
Because they're like, listen, we have to protect. Nick is like, I have to protect my reputation, and I gotta, Elijah didn't do a good job pushing the JQ. I gotta push it better. So.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yuck.
Well, but I guess it's a good thing that people who are on the right, Republicans, they do. I think it is beneficial for them to be on Twitter and to see like, wow, there's a lot of fucking crazy anti-Semitic, racist raper accounts on Twitter. To see that and to not just like poo-poo it as like a thing that doesn't exist. So.
Yeah, but they always have a out because they can always say, oh, it's just teenage boys being obnoxious. Like, is it a problem? I don't know. Like, is it genuine racism or is it just trying to trigger people?
I mean, it's both. You don't know obviously I don't know what the number is, right? I think here's the problem, and this is something that I think goes on. I think a lot of people, it starts as trolling, but I think if you're in it too long, it becomes real. I think the trolling does become real if you're in it for too long. So.
You think so?
Yeah, because they find community in these groups of people.
I'm not sure, because I mean, I think in terms of like, if people think, oh, everybody else is doing it, it's like a game that we're playing, right? It's like a video game. We're running around shooting people, and then all of a sudden the guys you're playing with want to really kill people. You're like, you're not going to wake up. You're not going to go, oh my God, I thought we were just fucking around.
It depends. It depends what the situation is. I think it depends what spaces you're in. If someone who's just like not engaged in these spaces where they talk about their hating the Jews and all this other shit, or hating non-white people, if they're not engaged in those spaces and they're just on Twitter trolling people, then probably not, because they're they're literally engaged in the sports part of it. But a lot of these people, even if they start off as trolling, they're
They
on
meet
the
up in
spaces.
real life.
They're not hooking up in real life, but they're on the internet spaces, on various websites, on Discords, where these things are being talked about. And I think it has a way, if you're just you make friends with those people, you're in that space, people bring it up just constantly, and I think it does change you. If
Like
you're
they're
just in these spaces
constantly
constantly.
sharing. Well, also I could see them constantly sharing material that is building the negative stereotype of Jewish people, of black people, of like.
Yes. I mean, that's why there's there's literally Twitter accounts who just all they do is they just post videos of black people attacking white people 24/7.
Yeah.
All day on Twitter.
So it builds a perception that that's like a black person has never harmed a white.
Exactly. Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Never post videos of white people
hurting black
attacking
people,
white people.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Or anyone else, And so it's just like, if you're in those spaces and you just like constantly you're just hit with this deluge of, videos of information, like, oh, look at the black people so bad, Jews so bad, constantly. Even if you start as a troll, I think it has an effect on people.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the reason why I'm against TikTok, because I do think that actually does have far more of an effect on people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I do think this is going to backfire, because I think a lot of mainstream conservatives are seeing for the first time, these like very racist, very anti-Semitic people, and they're disgusted by them. So
it's funny that Elijah thinks Israel is controlling the American people, and they don't even have an app. Like, how do they push images and propaganda?
They don't need an app, Adam. Okay, they control Twitter and Facebook because Mark Zuckerberg is Jewish. Didn't you see the Twitter
so
leaks?
Facebook is the app that is pushing. It's just so weird.
That's true. It doesn't. None of it makes any sense.
Well, no, I mean, we kind of walk through the way that you can build negative stereotypes around any group. Just if you had an app that you can push those images to people, and people are self-selecting to be in these groups that are pushing these images around. So, but I mean, I'm sure China is able to just push it directly to whoever they want, right? If they see somebody is susceptible to this kind of framing,
right?
Like, why not? Look, here's two people that work together. Look, that's crazy conspiracy theory, but it does seem technically within the realm of possibility.
Oh my God. I know how to make it's going to be like the make everyone crazy.
What's that?
We need an Israeli company to buy TikTok.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. We'd have content for days. Yeah.
Oh my God. Could you imagine?
Israel owns TikTok now.
Oh my God. That'd be hilarious.
That would be.
It'd be awful.
How do we get that? Like, how do we just for the trolling nature of it, it's perfect.
Just for the chaos factor, yeah. How do we get that going?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it matters, because I don't believe China's not going to allow ByteDance to sell. No, they're not going to allow ByteDance to sell
not
TikTok
allow
anyway.
Israel to buy.
Yeah, they're not going to allow anyone to buy it, so it doesn't matter.
Oof. Anyway.
More
videos, please. What's next?
That's it.
That's it?
I think that's it, yeah.
This wore you out?
Yeah, I guess.
Are you that weak?
I'm that weak, yes.
Okay. Anyway,
it's almost 6 hours, Adam.
Bye.
Watch
See you
a
guys.
whole nother 2-hour video. You want to start watching the Destiny Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate 2-hour conversation this late in the game?
I mean, we could watch a few minutes of it.
No. It's never just a few minutes.
Got any other videos on tap? I mean, I feel like I've seen some crazy shit. And I was like, oh my God.
Really? Well, maybe we can watch it
here
tomorrow or next week. Or this week, I should say.
Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah. What clips? I guess maybe we watched them together already.
What?
I don't know. Look, I'm looking through my history here. Read some super chats. Okay. I'll find something.
You go. Okay. Brian, let's see where that one. TB for 50 Ron. Thanks so much. Says late. S class is the best class.
We were a little bit late today, so
that's true. David Kane for 20 months says Sitch can beat a horse-sized duck, but is afraid of a little bear. A duck, regardless of size, is a duck. Okay, it's not a machine bred and made to murder you, unlike a bear. So there you go.
Ducks are omnivores, though, right? They're not vegetarians.
Oh, I think they'll eat bugs and shit. Sure.
Yeah,
that's true.
I think ducks will eat other animals.
I never said they would not eat something. But I said they're not. Ducks did not evolve to be predators. That would like pose a threat to a human the way a bear is.
That's what I was wondering. Are they predators?
No, they're omnivores.
Right.
I don't know what the actual. Now you say I don't know what the actual definition of a predator is, because we don't think of like birds that eat like bugs as predators, but are they? I don't know.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Hell yeah, they are. Hell yeah.
CT for 2 says Happy Mothra Day. There you go.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe we should do like an impromptu MMT stream. No, where was that clip of? Oh, I know what it was. The Robbie and Bree trade blows. That's a short. What are you talking about?
Okay, we can watch that. Yeah.
Yeah, look.
That's a funny clip.
I
went back and I watched that entire video.
Did you really?
I did. I was curious as to what the context was of the conversation. So what? But that shouldn't surprise anybody.
No, no. I want to see the whole thing, but I only have the short in my history because someone sent it to me.
I have it. Do you want to watch just the short, or you want to watch the whole thing?
I mean, if you know where the timestamp is on the video, I mean, we can watch the whole thing. I don't care. I got another 2 hours in me easy, but I mean, I'm hesitant to say that because, if you got to be in bed early or something,
Okay. I'm an old man. Let's go to the part. I'm assuming it's at the part where in the playback all the things are.
No, let's just watch it. It's only 17 minutes.
I think it's like really boring up until that part.
Oh, it is? Okay. Go to the good part. Just jump to the good part.
I'll go like a minute earlier so you have some context, I guess, what's going on.
Okay.
Agencies themselves have used that terminology as a cudgel against people trying to tell the truth. I thought it was a kind of a self-aware use.
Okay, this is like from a while ago too. So this is from the date of this
How do we miss this?
November 14th. Okay, it's from last year. So
holy shit. This is like before any of the stuff we've been following happened.
I know, right?
Well, I guess this must be like she kind of put Robbie in his place and he didn't. He was like, okay, I got to be cool now.
Oh, interesting. Maybe. Yeah, sure.
This is what spawned it all. Bree threatens to kick Robbie in the teeth if he doesn't back off in this,
That's right.
in this clip here. I mean, it gets crazy.
She threatens to drop her drawers and fart directly into Robbie's face. No clap. Okay.
Oh my God. I know, it's unreal.
She threatens to get an armored suit glove and slap him across the face and challenge him to a duel.
Yeah.
Just back the fuck off.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it gets violent here.
Right.
Robbie has a black eye in the next video.
He does, yeah. No, she threatens to not only burn his house down, but to go to anyone that shares any lineage with Robbie and to take out their firstborn child.
Yeah.
Okay. In accordance with ancient law. But anyway, let's watch.
Use of that word for exactly those reasons, but I could be wrong. I thought it was a kind of a masterful own to say you're the ones that are out here accusing everybody of misinformation when you yourself are frankly ignoring, even with Blinken's response. It was a kind of I see you, I hear you response, basically ignoring calls not just from members within your own organization, but world leaders. A number of embassies, as we've discussed, have recalled their ambassadors to Israel. Heads of multiple international humanitarian aid organizations have called for a ceasefire and have been critical of the American government's support of the ongoing siege on Gaza.
What was the date on this? Because this is interesting.
November 14th.
Okay. So it's like a month after October 7th.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're already going in the Chiron says Biden staffers signed memo accusing POTUS of misinformation on Gaza, like he's hiding the truth. So like just over a month later, they're already pushing the genocide narrative. The IDF is genociding Gaza, right? Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I mean, this is the narrative now.
Not to mention the fact that we had the UN official that resigned because he felt like in all of his years at the UN, he had never seen more clear evidence of genocide that was going on. Remarked upon organizationally because of America's veto power in these international organizations.
Well, it sounds like
it does show the dangers of, I mean, it's a whole story, but it does show like how this sort of leftist woke shit has, I mean, it's really dug its claws into a lot of things, and there's dangers that the younger generation or the youngest generation that's in a lot of places, including the State Department, are just fucking brain rot and stuff, this shit. So
yeah, look how using the word genocide has really whipped people into a fury.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's justified to use that term, I'm not sure that's the case. But I do think most of the protests that you're seeing around the Israel-Palestine situation are specifically because of the use of that word genocide.
Well, it's not even that. Put aside any of your positions on Israel, Gaza. It's irrelevant to me. What's relevant to me is that the person that wrote this memo, and I have an article and I'll read it to you, is obviously a woke, indoctrinated leftist, recent college graduate who's now
inside the State Department.
Right.
Yeah.
Because this is what the article, this is the original article. It says, first of all, the scathing 5-page memo was organized by a junior diplomat.
Right.
Okay, so that's funny. But a junior diplomat who has suggested on social media that Biden's support of Israel has made him, quote, complicit in genocide. Okay, so when you use that phrase, you know exactly what this person is and, what they stand for, right?
Of course.
So,
yeah.
Some super woke college grad who just got a job at State Department's like, oh my God, Biden's complicit in genocide. He writes this fucking memo.
Prosecuting a war with unfortunate collateral damage is cast as a genocide.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Because this is November 13th. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Look, it's barely over a month later.
Right.
Yeah, and they're already using the genocide thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, you can get. You know how you get people to do stupid shit in like mob mentality? You gaslight them into believing a genocide is taking place.
Sure.
Do you look if you framed this as there's excessive collateral damage taking place in a war against Hamas, do you think you get the same kind of turnout?
No.
Of course you don't.
Of course not, yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, excessive collateral damage, that sucks.
It's not juicy, yeah.
Well, I'm going home. But you're like, oh my God, they're intentionally, it's like the Holocaust of the Jewish people. They're intentionally marching these Palestinian people into gas chambers.
Only this time, it's the Jews doing the Holocaust.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're like, look, I'm going to throw away my entire college career. I need to protest this. These people are so easily being manipulated. Mm-hmm. And look who's doing the manipulation here. Who's on November 14th using the term genocide? Brianna Greyjoy. Right?
Right.
These talking heads have a lot of political power that they use to other people's detriment.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's funny, like I'm kind of reading this article. This really reads like some young woke kid who is like triggered that no one is taking his position seriously. So he's like, well, I'm going to write a memo. And then no one took his memo seriously. He's like, I'm going to leak my memo to the press. Like, yeah. I think that's what happened in this situation.
Junior diplomat.
Because it says this junior diplomat, it says, accuses Biden of spreading misinformation without offering a specific example. This is kind of hilarious. I don't know if the actual memo like exists to be read somewhere, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
There is a plan now potentially for a 5-day ceasefire. There's been some reporting to that effect, which consistent with that, Hamas would release some of their women and children hostages, and then Israel would also release an equal number of women and children Palestinians who are being detained. And there would be a 5-day period to allow for additional negotiations. What trajectory those would ultimately take is unknown because Israel is really only, going to be interested in moving forward with a more permanent or more durable ceasefire if Hamas agrees to demobilize its activities, perhaps in favor of the Palestinian
I really hope
Authority.
that Israel does take this seriously. Hamas, of course, offered an exchange of prisoners for a ceasefire weeks ago. And Israel at that time said no. They seem to be more interested in continuing the siege for their own reasons. It does seem now that the pressure has mounted on the Biden administration in Israel as international opinions start to sway. And I think the reason is because we've gone from a couple of weeks ago, people disputing that Israel could ever bomb a hospital, to Israel now having immobilized and bombed every single hospital in Gaza. And the last of it was over the weekend with Al-Shifa
Hospital. There are
Hospital.
tunnels under those hospitals where there are Hamas
Robbie,
officials detaining and holding captives.
I appreciate that you seem to have swallowed hook, line, and sinker the State Department's talking points.
I watched the videos. You can watch a video of it.
You watched a video of the tunnel. That's absolutely not true, Robbie. You cannot say that.
This is great.
Remember those videos? No, you didn't see the video. It's a lie, Adam. Those videos were fake. Fake videos of fake tunnels and fake rooms. It's all fake. Okay.
You swallowed all of this video evidence, hook, line, and sinker, Robbie.
Right.
Obviously, that was generated by AI, by the terrorist organization known as the IDF. How dare you, Robbie?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, you watched the video of the IDF soldiers going into the hospital, pointing at... Wait a minute, Robbie.
Everything the terrorists say is accurate. Everything
Robbie,
Israel says is inaccurate.
Let's talk about this.
You're a simpleton when it comes to this.
Oh my God.
100% truth, Robbie. Don't let her get away with this shit.
Holy shit.
That was like a truth smackdown there.
Oh my God.
It's so true. It's so true. Look, Robbie has the nuanced position. Robbie realizes people are hedging. People are crafting narratives that serve their own personal interests. He's not delusional enough to believe one side is perfect angels and the other side is fucking demons.
He dropped the simpleton. He said,
Right.
You're a fucking simpleton. You're a naive rube. You're a dumb fuck. He dropped it. Oh my God.
Where's my no lies detected? Look, I've lost all... I have literally lost. I used to think Brianna was an intelligent person. I've lost all respect for her over this Israel.
Right.
Look, it's so one-sided. And to just constantly be using the genocide term to stoke people up for your own political interests. Dude, that's evil. That's literally evil.
And it is unfortunate that we missed this because this definitely changes how I view and how you view their dynamic going forward.
Oh, he does. He straight up calls her a simpleton. Look,
she straight up threw her a simpleton.
You are a simpleton. You are completely biased on this topic, and it's so obvious. Everyone can see right through it.
Right.
Everyone can read the comment section under these videos and see your audience is lapping up this simpleton perspective because it's easy to digest. It's like, it's all word thinking. It's the word genocide. You keep using the word genocide and it conjures up this idea in people's heads that's completely fictional to the situation that's going on.
Okay, let's hear that again.
IDF soldiers going into the hospital, pointing at... Wait a minute, Robbie.
Everything the terrorists say is accurate. Everything Israel says is inaccurate.
Let's talk about this.
You're a simpleton when it comes to this.
If you insult me like that again on this show, Robbie, we might not be sitting here again together. So I advise you to control yourself.
Don't say I take
don't make
hook, line, and sinker
attacks.
everything the mainstream media tells.
Yeah, that's right. Bitch, you threw the first punch. You're the one that told him he was swallowing lies, that he was naive and gullible. Oh my God, you believe the whole mainstream media narrative. You're so gullible, you piece of shit.
Right.
And then when he comes back and punches you in the face, you're like, oh my God, how dare you call me a simpleton? Like, look, if you're going to dish it out, take it. Look at this fucking glass jaw piece of shit.
Listen. Okay. You got it. Listen. This is what happened. Brianna took her hand and she pimp slapped. Okay. She pimp slapped Robbie. She pimp slapped him. And Robbie reeled back and punched her square in the face. Okay?
Of course. She had it coming.
So, right. So it's a little... I'm not saying she doesn't have it coming, but I'm just saying in terms of like the social etiquette of the situation, he struck back at a much harder level than she struck him, which is what makes it so funny.
Dude, so you think it was undeserved?
No, look, I'm not saying.
Look, you key my car, I'm gonna smash your windshield. I don't look. You started it.
I'm not saying it's undeserved because I think he's completely correct, and I think it's hilarious. Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Good.
Yeah, I'm just saying in terms of it's funny. So you probably know there's people like this in real life who, like, you know how people kind of like tease each other in friend groups. You know, pretty constantly.
We tease each other all the time. Like
obviously,
it's an essential part of the show.
Right. But then there's like,
look, I'm not telling you swallow. I never said, look, Sitch, you swallow.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But then there's people who they either it's just in one time circumstance, or there's people that don't get it and they always hit a little too hard, and like they just hit too hard, right? And you're like, this person doesn't get like the way the game is played. So it's just a little bit. It's just funny to me that Robbie like swings back for like a big like punch in the face from that, which I love. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of it.
Robbie doesn't believe in the bigotry of low expectations.
That's right.
Yeah, look,
I like it.
He thought she could take it. The truth is,
she couldn't.
She could not take it.
She couldn't handle it. Yeah, that's true.
How dare you? How dare you insult me on this show?
Do you like though?
It's my job to insult you 24/7.
You like the interesting body language though, because he's put his hands up.
Oh look! Don't shoot. Hands up! Hands up! Don't shoot. Is that what he's doing? Look, he's hand waving her away. Are you kidding me? He's like, get the fuck out of here. Watch this.
Tells me to think that is.
Oh no, no, that was surrender. You're right. Robbie, why?
Look, she's got the finger point. Look, she's got the gun out.
She did. She did.
Look, she's got the gun. She's pointing the gun at Robbie.
Pull your hands out. Don't. This finger is loaded.
We might not be sitting here again together. So I advise you to control yourself.
Don't say I
and don't make
hook, line, and sinker everything the mainstream media tells me to think that is obviously not clear as we watch this show.
Let's talk about the video, Robbie. The video that was going around, and we maybe should pull up a clip of it if we can.
It's funny because we just watched that clip like a few days. That was from a few days ago where, she was. What did she say? I just forgot it. She was attacking Robbie, and she threw some personal attack at him, and I was like, holy shit.
She calls him racist every other clip.
Oh, that's
what
right.
are you talking about?
Yeah, it was the racist thing. Yeah. Yep.
This is not a fair fight.
Yeah.
Look, let's dip into the woman thing a bit here, because it's like, look, I'm a woman. I can hit you as hard as I want. But how dare you hit me back?
Are you saying this is like the on-air emotional equivalence of like when the woman hits a guy and then the guy like rears back and like punches her?
No, I think, look, she is kind of saying, look, you're not allowed to hit back. Is she not? I mean, that's basically what she said. You be civil with me. I'll tell you swallow fucking everything and that you're a racist piece of shit like that. I'm allowed to do that on the show. But how dare you call me a simpleton?
Right. No, I definitely agree that even though Robbie's statement was he tuned it up more to a higher level than her statement. She was definitely the one that first was insulting him by saying by swallowing the propaganda, right? Which obviously is calling someone an idiot. So
yeah, she called him a simpleton.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he just did it without the level of social subterfuge or whatever you want to call it.
Political correctness.
Yes. Just said, no, you're just a fucking simpleton.
God, I love this clip. All right. I feel it's over though. It's not really. They're gonna like play nice now.
Thank you,
Robbie,
Tony.
right
Tony sent this to us on Twitter.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
I have soldiers going into a hospital, one of the many hospitals that they've now demobilized. And the soldier, and in lieu of finding any tunnels, starts picking up Pampers and other kind of materials, then points to a sign on the wall, like a piece of paper on the wall with Arabic writing on it, and says, this is a list of hostages. See, this is proof that this is a terrorist hotbed. Arabic readers then just read the thing. You can see the language on the sign. It's the days of the week in Arabic. It's like a calendar.
Okay, what about the guns and the...
So this counter thing, you remember this? This was like the dumbest fucking story. Because it's like a complete... listen, it's been a while, so I don't know. But that's not what the calendar was. The calendar was, and I could have swore it's what the guy said in the video because I watched the video. He said the calendar showed people that were on guard duty for taking care of hostages. He said it was a calendar.
Supposedly the calendar began on October 7th too, which is an odd day to begin your calendar on, right?
It did, because I remember even the people that are trying to debunk it, they wrote the translation. It was a calendar, and you could see it started on October 7th, which you're like, well, that's an interesting, why are you starting on the 7th day of the month here? That's very interesting.
Look, we don't need to keep track of anything that happened before the day that we abducted all of these people and took them down into this tunnel. And now we have to keep track of who's going to be on guard duty.
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed obvious what it was. And she's like, oh, look, this was cooked up by the... Look, maybe the IDF did cook it up. I don't know, but...
But this is why it's ridiculous. It's like, okay, if the IDF was going to plant fake evidence, you don't think they could have cooked up something better than a calendar that started on October 7th?
Yeah.
I think they could have created something that was a little bit better, right?
Sure.
The chair.
I have seen no evidence.
Okay, watch that same video later. They find guns.
So your argument is that the fact of guns, which I have not seen reported.
I didn't see.
Wait, how is she so delusional? How does she know? Wait, this really shows you. I'm glad we've seen this clip now, because even this from a while ago. This really shows you how incredibly biased she was. She goes on air. She's talking about this story. She's confident to say that Israel is promoting misinformation. She's never seen the video.
Yeah, look, there's obviously guns in the video. It's not like a massive
it's not a huge cache
of weapons,
but
it's enough to guard some hostages, right?
Yes.
Well, you only need like one gun and some ammo to guard your hostages.
I think there was like 12 guns, if I recall. There was like more than a little, but not like a fuck ton.
Right. And they were making fun of the fact that it was in the
MRI room
with like an MRI machine, which MRI would obviously, it's stupid, obviously, but as long as the MRI machine is unplugged.
If you're not using the MRI machine, sure.
Right.
But it's wild to me. And also, I guess she never saw the video, and she never read an article. Every article I read on that video, they all talked about the guns. They all had pictures of it. This was so wild. I don't even know, how could she be so out of it to be like, I never saw any reporting about guns. That's wild to me.
Who's like slurping down the mainstream or slurping down the
alt left, I guess, the alt left media. I never even knew that there were guns there. I don't know what reporting you're talking about. It's like, oh, okay, Jesus Christ.
Look, I saw a lot of people talking about this as if they'd never seen the news reports.
Yeah, but like they're not going on an internet show to talk about it. So,
yeah.
Pretty bad.
I watched it. I
Look at this white man yelling at me right now. That's what she's thinking.
That he watched a thing that we're talking about.
How dare he? How dare he watch the video before we talk about it? I should take this angle with you, Sitch. Why are you watching these videos ahead of time?
I know.
Making me look bad.
I know.
Okay, I suppose I should trust people who serially retweet pictures of dead Syrians claiming they're dead Palestinians. I should trust them instead of my own eyes when I watch these videos.
I feel like it's a little inappropriate for you to substitute in that tweeter. What I'm specifically citing Haaretz, a major news publication in Israel. Israelis seem to be comfortable talking about the true facts behind what happened on October 7th. It does not minimize the 1,200 odd people who were killed on that day. To have an accounting of the number of them that were soldiers, the number of them that were children, the number of them that were elderly, the number of them that were killed by Israeli forces and not actually by Hamas in the crossfire.
Again, just whataboutism. Let's talk about this other thing, okay? I obviously lost that exchange.
Well, no, she was referring to because he made that comment about like she was talking about someone that she retweeted who was making some kind of claim, I think, on Twitter about, blaming that a lot of people were killed or some amount of people were killed actually by Israel, right? We've seen this kind of,
okay.
claim.
So I get it.
Yeah. Right. And then Robbie pointed out, like, this person who you're trusting on Twitter, they had retweeted pictures of Syrian children that died and said this was Palestinian children. So this is like a bad source of information.
Right.
Right.
They're biased.
Right. So now
just
she's
like
like,
you.
listen.
Look, she's like, look, but wait, they're biased in the way that I like.
Right. Right.
That makes them a good source of information, Robbie. Jeez, stay on your side.
All of those things, if you are a victim or a family of a victim of someone who died on October 7th, the Israelis who are victimized by this want to know the truth. They don't care about narratives that are going to protect Netanyahu if they kill their parents.
I want to know the truth as well.
Okay, so...
And the truth is very messy here because...
All right, so all I want...
The truth, Robbie.
Oh, look, hold on. You got to see
truth.
this eye roll. Look, Robbie gives an epic eye roll.
Okay. The truth is that Israel is bad. That's the truth, Robbie.
Yeah.
You just have to accept. You have to swallow my truth.
Robbie, you're not understanding me here, okay? Did I mention that the IDF is a terrorist organization?
Stop swallowing the mainstream media truth and swallow my truth.
Have you heard that Gaza is an open air prison? Okay. Did you know that this is a genocide?
Right.
That they bombed every single hospital systematically to kill all of the children everywhere simultaneously. Okay, check this eye roll out.
They don't care about narratives that are going to protect Netanyahu if they kill their parents.
I want to know the truth as well.
Okay, so...
And the truth is very messy here because...
All right, so all I wanted to get...
Oh my God.
Wasn't that great?
What happened? Robbie was so spicy in this clip. I feel like he's not that spicy anymore. Robbie, you got to bring back this 2023 energy. Okay. Got to bring back the spice.
Yeah, look. I feel like maybe you got a talking to by human resources or something.
Oh,
like,
maybe.
Look, we're going to get...
No, so what happened? One of the producers came by and said, listen, Robbie, okay. People watch this show because Brianna says some dumb shit on it. Yes. And then you push back on it, right? So we got to make sure Brianna doesn't leave the show because she's our golden calf. She's our
star.
We got to keep milking this cow, all right? We got to have her come on and say some stupid shit for you to respond to, all right? So don't call her a simpleton anymore.
Yeah, Robbie. What kind of luck are we going to get if we start asking you to say stupid shit? Okay. You want that to be your job, Robbie? You want to have to say the stupid shit? Robbie cleaned his act up pretty quick here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, I'm the straight man.
Get to was to point to the fact that pressure is mounting against Joe Biden. And I think the reason is this. Doctors Without Borders put out this report about what's going on at Al-Shifa Hospital over the weekend. They noted that there had been snipers that sniped in through the IDF snipers that sniped in and hit 2 patients through a window of a hospital. The argument for how that is targeting Hamas is very unclear.
Well, maybe they were Hamas members, right?
I don't know. I don't know about this story, but
like maybe Hamas guys that got hurt on October 7th were brought to the hospital for care, and they were like, "Oh, look, they're right there. Let's get them." Look, I don't know who these people are.
They always call them snipers, which is another like weird, interesting way in which they frame it. Like any guy with a gun in a military conflict that's shooting at anyone is a sniper now.
Well, no, right? Look, it could actually be a sniper.
No, I don't know if it is because they say it for everything. They say sniper for everything.
The left people do?
Yes. Whenever they talk about Israel, whenever they talk about any Israeli person, any Israeli soldier shooting anyone in this conflict, they always call them a sniper. It makes you think there's like a guy, some like IDF soldier in a fucking crow's nest somewhere with like some giant like rifle who's just like picking people off, which is why they use that word.
Well, look, a sniper might be valuable in a hospital situation. There was a bunch of video evidence of the guys that did this stuff on October 7th, right? And if one of those guys got shot and taken back to the hospital and he's lying in a hospital bed and they're like, look, there's the guy on video. There's him lying in the hospital bed. Guess what's going to happen, Sitch? A sniper is going to shoot that guy in the head. Like, why would you want to like invade the entire hospital and make a big situation about it? Yeah. But Brianna can't even imagine that situation. Brianna's like, obviously the guy was just an innocent victim lying in a bed maybe the IDF got the wrong guy. Maybe, I don't know.
Right.
But to imagine that they're just hey, there's a bunch of sick people in the hospital. Let's just shoot them. Do you think that's plausible?
No.
Yeah, they probably think it's somebody with Hamas, right? They're using some kind of evidence to match them up.
Well, the thing that she's talking about is because remember when they raided that hospital to take it, and then
I do, yes.
Right. That's what she's when she talks about quote snipers sniping people through the window. That's what she's talking about. She's talking about when they were taking the hospital.
So look, that's
so
it wasn't a guy. So it wasn't a guy. They actually sent people in because I remember they were super upset that they disguised themselves as like.
No, that was a different situation.
Okay.
This is because remember they said there's no compound under the hospital, and then there's a video that he's talking about with the basement where they're keeping people, and then the video came out that showed that they were dragging hostages through the hospital into the basement.
I remember that video.
That's what they're talking about. Yeah. And then Israel came and they took the hospital over. And that's what she's referring to, is that I guess when they took the hospital over, someone got shot through the window. Do you
obviously they have plenty of video evidence of these guys doing shit on October 7th.
Sure.
The idea that the IDF doesn't have every single person that they have on video doing something cataloged and have other pictures pulled up of them in other places, that's a thing, right? Obviously,
sure. Obviously, they would try to identify every person that they could identify.
Yeah,
of course.
Everybody that can be identified is identified at this point. Look, even at this point when this video happened, months afterwards, that's like top priority. Get all the videos together, figure out who these guys are, build a list of people that we're after. I mean, they did that in Iraq. And they even put it out on like playing cards to give to the soldiers and shit.
Right.
These are who we're looking for. So none of the leftists take this into consideration. They're like, look, we're prosecuting a war. We're going after the guys that did this. They just killed an innocent person lying in a bed. Do you think they're advertising who they're killing? No, because they could have killed the wrong guy. They're like, it's like 80% him. It's horrible in times of peace. It's a war, right?
That's true. That could have happened, yeah.
Of course, they're going to do that math. They're going to be like, look, it's 85%. We're sure it's him. Right. 20% it's some innocent dude lying in a bed. Oh, fuck it. I know that sounds horrible, doesn't it?
It does.
Because everyone is like, look, we're the good guys. It wasn't us. It was Israel that did it. They're the terrorists, right?
There you go.
Look, I want you guys to know America wouldn't have done it unless it was 100%, 110%, right?
America would have done it if it was like 81%.
America would have done it at like 50-50. Right. Oh, that's awful. I need to wash my mouth out with soap after saying that.
They said, we don't have electricity, there's no water in the hospital, there's no food. People will die in a few hours without functioning ventilators. In the front of the main gate, there are many bodies. There are also injured patients. We can't bring them inside. When we send...
Look, I don't understand how... Look, if half the people in the hospital are Hamas, they're going to say that same exact thing. They're going to say that.
An ambulance to bring the patients a few meters away, and they attacked the ambulance. There are injured people around the hospital looking for medical care. We can't bring them inside. Here's the bit about, there's also a sniper who attacked patients. They have gunshot wounds. We operated on 3 of them. The situation is very bad. It is inhuman. It's a closed area. No one knows about us. We don't have an internet connection. You managed to call me now, but maybe you'll have to try 10 times before you reach me again. The medical team agreed to leave the hospital only if patients are evacuated first. We don't want to leave our patients. There are 600 inpatients, 37 babies, someone who needs an ICU. We can't leave them. I think that kind of reporting is exactly why Biden is feeling the pressure to put the pressure on Israel to at very least do a temporary ceasefire. We'll see if this actually materializes into something more substantive, given that there have been efforts by Hamas to do prisoner exchanges much earlier in this conflict. But I hope for all involved that not only is there some kind of ceasefire.
She keeps saying Hamas is willing to do a prisoner exchange early in the conflict.
Well,
yeah, on what fucking terms?
Yeah, that's exactly right. She never laid out the terms. They're like, look, we'll give you all the old people, everyone over 80. Israel's like, fuck you. And she's like, Israel, they're so evil. Look, if Hamas came out and said, look, we'll give you all the hostages, they would have totally taken that deal. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, or was it like, oh, we'll give you all the hostages if you leave us alone?
Forever.
You say, yeah, you just let us.
Yeah, they're not going to take that deal. Obviously.
You just let us go buck wild. It's like, I mean, what the fuck? What was it?
Yeah. Look, and
what were the terms?
Talking about, it's so ironic here, talking about Robbie swallowing everything and then her reading that entire statement. It's like, if that hospital is run by Hamas, do you think there really is 36 babies, or do you think?
I have no clue. I mean, there were babies.
Like 5 babies, and they're like, make it 36. That's
right.
Like they have every incentive to hike the numbers. Look, it's a whole hospital full of babies. There's 1,000 babies in here.
That's specifically a baby hospital. Yes.
That's what they're going to say. It's just, look, who's swallowing fucking propaganda here? Look, and I don't know. But at least I'm smart enough to say, you can't read this thing and think this is fact.
No. Well, yeah, and just assume it's automatically. But that was the problem, is because if that's the hospital we're talking about, I believe that there were babies there that did die. I believe. From not getting treatment. But it's like the same thing when they were saying there's no Hamas people in the hospital, there's no hostages here, and then you see literally a video of people that are hostages being dragged in the hospital, right?
Right.
So it makes the situation very obviously difficult.
Yep.
So, but that there's an immediate provision of medical aid, water, and food to the people who are living in these horrible circumstances.
I hope there's a ceasefire too, and I hope it's enduring. I just don't know how it can be enduring while Hamas continues to exist, and I don't think they're close enough in the negotiating table.
Well, look, Hamas has existed for the last 17 years, and Israel did repeatedly mow the lawn and randomly kill Gazans during that time period. But certainly the level of gruesome civilian death that we've seen in the last 4 weeks is unprecedented. So at the very least, Israel knows how to coexist with the people they've been keeping in the open-air prison for decades.
They're not going to...
They could at least return to that status quo.
Fucking hate this, Sitch. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because it's all the talking point, all the bullshit talking points. This is just how you spread lies. This is how lies travel. You pick words like genocide, open air prison, all these just fucking jacking people up.
I don't think the state of Israel is willing to return to a status quo, given what happened on October 7th and given Hamas's stated commitment to have more October 7th until they get everything that they want.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think that Gazans are willing to continue to live indefinitely in an open-air prison in violation of international law.
I'm talking about Hamas.
Right, and Hamas...
Does Hamas need to be the governing body of the people in Gaza?
I don't know. Do you want to hold another election? Do you want to...
Of course.
Wait, but do you want to do regime change? Because this is what Hillary Clinton was being criticized for just in the last week, for saying that...
This is an insane fucking position. Listen, if you don't want to disassociate Hamas with the Palestinian people parade, that's not a winning argument. That's a very losing argument. This is a super fucking weird. I don't know what you're doing here. Okay, but
what kind of election are you going to have in that environment?
Obviously,
it's bullshit.
I don't want to misquote her, but she said something along the lines of we should have been guaranteed more closely the outcome of that election. Like, we should have controlled the outcome of the election.
Well, hopefully it can be done via diplomacy, but the state...
No, here. Let me take, here's an ice cold take that Brianna would think is spicy hot. If your neighbor, you have a neighboring country that commits that its government, its de facto government, it's not even de facto, that its supposed government, commits the largest mass terrorist attack on your country's entire history, okay, does an October 7th level of barbarism, then you're going to not only go in there and fuck them up, but yeah, you are going to regime change them. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course you are. That's insane. You can't live next to a country that has a regime that engages in that behavior.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. Like, it's just weird. You want a regime change? Yeah. Yes. That is exactly what they want. That's what any country would want. Yes. A regime change. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. They want a political partner that they can work with.
Right. You know who else wants a regime change? The fuck people, Gaza don't want to live under fucking Hamas either.
Yeah.
They're not happy about it. They steal all their resources. They don't help them build any fucking infrastructure, create a functioning economy. They just suck up all this resources to build fucking tunnels and rockets and cause, Israel to attack them. They're not really happy about it either.
They live in an open air prison. What else can they do?
Of course. They live in an open air prison. Yes. With hospitals and universities and cars and malls
and jewelry dealers. And,
yes. All these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, not anymore. All those things are gone now.
All those things have been destroyed. Yes.
Yeah.
That is
Mowing
true.
the lawn strategy is now put in like a rock lawn that never has to be mowed again.
Yes. Good job, Hamas. Yeah. Good job.
Yes.
Yeah.
State of Israel is not going to tolerate Hamas on its borders, given what happened.
That's evident, and that's why we're seeing ethnic cleansing and genocide.
And
God, it's so Sitch.
I know, it's really bad.
It's so bad faith. What is the name of her podcast?
The Bad Faith Podcast. It's very aptly named.
So bad faith. Yeah. Why do you love terrorism? Like, why are you such a terrorist supporter?
Right.
Yeah.
Hamas is not going to tolerate the existence of the state of Israel. So this idea that there could be that is a fantasy we're projecting onto them. Both sides have wanted to fight, so they're fighting, and innocent people are dying by the thousands. And it's terrible, but that's the way it's going to be unless Hamas is dealt with. But I hope there's an enduring ceasefire and they work things out, because I don't like seeing these images of blown apart people on either side of this conflict, and I don't think U.S. policy should continue to endorse or support it, and I wouldn't have thought U.S. policy should do that anyway. It's not really our business. It doesn't serve our security interests. It's our money, not theirs. So we don't have disagreement on that, but we will continue to monitor. I apologize for
Robbie.
Oh,
please.
Wow.
How dare you? No,
Terrible.
Robbie, you did nothing wrong. She hit you first. Yeah. We have to find her reporting on the Aaron Bushnell, the guy that lit himself on fire. I don't think I've ever seen her response to that. And I am dying to see it. I'm really dying to see it because, it's got to be pure cringe.
Mm-hmm.
She's probably cast him as like an American hero.
what I said and losing my temper earlier.
I did not mean to also imply that you are a state.
No, you're fine. This one's on me. You're fine.
Wow. Listen, I give her credit for saying that, even though he, gave her an out. So there you go.
I'm conflicted here because I just want full hate directed towards me.
Look at that. Look at that. That was nice. Okay.
I know. I feel obligated. Nice. As a Christian atheist, I feel obligated to forgive her now, but it's painful.
It's
painful. Okay, well, look, maybe that's why they salvaged it.
Right.
More Rising right after this.
There you go. Look at that.
I will take my ball and my bad takes and I will go home. You will not get any more of this.
No.
If you call me a simpleton, we have to respect one another.
You think they had couples therapy after this?
Maybe. Look what I would give to. They should record that couples therapy and post it on their YouTube channel. That would be amazing content. God, that was fun. Anyway, I guess we're going to Super Chats now.
Yes. Okay.
Let me read a Super Chat.
We're at Stug for $2.
Are we?
Says the
Already?
real JQ, he spelled Jay, like JMac,
Oh,
does Mac control Sitch and Adam and EFAP? Look at that.
he
That's the
might.
real
I don't
Jay
know. I've
Kush.
seen him. Yeah, I've seen him on both channels. So
That's true.
he definitely has an influence in the Sitch and Adam audience. Of
That's
course,
right.
he's like part of the family.
He is the fan.
Yeah. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
Did you see Seinfeld gave the commencement speech at Duke and like a dozen or so, not a lot, like a dozen or so students walked out?
This was recent?
Yeah, this was
Wow.
today or yesterday.
Seinfeld for a long time has had the policy that he doesn't want to play college campuses because he's like, all the kids are so woke. It's like they spin everything into something bad.
Mhm.
So, and look, he just does a commencement speech and they do that to him. I mean, he kind of nailed it, right?
He did. Why did I have to? They only played a small clip of it. I didn't hear his whole speech. You know, it's unfortunate because Seinfeld has been like a anti-woke for a while, which is great.
Yeah, of course.
You know, it's great. I like Seinfeld's the show. I've seen him do stand-up once live. It was actually hilarious, which I didn't expect. I like B-Movie. I watched his latest movie that just came out.
Seinfeld made a movie?
Yeah, Seinfeld made a movie, and I only watched it because I saw Sam Cedar was making fun of it.
Oh,
they hate Seinfeld. They hate Seinfeld because he complains about wokeness, so they hate him because they're super woke.
And because they're super jealous because he's giant and Sam Cedar's like a middling comedian.
That's a good point too. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah. Jelly.
That's a good point too. And so Seinfeld had this new movie come out on Netflix that has like so many fucking famous people and comedians in it. It's like crazy. They got like everyone you've ever thought of is like in this fucking movie almost, or has some role in this movie. And all the reviews are like saying it's awful. And so Sam Cedar is like dancing on the grave of this movie, like, ah ha ha ha, it sucks. So I'm like, okay, well, let me check this out, right? I gotta support Seinfeld, he's anti-woke. I gotta go watch this movie, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so bad.
Really? Oh,
it was so bad. It was shockingly bad, Adam.
What was horrible about it? Maybe I'll watch it.
So, okay, this is what the movie is about. It's called Unfrosted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This movie is about the race between the cereal company Kellogg and the cereal company Post to create the first Pop-Tart like breakfast item.
Oh my God, is this like product placement?
Well, here's why it's super weird. Apparently, according to some article I read, none of the people involved, none of the brands involved signed off on any of this stuff. And supposedly, Kellogg was not aware that they were going to be featured in this movie.
Well, but it makes no sense.
But it is kind of product placement because you watch this movie and you're like, I should eat some fucking cereal and Pop-Tarts. Like it makes you want to eat this shit because you're seeing them talk about it just constantly. And there's even a scene that they like go to the cereal bar at Kellogg's and they like do like the slow zoom in of them eating all the cereal to like make it look as appetizing as possible. And I'm like, what the I'm like, and I thought like, is this product placement? What's happening here?
Wow.
But they claim it's not. So, but it's such a weird movie because the movie is it's like kind of it's like a wacky movie. Everything is like very obviously not real. Like it's not a real life telling of the events. It's not, it's not even trying to be, but it essentially, it's not like wacky enough to be funny. It's like one of those movies where you're just like, oh, that's cute, I guess, right? Which is like the death knell of any comedy when you say it's cute. It's not actually funny.
Right.
Like it's not insane enough to be funny. It's just kind of wacky enough to be unrealistic. And you're like, okay, I guess.
I did not like B-Movie. When you said you liked B-Movie, I was
You don't like B-Movie? That's a classic.
Ugh.
That's terrible.
Not really.
Well, it's weird because B movie's not laugh out loud funny, but I liked it when I watched it.
Right. Look, it is a movie.
Yeah, it's a B movie.
I think they do have like a story arc and
Yes.
some conflict, and I mean it's got all the
elements of a movie. Yes, that's true.
But it's not really, you're not like, oh my God,
so
this is incredible.
Except for the element of there being this conflict between Kellogg's and Post, there is no element of of normal movie structure or story in Unfrosted. There's no character arcs.
Right.
Like Seinfeld is the main character. He works at Kellogg's. He's like the head of the team to develop the Pop-Tart.
It's a movie about nothing.
Well, it's about developing the Pop-Tart, I guess. But he's kind of like an asshole, and he doesn't have an arc, so he's not really a likable character. So it's like it's not funny. He's not a likable character. I don't even know how to describe it. It's weird. It's a nostalgia trip for boomers, is what it is. Because it just keeps referencing things from boomers' childhood. The entire movie is a vehicle to be nostalgia for boomers. But the comedy is so so childish, I don't think that they'd like the movie. So you're sitting here wondering, who the fuck is this movie for?
Just sounds strange.
It is. No, it's very strange. It's very strange. It's very weird. Like, okay, here's an example of something that happens in the movie. So, in order to prevent Post from making a Pop-Tart like product before Kellogg's, the Kellogg's people, they monopolize all the sugar. Okay. And so, oh, by the way, the head of Kellogg is, oh my God, what's that guy's name? Who's the Hot Pockets comedian guy? Jim Gaffigan. Okay. Who I love, by the way. Jim Gaffigan's one of my favorite stand-ups. It's so sad. He's so fat in the movie. He's gonna die. He looks so unhealthy in this movie. But he's the head of Kellogg, and Amy Schumer is the head of Post. So, not a great casting.
Oh,
right.
Already I'm in pain.
Right. So anyway, so the Kellogg's people, they go and they're able to monopolize all the sugar to prevent Post from making like their pastry. So
all the sugar in the world?
Well, so they go to some guy in South America who is like a drug lord, but he's a sugar lord.
This takes place on Earth, right?
It takes place in a hyper ridiculous Earth.
Okay.
You know the scene in the Barbie movie where all the executives are running in circles like retards to try to catch Barbie? That's like the entire movie is like that level of hyper reality. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No. That's the problem with saying it's like a parody. Yeah. It's not so goofy that it's like funny, but it's still like not. It's detached from reality. This is not realistic. Okay. So they go to this Colombian drug lord guy who's really a Colombian sugar lord to monopolize all the sugar in the entire world, essentially. So Amy Schumer has to go to Russia because Russia's connection with Cuba apparently is the only other source of sugar. And so once they convince the Soviets to provide them with sugar, they're going to send sugar boats to Cuba. So JFK is going to stop the sugar boats from going to Cuba, and that's what causes the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I hate this movie. Sounds awful.
Yes.
So he's trying to do like a Tarantino thing. He's like playing with.
It's just weird. It's just a bunch of like weird shit that's like slapped together to reference things that happened in like the 60s.
Like look, kids, it's a Cuban Missile Crisis. Don't you feel nostalgia?
But yeah, it's like for boomers, like, look, boomers, the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it's about Pop-Tarts. Isn't that funny? It's not about like the actual thing. It's about the Pop-Tart. That's what caused it. Isn't that funny? And you're like, it's not really that funny.
Right.
That's and then at the end, there's this whole weird subplot where like, so this movie is a series of things that happens. None of the conflicts are resolved in a way that makes sense or is interesting. It's just a series of like gags and things that happen. And one of the weird random things that happens is that all the Kellogg's mascots, like they get tricked into going on strike by the Post people because Kellogg has successfully developed the Pop-Tart. and it's the day that the FDA guy is going to come to certify the product. Let's see if you know where I'm going with this. The FDA guy from the government has come to Kellogg's to certify the Kellogg product so it can be shipped. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Post people convince all the Kellogg mascots to go on strike and cause a ruckus in front of the Kellogg building.
Okay.
Okay.
So all the different cereal mascots are picketing out in front of the building when the FDA shows up?
Right. When here the FDA comes to certify the Pop-Tart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see where I'm going with this? You see where this is heading?
Not really, but
okay.
Tell me.
So on the day that they come to certify the Pop-Tart, all the mascots decide to raid the Kellogg building to prevent the certification of the Pop-Tart.
Well, okay. This is
like January 6th, Adam.
No way.
Yes, and they literally have the guy. I forget, he's like a famous actor.
Oh, so they're doing a January 6th joke.
Yes, they're literally like the guy. I forget the actor.
Look, if you would have said certify the election, I would have.
That's why I kept saying certify.
I'm like certify the pop. What?
I know
a Pop-Tart is being elected president. Look, I understand why this is not funny.
Yeah, so you have get this.
You're
Hugh Grant is in this fucking movie. Okay, Hugh Grant is Tony the Tiger in this movie, and so he's in charge of this protest movement.
How Hugh Grant has fallen.
I know.
Like he's a mascot for.
Yes, he's the Tony the Tiger mascot, and I knew bad things were coming in the scene in the movie when. So you've been seeing them like picket, but then the day of the certification of the Pop-Tart, you see that Hugh Grant shows up and he's wearing the horns, like the QAnon shaman, and he has the same face paint in the same location, like on his face as this QAnon shaman. And I'm like,
no way.
Yes.
No way.
Yes. And I'm like, what is happening here? And then that's when they go, we have to delay. I don't remember if he says specifically we have to delay the certification, but he says something like that. We have to delay the certification of the Pop-Tart. And they break through the building and they do this. They kind of like make fun of they have them like pushing past the police in the little metal bars, kind of like what happened on January 6th. So they could break into the building.
Obviously like a leftist fever dream of a movie.
It's so weird. It's so weird. It's so not funny. I don't know who this fucking movie is for. Here, listen.
They have Christian Slater in here. He's playing like a milkman or something.
They have yes, that's what I'm saying. This is a problem. Here, let me send you a picture.
Jerry everyone in fucking Hollywood owes Jerry Seinfeld a favor.
A favor, yes.
And Jerry Seinfeld is like, God damn it, I'm gonna take those people are not gonna die owing me a favor. I'm gonna make the shittiest movie imaginable and make everyone show up to be in my crappy movie.
This is why this is annoying. There's so many people in this movie that I like, and I smile because I see them on screen, and then I get mad.
Christian Slater is great.
I like it. Yeah, it's got Christian Slater, who I love. It's got Jim Gaffigan, who I love. It had Bill Burr in it. Bill Burr is JFK. Okay, it had James Marsden in it.
Oh wow!
Who I like. It had Peter Dinklage made a fucking cameo. John Hamm.
Way.
Yes, John Hamm is in this fucking movie as his character from Mad Men. Is in this fucking movie.
No way.
Yes, it's got Jack McBrayer, who was.
And they couldn't write a fucking script?
I know, couldn't write it. It's got Jack McBrayer, who was the guy from 30 Rock, who always played like the not the intern, but like the guy who loved NBC that would show all the guests around. It had so many like great people in it. It was just crazy to me.
There's like a new file format that doesn't work in OBS. Why?
The picture I sent you didn't work?
Why do you keep doing this, internet?
It's just it was literally just a PNG file.
Oh, I didn't look at what you were. Look, it's like AVIF.
Oh yeah. That's file's trash.
Fuck that file format. Why are they?
So wait, I sent you this picture. I sent you a picture of Hugh Grant as like the January 6th QAnon show.
Okay.
So you can see what I'm talking about.
Look, I want to see that.
Yeah.
Desperately. Here, I'll bring that one up next. I was looking at these pictures of Amy Schumer. I mean, she weighs like 500 pounds in this.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, she looks really fat in the movie. Jim Gaffigan looks really fat. I don't really care that she looks really fat because I don't care about her. Fucking Hank from Breaking Bad, Dean Norris. He plays he plays Khrushchev for like 5 seconds in this movie. He doesn't even have any lines in English. He has to just sit there and pretend to speak in Russian for like 5 minutes. It's so bad. I'm like, what is going on with this fucking thing? It's so bad.
This is like Saturday Night Live humor right here. This is like, look, conservatives are dumb.
Well,
look,
no, it's not.
The QAnon shaman.
It's not even like it's not like making fun of conservatives. It's just like referencing it. It's weird.
So
it's like a weird reference. So
they're referencing January 6th, though. It's hard for me to imagine that they're not doing this in the context of this is funny because conservatives are dumb.
I guess that's the context. I guess, but
I mean, this is what they do on Saturday Night Live constantly. They're like, this is funny because we all hate conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's funny. It's funny because, look, we're the in-group. We're cool, and they're not. Look, I'm the QAnon shaman. First of all, Hugh Grant, dude, hit the fucking gym before this movie. What are you doing? Dad bought it out here with no shirt on.
Well, I think he's supposed to be like, he's supposed to be out of shape. But you're right.
He is?
Got a little bit of a belly.
Look, we got this great idea, Hugh. It's going to be hilarious because you're going to look disgusting. We want you to take your shirt off and look disgusting.
Oh, you think? Okay. So Melissa McCarthy is like a main character in the movie.
Oh, yeah. I brought one of her up. I have.
Not a huge fan of her, but they gave her the fucking worst haircut on the face of this planet. Okay.
You know who she is? You know what haircut that is?
What?
It's murder face.
You're right. They gave her the murder face haircut. God damn it, gosh. You're right. They gave her the fucking murder face haircut. Oh my God.
She's murder face.
It's so bad.
Murder face lives.
Yes. They gave her the worst
face emoji.
Fucking haircut. Oh shit.
Oh man. Who cuts their hair like that on purpose?
I guess they thought it's like it's funny that she has a terrible haircut.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I don't know.
This movie looks like epic cringe.
It is. Well, at first I'm watching it and I'm like, first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I'm like, that's like cute, I guess. It's funny. I'm seeing a bunch of people I like, even though they're not saying funny things. But then it's just like, oh God, this is bad. This is bad. So, yeah, not great. Really bad movie. Very sad. I have no fucking clue what the thought. Oh, and I looked up who wrote it. This movie was written by not only Seinfeld, but it was written by all the people that worked on B-Movie as well, which is kind of why it's baffling that this movie is just so...
Well, look, I told you B-Movie's kind of like...
I know, you're going to sit there and say, I told you so, but I like it.
Yeah, I am. I did tell you so. I remember
I like
earlier
B-Movie.
in this conversation.
Is good. Okay.
Early in this conversation, I said, B-Movie,
Mm-hmm.
Fred Armisen is great.
You were proven correct. Okay.
Tell me at least Fred Armisen is funny.
Who does he play? I can't remember who he is in the movie.
Fred Armisen has one reaction shot in Fallout that is pretty fucking hilarious. When Lucy is making out with Max and he's like staring out the window at them. Fred Armisen is the DJ guy.
He's the little DJ guy. Yeah, right.
He like opens the window and he's like staring out at them. Right.
Yes. No, I like Fred Armisen. He's a funny guy. But...
Oh, Portlandia is just genius.
Oh no, he's the FDA guy on January 6th. His role sucks. He's not very funny.
Oh,
he just has to come in and sign off on the Pop-Tart, and they're all treating him like shit.
How do you cast Fred Armisen as the straight man? That's like...
Well, he's not the straight man. He's supposed to be like the bumbling, pushover, incompetent government employee that no one, like it's like he's just a shill he's just a pushover for the big Kellogg.
This is like a Netflix freebie.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have Netflix, you can watch. If you have Netflix, you can watch this trash movie. I don't know why you'd want to. But watch it for 10 minutes and be like, what the fuck? This is terrible.
Is it better than My Octopus Teacher?
I never saw that, so I can't comment on it. I thought people liked that movie. It can't
be. Yeah. That movie's incredible. So don't throw shade at the octopus.
Fred Armisen, I forgot. He was Uncle Fester in the new Bad Wednesday reboot, too, which is unfortunate for him. That sucked.
No, it did?
Not as, I mean, it wasn't as bad as this shit, but like, it wasn't good either.
Yeah, I don't know if there is any more Portlandia. I don't know. Because I don't have like network television anymore.
No, Portlandia's been off the air for a while, hasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. No. Look, I just said. Anyway. I do not know.
Anyway, so there it is. There's your sad little Sitch. For some fucking god-awful reason, which I don't remember, subjected himself to watching Unfrosted so that you don't have to. Okay. Do not recommend.
Excellent recap.
Yes. They don't even... Okay, the last thing I'm going to say about the movie. This isn't even from a funny perspective. This is from a failed storytelling perspective. The big conflict in the movie is that they find out that Post has created the first Pop-Tart-like breakfast before them. And they don't know how to do it, right? There's this big thing in the beginning. They don't know how Post did it. They don't know the technology. They can't figure out the technology how to do it, right?
You are literally fucking retarded.
Okay. Well, hold on. So you think that like solving the conflict would be okay, so they somehow, sciencey figure out however the fuck they do it, right? They don't. They just skip over that and they just magically, for no reason, figure out exactly how to make the Pop-Tart at the same time.
First of all, there's that zero conflict because any retard knows how to make a Pop-Tart. Like you and I could probably figure out how to do it in an afternoon.
I don't think that's true. What do you mean?
I mean, we could make some semblance of a Pop-Tart. What do you talking
okay.
about?
Well, okay. It's actually not as stupid as you're saying.
Some sort of cookie-like exterior, like some sort of jam-like interior.
Well, it's a little bit more difficult.
Frosting.
No, wait, pause for that. The issue is not creating a pastry that has jam inside. The issue is they want to create a pastry that has jam inside that has like a shelf life that you can just not refrigerate and just keep out forever, essentially. That's the difficulty.
Oh, okay. So some kind of preservatives in there.
Well, I don't know exactly what they do to make it, but
okay.
So it's a little bit more complicated, to be fair.
I get it. Something that's,
Right.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
It's a little bit more complicated, but then they just solve it without any actual thing.
Right.
Oh, and then, and I looked it up because I was curious, because in the movie, Post comes out with their own version of it at the same time. And I was actually curious, like, is any of this true? So I looked up what really happened. And actually, at the same time, the actual story is somewhat interesting and kind of hilarious. So Post, because I guess they're retarded, announced that they were making this Pop-Tart-like entity before they actually had the ability to like create it and put it on shelves, which is really stupid because then that notified Kellogg that they needed to create their own version of it. And they managed to hire a guy, ironically enough, named Bill Post, who used to work at the Keebler fucking cookie place, who was in 4 months, maybe it was easy at him, because in 4 months he was able to knock out the Pop-Tart from nothing.
Yeah. Doesn't seem very difficult.
And so Kellogg and Post came out with this product at the same time. And Kellogg came out with a Pop-Tart, and Post came out with their version called, get this, Country Squares.
Terrible name. But...
Yeah, terrible name. And apparently, so the name was so fucking shit that no one bought the Country Squares. I think it like went bust in a year. Meanwhile, Pop-Tart that year was so successful. Like in 2 weeks, all the stores were out of Pop-Tarts. And I can't even get this. I don't even eat Pop-Tarts. I'm not a big fan of Pop-Tarts. I didn't know that they're so popular. Apparently, Pop-Tarts still makes wild amounts of money for Kellogg and made almost $1 billion last year just on Pop-Tart sales alone. I mean, it's had nothing but growth for like the last 20 years in terms of people buying more and more of this fucking shit.
Pop-Tarts are delicious and are
Okay.
amazing. Like
I'll take your word for it.
I've eaten thousands of Pop-Tarts in my life. Pop-Tarts are delicious. I don't think I've eaten a Pop-Tart probably in years.
Mm-hmm.
So the best Pop-Tart is they have a Pop-Tart that the Pop-Tart pastry part outside is graham cracker and the inside is chocolate. So it's like kind of a s'more. Oh, those things are delicious. Well, if you like some s'mores.
If you like s'mores, yeah, sure.
But those are amazing. Yeah. I've eaten quite a few of those. Strawberry,
I don't know.
I've had blueberry, I've eaten.
I've had
good.
Pop-Tarts before. And I'm like, it's okay. I mean, it's not good for you. Obviously, it's like terrible for you.
One of the things I like about the Pop-Tart is, depending upon how long you toast it for, it's like a completely different experience. You can have, you can have one where you get the frosting. It's kind of burnt. It's kind of like a little.
I didn't realize you were. Look at this, a Pop-Tart connoisseur.
A little on the too cooked side, and it has like a different kind of flavor to it. You can have it like barely cooked. You can eat them raw, straight out of the package. It's completely different. You know, you're out camping. You don't have a toaster. You're like, oh my God, this is a perfect breakfast. Yeah. So they are. It's a great food, but it's got to be bad for you though. I mean, it's like pure sugar. It's like 100% carbs.
That is what it is.
It's like sugar and bread.
Yes.
And look, I try not to eat a lot of processed foods because obviously processed foods
is the most processed food possible as a Pop-Tart.
It is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is. It's all processed. Yeah.
Oh my God. So wait, what is it? So I looked up, this is a frosted chocolate chip Pop-Tart. Okay. And if you have 2, which is the serving size, it's 33 grams of sugar.
What's a calorie count on 2 Pop-Tarts?
380. So
yeah, I was like, it's got to be like 380, 400 calories.
Yeah, but that's why I never like Pop-Tarts, because it's actually it's not very filling. It's a very low calorie content for the amount of sugar you're ingesting.
I mean, that's a pretty high calorie.
Is it 380 for a meal? How many calories are you supposed to eat per meal?
I don't think of 2 Pop-Tarts as like a meal. That's like,
it doesn't fill you up, even if it's in the correct. Like, you can eat 2 Pop-Tarts. I did not feel full. So it just felt like a fucking waste. So it says the average is somewhere it says on average, recommended guidelines are 500 to 800 for women, 600 to 1,000 for men, depending on your size.
What? Well, say that again.
500 to 800 for women, and 600 to 1,000 for men.
Calories per day or per meal? Per meal.
Right. So that's actually
how many calories a day are you supposed to eat? That seems insanely high to me.
It says, according to U.S. dietary guidelines, typical woman eats 1,600 to 2,400 calories a day. Typical man eats 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is actually not a lot of calories for the amount of sugar that you're ingesting, which is why I'm like, I don't think it's not worth it. That's why they always say,
bodybuilder that's like 6 foot tall. That's like a lot of
I don't know.
Calories.
Anyways,
J-Mac's gonna come in here and tell us how many. I eat 7,000 calories a day. I'm ripped.
No. But anyway, you're right. It's just, is there like a Pop-Tart like product that's actually like good for you? Chat, help me out here. There's got to be something that's like a Pop-Tart that's like actually like not horrible for you. That's got protein in it. That's not just pure sugar. And don't tell me a fucking Hot Pocket, because those are awful for you. Okay. It's all just like cheese and fat. Is there like a healthy Pop-Tart alternative? That's my question. What's like the healthy Pop-Tart? Is that a thing? There's got to be a healthy Pop-Tart, right? Look at this. 10 healthy alternatives to Pop-Tarts. These are probably all horrible and not healthy for you at all. I'm just curious. Oh, these are not actual. They're just telling you to do things. I want a pre-packaged product that I can just shove in my mouth. Okay.
How many calories you're supposed to eat a day is like all over the place on the internet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's like, I don't feel like, I guess you got to talk to a nutritionist or something.
Yes, Sitch, you silly bean. Well, don't. What is it? Don't call me a silly bean. Tell me what it is. Toasters aren't healthy. Pop tarts. I mean, steak tarts. No. Bagels. Come on. What is it? Give me a brand name, guys. I want a brand name. Okay. I'm reading the chat, motherfucker. I'm reading it. Can you even make Pop Tarts in the microwave? I feel like they'd like melt or explode or something horrible would happen if you attempted to do it. Or they just become like really gross and soggy and not good. That'd be my guess.
Right.
So, anyways,
the way I
honestly, no one knows. No one knows the alternative to like a healthy Pop Tart.
Oh, a healthy alternative. Look,
Yes.
it's a bunch of sugar.
I know.
It's best to think of it as a dessert, not as a breakfast. That's the way that I've always thought of it.
You're
I'm like,
correct.
this is a treat.
You are correct, but if I'm gonna eat dessert, I'd rather eat something like.
Yeah, look, if it's not your jam,
right?
it's not your jam. Look, I think they're delicious, obviously.
Yeah. Okay.
How many calories do I need? Look at BBC Food right here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What does it say?
Find out your BMI and calorie requirements. Take the test. What's this test? Sorry, this game can only be played if you're in the UK. Well, fuck you.
Yeah, wait. Are they going to tell you in calories? Or are they going to tell you in like kilograms or something weird, right?
Yeah,
They're not going to tell you in one of the correct, units of measurement.
Where is there just like a regular calorie counter where you put your weight and height in and sex, and they're like, this is how many calories a day you should eat?
Since it's from the UK, they ask you to like do it in stones. They're like, how many stones do you weigh?
No, I didn't look. So I went to one. What should my daily intake of calories be? Oh, here, it's the NHS. It's UK. Like, why is my internet throwing all these UK? Daily calorie intake
instantly. Oh, wait, no, this is a weight loss thing.
Male.
Calculate your BMI. I'm telling you, I'm correct. WebMD. It says the numbers I gave you, Adam. Okay, that's a trustworthy source of information. It's WebMD.
Oh, it is?
I mean, I guess. Okay. Adam, how tall are you?
No, fuck you. I found my own. I don't need
you. I found the little chart.
Calculate your calories. Oh.
There's a weight loss one and maintain one, and then I guess there's anything above that is the gain. So whatever. Moving on.
Personal results.
Yeah. How many calories are you supposed to eat a day, Adam? Tell us.
Yeah, okay. Lose weight. Calorie intake per day. This range of daily calories.
No, tell us the maintain weight one.
No, look, I'm going to read them all to you, but I'm going to start with the first one.
Okay.
The lose weight. This range of daily calories will enable you to lose 1 to 2 pounds per week in a healthy and sustainable way. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Calorie intake per day.
This is to
340 to 440 calories.
That can't be correct. That's not correct. What are you looking at? That's not right. That's insane. You can't survive off of 300 What the no? Get out of here. What is this? What site are you looking at? This is bullshit.
What the fuck?
No. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. I think I made it worse. Okay, let me try again here.
Hey, I don't think they have time.
Look, I think I did it in kilograms, and that's why it was like.
Oh, okay. You fucking retard. Wait, did you find another British one and you put your own weight in pounds, but it's supposed to be in kilograms? And
no, I changed. So I changed it to pounds. All right.
Oh, you were. Oh, I was like, okay, I understand. Okay.
I changed it to pounds. Look, I don't know how it's like pounds to kilograms. I changed it to pounds, and it made it worse. Look, lose weight. Lose weight. Calorie intake per day. Right. 100 to 200 calories.
Okay, what the fuck? What did you put as your inserting weight? This doesn't make any sense, Adam. This is not real. You fucked this up somehow.
Oh, I guess maybe I did.
Because I I punched in some numbers on a random website I found, and the numbers were it was like 2,300 calories to maintain, and it was like 1,600 to lose weight. It was like more feasible.
This is like this is calories.info. I mean, it's got to be fucking lies, right? Okay, to maintain my weight, calorie intake per day, 370 to 570 calories.
That's not right.
To gain weight, look, if I want to gain 1 to 2 pounds per week, I would have to eat 750 to 950 calories a day.
Here, hold on. Let me send you a different website. Okay, this site has a little calculator. It seems like this
is why I'm telling you, all of these fucking websites, they're like the fucking over the place.
Put your info in this one because you didn't want to tell me what your info was. Okay.
Yeah, that's top secret, obviously.
I know.
I don't want to tell everyone how much I weigh. Look, I gotta have some secrets here.
Okay. Because I was looking at it and I'm like,
I mean, that just on the face of it is, look, I want to lose weight. I'm going to eat, you eat a fucking saltine cracker and you've eaten 100 calories. That's ridiculous.
That's true. Tammy's like so fucking triggered by this conversation. It's hilarious.
Is she?
Yes, she is. She literally read in the chat.
Is she? Oh, terrible.
Yeah. She doesn't like the whole concept of like just limiting your calories to lose weight.
Look, I gotta do my other units. Okay.
Right.
Well, no, it's asking me to do my height in centimeters.
What?
Right?
Not in the website I sent you.
Oh, US. Okay, I found the US. The link I clicked on is...
The ones I sent you was feet in inches. Good old US of A.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. But look, you can click on metric one tab over if you want to.
Oh, fuck that. Why would I want to do that?
This one actually has the exercise activity. I exercise every day, though. This whole 4 to 5 times a week.
Uh-huh. Okay, what does it tell you? What does this news site tell you? It's the real question.
Let's see here. Calculate. Okay. This is seems much more realistic.
I totally seems much more reasonable, yeah.
The maintain weight is 2,300 calories a day. Mild weight loss is 2,000 calories a day. Weight loss 1 pound a week is 1,829. Extreme weight loss is 1,329 a day. 2 pounds, losing 2 pounds a week. This is far more in line with what?
That's what okay. That's why I'm like, whatever. I don't know what site you're looking at was like retarded.
It's calories.info. I'm like, this is just bullshit, right?
This is obviously a conspiracy by Big Calorie.
Yeah, look, some poor bulimic girl is going to stumble onto this website and she's going to be like, oh my God, I have to eat 100 calories a day.
Sure.
I think China might run this website.
We're
going to beef up bulimia in America.
I gotta find this thing. See if you were just like fucking it. Were you at the calculators?
Yeah,
did you at the ideal body weight calculator? Or your daily calorie intake calculator?
Yeah. Calorie.info.
Okay, let's see here. Let's do this.
Yeah, you do it.
Okay.
Now you see how bad it is. Oh, look, the calculator.net has financial stuff too, so I'm sure it's accurate for the calories. When you have all your health and fitness calculators next to your mortgage calculator, nothing screams reputability like that.
Okay, you must have brooded the results, Adam, because I did it and it came out and it completely makes sense.
It does?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You must. I don't know what you did, but you fucked it up somehow. So.
Well, it didn't have a section for exercise.
Yeah, it does. It says, how active are you? Lightly active, moderately active, or very active?
Oh. Well, maybe I told it I slept 24 hours a day.
I selected lightly active on mine, and it gave me basically the same result. Were you in the right calculator? Were you in the daily calorie intake calculator, or were you in one of these other million things?
No, I was in the right calculator.
Okay.
Don't mess with me.
Because I did it and I got the results are normal. It's gain weight, maintain weight. It's all in that 2,000 calorie range.
Right.
Lose weight, eat less.
Yeah, and I think last time this is more in line with the calorie counting that I actually do. I try to keep track of my calories. I try not to eat like a big fat pig. Do you count your calories?
Of course not.
Why?
You've seen me. I don't gain weight.
Oh.
I'm a thin boy. Okay. I need to eat more when I follow J-Mac's exercise plan.
Right.
So I can gain muscle. I need to eat like a lot more. So.
All right.
Anyways, now that we have talked that to death and made Sammy lose her fucking mind. Okay.
Not too bad.
Mike Hassan for $5. Thanks so much. Says Happy Mother's Day. Smash like button. If Adam and Sitch scheduled 1:15 p.m. and it's still late, A Team reigns supreme. There you go.
I think we do then. I think A Team does reign supreme because we were actually a little bit late. Not too bad.
That's true. Corona Kid for 18 months says you should look into the SF student protest in the 60s. It was the origin of the College of Black Studies, and I think it's the origin of commie student protests. I'll check it out. I know that like a lot of student protest stuff in general, what's his name, has a really good video on that. I'm totally blanking on names today. Well, to be fair, I'm always blanking on names. What's that YouTuber's name? Ryan, what am I thinking of? Ryan, what's his last name? He does all those good videos.
Ryan Chapman.
Ryan Chapman is a good video he did a while ago called The Forgotten American Marxists of the 60s. Kind of goes into that stuff. So
the UC Santa Cruz campus construction started in 1964, and I told you the story about how the protests of the 1960s were influential in the design of the UC Santa Cruz campus because it's like so fucking spread out that they figured, if any of these marching incidents started, that the people would lose steam just moving from place to place. Like there's really no area for people to congregate and raise hell.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah. These older colleges couldn't do that though. But I'm sure it was influenced by, because Santa Cruz is right next to San Francisco. So I'm sure it was influenced by whatever happened. I'm not familiar with the 1960 San Francisco protest, but they probably burned down like a building or something. Santa Cruz was like, that's not going to happen to us.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have fire stations between all the buildings. All right.
Look at this. Someone sent me, there's a brand of protein, high protein, Pop-Tart like product.
So that you can beef up. I know there's a lot of simulated sugary cereals that are supposedly healthy.
Yeah, there are a lot of YouTubers that were shilling that shit for a while. I forget the brand name that was supposed to be. Yeah.
But those sugar substitutes, I'm always thinking, well, that's a cancer trap, right?
Maybe. So unfortunately, all these products, they all have milk in them. Unfortunately, that's what's annoying. A lot of the protein stuff is all milk-based because whey is a very easy source of protein. So gotta find a dairy-free one. But thank you. There's like those big cookies are pretty tasty, but they're too expensive to like eat regularly. Anyways, let's see. Ostracy for $5 says Elijah Schaffer is definitely on my list of kind of sus right-wingers similar to Candace Owens. Well, I think he increased his sus meter after listening to today's conversation, but
like he's grifting?
I don't think that's what they mean by sus. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says the problem is that's right. What? The problem is that's right has to answer for their extremism, but people like Bree Crystal get the hand wave and claim it's the right side of history.
Yeah, they don't have to contend with their radicals. But I think that might be changing here. Obviously, with the whole Palestine Israel thing, it seems like they are being forced to contend with their crazies.
Well, not Bree and Crystal, but yeah, a lot of people on the left are. That's true.
Well, they're
and
not,
now that Nick and the other people are on Twitter, the right has to contend with their stuff. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
IP Daily for 10 months. Thank you so much. Says making excuses for your side that you never consider legitimate for the other side fails the Politica algebra test. True.
Yep.
Angry Man for 21 months. Thanks so much. Says, so first you dropped the centrist title and now Destiny is dropping the progressive title. Is this a sign of a return to standard liberalism? Oh, really? I didn't know Destiny was doing that. That's hilarious.
Destiny's copying us. Look
I
at
know.
this.
How dare he?
Maybe. I never heard this. That Destiny was dropping the progressive label.
Well, people now use progressive to basically mean socialist, so makes sense.
Look, I wouldn't call myself a progressive now just because so many of them are insane.
Right. Or people that are like not socialists but still hyper woke. That's often what people call progressives. Christian Baller for $2 says mandatory Brazilian jiu-jitsu for cops. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, here's the situation that happened. So I guess you didn't see this video. It was like, this is an insane video. Okay, this cop gets like he gets a call. I think it was like a domestic violence call or something. It's not clear, at least I don't know if there's more information came out. It's not clear what happened, if he had the wrong house or something, or someone gave him the wrong address. He goes to his house, he bangs on the door, says it's the sheriff's department or something. Some guy's on the phone with his girlfriend at the time. He just hears this guy bang on the door saying it's the sheriff's department. So he gets his gun. And he was like the Air Force or something. And he opens the door and the cop just like immediately blows him away.
Because he's got a gun.
Because he got a gun in his hand. But it's pointed down. It's not like he's pointing at the guy. He's holding a gun down. And the cop just like doesn't even give him a chance to shoot. He just blows him away. Yeah.
Yeah, this sounds horrible. Obviously.
It is horrible. Yeah, it's disgusting. So
this happened recently?
This happened recently, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. And it happens a lot. There was another video. This happened way in the past, which didn't get any press. Now, this is going to get press because the guy he shot was black and the officer was white, I believe. So it's going to be turned into a race issue. But there's a video that I saw was even worse than this in the past where the same thing. The guy like half opened the door and he's like talking to the cop. And behind the door, is his hand when he's holding a gun. And then when he's talking to the cop for like a couple seconds, I don't think you can hear what he's saying when he's saying in the video. And then he opens the door fully. And as soon as he does, the cop sees the gun, just fucking shoots him. It's just like wild. So.
Well, what are you going to do? Why is someone holding a gun there?
Because I don't know why the second guy was, but presumably you hear someone bang on your door, you don't know what the fuck's going on, right?
Of course,
kind of suspect. So
opening your door with a gun, it does not seem smart, obviously.
No. But
I mean, you would yell through the door like, "Can I help you? What's going on?"
Right. But someone's shouting.
Or yell, "Look, I have a gun."
Right.
Well, go away.
I don't know.
Go away or I'll shoot you. Oh wait, you have a gun. You're a cop. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, that's essentially it. But yeah, no, it's pretty disgusting, pretty gross. That cop's gonna get hit with manslaughter/murder charges.
Wasn't there a peephole in the door? Couldn't he have peeped?
Actually, it was even crazier because the cop, even though he said sheriff's department when he banged on the door, he's like moving his body so you can't see him through the peephole.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Now he's probably doing that because he doesn't want to get shot, I guess. But I don't know why he's so on alert for the call. Because I don't think in the call they said it was like a gunman or anything. So he seems kind of like hyper alert.
Yeah, why was he there? Why was he there?
Someone called in and it was like they claimed it was like a domestic violence dispute or something. It was like the wrong address or something, or it was a fake call. But because the guy was he was on the phone with his girlfriend and they were not yelling. It was just like a normal conversation. So
some people talk loud.
Maybe, but anyways. Philip Kogans for 16 months says, silly protesters, Jesus was a member of the Judean People's Front, not the People's Front of Judea. There you go.
Monty Python reference.
Nice Life of Brian reference, yes.
Love it.
Lord Moop, £5 says, I saw a friend of mine on Facebook support a guy who burned an old couple alive in the car. She wasn't that bright.
What?
Well, shouldn't you say that the old couple wasn't that bright? Well, I guess they were bright because they got burned alive. But generic 7 Eric for 22 months says S team is A class. There you go.
Why, thank you.
Right.
Thank you for noticing.
Twitter sucks. Thanks so much. Twitter sucks for 16 months. Says juice, 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 lots of orange, juice, Jews, uncircumcised, Jew meat, Jews. Thank you.
Ugh.
Maybe we should watch that video again. Now that we've seen the source material, Adam, now that you've seen the source material, you know that Zero Fox did not add any additional Jews into the...
He said he added a couple, though.
He said only at the end, I thought.
Okay, well. I mean, you can bring it up if you want.
Yeah, bring it up.
What do I have to do? Do I have to do a 3, 2, 1?
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
Is it in the history? Read some super chats.
It's a tweet, so no. I already found it and I'll send it to you.
Okay, do that.
Listen, I'm quick. I'm on the game here. I'm on the ball here.
I mean, some people like guys that take a while, but you're quick. You know.
Wow, look at this guy over here.
Girls call him Flash
I got
Gordon.
things to do, Adam. I can't be spending all day. I got shit to do. All right. Got to be quick and efficient. Okay.
Perfect.
You got to get them inseminated and then be done. Okay. Snap, snap.
Oh my God. He's just putting babies into them.
Yes. That's the point. Isn't that supposed to be for pleasure? That's degenerate. Okay.
Wow.
God said to multiply.
Okay, Nick.
He didn't say to take your time. He said to just go bang, 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 done. Okay. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says men can go 0 to 100%, women stay at 50%. There you go. That's an app super chat to what we were talking about, even though that was not the intention.
0 to 100%.
There you go. There you go. Wham, bam, bada boom. Exactly. Stug for $5 says, I can't believe you guys are almost to episode 23. It feels like yesterday you're only at episode 300.
What? What's that about?
I don't know. What is that about?
Who knows?
You tell me. You don't know?
Is somebody calling us out?
I think we're going to just gaslight our audience.
Are we?
Yeah.
What do you gaslight about? What?
Nothing. I have no clue. Stug for $2 says 25 and asterisk. So there you go.
Are we at 25?
Well, you said 23 today. I don't know. I don't make the titles. Actually, I did make this title, but I didn't change the number.
How dare you?
I take it back.
Look, we're doing a social experiment, guys. Okay, so play along.
Oh, okay. That must be it. Did you have the video up?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's paused. I'm backing it up. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It's 1 minute. I won't pause it this time. I promise. Ready?
Okay. All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Jewish, Jews,
Jews, Jews, Jewish, 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 Jewish people, Jews, Jewish, Jewish, Jewish,
Jews, Jews. The Jews are Jews, Jews, the Jews hate Jews. Hates Jews and hate Jews.
Jews, Jewish, 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 Jews, Jewish,
Jewish hates the Jews. Jewish,
the Jews, Jews just really need Jews in media.
Hates Jews. Jewish,
Jewish.
I have friends in Hollywood who are Jewish. You're Jewish. The Jews are killed. Fight the Jews. Jews hate Jews. The Jews controlling banks.
You just hate the Jews. Dangerous Jewish conspiracies. Jewish. These Jews are Jewish bankers, these Jewish media outlets, Jews are in control of the media. Jewish power. We have a Jewish problem. We're going to do a couple things, a couple taste tests here for people. So I brought some Jew meat. This is actually, I was able to pass customs.
Oh.
There you go. Now you guys saw the source material. Thank you, Zero Fox.
Yes. Very accurate.
There it is. Okay. Margin is drawing degenerate fan art. Did you see?
I did, yeah. He turned you into a trans man.
Is that what you said? There was some contention. There's some contention. I don't know if you want to bring it up, but chat can decide if I'm trans. I said he drew me as a femboy, but it's
Oh my God.
pretty gross. But Majin is degenerate, so it makes sense.
Is that supposed to be me with my butt hanging out?
That is supposed to be you. Yeah.
That's pretty hilarious. Maj, why you draw my butt cheeks hanging out like that?
Because he's a degenerate. Why you ask the question you know the answer to?
I guess it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is obviously a play on the man versus bear question.
Yes.
So you've got the bear is obviously like a homosexual bear. I think bear is like a categorization of homosexual male.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then you've got me, which is this like a twink or a...
Exactly. It's little boy Adam, who looks like a Pokemon trainer, but he's like, no, it looks like you're an adult in the Pokemon universe who's pretending to be a child Pokemon trainer. So you're wearing like the little kid outfits that they would wear, but it doesn't fit you, so your ass is hanging out and you got the hairy legs.
This is really weird.
That's my interpretation of this picture.
Very strange stuff going on in this picture.
Yes.
And then there's the man.
Yes.
Which it should just say trans Sitch trans man. And Sitch looks like, do you have like a camel toe going on or?
You're right. Yeah. Looks like looks like I have a double camel toe. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. But very obviously strange. He's got his Boy Scouts on, which.
Yeah. Very thick thighs, hand on the hip, one eyebrow raised.
Mm-hmm. This picture needs to be burned. I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't digital so I could burn it.
Is that right?
Very.
I was gonna print out this picture just so he could destroy it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna print out this picture just so he can hang it on the wall. I mean, destroy it.
How dare you?
So there you go. Terrible.
More degenerate Sitch and Adam fan art.
Terrible. I mean, keep it coming. Okay. Speaking of Majin, wow, look at this. This is just a coincidence. We literally got the Majins. I swear to God, this is just a coincidence.
Did we get to his super chat?
Perfect. We got the Majins membership chat. Majin for 21 months. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Says, hey there, my sparrows. I think a lot of race realists and nationalists are actually just socialists who want state control over society.
Really?
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think the thing that motivates, and I've said this a million times, some people get triggered. Everyone else goes, Sitch is very smart and intelligent. I think the inclination towards race nationalism is a different inclination than the socialism inclination. I think the socialism is I want the hyper flattened hierarchies, the hyper equality idea, and then the race nationalism is the hyper xenophobic. I don't want anyone that looks like different than me because they're subverting my culture, or they're bringing diseases or whatever. So I think there are different intuitions kind of motivating these behaviors. Or ideologies, I should say. Spencer Harmon for $10 says, I'm an old Elijah fan. He wasn't always like this. He got in trouble from the Blaze and changed.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Yeah. Interesting. It was more mainstream, and then he was forced into this corner of the internet.
Right.
Yeah.
Jorge for 19 months says, wearing the hijab itself isn't anti-liberal as long as it's not forced on the wearer. It is a modesty act and only becomes problematic if it's forced on you.
I agree with that. Yeah. Oh, you don't like that? You're like, look, the babe's got to be naked.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Women should be naked.
You want to force that on them, right?
Yeah.
Force the bikini on them?
Well, okay, here's my problem with that. Like, you can have you can have social pressures on people to do things that are not healthy, and they might say it's my choice, right? Like you would agree it's generally not healthy for women to have an OnlyFans, right?
Well, how much money are they making?
regardless.
Yes.
Or does that matter?
Look, I would agree with you.
Okay,
I don't
sure.
think
It's generally not healthy, emotionally, psychologically healthy for women to have an OnlyFans, yet they make the choice to do it. Right now, I'm not saying it should be illegal, but I'm not saying it's necessarily a good thing. So,
yeah, if it was between wearing the hijab or having an OnlyFans, I'd say, look, you're better off with the hijab.
maybe depends on the context. Depends how much money you're making. But I guess that if you're gonna say like anti-liberal, like if so you can make a choice that's anti. Well, I guess it's if it's your individual choice, it's by definition, right? Not anti-liberal. So, I don't know. Maybe you got me on the wording there. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
it's not illiberal if they choose it, but
right.
Mitch
for 125. I think that's Filipinos. Says, Sitch, do you still play Pokemon Go? If so, what is your trainer code? Also, have you watched the anime Parasite? I don't really. I'm gonna be real with you. I've kind of dropped off playing Pokemon Go. I should start playing again because it was good exercise. Getting outside, walking around. I've walked pretty far. I haven't been playing it that much recently. So, but
they did
no,
a live action Parasite. Did you see that?
I haven't seen either Parasites. No.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I thought the live action was pretty good.
Oh, okay. How close is live action one to the anime, chat?
It's pretty close.
Okay.
Well, no, I think they girl bossed it a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's not overbearing. Yeah.
Sigma the Rose for 14 months says, wow, so glad I could be here for episode 23 after 14 months of subscription. There you go. I like it. That's good.
Social experiment.
Also experiment, right? Just keep saying that. I like that. It's a good meme.
Of course. Social
experiment. Nigel TRC 72 for £10 says, on Adam's religion take, I feel it only makes sense if religion is the only way to achieve these effects. Agree with the balance between liberalism and conservatism, though. A healthy society needs both.
Well, look, I think Sitch's take on fostering some kind of patriotism among the population is a good, side argument to religion, or a good secular argument to replace religion in favor of replacing religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
You agree, obviously, right?
I disagree completely. I can't believe you fucking said that. What a retard take.
Okay. Patriotism. Let's do it. Actually, ethno-nationalism, I think, is what you were really saying instead of
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what I was saying.
That was your take instead of
right.
You're like, look, fuck this religion stuff. We need ethno-nationalism. That's what.
I don't really want ethno-nationalism. I want philosophical nationalism. Okay, I think America should be a country that only for enlightened centrists. We have to remove all the non-enlightened centrists. Okay. You have to deport them all to other countries of their ideological origin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cocoa Beans for 8 months says, Sitch, have you played Hades 2 early access yet? Pretty great so far, naturally. Also wins Robbie coming on the show. S-Class is best class.
I would love Robbie to come on the show.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd be like, Robbie, how do you not lose your fucking mind? Okay.
Be cool to hang out.
Right.
I have a list of questions that mostly revolve around why has he not hit Bree?
No, stop.
What prevents you from slapping her?
Oh my God. You can't ask that question.
How do you hold back?
How do you hold back no, stop it. I was about to say something to get me in trouble. So.
Oh yeah. Look, those were jokes, guys. Okay. Obviously,
terrible.
It's not okay to hit a woman that's not your spouse. Look, that too was a joke. Okay. Guys, do not beat your women. Okay.
Yeah. Why would you want to damage your property?
Sitch, that better have been a joke. Okay. How dare you?
Oh God. Terrible. Okay. Anyways, to answer your more important question, of course I played Hades 2 early access. Of course I played that. I bought that shit the day it came out. I was like, oh my God, Hades 2 Early Access come out. Give it to me. Inject it straight in my brain, in my veins. It's a video game.
Oh.
I played the fuck out of Hades 1. I love Hades. It's a great game. So I play Hades 2. Obviously, I haven't finished yet. I don't even
How
think
do you play that game?
I can say a bunch of words that you won't understand. Do you want that?
Just tell me what.
It's an isometric roguelite dungeon crawler with RPG elements.
You play it on a PC or a PlayStation? You play it on Xbox?
It's on PC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say the thing again, just so I can.
An isometric roguelite dungeon crawler with RPG elements.
Look, it just sounds like you sound like a total dork.
I know. I'm trying to say it in the most incomprehensible way for your boomer brain possible.
Oh man.
Okay.
Now you're trying to make it sound like I'm the dork.
I know. It's a game where you're a dude. Well, in the second one you're a chick, but the first one you're a dude and you kill monsters. Okay.
Right. Looks like third person.
Yeah, it's a third person top down. So okay, here's my take.
Have you played this game for a long period of time?
Yes. What's wrong? What's the wrong? You gonna shit on Hades now?
No, I think it's adorable.
Look at this guy. Adam's like, if it's not an FPS, it's a game for lamos. Okay.
I love
Bring
it.
up a screenshot. Show me what you're looking at.
Bring up a screenshot.
Show me what you're looking at here. Okay.
First of all, it's very busy. Like the color is very.
Yeah, that's one of my only complaints with the game, with the original, is that it's so busy, and when you're like playing it, there's so many like graphics flying everywhere that it is easy to like not be able to process what you're looking at.
You're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, you're like, what am I looking at? Oh, this is the second one.
Oh, it is? I thought
that's Hades 2. That's fine.
I did Hades 2 early access.
Yeah, that's Hades 2. Right.
Jeez. God. Ugh.
But no, so I love Hades 1. This is the story of Hades 1. It's actually, I think, pretty interesting. You're the son of Hades, okay? And you're trying to escape to the surface, and your dad won't let you. And you're like an angry teenager. And so in order to prevent you, he's like sending all of like the minions of hell to stop you from like leaving, like you're like essentially grounded. And he's like trying to prevent you from leading leading Hades. But whenever you die, you just respawn back home. So it's kind of like
start over at the beginning of the game every time you die.
Yes. Ooh. But you get like, as you're playing, you get upgrades that kind of make you stronger every time, like through every playthrough. So you get stronger and stronger and stronger until you can eventually.
Save points?
Well, no. Well, if you like quit playing, it saves. But if you die, you start over. There's no way to not start over if you die.
So you have to get all the way through the game on one go.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But I mean, not one setting. You can stop playing. You can go do something else.
How many times have you died?
You can die a fuck ton. I don't remember how many. When I first played Hades, I don't remember how many times I died before I managed to beat it. It took a while. So.
How many times have you died on Hades 2?
I don't know. I don't keep track of those sorts of
Have you finished the game?
I beat the last boss, but it's not finished yet. So there's more. Like I don't know what the plot line is going to go.
How's it the last boss if there's another boss?
Well, there's a whole secondary thing that, because early access, they haven't finished the game yet.
Oh, I got you.
Right. So I finished the last boss available to be finishable.
Right.
But there's more.
But they're like, we're making more games. Come back to our game once we're done.
This is essentially it. Yeah, essentially.
Lame.
But
Can't even get a finished game these days.
Well, it's early access. That's the point. People you're so desperate to play it. So
right.
Anyway, I guess I'll give my short run breakdown is I like the gameplay for Hades 2 a lot. It's pretty good, definitely on par with Hades 1. I like the new weapons, everything. So far, now the story isn't finished, obviously, but I significantly like the story in Hades 1 better. I think the story in Hades 2 is not anywhere near as interesting. The story in Hades 1 to me, it's interesting, and the fact that it's like I always like mundane situations put through the lens of like something like fantastical. So Hades 1 is just a mundane situation of a family drama with a sulking teenager trying to like get away from his dad and like find answers about his past and like the various family dramas that his father doesn't want to talk about. But it's put through the lens of like battling demons and like going through the hordes of hell and all this other shit, which I always like that sort of like some mundane thing is kind of underlying this fantastical like experience. I think it's funny. And
it's ironic. Yeah,
it is, and it's portrayed completely funny. It's portrayed in a very tongue-in-cheek way. It is funny every time you die, you have to walk past your father's like giant desk where he manages hell and like all like spirits and everything. And he's like, "Oh, look, you're back again. You died." Like it's this whole thing. It's very funny. I like the whole way it's portrayed. And then at the end, it has like a very nice like family drama. It turns out, the main character is trying to find his mother, who was like hidden, who doesn't know that he was even born. Spoilers for Hades 1. And, it was kind of like this family drama about why she was kind of cut off from the family and all these things that were going on. And it's just kind of, it becomes like a nice little heartwarming tale, about family that I really like. And the second one, it's a lot, at least so far, it's a lot more like your stereotypical story of like, a bad guy has come and kidnapped all the good people and he's going to take over the world and you have to stop him. Like it's just a more like very, very standard story as opposed to Hades, which I thought was like a very unique, interesting story. So far, cool. I like the gameplay, but the story is kind of lackluster in my opinion. Anyway, who plays video games for story?
Ho-hum storytelling.
I know, right?
Who plays video games for story? Right.
But if you liked Hades 1, you'll definitely like Hades 2 just for the gameplay, because the gameplay is good.
I just play for the cutscenes. That's all I care about.
There you go.
Good cutscenes.
There you go. You like Hades. It's got Aphrodite in it, and she's like naked whenever you talk to her.
Oh, well, let me search naked Aphrodite and see what I can find.
Just type in Aphrodite Hades.
Okay.
Yeah. Her hair is covering up the bits, but...
Oh, good. That means I can bring it up on stream.
I mean, sure. Oh, so how's the mom not know? Well, they knew the kid was born, but they thought the kid died, essentially. But then he was like brought back to life with magic, so... To answer your question. Because you're right, I didn't think about that. How does the mom not know the child's born? It doesn't make any sense.
She was unconscious.
There you go.
It was a crazy night.
All right. Cecil S. Grant for 6 months says, and it's my opinion that Elijah Schaffer is a white supremacist and he just hides his white power level. I mean, that conversation with Tim didn't help dissuade you, so sure.
Yeah, when you go into the biological essentialism, it's kind of hard to...
Yeah. Micro Omega for 25 months says, "Behold my awesome milestone, behold!" Thank you.
Yes. 25 months. That's great. I don't know where I'm at.
Stug for $5 says, "You guys don't understand. United States of Rittenhouse blockaded 2 unarmed countries." I like that.
Yeah, look, I couldn't help thinking about the Rittenhouse situation too.
There you
Whenever
go.
you're talking about self-defense, Rittenhouse comes to mind.
Right. Ryan for 24 months says, "Happy Mother's Day, gentlemen." Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
PC for $5 says, quote, "From all the rivers to all the seas, the world shall be free, America." There you go. I like it. Lives in Death's Wall specifically. Thanks so much for being a member for 1 whole year. Look at that.
Yeah.
Says, "Happy anniversary. What'd you get, CT?" There you go. Look, now other people are asking what we got CT for the anniversary.
Hours of joy, hours of entertainment.
That's right.
Hours of love, hours of arguing over how many calories Adam should eat.
That's the real content people want. How many calories should Adam eat? Yeah.
Is it 100 to 200 calories a day?
Or is it 1,600? No, 16,000.
Right.
That'd be too
much. Oh, you die if you try to eat that much in a day.
JMac or Circuit 5 for $20. Thanks so much. Daddy JMac says, I was explaining the Hestia controversy to my wife, who is a super normie, and she wanted to see the other gods. When she saw Aphrodite, she immediately asked, is she trans? Yeah, so it's funny. There was like this weird conversation about like, is Aphrodite from Hades supposed to be trans or not? Which I never perceived her as trans. So.
Really?
Yeah.
You have like Aphrodite with kind of two outfits.
Well, there's one from the first game and one from the second game.
Okay.
The one with the spear is from the second game. And the one without the spear is from the first game. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm only looking at the picture online. So.
What if you just type in Aphrodite Hades? It's the first two that come up. Yeah. I don't think we can bring them up on stream, but.
Oh, I already did. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Guess we
but
can't
I mean, they're covered by the hair.
Okay.
Look, there's nothing. Search naked yoga real quick.
There you go. So, do you think that she looks trans in that picture?
I mean, no,
so.
Not really. I don't look. I can only see the top half of her.
Well, sure. People were talking about in the first game. I agree. In the first game, her face looks a little bit more masculine.
Okay.
But I think in the second game it doesn't really look masculine, and they gave her lipstick. So. J-Max said it's the jawline.
It always is.
Yeah.
Got a very square chin too.
Mm-hmm. Someone was like saying that they thought that was intentional with the artist trying to make her trans. I'm like, I don't think that was the intention. So I'm skeptical. Anyways. Adam48 for 16 months. Thank you so much. Says the problem with your position, Adam, is people don't vote on foreign policy. They vote almost exclusively on domestic issues. This is bad incentives.
Yeah, look, I agree. People do vote more on domestic issues.
Mm-hmm.
What was when I agree with you, so I don't know. Right. How's that a problem with my position?
Angry Bellsprout for $5 says Tim doesn't care about Israel so much. He throws fits anytime you speak ill of it. Tim definitely supports Jonathan Pollard and Israel selling secrets to China. Who's Jonathan Pollard?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think I don't know who that is. I don't think Tim cares about Israel. I think he cares about Israel the same reason that Scott Adams cares about Israel. It's kind of funny. Scott Adams, he yells at his chat because he's annoyed that whenever he like poses a question, that there's a bunch of people in chat that just say Jews, 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 Israel, 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 and it's like super obnoxious and annoying, and also makes him look bad. And I think that's why Tim cares about Israel, is that he's tired of like the anti-Semites who are obsessed with it, just spamming comments and chat with that shit. So that'd be my guess anyway. Fast and Baldmus for $5 says, Tim, there's a Jew behind you. There you go. I like it. Lucy Lemonbug for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you. And Cameron 502 for $5 says,
I don't think a single U.S. military operation has been based or launched from Israel. Can you imagine the Arab streets' reaction if it learned that?
Oh, yeah. That would be insane.
Right. Oh, Adam, you can say in the chat, Adam48. I keep saying Adam. In the chat. What was the thing you were referencing?
My position.
So
please do.
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
She gave another 5? Wow.
Thank you. Even though,
I know you like your back
even though you're a dirty, horrible user of chopsticks.
Everybody's waiting for you.
Never forgive, never forget. Cameraman 502 for $5 says, I don't think a single U.S. I read that one.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say
doing?
twice? Oh, no, I said it twice.
Yeah, I thought you were doing it. I thought you went back so you could do this.
Oh, okay. I guess I missed it. Whatever. Late. I'm delusional. I'm tired. I'm hungry.
Yeah, what happened? I thought
God
that was on
hates
purpose.
Taxes. Saying
Look,
that's
that's a best. That is the best
right.
username
Right.
I've seen in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
God hates taxes. Look, I'm not sure it's true though. Isn't God was like, you have to pay the church 10%. Like he literally was a tax.
That's true. God was a taxer. Okay.
Yeah.
God was a taxer. Says, hello, fellows. Just got here from one of your recorded videos. Well, thank you for supporting.
Yeah. Thanks for checking us out.
Right. Squirrel and Oz for 2 Aussie bucks says Australia does have a large Muslim population. Really? I looked it up. It said it was like 3% or something.
Well, that could be large if it's all concentrated right in front of the Sydney Opera
It's
House.
all in Sydney. Right. I don't know. It says, well, it's weird. It's funny. It says it's the second largest religion with 3%.
Right.
I thought, so I was like, okay.
And the largest is Christianity with
80%. Yeah. Well, like 90, whatever percent. So
okay, look, they got themselves a little ethno state going over there.
There you go. How dare? Well, it's because no one really wants to live there, right?
Yeah, according to Elijah.
The spiders. Fondue for $5 says Chekhov's gun is probably my favorite story element. So if this is how the story ends, it would feel so nice. Also, how about naming it Chekhov's mine? I like Chekhov's Jew better, okay, because it sounds funny. And people will be like very confused what I'm talking about.
Chekhov's gun is when you see a gun in a movie or something, it has to be used. Is that Chekhov's gun?
Yeah, Chekhov's gun is when there's an element introduced early in the beginning that seems somewhat maybe innocuous.
Right.
That is going to become important later in the story.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like Chekhov's Jew, I said a while ago. I said Jews are going to be the big fly in the ointment for wokeness because there's going to come a day where they're going to have to sort of become, or at least appear to become, anti-Semitic, in terms of how they interact with Jewish people, because they're going to view Jewish people as oppressors. So
right. Yeah.
And I was correct.
And there was a Jew sitting there, like counting his money. Right. That's part of the story.
That's part of the story.
That the leftists are telling, obviously.
Yes.
Look, this isn't my story. This is their story.
You have the woke people are telling their story.
And then there was a landlord there.
Exactly.
A landlord.
A lot of those landlords are Jewish. It's a big problem, okay? So,
right.
I mean, Marx was a self-hating Jew, so it's not really surprising.
Ugh.
Get out there, yo, for 3 Aussie sex says mandatory voting ensures homebuyers vote like Australia.
Yeah, it is mandatory voting in Australia, right?
Yes. In Australia, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's good. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't
know the home situation there though.
I have no clue what the home situation is in Australia. Is it good? Is it bad? No clue.
The numbers I've heard is that we're 1 million. Right now, we're 1 million homes short of inventory.
That's not good.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Of course, that's going to cause inflation.
Right.
You got everybody competing for a low inventory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's great for me. I own a home, but look.
If you don't own a home, it's bad.
Yeah.
Right.
You're fucked.
Yep.
I would rather home prices be stable and at a level that people can afford to buy homes than like people. It's so weird. It warps the economy so much that, everybody's like, I don't know, maybe it's great for the economy because everyone who owns a home is like, I'm fucking rich. I'm spending money on everything. But isn't that driving inflation too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Of course.
Anyway. Sitch, are you going to buy a home one day? Are you going to be a homeowner?
One day.
Maybe we should talk about this with our audience.
We should.
Yeah.
Who wants to subsidize my home? Besides J-Mac.
Look, I know there are probably people out there that want to be a homeowner.
There you go.
Yeah.
Of course. Who? Yeah, why not?
Sometimes I see these videos on YouTube that are like, the housing crash is coming. Be ready. I don't know that I buy them, but.
Skeptical.
Yeah.
Skeptical.
How is a housing crash going to happen when we're 1 million homes short on inventory?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Like if they're like, we're going to build 2 million houses in 90 days, I'd think, okay, well, maybe there's a housing crash coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going to have all these houses. They're going to have like 1 million extra inventory. They're going to be like, don't you need a second house? We need to get rid of these houses. Look at China
in 2008.
over there
I am curious. What was the inventory for housing like in 2008?
Well, the inventory jumped because a lot of people were in houses, but they couldn't pay their mortgages.
I know that,
but underwater.
But I am curious what the shortage to surplus was for the housing market.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know the
I
answer to
wasn't
that either.
keeping track. Yeah.
So, degenerate 0.357 for $10, 357 says, can you guys cover Andrew Gold versus Ini Aluko debate on DI? I watched it with my parents and finally flipped them on DI. Wow. Andrew did perfect in the debate. No one should be pro DI after watching it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'll definitely watch it. That is interesting.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Wow.
I did listen to Lex Freeman's talk with Mark Cuban, and the DEI stuff came up a lot. I guess Mark Cuban and Elon Musk are going round and round about DEI on.
Right. And
I mean, I got it. Mark Cuban is like a little blue pilled on the whole situation. So he's like, I do whatever I want. No one's forcing me to hire to do quotas.
Okay. That's what Mark Cuban was saying. That's what you were saying. I was very confused as what you were talking about.
That's what Mark Cuban is saying the whole time.
Right.
No one's forcing him to do quotas, but I'm thinking, really? Really?
That's the most heated debate I've ever had on the topic. I'll check it out. Also, I think I'll have to check out this week. Norm Finkelstein talked to the trigonometry guys, so I'm curious to see how that conversation went. So, even though Norm is horribly boring to listen to, you have to play him at like 2 times speed.
Norm is the worst, yeah.
Yeah.
You need like 3 times speed. He's the only one that
you need 3 times speed just to hear him talk at normal human speeds.
Andrew Gold versus
I'll send you a link. I found it.
No, I found it. Yeah. Okay. Most insane woke argument about racism. Is that?
Yep.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yep.
Okay.
Mike Hassan for $2 says Blunty Fly will never die. Look at that.
Of course, Blunty Fly is here to stay.
Right. Get out there, yo, for 3 Aussies. Thanks so much. Says Australia voted first for what? For Israel partition, not U.S. Oh, Israel partition, not the U.S. Really? Is that true? I had no idea. That's interesting. Wow. That's funny. I had no clue. Well, there you go. Look at that. Good for Australia. Okay.
What does that mean?
In the UN, when they voted for whether the partition is partition the region, is that what we're talking about? Between Israel and Palestine, Australia was the first to vote yes.
Oh, okay.
In the UN. I'm assuming that's what they're talking about, yeah.
Equal shoutouts for $2 says Kanye Schaffer. Yeah, it was
terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
No, it's true.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the $200.
Yeah, that's nice. Very
generous.
That's
great. Thank you so much. Says, I just got home from one of the most stressful trips. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. I got a black eye. What the fuck? Had to leave the Mother's Day event early because our flight was canceled, rescheduled, then delayed, then changed with the connecting, which got delayed, and they lost our luggage. But you guys in my ear made it a little better.
That sucks.
That is awful. Oh my God. How'd you get a black eye?
And losing luggage.
And losing your luggage is terrible. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I hope we get our luggage back. Jeez. That's terrible. What's going on there?
Were you fighting at the Mother's Day celebration?
Yeah, exactly. Did you get in like a big fight? Like what happened? That's awful.
Family gatherings sometimes can get out of control.
That's true. That's true. Well, I'm glad that we could provide a little bit of
levity
to your situation. So glad you're back home, Tim.
Yeah, back home safely.
Stug for $2 says, "When did you get an Elijah emote?" And he has a picture of Hassan, the Hassan emote, looking at the Jewish star. That's pretty good.
Look.
That's pretty good. Quacker for 11 months says, "You should all have Maul and Rags on for a Fallout discussion. Artards send their regards." Yeah, I saw that he put out a Fallout video. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll check it out.
Oh yeah, look, I love to check it out. I need to watch that. I'll watch it next.
It's like 3 hours. I was like, oh my God.
Oh, it is? Oh,
it's pretty long. Like 2 hours and a half or something. But
well, I'll check it out. I think our stream on it was like 2 hours. So
that's true.
Watch it at double time.
J-Mac, our circuit follower for $20 says a family member who had one too many was messing around and clocked me. I had to do everything in my power not to lose it. What the was it like? What do you mean?
That sucks.
Wait, was it like an accident? Like he's just drunk and swinging his arms around? Or is he like drunk and like, fuck you, and then he punches you? Like, damn, man, that's awful. Well, listen, good on you for having control, okay?
I'll show you how to fight. Come here. Let me show you.
Yeah, jeez.
That sucks because you can't really open up. Like a drunk is an easy target, though. You're like, give me a black eye.
You get to fight them and feel like Spider-Man because they move in slow motion. So you're like, look how fast I am.
Oh, that sucks.
You shouldn't fight drunk people. Well, good on you.
Especially family members at family events.
Of course. This is why J-Mac is our surrogate father, okay?
Of course.
He's a mature example.
Maintain control, especially in front of your kids.
Right, and maintaining control, okay?
Dad, remember that time you beat up the drunk?
That's not a good thing. You don't want that. Stug for $5 says, "I'm pretty sure Elijah hasn't looked up a single person in the eye since he began talking about AIPAC and Israel, except when Mary agreed with him." I wasn't really noticing that. It looked like, I don't know, was that what's going on? I wasn't really paying attention to where he was looking.
I was shocked by the Mary agreement. I thought from all the reaction shots that everyone was like, oh my God, why is this happening?
That's true.
But then she's like, and with both feet, oh yeah, this is great.
Right.
Turns out she hates Jewish people too.
Maybe. I don't know anything about her. But Kyler sternly ignores for 10 Aussie bucks. Says, so sick of this vassal state crap. Australia, it's its own country with its own culture, our own political climate, and our own vision for the future. We don't just do what America wants. Listen, I appreciate that, Kyler. But this is America! We control the world, baby! Everyone does what we want, whether they like it or not.
No, I'm with Kyler. I hearted the super chat. I think it's obviously it's ridiculous to think that these places are vassal states. Completely imperialist nonsense.
I mean, they should be vassal states to America. Come on.
Look, it's a fun meme on the show and stuff like that America controls everything, but really these people are just conspiracy theorists. The idea that like the politicians in Australia are worried more about what the politicians in America think over their constituents. Laughable.
Right.
Laughable. Right. Oh yeah, look, you guys have the power to vote me out of office anytime now, but look, I'm going to go suck off the Americans.
Right.
That's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
That's a good point. J-Mac, our circuit 5 for another $20.
Oh my God. Thank you, J-Mac. Yeah.
J-Mac says he was trying to show me some martial arts thing.
I knew it.
Hit me in the face. Oh my god. I got injured that way too, but I didn't get a black eye. And it hit me in the face while an Elvis impersonator was performing in the background. This is like a fucking scene from a movie. I lost it for a second and started to cuss him out, but I immediately pulled back.
Oh, at least you got some insults off. Yeah, that's the thing. They're like, look, I'm a martial art master. Now hold still. I could literally give you a concussion, but I'm not gonna touch you.
All right.
Pop.
Yeah, exactly. God, it's like a scene from a movie. The fuck?
Yeah.
Ah, that's awful. Well, sorry. Feel better, I guess.
Jeez, like you flew to this event too? That's a little.
I know, it's rough. Jesus. I know he's not getting invited back. Don't invite that guy back next time. Next family gathering. Steel Wrath for 7 months says, I just finished watching The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Honestly, not too bad. I put it on par with Nobody for a main character plot armor.
Is Nobody a movie?
I haven't heard of either of these things.
Yeah,
Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare? I haven't heard of those.
I'm going to check it out, though.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just going to Google it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to watch it on stream or anything.
Mr. Borelli for $10. Thank you so much. Says, Nuance Bro just tweeted that healthcare in the U.S. is so expensive because we send all our money to Israel. He seems very reasonable on most issues, but his takes on Israel are bizarre. Yeah, I agree. His takes on Israel are bizarre. It's obviously some weird emotional sore spot for him. So, I mean, that take is obviously retarded. He's not advocating for public healthcare anyway. So how could the government sending money to Israel have any impact on private healthcare costs in the US? Doesn't even make sense. Or is he just memeing on Twitter? Which is possible. I don't know what's going on there, but
looks like this is a Guy Ritchie movie.
I like Guy Ritchie.
Yeah, I love Guy Ritchie. That could be great.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say it was good? It looks good. It's got the Superman actor in it. What's his name?
An Inglourious Bastard knockoff? Really? That's not a good sign for me. I mean, I would like it, but
I liked Inglourious Bastards. You didn't like it?
No, we've had this conversation multiple times.
Oh no, we've never had this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have it again.
Okay. Naxos for $5 says, I read the text of this supposed anti-free speech anti-Semitism law. It expands what words, beliefs would be evidence of discrimination in a civil suit. Mm-hmm. So what it did, what I was talking about, I don't know what you're talking about. The anti-Semitism free speech thing was that it solidified a definition of anti-Semitism being protected under, I believe, Title VII. And the reason, and I actually looked this up because I was curious, because if you look up Title VII, which is like the discrimination in education thing, you can't, colleges can't make people feel uncomfortable. Religious institutions can't make people feel, education institutions can't make people feel uncomfortable. Title VII is religion. It's whatever the education one is. Title IX, I don't remember. On the basis of
you keep getting it wrong.
Which one is it?
I don't know. Who cares?
Oh, okay. Whatever. It's the one about schools. Just Title VII is employment. Title IX is education. Yeah, it prohibits like race and sex-based discrimination or something and for educational programs on one of these fucking things. Anyways, and it didn't include religion. And I was like, that's interesting. Why does it not include religion? And I looked it up, and the reason is because they wanted to they thought if it included religion, it wouldn't allow specifically religious schools to exist. So that's why it doesn't include religion. So then they tried this new law they wanted would kind of insert anti-Semitism into it specifically. So anyways, Michael for $5 says, I love it that Eli believes in a Jewish conspiracy so powerful it runs the government, but not one powerful enough to shut him up.
Ooh.
That's true.
Oh.
There you go.
They just need a TikTok. That's all Israel needs.
There you go. It's true. Angry Bellsprout for $5 says, wasn't the JQ in the 1800s about what to do about a group that refuses to fully integrate into the rest of the nation? Marx and others wrote an essay on it. So I don't know what you're referring to in the first part. The essay that Marx wrote on, quote, the Jewish question was, he was complaining about, he didn't think, he was basically saying that he thought Jews were too, like, it's kind of hilarious. He's like, Jews were too greedy, materialistic to be communists, essentially. And that he thought it was ingrained, like, into the Jew or into Jewish culture to not accept communism. So that's what his Jewish question's about.
That's why he's a self-hating Jewish person.
I think he was Jewish. Well, at least born Jewish. He
Karl
obviously
Marx?
renounced. Yeah. He obviously renounced it when he was writing the Jewish question. So.
Right.
Drew Diamond for $2 says, I just realized why I like dogs with cropped ears. That was in relation to the circumcision comment. So.
Oh, cool.
Drew Diamond for $2 says 90% of home invasions are by white supremacists.
Is that true?
That is not true, but there you go. There's not enough of them to do that.
Fondue for $2. Adam cracked the code. Fuentes fans are children. I do think a lot of them are children.
Yeah. I agree.
He makes jokes that are taboo. Like, of course. What do you do in junior high constantly?
Be an asshole, troll people,
yeah, of
cause
course.
Problems. Yeah.
So you make your way in the world.
True.
That's how you have fun.
That is true. There's a weird thing that when you're like going through puberty as a boy, you just want to like fuck shit up. I don't know why. Of course. But it is interesting.
Well, and it's like a bonding experience with your friends, right?
Yes.
We're all going to break the rules together.
Right.
And suffer the consequences together.
2024, A Gay Odyssey. That's a pretty funny name. For $2 says, wake up! In all caps. Wake up! What about the J6? The J6 political prisoner. That's true. We have to wake up about that.
Oh, yeah. It's an open air prison.
It's an the closed air prison. Fondue for $10 says, quote, any community that gets its last by pretending to be idiots will eventually be flooded by actual idiots who mistakenly believe they're in good company. That's a good point.
That's great.
That's in relation to like how many people are trolls, how many people are like really believers. So.
You put that in quotes. What's that quote from?
I don't know, but it's a good quote.
It is.
Who's this random lady with a machine gun?
Oh, that's from the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much. Our Sugar Father says, make sure you guys show off our family picture. Okay, we will. Courtesy of Christian Baller, it was a nice photo, but I wish you guys would smile once in a while. My daughter and wife thought it was hilarious, by the way.
I saw you made that your profile picture, which is hilarious.
Yes. So, okay, we'll bring that up. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we're going to dox ourselves. I don't know if we should bring up that picture, right?
Are we?
You know? Totally doxing ourselves in this photo, right? Everyone will see our 100% true identities.
Our true forms.
Our true forms, yeah. There you go. I got it. Do you have it?
Here we are hanging out with J-Mac. Obviously, Sitch is in a dress.
Whoa.
Finally.
Whoa.
The dress thing has come to fruition.
You saying Sammy G finally got her wish?
Yeah, weren't you supposed
to what the
get
fuck?
Like
this is bullshit. She's supposed to pay me $100,000. You're supposed to pay me $100,000.
Yeah, look at this.
You got it for free. What the fuck? Look at that. So there's our father with us. So there you go.
Father J-Mac, yes.
Father J-Mac.
How many calories should I eat if I'm only 4 feet tall?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
200 to 300 calories a day.
Right. I don't think you're there. That's probably not enough.
What are you doing?
Fondue for $2 says, oh, I skipped one. Wait. got lost. That's what I was doing. 2024, a gay odyssey for $5 in all caps. It says, wake up! The trans woke industrial complex infected the LGBT. Then the January 6th real people die for free speech. It's the real life deep state, bro. I love it.
That's exactly.
Thank you.
That's typical conversation on Tim Pool's show. Right?
I mean, I guess so. It's not untrue. Fondue for $2 says, in quotes, quote, how can she slap? Robbie, probably.
How can she slap her?
Yeah, there you go.
Or how can... Anyway,
let's Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, did you like the B movie or did you, quote, like the B movie? I thought it was fine. I liked it. I'll admit, I watched the B movie. I didn't laugh out loud.
I thought it was fine.
But I was like, I enjoy this.
Very acceptable movie.
I enjoy this movie. Okay, I thought it was a fun little movie. It was a fun little guy romp. Movie. It was fine.
You almost said romp.
I didn't say romp.
Said it was a fun little afternoon romp.
Doesn't even make sense.
It was a romp of a movie.
What am I like? A movie critic from the 90s? Like, what is Siskel Ebert? That movie was a romp. Like, what the fuck is it?
What is it? That's a funny word, huh? What is the definition of that word?
Romp? It's like isn't a romp like
boisterously?
Yeah, like an joyous, loud activity.
Run easily and fairly fast. Win easily.
I never heard of romp means to be fast. I never heard that.
A girl who behaves in a boyish manner.
Wow, I never heard any
gay
of this
or light-hearted recreational activity.
Wow. Okay. I only knew the first definition.
For diversion or amusement.
A spell of sexual activity, especially an illicit one. I didn't know that either.
Yeah, about a playful, boisterous, or illicit sex.
Ooh.
A romp.
Yeah.
Yeah. B-movie was a fascinating romp.
I mean, it's a girl who's like in love with a bee, so you should work out how that works, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
When Jerry Seinfeld talked about making that movie, that the big idea was he just didn't know why there wasn't a movie called B movie about bees. Because, obviously a bee movie is.
Yeah, I get
like a thing. And I was just like, this is so fucking stupid. I can't believe someone would go to all the time and energy to make a movie based on this nonsense. But I mean, he is the guy with the show about nothing, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Which makes me think, okay, well, that works for TV.
B-movie's about things.
Yeah, no.
It's got a strong. That's what's kind of weird about Unfrosted. Unfrosted is like very not structured like a story. B-movie was completely structured by like a story. I mean, it kind of takes a left turn into the lawsuit, but I thought that was funny. When the lawsuit comes out of like nowhere.
Fresh out of college, Barry the bee finds the prospect of working with honey uninspiring.
Okay, listen. I thought people legitimately... Is this like a meme? Do people only meme like B-movie? I thought people legitimately like B-movie.
B-movie is horrible. I am an active hater of B-movie. I'll let it be known.
Okay, we're going to put up a poll. Do you like B-movie... How should I word this? In a non-meme fashion? Is B-movie a... Right? Is that a good way to question?
Just put, look, I'm serious in quotes or in parentheses. So
do you like B-movie seriously?
Barry the bee finds the prospect of working with honey uninspiring. He flies outside the hive for the first time and talks to a human, breaking a cardinal rule of his species. Barry learns that humans have been stealing and eating honey for centuries, and he realizes that this true calling is to obtain justice for his kind by suing humanity for theft. This movie sucks. Like, first of all, humans are the bad guys. I mean, There are probably a lot more bees in the world because we eat their honey because they do us a service.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. I just saw the pin tweet you put up. Terrible.
What did I put
How
up?
dare you?
I don't remember. What was the tweet?
He said like fastest man alive. No wonder Sitch can't get a date.
I got you to say it.
You bastard.
I got you to say it.
You did.
Look,
I know you. Listen, I'm not stupid. I know that's why you said you didn't remember, okay? I'm playing along with the bit. It's a comedy show.
B movie legit, no cap?
Yes.
You mean no crap?
No cap. Oh, God.
What joke? Uh-oh.
No, it's supposed to be legit no cap out.
Okay.
Yes, don't worry. It's one of those Zoomer words.
Okay.
Wow, I thought I didn't like I knew B movie became like a big meme thing, but I thought people like still were okay. I thought people still liked it unironically. So I think it's fine. I thought it was an enjoyable movie unironically. But I guess not.
Where's the hell no?
There is no hell no. Look at this. The no's are winning. Interesting. Unexpected.
Cap is another word for lie?
Yes.
When did that come? What? Who started that?
I don't know, and it's funny because no cap is already like passe. I was kind of doing it like as a joke,
and I still don't know it. Like I missed the whole no cap.
That's how
thing.
far behind you are.
Look, I've come for full circle. Now I'm in front of you.
You're so behind. You're actually in front. No cap.
This is like April 22nd, 2023.
Exactly.
People talking about no cap on TikTok.
I know.
Fuck you, kids.
That's good.
Anyway.
Okay.
Look, I only talk about serious topics here. Sitch is going on and on about how he loves B movie, a movie from fucking 2007.
Yeah, I just love it. No, I know that's like a meme, like where there were people that would watch it like every day. Like, wasn't that like one of the most watched? Netflix was reporting that was like the most watched movie. It was like that and like Shrek 2 or something, where just like people just loop that Shrek 2 and B movie.
What?
That was like when the B movie, like I don't remember how B movie became the meme it became some years back, but it became like this massive meme where people just were like obsessed with B movie for a while. I don't remember why, but
I mean, when was YouTube invented? I don't even think there was a YouTube when B movie came out.
No, it became pop. It was like a meme,
there was.
like
February
2015 or something. So
2005, YouTube was created. B movie came out in 2007.
Look at that. Lucy says that she was obsessed with B movie.
Really? She's just trying to make you feel bad or make you feel better for.
Yeah, there's a million of the B movie becomes faster every time B is and things like that.
No, I saw one video like that. A million of those? Like
there was a bunch. There was so many B movie memes. I don't know what started it though. Fondue for $2 says member berries have gone sour. Yeah, I mean that's what Unfrosted was. It was like, hey, you're a boomer. Look, it's that thing from the boomer times. Look, it's silly putty. Look, it's the little metal thing on a stick. It was like, I don't know, it was weird references.
I am not driven by nostalgia like much at all.
No.
That stuff just really not. I like new things. I really do like new things. When I watch a movie and I'm like, I've never experienced this before. This is like great.
Right.
That is much more interesting to me than the nostalgia stuff. Where are you on that? Like nostalgia versus.
You like jazz?
Well, what it's like seeking new experience.
That was the big meme line from B movie.
You like jazz?
Yeah. So remember when he tries to talk to the girl for the first time?
So stupid. You're reminding me of all the reasons why I hate that movie.
Literally in And Don't Starve. If you try to talk to the bee, it would say, "Do you like jazz?" That's pretty funny. Now look, Duke Norton for $25 says, "You like jazz? S class is the best class. A team likes the B movie unironically, no cap with Riz."
Oh shit. The fuck is with Riz? Now I gotta look that up.
There you go. I don't even know about Riz. Adam doesn't know about Riz, guys. Jeez. Come on.
With Riz meaning.
What does Riz mean?
You don't know.
Like,
Riz is a slang term for skill.
Listen, Duke Norton, we're on the same wavelength, okay?
Skill in charming or seducing a potential romantic partner, especially through verbal communication.
Yeah, it's just saying it's a stupid Zoomer way of saying like if you're charismatic.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look. I like it.
There you go. I don't like it.
Keep them coming. Riz. I need to know these terms, Pelt. Thank you.
Dumb name. Dumb word. I'm an old man. I don't like all the slang.
Oh, because you didn't know that one.
I did know that one. They talk about it constantly whenever you watch like all these fucking videos. What there is. Oh my God, Jesus. I don't know. Whenever I see young kids using slang now, it just comes off as so fucking cringe to me. I just want to die. And I'm like, was that how I'm? And it also makes me cringe because I realize how cringe that I probably sounded when we were saying whatever stupid fucking words we were saying back in the day.
You're malding over this.
Yeah, exactly. Back when we used to say pwned. Oh, he got so pwned. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. That must have been like so cringe. Cringe is a good one. That one's going to stick around because that's very...
Cringe is universal.
Well, cringe is a good one because it's a slang word. Well, first of all, I mean, it's not like a new word, but it's sort of like it's like a new-ish way of using a word to describe something that everyone experiences, but we don't have a good word to describe anyway.
Right.
So.
Cringe is like disgust.
Yeah, something that makes you feel, but a very specific type of disgust.
Right. Yeah.
So cringe will stick around. Cringe is good. To answer your question about nostalgia, yeah, I'm not super nostalgic about stuff because I have a very bad tendency of like I see something I liked a lot when I was younger and I watch it again and I'm like, this isn't as good as ever. So I just like, it's probably why I'm not that nostalgic about stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
New stuff is great though.
I mean, that's not now. Most of the new stuff now is awful.
What's going on? Interesting.
Bondu for $5 says, "Why do you keep doing this to yourself, Sitch? Always watching these bad shows when Arcane and Delicious in Dungeon are also on Netflix." I only watched it because I saw Sam Cedar whining about it. I'm like, I hope I like this because Sam Cedar's complaining about it, and I watched it. I'm like, oh, it's really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, you were hoping it was good.
I was hoping it was good, and all the woke people were just full of shit. They were just mad at Seinfeld for being anti-woke, but sadly, that was not the case.
He was correct.
Well, he didn't watch it either. He was just laughing about the reviews, saying it was bad.
Oh. Well, that's messed up.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for saying, "Hey, sometimes people like bad movies. My wife really likes Damsel."
Damsel, I haven't seen that. I have not seen.
Yeah, listen, a lot of people like really bad movies. Okay, a lot of people have normie takes. The thing is with Unfrosted, it's bad in a way that like, it's not bad in a way that normies would like it. I don't think anyone's really gonna like it. So. Sammy G, thanks so much for being part of the Order of the Enlightened for 25 months. Look at that.
That's awesome. That's amazing.
Amazing. Says, "I'm making a note that the day I come on stream again to health-splain, I'll explain calories, how to calculate, and why the basic calculations doctors use is a little wrong anyways. Body fat percentage can throw numbers off."
Send her the link.
There you go.
Send it to her right now.
Want her to come on right now?
I hear the exhaustion in your voice. That's making me like,
yeah, you want
to prod you.
No. It doesn't matter. Listen, Sammy's gonna come on. She's gonna explain all this stuff again, and then we're all gonna forget. We're gonna say the same shit later. She's gonna get triggered in chat. It's a cycle.
That's the fun of it.
Yes, it's true.
God, I can't find that movie now. Oh, here it is.
What are you looking for?
The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Oh.
I think I might watch this movie. But is it like at the movie theaters? Maybe it is.
I didn't say Arcane was bad. I was saying Unfrosted was bad. I haven't seen Arcane. Mike Hassan for $2 says, thumbs up for ass, cover for sass. There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
Everyone loves Adam and Sitch show.
Mm-hmm. Sammy said Pop-Tarts are good for you, right? That is what Sammy said, yeah.
Yeah, look, Sammy loves Pop-Tarts. She thinks they should be a part of everybody's nutritious breakfast.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Sammy said Pop-Tarts are a very balanced nutritional thing. That's what she said in chat. Don't let her say otherwise.
They're good for you.
She says, I need like hours to talk and cosplay on. It's the only proper way. Okay.
Send her the link. Look, if you're going to cosplay, we will send you the link right now.
I don't think she's going to be cosplaying at this time of night. I guess.
Why not? For all you know, she's already cosplaying.
That's true. Are you already currently in cosplay at 1 o'clock in the morning, Sammy?
She could have come home straight from the bar or something.
That's true. The bar. That's where you go to cosplay at the bar.
Why not?
Yeah, I always go to the bar cosplaying. I mean, cosplaying as men, but I'm trying to draw a specific person.
You've never seen cosplayers at the bar?
No.
Really?
I mean, I'm going to be real. I don't go to that many bars. How many bars do you go to? Just go to bars?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, and you just see all the cosplayers at the bar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where they hang.
Okay, sure. All the nerdy cosplayers hang out at the bar. Yeah.
True.
Okay.
God, I'm trying to remember the last bar I've been to.
Mm-hmm. Metalworks for $11.90 for $5 says, when are you guys gonna have Kamal on? He just had a great conversation with FD Signifier.
I did. I saw he talked to FD Signifier. I didn't
did you?
To it, but yeah,
I haven't seen it.
I saw it.
I said I haven't seen it. Is it good?
Well, I didn't watch it. I just saw that he talked to him.
Okay.
I think he was talking shit about FD Signifier, and he showed up in the chat. That's
what happened with us.
I know, that's his MO, isn't it?
Right.
Look, we should have him on, and we can all just talk mad shit about FD Signifier.
So he'll disappear.
We'll throw FD Signifier in the thumbnail. We'll just be like, "Oh, this bitch." Oh, it'd be great.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna add to my watch later.
Kamal is cool too, so be like, yeah. FD Signifier probably came in and he was like, let me explain to you how the black community works, Kamal. Okay? I see that you're black, but I'm the one who speaks for the black community. I mean, look, I kind of got that vibe from FD Signifier when he came in here. Obviously, it sets me off because it's like,
sure,
dog, how are you allowed to do this? What's going on? I guess Sitch does come in here, and I will speak for the Jewish community since I go to the Wednesday meetings.
Yeah, I go to the secret Jew meetings. All right.
Somehow I think you're joking, but I don't think FD Signifier is joking.
When he goes to the secret black meetings?
No, when okay, he doesn't call them the secret black meetings, but he'd probably say it's racist for you to call him that.
Well, I mean, listen, they don't control anything like the way the secret Jew meetings control, but I don't make the rules here. Okay, I just participate. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Kamal, let me tell you that 95% of the African American community is progressive, okay?
Fondue for $5 says, I haven't a good authority that Hades is a great game to experience while on psychedelics. Just have someone else play it. Yeah, I don't think it'd be very easy to play Hades while on psychedelics, but I bet it looks wonderful. I bet all those bright flashing colors look pretty awesome. So
I still have them here, I think. Let me see. Oh no, I just have Monjans.
Don't worry about it.
Terrible artwork.
That terrible artwork would not look better on psychedelics.
Oh, and my making the audience gay flag, of course.
There you go.
Still have that in. That's not going
The
anywhere.
power. Muggy for 13 months says, does getting a handy from a pair of tiny hands make it last longer or end much quicker? Also, give me wrench.
Terrible.
I don't know why that would have any impact on anything, but I don't want to answer the question. There's too many ways that sentence could be interpreted.
I know. That's not good. We should just move on immediately.
We should just move on and never discuss it again. Okay.
That might be the worst super chat we've ever got.
Sly Goose 77 for 5 Canadian says, S class is the best class. Can I get a happy birthday today? I've gotten 0 today. Oh, sorry to hear that. When is Robbie getting on the show? Well, first of all, happy birthday, Sly Goose.
Yeah,
wait a minute.
Hell yeah. Happy birthday.
Well, are you saying you've gotten 0 today because it's after midnight, so it, like, just became your birthday? So there you go. We're your first birthdays.
It's only 10 p.m. here, so happy birthday.
Right. Dr. Diller for 25 months says, feels like I haven't publicly belittled Sammy for being little in a while. It's like an itch you can't wait to scratch. Dr. Diller says in all caps, fight me, you tiny coward. Look, there it is.
Wow.
Take that, Sammy.
Crazy.
I know.
Don't fight, you guys. Come on. Be friends.
Yeah, you're both supposed to be like top level S class. Okay.
You got a mutiny forming here in your S
look
class. Your S class.
Got dissension in the ranks. Okay. You guys fight the A team together.
A team gets along. Okay.
Sammy
S class
G
is a bunch of backbiters.
There you go.
With Riz.
Sammy G for $5 says, remember earlier in the stream you guys talking about problematic fans hating Jews? Okay, well y'all have a hate short people fan and he needs his wrench gone.
Look at this.
Wow, Sammy wants me to take Dr. Diller's wrench away. Look at this. Look at this. Okay.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Not fun.
Dr. Diller responds for $2. Well, actually, maybe this fight is good. It makes us money. I've changed my mind. It says, sounds base. Let's give this guy a medal. To which Sammy G for $2 responds, the only medal that guy will get is jail bars.
Wow. Look at this.
Right. Dr. Diller for $2 responded saying, great idea. The money from the scrap will be way more. There you go. There you go.
He's going to turn those jail bars into dollar bills.
That's true. I would have said, listen, I would have said, well, the jail bars won't hold the tiny people because they can just slip right through. So tiny. Who are we talking about again? Anyways, don't bring up the horrible pictures again, Adam. Why are you doing this?
Well, I didn't. It's
okay.
You're on
just
the
cycling
delayed.
Through them all.
You're in the delayed.
Oh,
I did that hours ago.
Would we pay for a live stream? Would you guys pay for a Sammy G Dr. Diddler fight?
Yeah.
A boxing match?
Keep in mind, Sammy G will be cosplaying it as Tifa.
Yeah.
What is Dr. Diddler going to cosplay as?
That's a good question.
Please tell me it's not a Dr. Diddler.
What would that look like?
No diddling on our show, okay?
Right. The Centrist chat for $5 says, here's my J-type tax Sitch. Well, thank you.
That's so bad.
Thank you.
What hilarious.
Yes.
Thank
Duke
you.
North for $5 says, now taking bets on the Diddler versus Sammy G. Either way, S-Class wins as it should be. Thank you. Thank you, Duke Norton.
That's true.
I like it. I mean, Sammy knows martial arts. I don't know what Dr. Diddler knows.
Oh, it's so weird.
Okay, let's see. Let me go to stream.
Girls who know martial arts.
Why is that weird?
It's strange.
Why is that strange?
Not supposed to be that way.
Oh, okay. Is that right?
Yeah. Probably a She's probably like a purple belt or something.
Are you a purple belt, Sammy? Adam is calling into question. I don't even know if purple belt is high ranking or not.
I don't know either. It just sounded
Adam is
funny.
calling into question your martial art. Maybe Sammy should fight Adam. That's the real fight. S-class
I know
versus
white
A-team.
belt is the lowest, but I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, it's not quite a white belt, huh?
She's a gray belt.
I don't think that's a belt color. Oh.
Come here, you tiny gray belt.
Terrible. Let's see. Orca for 420. Thanks so much. Says I'm sympathetic to the quote, not all protesters take, but I don't think it's important to know the group you're protesting for. If I was in a protest on Nazi flags or quote river to the sea chain started, I'm second getting my place. That's fair. That's definitely fair. So Dr. Diller for $2 says, wow, both sides are controlled by Jews. Why do they keep fighting each other? I mean, it sounds like that's what Elijah was saying. He's like, can't we all just come together to hate on the Jews?
We have to stop fighting. It's what the Jewish people want.
Right.
It seemed like that's the direction he was going. I was just like, this is weird.
It's interesting. Yeah. It's a bold move, Cotton. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, Sitch, you don't understand. They've been kicked out of many countries, killed in many of them. Even going back thousands of years, our holy books have been warning about them. That's right, guys. Gays run the world. Discuss. There you go. I like it. That's good. Dr. Diller for another $2 says, do you think Michael Jackson lost his N-word pass or is it permanent? Keeps me up at night, you know? I don't think Michael... I would wager Michael Jackson had a permanent N-word pass. Don't you?
I'm not sure I've ever heard Michael Jackson use the N-word.
I haven't heard him say it either. I don't know if he's ever said it publicly, but I feel like, listen, he was such a beloved person before the accusations that he got a pass. You can do whatever you want.
Imagine just him throwing the N-word at Macaulay Culkin.
Hee-hoo, come over here, my little. There's that N-word at Macaulay Culkin. Woohoo! He like moonwalks away. That'd be hilarious.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, he hung out with Corey Feldman. He had to toss it around with him, right?
True. I don't know why. But does Corey Feldman bring the N-word out in people? Like, what does that mean?
It's just funny. It's funny. Michael Jackson saying, you know, my N-word to Corey Feldman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like Hollywood history, right? Come here, my N-word.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let's ask him. Is Corey Feldman on Twitter? Come on. Did Michael Jackson ever call you the N-word? How good of friends were you with Michael Jackson? Like, he's got to be on Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm. Macaulay Culkin. I don't know. Is he?
No, I was going to ask Corey Feldman, but I guess we could ask Macaulay Culkin.
I was like,
too.
Michael Jackson's dead. You can't ask him.
Yeah, look, I'm asking people who are alive and hung out with Michael Jackson. Don't be morbid, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is for science. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this.
Right.
Who else can I tag? Macaulay Culkin, Corey Feldman. Who else hung out?
What other underage person very suspectly hung out with Michael Jackson?
Who was that other kid that got raped by Michael Jackson? Is he on Twitter?
I don't think Macaulay Culkin or Corey Feldman, they never accused him, did they? I don't think they did.
No, look, that's my comedy. Look,
I know.
Surprise, remember? Surprise.
I know.
It's funny. Just
people just get to play if you don't point it out. They're whine.
Dear, I don't know what their name is.
Dear Michael Jackson rape victims.
Dear Billy.
You should just
were raped by Michael Jackson, but did he ever call you the
when he touched you inappropriately under the bed sheets? Did he throw an N-word at you?
Which was
That's
worse?
The real crime, right? I don't care if he sexually assaulted you, right? You should be happy the King of Pop touched you.
Which was worse when he touched
what did he
you
use the N-word? That's the real crime.
Yeah, exactly. Which was worse, when he touched you inappropriately or when he called you the N-word?
There you go.
Was it soft, eh?
He got me hard, but I was white, so I was confused.
Oh, shit. I gotta... now I'm just curious if Corey Feldman is on Twitter. That's all I care about now.
Michael Jackson ever said
did you find it? If you beat me to it, I'm gonna look.
Right.
Okay. Who are you hitting? Are you hitting? Did you already tweet it?
Oh, you know, it sucks. I typed in the Michael Jackson ever used the N-word, and there's an old video from
of
Fox
him
News
using the N-word,
and it says, "Wait, no, hold on. Here's the title. It says Fox Jackson uses N-word in off-air remarks." And I got really excited. I was like, "Oh my God, there's a video of Michael Jackson saying the N-word, right?"
Right.
It's not Michael Jackson. It's Jesse Jackson. What the fuck, Google? You racist? I don't care about Jesse Jackson saying the N-word.
The Corey Feldman's engagement is really low, so we could get a response from him.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't ask.
But how do we ask? How do we ask nicely?
Oh wait, this is oh my God, this is such a troll. The title says Jackson uses the N-word. He didn't say the N-word. He said nuts. Why they censor the word nuts? It's not like, that's not the N-word. Nuts? What the fuck, O'Reilly? This is some clickbait shit, Bill O'Reilly. Come on.
Holy
Terrible.
Shit. I cannot
listen. Leave Corey Feldman alone, all right? Adam, he's had problems.
No,
leave him alone. Okay.
I have to tweet at him now. Look what I found. I'm bringing up some pictures for you. Look,
what?
Mrs. Governor. Put a bra on. Jesus. What's going on here?
What are you looking at?
Madam Governor.
Corey Feldman with Sarah Palin?
Yeah.
Listen, man, Sarah Palin's got, she's got a good rack. All right, leave her alone. Got her tits out.
There's something strangely inappropriate about this photo. So here's a photo of Sarah Palin. I mean, obviously braless, and hanging out with Corey Feldman. What's happening here?
I mean, she's into it, right? She's into the Feld. What's the problem?
Oh yeah. Well, they say anything can happen if you use the force. So craziest experience, second day, a party in NYC. Party, I met a very cool woman with badass boots. Look, why are you typing out in all caps, Corey? Necklace, just like Corey Haim used to wear. Turned out to be Sarah Palin.
Listen, I'm gonna be real. I don't really like his outfit. I'm not a fan
We are new besties.
May the
4th be with you. Oh, because it's like May 4th.
Yeah. Well. Anyways,
Sarah Palin hanging out in New York City with Corey Feldman. I never thought.
Sala for $2 says, don't forget Fuentes said at AF Pack 2022 criticized the media for comparing Putin to Hitler and said, quote, as if that wasn't a good thing. There you go.
Hey. What are you going to do?
Sure, that's not the Palin porn star actor? No, that is.
Oh my God.
I forgot that lady's name. What's her name?
The Sarah Palin look like?
Yeah. I don't remember. But anyway, no, that's Sarah Palin. You're right. Is she not wearing a bra? Or she could be wearing a bra. She's just very excited to meet Corey Feldman. Okay. She's very excited. Or it's very cold and she's very excited. Who knows? Got a slight nip going on.
Is that inappropriate?
To what?
For Sarah Palin to be
wearing. A former governor and potential vice presidential candidate that have her nipple popping out of her shirt.
Look, there's no way anyone is picking Sarah Palin for their vice president.
Well, but she was. She was. What do you mean? She was literally
Oh
John
yeah,
McCain's.
yeah. Okay.
You talked about. That's why
Look,
she became famous.
I thought you were like insinuating that Trump might pick her
Oh
for
no,
vice
no, no,
president.
no! I
I'm
said
like,
former vice presidential candidate.
yeah, okay, obviously.
Sure.
I
That would
thought you
be
said
actually
potential
amazing.
vice.
Could you imagine if Trump picked Sarah Palin? Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Suck it, Joe Biden. I'm so popular I can pick Sarah Palin and still beat your ass. No, that would literally be delusional. So
that would be hilarious. I wish something like that would happen. That'd be a lot of fun.
are you watching a lot of election news? I mean,
Sure.
I'm not really seeing a lot.
Oh my God, she's 60? She looks pretty good at 60. Jeez.
Sitch is examining this picture.
I'm looking at the Gulf picture. She's 60, man. She was good for 60.
Way too closely.
Yep. I'm just surprised how old she was.
Mm-hmm.
You guys want to brought it up, okay?
Well, I was curious whether or not Michael Jackson ever used the N-word, so.
That got you down the track.
Investigative
Defining
journalism.
Corey Feldman with Sarah Palin for some fucking weird reason.
I know.
I know.
The internet is a weird place.
Strange place we live.
Is she cosplaying as Princess Leia or something?
Oh my God. J-Mac put his picture on the internet. On Twitter.
Oh, did he?
With his bruise under his eye.
Yeah, I saw that.
Terrible, dude.
It's not terrible.
I mean, you don't want to get punched in the face.
How are we doing?
We're done.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah.
God, I feel like I could go for another 5 hours.
Really? I feel like that's not true.
Not really. I am getting kind of tired.
Okay. There we go. I am tired and hungry as well.
It is cool, though.
Yes. So to end the poll, look at this. 59% say they do not like legit no cap B movie, and 41% say they do. There you go.
So it's overwhelming.
Almost a 60-40 split.
Failure.
No, that's not overwhelming. It's only like a 10-point difference.
I think most of those in favor of it were trolls.
You think you think they did not respect the legit no cap? Are you saying that you think they caps on me?
I think half of those were.
You think they're capping?
Legit no cap trolls.
So they were legit capping.
Yes.
They were legit busting a cap in that poll.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Trolling it. No Riz.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true isekai anime protagonists. You are the true based, amazing, no cap, legit players with all the riz who risen up all the ladies or men of your dreams. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Stay away from Michael Jackson.
Bye-bye.